In her first marriage, Anran wed a man of humble beginnings, while her second marriage ended in a scandal that left her the subject of ridicule throughout the city. She believed her life would remain in this state of disillusionment until she crossed paths with Fama. Chapter 1. Guarding against fire, theft, and betrayal by a best friend. Take it off, a low, resonant voice pierced through the air. I lifted my gaze to meet Fama's penetrating eyes, and with an impassive expression, began to remove my clothing piece by piece. In an act of reprisal against the treachery of a deceitful couple, I found myself. I am Anran, born in 1991, and I work as a designer at a publicly listed company. My husband, Liu Haoming, is a year older than I and has established a thriving business that generates millions in profit each month. We have been married for 5 years, enjoying financial freedom and a blissful union, the only imperfection being my inability to conceive. Yet Liu Haoming remains unfazed, continuing to shower me with love. To fulfill my longing for motherhood, we adopted a daughter, Nuno, 4 years ago, who is now 5. Though Nuno is adopted, she bears an uncanny resemblance to him, which I cannot help but perceive as a fateful connection. The happiness I exude incites envy among the women who know me, and I presumed this joy would persist until I uncovered Liu Haoming's deception. It was several months prior when Liu Haoming, as usual, informed me of his late work hours and asked me to pick up Nuno from school. Following my routine, I collected her, but during our journey, Nuno spotted someone dressed as a little yellow duck and insisted on greeting it, compelling me to pull over. Nuno played joyfully with the duck, her innocent laughter reminiscent of Liu Haoming. Unable to resist, I took out my phone to capture the moment, intending to send the photo to Liu Haoming, teasing him about how much she resembled him despite being adopted. To my astonishment, I noticed his car in the frame. Zooming in on the image, I recognized the license plate. SUI 0916 MIT was indeed his vehicle. I glanced at the adjacent Bodinga Business Hotel. How could my husband, who claimed to be working late, be at a hotel? Was it possible? As I observed his sincere smile in the photograph, my doubts began to dissipate. Perhaps Liu Haoming had not lied, his car might have been driven by someone else, or he could be meeting a client to discuss business. How could he betray me, given his profound love? With these reassurances, I felt a sense of relief and ceased my inquiries regarding the vehicle. In a moment of reckless curiosity, I picked up his phone, glancing toward the bathroom, and pressed my thumb against the fingerprint scanner, only to be met with the disheartening message. Fingerprint not recognized. He had deleted my fingerprint. With a racing heart, I began to enter potential passwords: Liu Haoming's birthday, my own, our anniversary, and finally, Nuno's birthday, which granted me access to his phone. Fortunately, his phone appeared clean, devoid of any incriminating evidence, allowing my anxious heart to settle. However, at that moment, a message arrived. I am very happy today. Don't forget, tomorrow evening at 7 at the Hilton. Let's not miss each other. I set the phone down, my heart racing anew. The message came from an unknown number who would invite my husband to a 5-star hotel at such an hour. As I pondered this, Liu Haoming emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, a smile illuminating his face. Darling, I have a business trip to Shanghai tomorrow. Hadn't you just been there? I replied, momentarily taken aback. The message lingered in my mind, igniting suspicion. Was he genuinely going on a trip, or was this simply a ruse to meet someone? That night, I tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace. The following day, I struggled to concentrate at work. To quell my unease, I left an hour early, dropped Nuno off at my mother-in-law's, and made my way to the Hilton lobby to wait. The message specified 7 o'clock, and I arrived at the hotel at 6:30, hoping to catch him before he entered. The wait was interminable, each moment painfully drawn out. I dreaded both the possibility of missing him and the reality of seeing him. As the clock inched towards 7, my anxiety heightened, prompting me to hide behind a large potted plant near the entrance, observing the arriving vehicles and the lobby. Then, a Porsche pulled into a parking spot, and the Alto familiar license plate sent a wave of dizziness through me. It was indeed his car. Yet, what if he was not in the vehicle? Clinging to the remnants of hope, I held my breath and fixated on the car. The door swung open, and Liu Haoming stepped out, signaling the attendant to step aside. He then moved to the other side of the car, gently assisting a woman out. That woman. It was my best friend, Hao Sijia. Chapter 2. The Greedy Mother-in-Law's Family. As Scarlett emerged from the car, she exchanged a few words with Liu Haoming, who then leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her face before embracing her and entering the hotel, right before my eyes. I could scarcely believe what I was witnessing. It felt as though I were losing my sight. My emotions were a tangled web, beyond the capacity of mere words to articulate. Yet, I found myself perplexed. Scarlett undeniably had a boyfriend, one I had met before. Remarkably, she was even willing to bear a child out of wedlock for him. I had treated her with utmost care, fearing the hardships of pregnancy, and even arranged for her to join Lu Haoming's company. Could it be that in the span of just 2 months, they had grown closer? Just how desperate was Lu Haoming to pursue a woman who was already expecting? I refrained from following them, perhaps out of reluctance or perhaps from fear. Upon entering the bar, amidst the raucous music, I drowned my sorrows in drink, yet the more I consumed, the more helpless I felt. In my moment of emotional collapse, I called Suanin, confiding in her about my recent tribulations. Suanin, a dear friend, rushed to the bar upon receiving my call, enveloping me in a comforting embrace the moment she arrived. After soothing me for an extended period, she hesitantly revealed, Ran, 2 years ago. While I was in Shanghai for a retreat, I inadvertently witnessed Scarlett and Lu Haoming exiting a hotel together. This revelation stunned me. Could it be that their affair had begun not 2 months ago, but 2 years prior? Why had Suanin waited until now to inform me? Having long suspected their inappropriate relationship, I stared at her incredulously and she, sensing my thoughts, awkwardly explained that she and Scarlett had never seen eye to eye. And without concrete evidence, I would likely dismiss her claims as mere slander. Her words held a grain of truth. Both Suanin and Scarlett were cherished friends of mine. Yet their rapport was fraught with discord. Had Suanin divulged this information prior to tonight, I would have surely rebuked her, accusing her of fabricating such a preposterous lie to tarnish Scarlett's reputation. Suanin then inquired whether I wished to hire a private investigator to probe their relationship. I was aware that employing a private investigator for surveillance was illegal, yet a surge of vengeful impulse compelled me to nod in agreement. Moreover, I yearned to uncover the identity of Scarlett's boyfriend. Although I had encountered him before, we had not forged a close bond. If I could reach out to him, I wished to see how she could face him after such betrayal. Suanin assured me that she would handle the matter of the investigator and would relay any pertinent information promptly. I divulged everything I wished to uncover to her. Those images incessantly replayed in my mind. I pondered when exactly they had become entangled, reflecting on the efforts I had invested in both of them, and lamenting my own folly in being kept in the dark for so long. I endured a sleepless night. The following morning, I appeared haggard as I went to my mother-in-law's house to fetch Nyonyo. My mother-in-law, a quintessential rural woman, held a deeply ingrained belief in the importance of lineage, and ever since she learned of my inability to bear children, she had maintained a cold demeanor towards me. Though she treated me poorly, she was surprisingly kind to the adopted Nyonyo. Thus, I engaged her in a brief exchange, intending to take Nyonyo away, when my Aunt Lu Meili unexpectedly emerged from her room. Sister-in-law, you've arrived. Did you manage to buy that Patek Philippe watch for me? Upon hearing this, my aunt's previously cheerful demeanor shifted, her smile faltering as her attitude grew noticeably colder. I observed her change in disposition and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh inwardly. Since I learned 4 years ago that I could not bear children, I felt indebted to the Lu family and sought to make amends in various ways, lavishing them with designer handbags, luxury apparel, and nutritional supplements, as well as everyday necessities. They truly regarded me as a mere cash dispenser. Moreover, was my inability to conceive truly of my own making? I pondered whether, upon obtaining evidence of Lu Haoming's infidelity, I would reconsider divorce for Nyonyo's sake, but for now, I had no desire to appease Lu Haoming's family any longer. Thus, I took Nyonyo's hand and bid them farewell. My mother-in-law didn't even lift her eyelids, while my aunt escorted us to the door, greedily reminding me, sister-in-law, don't forget my watch. Chapter 3. Father-in-law's heart attack. That evening, Suanin called me, revealing that a private investigator had uncovered some information. I took Nyonyo to Suanin's home, where she instructed the nanny to entertain Nyonyo while we retreated to her study. After closing the door, she handed me a stack of documents. Although I had anticipated this, my hands trembled as I opened the files. The investigators' findings included records of Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia's hotel stays, confirming they had been carrying on an affair behind my back for years. Starting 4 years ago, in that brief span, their records filled several pages. How could they treat me as if I were invisible? I asked Suanin whether the child in Hao Sijia's womb could be Lu Haoming's and if Hao Sijia truly had a boyfriend. Suanin replied that the investigator had yet to ascertain that information and suggested we wait a bit longer. However, she suspected that Lu Haoming's relationship with Hao Sijia had been long-standing, noting that Lu Haoming was introduced to me by her. She speculated that Lu Haoming had ulterior motives from the outset. Perhaps he pursued me for my family background, intending to use me as a stepping stone to elevate his own status, revealing himself to be nothing more than a phoenix man. As I listened to her words, my heart raced with unease. I am the daughter of the president of a prominent company in Suzhou, my family's influence being among the top in the region. Yet, my parents disapproved of Lu Haoming, and I had resolutely married him, severing ties with my family for his sake. Later, when he ventured into business and sold his parents' home, I could not bear to watch him struggle and, with great embarrassment, secretly borrowed 5 million from my mother to support him. I even scoured my father's connections to help him secure business. Lu Haoming's company thrived largely due to the assistance of my father's friends. My mind was in turmoil. Was my husband, who daily showered me with affection, merely playing a role? Su Wenan, observing my indecision, chastised me and advised, "If you can't make it work with him, ensure you hold the financial reins." I found her words amusing. If my husband no longer loved me, what use was money? Su Wenan chastised me, calling me foolish and asserting that I had been spoiled by my parents since childhood, oblivious to the significance of money. After a lengthy discourse, noticing my lack of interest, she shifted her approach. However, she continued, "If Lu Haoming is with you solely for your wealth, he must place great value on money. Accustomed to a life of affluence, should he suddenly find himself devoid of funds, he will inevitably face disdain and alienation from his wealthy friends, leading to a life more miserable than death. Wouldn't you desire to exact revenge on him? Furthermore, consider this. Everything he possesses is a result of your generosity, yet he now uses your gifts to betray you and squander your money alongside Hao Xijia. How can you possibly endure such a betrayal?" Her words ignited a fierce sense of retribution within me. I could not tolerate this. "You must thoroughly investigate Lu Haoming's finances to prevent any attempts at asset concealment." Su Wenan expressed her concern, pausing before adding, "Also, look into Hao Xijia. Given her salary, how could she afford a house or a car? Moreover, her attire is brand name. I refuse to believe her boyfriend is that wealthy. There must be something sinister afoot." Su Wenan's assertions left me momentarily speechless, a lump lodged in my throat. Just then, my phone rang, and upon answering, I heard my sister-in-law Lu Meili's frantic voice. "Sister-in-law, something terrible has happened. My father has suffered a heart attack and has fainted." Startled by her alarm, I recalled that my father-in-law had a severe heart condition, but had been managing it well recently. "Quickly call for an ambulance," I urged. "It's already done, sister-in-law. My brother's phone is unreachable. Can you come? You all head to the hospital. I will be there shortly." "What has happened?" Su Wenan asked, her concern evident in her gaze. "My father-in-law is unwell. I must go to the hospital." I grabbed my bag and headed outside, with Su Wenan trailing closely behind. "Why do you still care about his family's troubles, especially with Lu Haoming in such a state?" My steps slowed as I contemplated Lu Haoming's current actions, my heart gripped by an unseen force. After all, a life is at stake. No, I must leave you for now." Su Wenan stomped her foot in frustration as I walked away. Chapter 4. Dare to show your face? Upon arriving at the hospital, I found my father-in-law still in surgery, with my mother-in-law and sister-in-law anxiously awaiting news. As I approached, they looked at me as though I were their anchor of hope. "You're here," my mother-in-law exclaimed, grasping my hand with an unexpected urgency, likely shaken by the events. I was terrified. "Thank goodness you arrived. And what of Haoming? Why has he been traveling so frequently?" Just then, a nurse emerged from the emergency room. I assumed she bore news regarding my father-in-law's condition and hurried forward with my mother-in-law and sister-in-law, only to be confronted with a request for the treatment fee. My mother-in-law and sister-in-law immediately turned to me. My mother-in-law claimed she had no bank card, while my sister-in-law stated her account was empty, clearly indicating they expected me to cover the expenses. I suppressed my frustration, nodded, and turned to pay for my father-in-law's medical costs. In my haste, I collided with someone, but they quickly caught me, preventing me from falling. "I'm so sorry." I apologized. "It's quite all right," they replied. A melodious voice struck a familiar chord, prompting me to look up, whereupon I was met with the breathtaking visage of an extraordinarily handsome man. I found myself momentarily paralyzed, for this face belonged to the very man from 5 years prior. To be precise, he was the man I had drunkenly kissed and slept with at a birthday celebration 5 years ago. Upon awakening in Lu Haoming's embrace, he had recounted every detail of that night with astonishing accuracy, leading me to believe that this strikingly handsome man was merely a figment of my intoxicated imagination. Yet, here he was materializing from my dreams. I stood in astonishment as he flashed a smile in my direction before departing, compelling me to ponder the veracity of our shared memory from 5 years ago. My curiosity surged, urging me to ascertain whether he was indeed the man from that fateful night. with thoughts of my father-in-law's precarious condition weighing heavily on me. I steeled my resolve and altered my course. After settling the medical fees, the doctors commenced the necessary emergency care, leaving my mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and me to wait outside for over half an hour. My mother-in-law and sister-in-law, embracing each other in tears, rendered my departure impossible. So I remained by their side in the hospital. As midnight approached, their exhaustion overcame them. Seeing that I remained alert, they entrusted me with watching over my father-in-law and succumbed to slumber on the accompanying bed. The following morning, my father-in-law regained consciousness, and at long last, I was able to reach Liu Haoming by phone. I composed myself and recounted my father-in-law's hospitalization, subtly implying that he was no longer in danger and could focus on his business trip. Yet, Liu Haoming failed to grasp the sarcasm in my tone and rushed to the hospital that very afternoon. Upon arriving at my father-in-law's bedside to inquire about his condition, I inadvertently noticed a long strand of hair clinging to his back, chestnut curls, identical to those of Hao Sijia. My hand clenched involuntarily, and an icy chill enveloped my heart. Had I not witnessed the truth of Liu Haoming's affections that night, who could have doubted their authenticity? Liu Haoming, mistaking my fatigue for genuine exhaustion, kindly lowered the privacy curtain. However, the sight of the car triggered memories of that evening with Hao Sijia at the Hilton, causing nausea to rise within me. As we traveled, Hao Sijia called, inquiring about my whereabouts and expressing her longing for me. In the past, such a sentiment would have prompted me to shower her with gifts. Yet today, I perceived an ulterior motive behind her words. She was clearly using me as a pretext to inquire about Liu Haoming's activities. Had they not spent the night together? Was she covertly probing me? I chuckled coldly to myself as I relayed my father-in-law's condition to her. She feigned surprise, expressing a desire to visit him. I acknowledged her message before ending the call. Noting my atypical response, Liu Haoming, ever the concerned husband, asked if I was feeling unwell. After 2 sleepless nights, I collapsed into bed upon returning home, succumbing to slumber almost instantly. I was awakened by the sound of conversation, straining to listen, only to discover that Hao Sijia's voice was among them. This woman, having not sufficiently lingered with Liu Haoming at the hotel, audaciously came knocking at our door. Chapter 5. Let Nuno call her mother. I turned over in bed and made my way to the living room, where Hao Sijia and Liu Haoming were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Upon hearing my movements, they both looked up simultaneously, their expressions devoid of any awkwardness, as if they were merely ordinary friends. "Darling, why don't you sleep a little longer?" Liu Haoming inquired with evident concern as he approached me. "Where's Nuno?" I collected my emotions and asked nonchalantly. The thought of Nuno compelled me to suppress any outburst towards this couple. Soon, Liu Haoming arranged the prepared dishes and beckoned us to the dining table. Hao Sijia, behaving like the mistress of the house, led Nuno into the dining room ahead of me. Liu Haoming, ever considerate, ladled a bowl of soup for me, followed by one for Hao Sijia, then for Nuno, and finally he served himself. Hao Sijia took a sip of her soup and smiled sweetly at Liu Haoming, exclaiming, "Haoming, your chicken soup is delightful. Even better than the chef's at the hotel." "Haoming." I clenched my fists, struggling against the impulse to hurl that very bowl of soup at their faces. Liu Haoming, seemingly aware of my gaze, suddenly appeared somewhat uneasy. "Wan, this was specially made for you. Please do taste it and let me know how it is." I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. Specially made for me? I hesitated, casting a glance at Hao Sijia and suddenly recalling that she was always present whenever Liu Haoming prepared chicken soup, relishing it each time. A sharp pain pierced my heart as I realized my own foolishness. This wretched couple had been engaging in their little deceptions right under my nose, and I had been obliviously consuming the soup he served, all the while thinking of him as my beloved husband. My fists tightened as I fought the urge to upend the table, yet upon witnessing Nuno's innocent demeanor as she ate, I compelled myself to endure and quietly began to serve her vegetables with my chopsticks. Observing my actions, Hao Sijia followed suit, placing a helping of vegetables into Nuno's bowl. However, for reasons unknown, Nuno suddenly swept the vegetables Hao Sijia had offered onto the table. Seeing this, Liu Haoming seemed to feel pity for Hao Sijia and, to my astonishment, scolded Nuno. "Nuno, Auntie is being kind by offering you vegetables. How can you be so rude?" He dared to defend that wretched woman before me while reprimanding my child. Did they think I was oblivious? My anger flared up, and I was on the verge of erupting when, unexpectedly, Nuno spoke up before I could. "She's a bad person. I don't like her." Nuno pointed an accusing finger at Ha Si-jia, her little face puffed up with indignation. Ha Si-jia's expression morphed into one of disbelief. And I too was taken aback. Nuno had always adored Ha Si-jia. What had changed today? Lu Haoming glanced at me warily, as if connecting the dots. I was equally perplexed and was about to speak when Nuno continued. She told me to call her mother, and she said that if I do, she'll buy me pretty clothes and toys. The moment those words left her lips, the expressions on Lu Haoming and Ha Si-jia's faces shifted dramatically. Chapter 6. Sipping milk, cursing the mother. I was so enraged that I nearly rushed over to slap Scarlett's face. How desperate could this wretched woman be to ascend the social ladder, that she would have Nuno call her mother in private? Despite my stern gaze, Scarlett's complexion paled slightly, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, offering me a faint smile. However, I recalled that I had once expressed a desire to recognize Nuno as my goddaughter, and she suggested I seek Nuno's opinion. Today, I did inquire, only to discover that Nuno had misunderstood. A cold smile flickered within me, though my face remained impassive. She had previously mentioned wanting to adopt Nuno as her goddaughter, and I had thought it was merely an affection for the child. Now, I realized her intentions had never been pure. The distinction between mother and goddaughter is a mere word apart, easily leading to confusion, but I understood that today. She was certainly testing Nuno with the title of mother. Upon hearing her explanation, Lu Haoming's expression relaxed visibly, and he smiled at Nuno, saying, "Annie was just joking with you." Nuno, however, was indignant, insisting, "How can you joke about being a mother? I only have one mother." Lu Haoming's reassurances did not assuage Nuno's anger. She remained puffed up with indignation. Her words struck a chord within me, while Scarlett's face grew even paler. After our meal, Scarlett did not linger as she usually did, waiting for me to invite her to stay. Instead, she bluntly announced her departure. Perhaps my reaction at the dinner table had unsettled Lu Haoming, for he observed my expression with caution. I feigned ignorance of his scrutiny, allowing him to escort Scarlett out. Seeing no signs of disturbance in me, Lu Haoming indeed rose to see Scarlett off, and I took Nuno's hand to wash up. As I helped her wash her hands, Nuno suddenly declared, "Mommy, I don't like Auntie Gao. And an auntie says Annie Gao is a vixen. And I don't like vixens." It turned out that Nuno's aversion to Scarlett was largely influenced by Sue and I couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. I needed to have a word with Sue, and Nuno was still a child and should not be entangled in our adult affairs. "Don't listen to Auntie Anne's nonsense," I admonished. "I'm not talking nonsense, Mommy. Auntie Gao is a vixen. Today, she was at the hospital with Grandma and Grandpa, speaking ill of you." Nuno's expression was one of indignation. "What did she say about Mommy?" I inquired. "Grandma said Mommy is lazy, that she does nothing but boss around Daddy, and she even said that Mommy can't have a little brother, that she's like a hen that doesn't lay eggs. If it weren't for Grandpa, she would make sure Mommy and Daddy got a divorce." I was taken aback. Did they truly say such things? Nuno nodded, confirming yes. When Grandpa and Grandma spoke ill of Mommy, Auntie Gao joined in, saying Mommy doesn't care about others and never considers Daddy's feelings. "Mommy, I know you can't have a little brother because of me, not for the reasons they said. I hate Auntie Gao. I hate Grandpa and Grandma." Nuno's words stirred a bitterness within me. I was acutely aware of my in-laws' discontent towards me, yet I had never anticipated they would voice such sentiments. How lamentable it is that I could have lived a life of ease and luxury as a young lady, a wife of high society. Yet, in the name of love, I relinquished everything. From the very beginning, I was not incapable of bearing children. It was only through my tireless efforts during pregnancy that I suffered a miscarriage, injuring myself in the process. They never considered my plight, treating me merely as a barren hen, as though I owed them something for being part of the Lu family. However, upon reflection, the Lu Haoming of today is not the same as the one I once knew. He possesses sufficient wealth to indulge in affairs, making infidelity seem almost a given. Perhaps his reluctance to confront me openly is simply due to his fear of my father. "Mother, Nuno loves you forever." Nuno suddenly planted a kiss on my cheek, her bright eyes sparkling as she spoke. Her sensitive response stirred a pang of emotion within me. The greatest treasure I have gained from my marriage to Lu Haoming is indeed Nuno. The following morning, after we dropped Nuno off at school, we headed to the hospital together. Passing by a large supermarket, Lu Haoming intentionally slowed the car, and I understood he was waiting for me to suggest we stop for gifts and supplements. In the past, I would have reminded him, but today, I lacked the inclination. After all, they are a bunch of ungrateful wolves. I have no desire to debase myself further for them. Upon entering the hospital room, I found my mother-in-law sitting by my father-in-law's bedside, conversing with him. When she noticed Lu Haoming and me entering with Nyo, her expression soured upon seeing my empty hands. Chapter 7. The Child in Hao Sijia's Womb. I feigned ignorance to her gaze, standing indifferently behind Lu Haoming. Seeing my nonchalance, my mother-in-law grew more incensed and pointedly remarked about the supplements laid out in the room, sarcastically introducing, "Sijia came rushing over this morning, bringing gifts again. Such a thoughtful girl, even with her belly so large." Implicit in her words was the suggestion that I lacked thoughtfulness. I silently scoffed. The items I usually purchased for them far surpassed the inferior gifts brought by Hao Sijia. Yet, the ungrateful wolves dared to mock me with her subpar offerings. Noticing my indifference, my mother-in-law became even more irate and continued to provoke me, praising Sijia's beauty and good nature. "I've heard she's carrying a boy. Her in-laws are truly fortunate." My mother-in-law often subjected me to such barbs, and I usually chose silence, but today I had no intention of enduring it. "When did you ascertain the child's gender? Sijia has yet to mention it to me. How is it that you know before I do?" My words caused her face to stiffen, and Lu Haoming's expression shifted as he quickly reprimanded her. "Mother, why say such things? You can't determine the child's gender now. Sijia is merely teasing you, and you believe it?" Dismayed by her son's public rebuke, my mother-in-law's face turned crimson, but I was not about to let the matter rest. Turning to Lu Haoming, I queried, "Darling, is it your desire for a son that prompts mother to mention a boy? Ultimately, it is my inability to bear children that has brought shame upon your family." As my words settled, Lu Haoming appeared displeased and replied, "Wife, what are you saying? In my heart, you are irreplaceable, and Nyo will always be my only child." Only? Even now, he continues to treat me as a fool. Due to this small incident, Lu Haoming and I did not linger in the hospital room for long before departing. On our way back, Lu Haoming attentively observed my expression and cautiously remarked, "Darling, my mother is aging. Please do not take her words to heart." I nodded, acknowledging that she is indeed his mother, and her words would not weigh heavily on my mind. Lu Haoming, however, failed to grasp the underlying meaning of my response. He genuinely believed I was still the naive Anran from the past. He continued to extol the virtues of his parents, emphasizing how difficult it was for them to raise him. As I listened, a wave of melancholy washed over me, not out of sympathy for Lu Haoming's parents, but rather in reflection upon my own. They too had endured hardships to raise me, yet how had I repaid them? For the sake of a man, I had turned my back on them and vowed to sever all ties. Since marrying Lu Haoming, I had only contacted my mother once, and that was to threaten her for money, declaring that I would end my life if she did not comply. In that moment, I felt utterly despicable. My parents had treated me with such kindness, and yet I had inflicted such pain upon them. In truth, I did not go to see Su Anan. Instead, I found myself at my parents' home. "Dad, I was wrong," I pleaded, my voice choked with emotion, my heart heavy with regret. My father, however, scoffed coldly. "What do you want from us now?" "Nothing. We will give you nothing." With that, he shut the door. Rejected and left standing outside, I lingered for quite some time, but my father refused to open the door, and ultimately, I had no choice but to leave. I sought out Su Anan, who was taken aback by the redness of my eyes. "Ran, what has happened?" I recounted the incident of being turned away by my parents. Su Anan shook her head and sighed. "A frozen lake is not formed in a single day, Ran. You have wounded your parents' hearts far too deeply. Their response to you is not without reason. Yet, they are your parents, and they will forgive you." Will they truly forgive me? I was uncertain. The memory of my quarrels with my parents over Lu Haoming resurfaced, and tears streamed down my face once more. How could I have been so wretched, treating my parents so poorly for the sake of a man with a heart of stone? Su Anan comforted me by patting my hand gently. Ran, take a moment to collect yourself. I must now share something else with you, and you must promise to remain calm. What is it? I inquired, sensing the gravity of her tone. The private investigator was looking into Gao Sijia's boyfriend, and the results have come in. Seeing the worry etched on Su Anan's face, a sense of dread filled my heart. I quickly snatched the papers from her hand, and upon reading them, I felt as though I had been struck by lightning. Chapter 8. The Identity of Gao Sijia's Boyfriend. That shameless woman, Gao Sijia, did not have a boyfriend at all. The so-called boyfriend was merely an actor they had hired to deceive me. The child in that wretched woman's womb is undoubtedly Lu Haoming's. The child in Gao Sijia's belly is Lu Haoming's. This phrase echoed relentlessly in my mind, and I lost all sense of control. I will kill that wretched woman, I shouted as I dashed outside. Su Anan, startled by my outburst, hurriedly leaped to restrain me, gripping me tightly and refusing to let go. Ran, you must calm down. You must remain composed. But how could I possibly find calm in such turmoil? I frantically freed myself from Su Anan's grasp, inadvertently pushing her against a half-height bonsai money tree. Su Anan let out a muffled grunt, yet I continued my escape. But what about Nyo? Have you even considered her? Su Anan shouted behind me as I abruptly halted at the door, turning to face her with tear-filled, crimson eyes. She wore a stern expression, the first time she had ever scolded me. Mu Anran, I always thought you were intelligent. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your life for a pair of despicable lovers, thereby ruining Nyo's life as well? Do they deserve such devotion? Mu Anran, how can you be so foolish? Su Anan's words broke the dam of my tears, and she approached me, enveloping me in her embrace, while I wept uncontrollably against her. Yet, I felt a deep sense of injustice. I had given them everything I had. How could they treat me so? The bitterness surged within me, urging me to find a way to reconcile my feelings. Did I truly believe that choosing to perish alongside them would resolve my woes? Guoyang was Su Anan's husband. She had endured a similar ordeal, yet I remained ensnared in my emotions. How could I bear the thought of sharing a bed with Lu Haoming? The mere notion of him being intimate with Hao Sijia filled me with revulsion. I could not bear to live under the same roof as him. What do you intend to do? Will you divorce Lu Haoming? She asked. Don't be naive. Divorce has never meant that the wrongdoer walks away unscathed. Lu Haoming may have already hidden his assets. By divorcing him, you would only be paving the way for those two to be together, while you and Nyo bear the brunt of the consequences. Upon hearing her mention Nyo, a jolt of realization struck me. Indeed, I could not act impulsively. I still had to care for Nyo, and I needed to calm myself. Life cannot be governed solely by emotion. Everyone has their own struggles and grievances. If I did not wish for Nyo to become a casualty in the battlefield of my divorce with Lu Haoming, I would need to engage in a silent war, preparing meticulously before I could reclaim what was rightfully mine. Unlike me, you possess the capability and intellect to achieve greatness. You can bring Lu Haoming crashing down. So now is not the time for sorrow. You must rise and return your pain and hatred to them tenfold. Su Anan's words completely awakened me. How could I have been so muddled? Upon discovering that Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia had treated me like a fool and were expecting a child, my initial instinct was to annihilate them out of vengeance. However, I realized that I had allowed hatred to cloud my judgment. I was in disarray. This was not the correct approach. I needed to be rational, to regain my composure, and to plot a deliberate and purposeful retribution against them. At that moment, my phone rang and, to my astonishment, it was Lu Haoming. The memories of his transgressions caused me to clench my jaw in frustration. Su Anan glanced at my phone, then at my disgusted expression, and could not help but frown. Wan, this is not the time for impulsive actions. If you cannot even endure, how can you speak of revenge? Perhaps it would be best to let go and allow Lu Haoming to be with Hao Sijia, letting them enjoy their happiness together. Xiang Anan's words struck my heart with a heavy blow. I inhaled deeply and suddenly clenched my fists. I would never allow these two shameless individuals to have it easy. In the throes of anger, a brilliant plan began to take shape in my mind. Chapter 9. He is indeed a born actor. Resolute, I pressed the answer button. The moment the call connected, I forced myself to sweetly utter a familiar greeting. Darling, why have you taken so long to answer? Lu Haoming's voice sounded exceedingly gentle. On a business trip? Is it really for that long? Lu Haoming seemed somewhat surprised. Yes, I truly do not wish to be away from you and Nyo. But the company has yet to find a suitable replacement. I feigned a complaint. I do not want my beloved wife to be away from me either. But work must take precedence. Rest assured, I will take good care of Nyo. Lu Haoming seemed to be persuading me, as if afraid I might cancel my trip. Then, it is hard on you, my dear husband. I had no desire to indulge in his hollow sentiments. I merely wished to end the call swiftly. Wife. I love you. I will miss you. Lu Haoming's final words were the same as always, yet today they felt insincere to me. After hanging up, Xiang Anan scoffed beside me. I heard it all. That scoundrel is truly disgusting. On one hand, he is entangled with another woman, while on the other, he keeps professing his love and longing for you. How shameless can he be? Yet, you were impressive just now, acting so convincingly. Xiang Anan patted my shoulder and then inquired, when you told him about the business trip, was that part of your plan? Suppressing the hatred that simmered within, I nodded. Indeed, I have a plan. I told him I would be away for a week, but in reality, I intend to use this time to gather my thoughts and mentally prepare for the performance ahead. After hearing my words, Seong-eun nodded in agreement, remarking that my considerations were quite thorough. She then asked what Liu Haoming had called about. He said nothing, and I did not inquire further. I recalled that it was Liu Haoming who had called, yet he had uttered not a single word. Does he often call to check on you? Seong-eun asked again. I nodded. As long as I was not with him, he would invariably call 3 times daily without fail. He truly is a natural actor, Seong-eun exclaimed. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she stared at me intently. But I just realized, while he checks on you, he may also be using the opportunity to monitor your whereabouts, planning his affair with Hao Sijia. Hao Sijia's words left me momentarily stunned. Indeed, Liu Haoming would often inquire about my location and activities. I had never doubted his intentions before, thinking he was merely making conversation. Seong-eun and I exchanged glances, and a chill ran down our spines as we contemplated the horrifying implications. Liu Haoming had been unfaithful for so many years without my awareness. How could he not have meticulously prepared? Previously, I had believed his unwavering daily calls were expressions of love. I thought I was fortunate to have such a gentle and considerate husband. But this was no fortune. It was a nightmare. In truth, my acquaintance with Liu Haoming began as a means to reject the marriage proposal from my childhood friend, Gu Nan. During my 3rd year of graduate studies, my parents deemed that I was well matched with Gu Nan men and, appreciating him, insisted that I enter into a relationship with him. However, I found it impossible to shift my feelings for Gu Nan to that of a romantic nature, and I was unwilling to allow my life to be dictated in such a manner. Consequently, I sought to find a faux boyfriend to placate my parents. Liu Haoming was the individual recommended to me by Hao Sijia as a stand-in partner. Upon meeting Liu Haoming, I felt he was a commendable choice, and thus Hao Sijia volunteered to approach him on my behalf to discuss the arrangement. It remains unclear what exactly transpired between Hao Sijia and Liu Haoming, but ultimately, he consented to the charade of being my boyfriend, which left me thoroughly impressed with Hao Sijia's efforts. Later, when I introduced Liu Haoming to my parents, I went to great lengths to present him in the best light possible, fully expecting their approval. However, the outcome was starkly different from our expectations. My parents not only expressed their dissatisfaction with Liu Haoming but also subjected him to considerable embarrassment. This made me feel deeply guilty, fostering a sense of responsibility towards him, which led to our growing familiarity. Our relationship truly solidified due to an incident that occurred on the night of my birthday, an inebriated lapse of judgment on my part. I recalled the captivating man I had encountered at the hospital that day. Perhaps the man from that night was not Liu Haoming, but someone else entirely. In the days that followed, I remained at Suanen's residence, while Liu Haoming consistently checked in with me through calls. Initially, I found these calls distasteful, but over time, I transitioned into a state where I could share sweet nothings with him, with remarkable composure. Suanen would silently commend me with a thumbs up each time she witnessed my interactions with Liu Haoming. As my acting skills flourished, my so-called business trip was drawing to a close. After a prolonged period of concealment, I found myself yearning for Nyo. Upon entering the community, I gazed up at my family's residence and was suddenly struck by a thought. The apartment Liu Haoming and I currently occupied was secretly purchased by my mother, and Liu Haoming had previously been aware of my mother's generosity. He had even expressed his ire towards me for accepting her money, adamantly promising to repay my parents once he became financially stable. Yet, over the years, he had never once broached the subject of repayment, nor had he taken action regarding the 5 million he had pledged to return to my parents. In retrospect, I realized how naively foolish I had been. Shaking my head, I entered the safety gate with mixed emotions. While waiting for the elevator, I unexpectedly encountered Gu Nan, whom I had not seen in quite some time. I felt a twinge of awkwardness as I regarded him. Years ago, I had resolutely rejected him in favor of Liu Haoming, and since then, we had scarcely communicated. What was he doing here? My mind raced through various possibilities, but the words he uttered were those I dreaded most. I live here. I was taken aback to learn that Gu Nan resided in the same community as I did, in the same building, no less, 1 floor above me. When did you move in? Did you buy a house here? Gu Nan nodded, explaining that he had purchased it not long ago and had just completed renovations, saying he had come to take a look. As I spoke, the elevator came to a halt on the 8th floor. I stepped out and politely addressed Gu Nan, saying, I live on the 8th floor. Would you like to come over for a visit? To my surprise, he genuinely followed me out, and I regretted my words, biting my tongue in frustration, yet I had to maintain a facade of calm as I opened the door. While unlocking it, I pondered what excuse I could conjure to urge him to leave, for I truly did not wish to linger in his company nor reveal the state of my current life. Upon opening the door, the first sight that met my eyes was the living room strewn with toys, which provided me with an immediate justification. My home was in disarray. However, Gunan seemed unconcerned, remarking that it was typical for homes with children. Suppressing my impatience, I invited him to sit down while I began to tidy the toys scattered across the floor. "Please have a seat. Let me clean up a bit." Just then, an unusual sound emanated from the bedroom. The noise was unmistakable to any adult. My expression changed dramatically as I stood frozen, staring at the bedroom door. This was my home. They were on my bed. Gunan clearly heard the commotion too, his gaze towards me now filled with sympathy and pity. I had never imagined that Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia would be so shameless as to engage in such behavior in my own house. And how unfortunate that this disgraceful affair was witnessed by me alongside an outsider. In a daze, I found myself downstairs, not entirely sure how I had arrived there. I was determined to keep the sordid deeds of Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia from Gunan. I could not bear for the man who almost became my husband to see how wretched my life had become. Wan, Gunan called out to me with concern. I suddenly looked up and managed a smile. "Gunan, do you think there's a misunderstanding? It's just that Haoming enjoys watching those kinds of films. He must have forgotten to turn it off. It's rather embarrassing for outsiders to stumble upon such a situation, which is why I pulled you out." I was unaware of the expression on my face or how feeble my excuse sounded. All I wanted was to conceal my humiliation and hide myself. "Oh, I see." Gunan replied with a sympathetic smile. "So your husband enjoys watching films privately. That is indeed awkward." I knew he did not believe my words, but he chose not to confront me, allowing me to indulge in self-deception. After bidding farewell to Gunan, I wandered aimlessly for quite some time before numbly heading to Su Ainan's home. Upon seeing her, my emotions shattered, and I clung to her, screaming in anguish. Yet not a single tear fell. The following day, as we spoke, her rosy little lips continuously pressed against my face. Holding her soft little body, I felt a warmth in my heart. "Mama misses you too, my darling," I thought, lifting my gaze to glance at Lu Haoming, who stood behind Nyo. Dressed stylishly in casual attire, he exuded charm as he stood there, holding a bouquet of flowers. Seeing me look at him, he approached with a beaming smile, eagerly handing me the flowers before pulling me into an embrace. "Wife, I've missed you so much." His sweet nothings made me feel nauseous, and I suppressed my urge to retch, gently pushing him away. "The child is still here. Fear not, for it is but natural for a husband to embrace his wife." Upon the mention by Lu Haoming, Nyo recollected and promptly presented me with a drawing. "Mama, this is a gift I have prepared for you." My little Nyo has also grasped the art of gift-giving, and my heart swelled with joy. I kissed her gently and unveiled the drawing. It was a rather naive piece of art, depicting two adults holding the hand of a child, joyfully strolling on a grassy meadow, bordered by verdant grass and an orchard laden with fruit trees. "This is us, Mama and Papa. Here is the grass, the little flowers, and an abundance of fruit. I wish to live happily and blissfully with Mama and Papa forever." Gazing at the drawing and listening to Nyo's explanation, my eyes brimmed with tears, and I instinctively pulled her tightly into my embrace. I pondered that perhaps fate had not been unkind to me, despite my inability to bear children. The heavens had bestowed upon me a beautiful little angel. For a fleeting moment, I found myself devoid of the desire for vengeance against Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia. I contemplated having an open and honest discussion with Lu Haoming. If he were to repent and sever ties with Hao Sijia, I would feign ignorance and maintain the facade, solely to provide Nyo with a warm home, allowing her to grow up in a nurturing and loving environment, free from worries. Alas, this was merely a wishful thought. Observing my tearful embrace with Nyo, Lu Haoming cleared his throat, his expression slightly peculiar. "Dear, I need to discuss something with you." I wiped the corners of my eyes and inquired, "What is it?" "My father's health is not too well. I am concerned for my mother, who is caring for him alone. Our home has ample space, so I have arranged for them to move in with us. Living together will provide better support." This implication was clear. His parents and sister had indeed moved in, was it not? This was not a discussion, but rather a notification given after the fact. "They are your parents. It is only natural for children to care for their parents," I replied nonchalantly, though inwardly I scoffed. I had been yearning for an opportunity to exact my revenge, and here it was, delivered right to my doorstep. "Let us see how I will deal with you." I knew my wife was understanding. Lu Haoming remarked with a gentle smile, "My dear, besides this matter, there is another I must discuss with you." He paused.
It concerns House Sijia.
The mention of House Sijia sent alarm bells ringing in my mind. I sensed that Lu Haoming's mention of his parents moving in was merely an introduction. Indeed, he proceeded to speak of House Sijia. House Sijia's boyfriend has passed away. Chapter 12. They actually moved into my home. A hint of gravity crossed Lu Haoming's face, his performance quite convincing. Do you recall the day you were on a business trip? I called you countless times, hoping to inform you about House Sijia's boyfriend. However, you did not answer. I feared it might disrupt your work, so I refrained from mentioning it later. Lu Haoming feigned a thoughtful demeanor, letting out a sigh. Had I not known better, I would have been startled by his words, but now, understanding that House Sijia's boyfriend was he himself, I could only find it absurd. Yet, the facade must be maintained. I feigned surprise. What on earth has happened? Speaking of Scarlett, she is truly unfortunate. Unmarried and unexpectedly pregnant, she has never formalized her relationship.
Now,
following the tragic demise of her boyfriend in an accident, his parents have come to claim the home she resides in, asserting that it rightfully belongs to their son and has no connection to her. They have evicted her, fearing that her child might inherit part of the estate, and even pressured her to terminate the pregnancy. How can there be such shameless parents? Scarlett must have been blind to the truth. Yet that man was rather despicable as well. Was he not simply taking advantage of her? Both he and his parents are devoid of humanity, mere beasts. I intentionally shouted in outrage. The very individuals I was denouncing were none other than Lu Haoming and his parents. Anyone subjected to such public scorn would surely feel discomfort, wouldn't they? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Lu Haoming's face. After all, he had treated Scarlett well, or else she would not have found herself in this predicament. Why defend a scoundrel? I could not suppress a cold laugh. What could Scarlett possibly see in him? She could hardly afford her rent, yet she chooses to invest in such a worthless man. I continued to express my indignation, while Lu Haoming listened, his demeanor visibly strained. In contrast, his in-laws and sister, who had been hiding inside, could no longer contain themselves and emerged from the room. A wave of satisfaction washed over me. Mom, this is for Nyonya, Lu Haoming interjected. Are you buying solely for Nyonya? His mother-esque expression soured instantly. It was clear that my lack of gifts for them had displeased them. Mom, Ranan is working. Not on vacation. She has no time to select gifts. Lu Haoming attempted to mediate. They say raising children is for one's old age. Yet it is evident that they care only for their own offspring, devoid of parental love. Although Lu Haoming offered an explanation, his mother remained dissatisfied, murmuring to his father and sister. Indeed, giving Nyonya so many gifts shows how biased the sister-in-law is, Lu Meili chimed in. In the past, I would have smiled and quickly explained, offering to give them money to buy what they liked, but from now on, if they wish to exploit my finances, they can dream on. Noticing my complete disregard for them, Lu Haoming's mother and sister grew increasingly displeased. Lu Haoming's sister directly asked, Sister-in-law, when will you fulfill your promise to buy me the watch? Meili. Lu Haoming's expression soured as well. Oh dear, my memory fails me. I've been so busy lately that I simply haven't had the time. I sincerely apologize, little sister, I replied, feigning regret.
Sister-in-law,
when will you be done with your busy schedule? Lu Meili was clearly relentless. When I uttered the words, how about this? I could see the greedy glimmer in her eyes, a look of expectancy, yet upon hearing the complete sentence, her expression shifted dramatically. Why should my brother be the one to buy what you promised? Meili's question was perplexing. What difference does it make whether I buy it for you, or whether your brother does? I replied with a smile. It makes all the difference, Lu Meili countered. What you buy is your own intention, while what my brother buys is his own intention. I scoffed inwardly, pondering the absurdity of her sentiments. It seemed she felt no remorse in spending my money, yet was distressed over the expenditure of Lu Haoming's. There lies a distinct disparity, does it not? I reasoned that the funds belonging to both me and your brother were shared. Why then must you delineate so sharply between us? Is it possible that in your aunt's perception, my husband and I are mere strangers? With a heavy sigh, I wore an expression of grievance. Meili, how could you utter such words? Lu Haoming cast a sharp glance at Lu Meili. That is not my intention. Lu Meili pouted, her countenance tinged with dismay. Enough. Let us cease this discussion. With your plethora of watches, why do you still feel the need to acquire more? If you desire a watch, earn the money yourself. Lu Haoming's temper flared. What is happening here? A delicate voice interjected. I turned to see House Sijia, clad in loungewear, weakly propping herself against the doorframe, gazing at us from the guest room entrance. Through the ajar door, I glimpsed the decor within, and there, prominently displayed on the desk, was an unmistakable photograph of Xijia herself. This wretched woman had the audacity to dwell in my home. Chapter 13. The Unbearable. Time to strike back. Xijia. This as I struggled to suppress the fury that surged within, clenching my fists as I incredulously inquired. Before Xijia could respond, my mother-in-law boldly interjected, justifying her actions. Xijia has suffered greatly, enduring such a drastic upheaval that she has fallen ill and lost considerable weight. As your closest friend, how could I bear to see her in such a state, heavily pregnant and utterly alone? Thus, I brought her into our home for care. For a fleeting moment, I was overcome with a desire to seize my bag and hurl it at this family. These two deceitful individuals, who had betrayed my affections, now brazenly resided in my abode. Such audacity was intolerable. Lu Haoming watched me anxiously. Darling, are you upset? My mother's actions are beyond my control. This scoundrel had the gall to shift the blame onto his mother without uttering a word about asking Xijia to leave. But wait, given his mother's miserly nature, how could she be so benevolent? Had she already known that Xijia was carrying his child? My heavens! What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve this? I am not displeased. After all, Xijia is my good friend, and the bond of friendship is precious. I shall not oppose. I stifled the fiery anger that burned within me and forced a smile. I knew my wife was the kindest person in the world. Hearing this, the scoundrel beamed with delight, showering me with insincere flattery. I managed to temper my inner rage as I approached Xijia with a facade of concern.
Xijia.
You must be strong. Her eyes glistened with tears, and she lamented, why must my life be so arduous? Xijia, you are carrying a child. Do not let those scoundrels bring you sorrow. That bounder has refused to marry you, and he likely does not even love you. Frankly, if he were to perish, you should consider terminating the pregnancy and focus on living well. I cannot fathom why you would want to bring a burden into this world for such a wretch. My tirade against Lu Haoming escalated, and I denounced his entire family, urging Xijia to terminate the pregnancy, which incited Lu Haoming's parents to their breaking point. Lu Haoming's mother swiftly intervened. Xijia is already heartbroken. Please do not mention such matters again. The old wretch. She must be afraid that I would have Xijia terminate her grandchild. I chuckled coldly to myself, feigning innocence on my face. What is it, mother? I am merely acting in Xijia's best interest. You may not care about her, but she is my friend. How could I possibly harm her? If she bears a burden now, who will want her in the future? Xijia, do consider terminating the pregnancy. I am always available to accompany you to the hospital for the procedure, I declared with great loyalty. My mother-in-law and Lu Haoming exchanged wary glances, the former wanting to speak, but silenced by a mere look from Lu. Suddenly, Xijia burst into tears. If you cannot accept me and the child, I will leave now and spare you the distress. As she spoke, she acted as if she would walk away, but my mother-in-law immediately grasped her, reproaching me. Ranan, are you trying to drive Xijia to her demise? I never realized that Xijia could still be so affectionate and loyal. I was uncertain if they perceived the sarcasm in my words. That wretched Xijia continued her performance, suddenly turning to embrace me and weeping profusely. I feigned a comforting gesture, patting her back, but my heart remained untouched. Enough, do not think so much. Stay here for now. It seems even fate is on my side. As the mistress willingly moved into the household, how could I not take this opportunity to deal with her? I intended to reclaim everything that had been taken from me. Perhaps due to a flicker of conscience, Lu Haoming felt embarrassed by my sincere display toward Xijia. I nodded, my gaze shifting to the disarray in the living room. It seemed that Lu Haoming's parents and Xijia had surely moved in long ago. Noticing my eyes fixed on the mess, Lu Haoming spoke apologetically. Ranan, I will do my best to encourage my parents to maintain cleanliness. Seeing my understanding demeanor, Lu Haoming appeared touched. I had no desire to continue this charade, so I declared my fatigue and turned to retreat to the bedroom. Lu Haoming followed me inside, pouring me a glass of cola before heading to the bathroom to prepare a bath for me. Upon closing the bedroom door, my gaze immediately fell upon the large bed, and the memory of what I had heard yesterday surged in my stomach, causing it to churn. Very well, if a battle is to ensue, let it commence now. I suddenly collapsed onto the floor, intentionally exclaiming loudly. Chapter 14. Sowing Discord. As I shouted, I disdainfully splashed the cola all over the bed. Hearing my cries, Lu Haoming rushed out from the bathroom. Upon seeing me seated on the floor, he hurried to assist me, asking with concern, My dear, did you hurt yourself? Is it painful? Just my backside is a bit sore, but it's nothing. I took his hand to rise, then gazed regretfully at the bed, lamenting the state of our mattress. Lu Haoming followed my gaze, noticing the spilled cola. It's no matter. It can be cleaned. It's ruined now. All because of my carelessness. I feigned a look of guilt. Lu Haoming reassured me. My dear, a dirty mattress is a minor issue. Your well-being is what truly matters. You're so kind, my husband. I nestled delicately in his embrace, effortlessly voicing my desire to change the mattress. However, this would render our night devoid of slumber. Why not call the furniture company to deliver a new mattress? Change the mattress? My dear, this mattress was purchased on our wedding day. Lu Haoming was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for my request to replace it. Observing his expression, I discerned his reluctance. He was aware that my belongings were not inexpensive. The stain mattress, for instance, had cost several tens of thousands, imported from Germany. He now flaunted his wealth, indulging in affairs and illegitimate offspring outside, yet hesitated to spend on me. While resentment brewed within, I feigned a look of regret, tightening my arms around his, and playfully implored, I understand this mattress was a wedding gift. But, you know I have a penchant for cleanliness. Perhaps you could arrange for a precisely identical one to be delivered? Would that be agreeable? Lu Haoming was well aware of my severe obsession with cleanliness. Faced with my rare softness, he found himself at a loss, promptly retrieving his phone to contact the furniture company. After I emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed, dinner awaited, an array of exquisite dishes, both meat and vegetables, artfully prepared with evident care for a pregnant woman. As I surveyed the table, my mother-in-law and sister-in-law assisted Haosijia to a seat, where my mother-in-law personally served her rice and soup, while my sister-in-law occasionally offered her vegetables. The entire focus of the table was on Haosijia, with everyone urging her to eat more for the sake of the child. Hardly anyone paid attention to me and Nuno. We felt like superfluous guests at the table. I tightened my grip on the chopsticks, maintaining an outward semblance of calm. After a while, my mother-in-law suddenly remarked, Haosijia has not been eating well lately. And since I cannot cook and must care for your father, only Haoming can prepare meals. However, he is busy with work and cannot attend to Haosijia. Perhaps we should hire someone to assist us at home? I was taken aback by her brazen suggestion that Haosijia, spending my money, should be catered to. I scoffed inwardly and pointedly remarked to Lu Haoming, Mother is right. We ought to hire a nanny to specifically care for Haosijia. As I spoke, Lu Haoming's brow furrowed, and Haosijia quickly interjected, There is no need to hire anyone. I am not that delicate. It's not just for you. Feeding our entire family is a challenge, and someone must help, I retorted. Indeed, my mother-in-law was utterly lacking in discernment, fixated on hiring a nanny. Yes, I replied with a smile, let's entrust this matter to you, Mother. Thank you for your hard work. Just as the conversation grew lively, the doorbell rang. Lu Haoming stood to answer it, revealing a man in work attire at the threshold. The man greeted him. Good day, sir. I am here to deliver the mattress. The delivery had arrived. I rose to leave the dining room, only to hear my mother-in-law's voice behind me. Delivering a mattress? What mattress? At that moment, the delivery person had already brought the new mattress into the bedroom, and I requested that he also take the old mattress away. The mother-in-law and a group of others approached, witnessing the workers removing the old mattress. She hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, inquiring where it was being taken. Are you truly discarding such a fine mattress? With wide eyes, she exclaimed, This mattress cost several tens of thousands. How can it simply be tossed aside? Lu Haoming's mother epitomized the frugality of a rural woman, deeply pained at the thought of discarding what was once a significant investment. This was precisely the reaction I had anticipated. Hadn't Haosijia expressed her eagerness to move in and enjoy a life of comfort? I intended to ensure that from day one, her home would be anything but serene. The mattress was stained and rendered unusable, I murmured, my head bowed in feigned distress. As expected, upon hearing my words, my mother-in-law raised her voice, chastising me. It's merely dirty. It can be cleaned. There's no need to waste it. Is this how one should live? Even the wealthiest families cannot afford such extravagance. Noticing my mother-in-law's rising temper, while Lu Haoming remained indifferent, I took refuge behind him. Feigning innocence. Haoming, your mother is so fierce. Lu Haoming, unable to ignore the situation any longer, frowned at his mother. Isn't it just a mattress? Why the fuss? This is not merely about a mattress. It represents a significant sum. His mother persisted. I even calculate the cost of green onions when I shop. Yet you dismiss a mattress worth tens of thousands with such nonchalance? Indeed, Sister-in-law is being excessively wasteful. My sister-in-law chimed in.
See?
I am not alone in my sentiments about wastefulness. Just because it has a stain, must it be discarded?
Right, Sijia?
My mother-in-law attempted to rally Sijia to her side, but Sijia stood awkwardly, unsure whether to agree or disagree. Seeing her reluctance to support her, my mother-in-law's mood darkened, and she turned her attention back to me. I'm not criticizing you, Ranran, but you truly lack practical sense. You buy so many clothes and cosmetics, and there's a mountain of toys for Nyonyo. If it weren't for Haoming's earnings, who knows how chaotic this household would be? How could she be so brazen? Didn't she realize that Lu Haoming's success was largely due to my contributions? Since our marriage, every household expense has been covered by my own earnings. Although he now makes a significant income, he hasn't given me a single cent. My anger boiled within. Yet I maintained a facade of grievance, clutching my waist tightly through my loungewear, fixing my gaze on Lu Haoming, tears welling in my eyes. Haoming, how can you allow this? Upon seeing my tears, Lu Haoming's expression darkened. Mother, what are you saying? Ranran has her own job. She spends her own money. And is that so wrong? It's not merely a matter of spending money. It's a question of attitude towards life. The irony of a person who could barely read commenting on life as attitude nearly made me laugh. Ranran has always lived this way. How can you expect her to change overnight? Besides, who could sleep on such a filthy mattress? My mother-in-law, sensing Lu Haoming's defense of me, became even more incensed. As Nyonyo observed my distress, she became fiercely protective and shouted in her small, high-pitched voice, "Don't bully my mother." Witnessing such unwavering support from her moved me to the core, and I embraced Nyonyo tightly, tears streaming down my face, not from pain, but from the profound emotion she stirred within me. Why could other children sleep peacefully, while she could not? What set her apart from the rest? Seeing me carry Nyonyo, Lu Haoming recognized my genuine anger and ceased to mince words. How could it be him? He exclaimed, the moment those words left his lips. A brief silence enveloped the outside, only to be shattered by my mother-in-law's frantic cries. It's outrageous. My son is driving me away. I can't live like this. Her tantrums defied imagination, growing louder with each passing moment, as Sijia and my sister-in-law desperately tried to reason with her. Yet the more they pleaded, the more irate she became, lamenting Lu Haoming's lack of gratitude for all the sacrifices she had made for him and the family. Though Lu Haoming had always been dutiful, he was also sensitive to his pride, which his mother seemed oblivious to in her public denouncement of him. This provoked his ire. If you've given so much, just ask for what you need. I can provide for you. If you remain dissatisfied, then take my life instead. I sat in the bedroom with Nyonyo, clearly hearing the ruckus outside. I anticipated their unrest might last all night, but suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the chaos. My father-in-law, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. My mother-in-law, who feared him, fell silent at his thunderous command. The uproar ceased abruptly, and I felt a twinge of regret as I lowered my gaze. At that moment, a gentle knock on the bedroom door drew my attention. My father-in-law's voice came through. Ranran, today your mother-in-law was in the wrong. I apologize on her behalf. Please do not harbor any anger. Listening to his apology, I feigned magnanimity, responding, Father, I am not angry. You and Mother are Haoming's parents, and also mine. It is perfectly normal for parents and children to have disagreements. I want to take it to heart. I knew you were a good child. Haoming is fortunate to have married such a wonderful daughter-in-law like you. It is a blessing for our family, he replied. Father, marrying Haoming is also my fortune. Sweet words are easy to utter. He acknowledged my words with a satisfied grunt and departed. Shortly after, Lu Haoming entered. His demeanor filled with regret as he attempted to embrace me, but upon seeing Nyonyo asleep in my arms, he refrained. That night, to prevent Lu Haoming from harboring other thoughts, I let Nyonyo sleep in our bedroom. Lu Haoming assumed I was still wounded by my mother-in-law's words, and his gaze remained laden with remorse. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after I had freshened up, I stepped out of the bedroom with Nyonyo and immediately spotted my mother-in-law. She wore a facade of false cheerfulness as she greeted me. Ranran. I made porridge and bought some buns. Come have breakfast. Thank you, Mother. I replied nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired, and walked with Nyonyo to the dining room. My father-in-law was already eating, and Sijia was serving porridge. Upon seeing me, she smiled and greeted, Good morning. Good morning. I responded in kind. I obliged, pulling out a chair for Nyonyo to sit. Sijia promptly prepared a bowl of porridge and placed it before her, but But Nyo, ungrateful, pushed the bowl aside. Mom, I want milk. Isn't porridge quite good? Why drink milk? My mother-in-law, somewhat sympathetic towards Hao Sijia, was silenced by a glance from my father-in-law. There are numerous benefits for children drinking milk. I poured a glass of milk for Nyo and for myself as well. Knowing they were unaccustomed to it, I added, by the way, Mom and Dad should also drink more milk. It's very good for health. I can't stand that stuff. It tastes too fishy, my mother-in-law retorted dismissively, sitting down to eat her porridge. I took a sip of milk and glanced at Hao Sijia, noticing her gaze constantly drifting towards the entrance of the dining hall. A cold smile forming in my heart. Sijia, why don't you eat? Her concern, without a doubt, was for Lu Haoming, not Lu Meili. My father-in-law, who had been engrossed in his porridge, raised his head. Meili doesn't wake up until 10. Why wait for her? Indeed, and Haoming mentioned he was too tired. So I suggested he sleep a bit longer. You needn't wait, I replied subtly. As my words settled, I caught a fleeting glimmer of animosity in Hao Sijia's eyes. Quickly extinguished. Just as I had anticipated, her feelings for Lu Haoming were indeed profound. She must have thought something had transpired between us last night. I chuckled inwardly, relishing her jealousy. With no one to wait for, Hao Sijia sat down to breakfast. Just after taking a few bites, Lu Haoming entered. Upon his arrival, Hao Sijia immediately stood to serve him porridge, while I observed with indifference. Noticing Nyo and me drinking milk, Lu Haoming opted not to eat the porridge served by Hao Sijia and instead poured himself a glass of milk, taking a seat beside me. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Hao Sijia's face, and my father-in-law cleared his throat, pushed his bowl away, and sauntered out of the dining room. With my father-in-law gone, my mother-in-law regained her audacity. Haoming, why aren't you eating porridge? This porridge is made by Sijia. It's delicious. Just moments ago, she had insisted it was my porridge, and now it was suddenly Sijia's. I detected a flicker of impatience on Lu Haoming's face. Is it wrong for me to prefer milk? His single retort left my mother-in-law speechless. She turned her attention to me. Today, I will go to the labor market to find a nanny. What kind do you think would be suitable? Also, how much do you plan to pay her monthly? It seemed all my previous words had fallen on deaf ears. Her thoughts were solely on finding a nanny. Fine, let us find one. But it's your responsibility to hire her, not mine. If it's about money, ask your son, I remarked, glancing at my watch and then at Nyo. Nyo, you're going to be late. Hurry up and finish so I can take you to school. Ignoring my mother-in-law's displeased expression, I bid farewell nonchalantly. Mom, husband, Sijia, I'm leaving. After dropping Nyo off at kindergarten, I headed to the office. Let us stick to business. I have no belief that Su Qing would miss me. She only seeks my help when in trouble. Today, a highly esteemed client is scheduled to visit our company, and I find myself in need of a designer who possesses both exceptional skills and striking looks to assist me in receiving him. Thus, I thought of you. Your flattery is truly delightful. It seems I have no choice but to acquiesce, does it not? Upon hearing this, Su Qing exchanged a knowing glance with me, assuming a pose that suggested reliance on my support, before exchanging a few pleasantries and departing from my office. After a brief respite, I returned to a considerable backlog of work, which I spent the entire morning clearing. Following lunch, I made my way to the pantry for a drink, only to be met with a cacophony of chatter upon reaching the door. I overheard that the visitor today was none other than Mr. Yi Fei Mo from Yi International. Indeed, I had heard whispers that he is an extraordinarily handsome man. Not only is Yi Fei Mo striking in appearance, but his abilities are equally impressive. It is said that he has a particular fondness for jewelry and even holds shares in the Cartier brand. Clearing my throat, I entered the pantry, only to be immediately surrounded by a group of women who had been discussing him. Do you know why you weren't chosen to greet him? Little Lu chimed in with a grin.
Why?
I inquired. It's because you've never encountered a handsome man before. Seeing Yi Fei Mo, you might be unable to contain yourself and swoop in on him, while Anran is different. Her husband is also a handsome man, so she's immune to such charms. In the past, such remarks about Lu Haoming would have filled me with a sense of pride, but now I could only manage a wry smile, unable to comment on their gossip. Eager to escape this gathering of women, I hastily grabbed a cup of coffee and prepared to leave. Just as I stepped out of the pantry, the elevator chimed, and its doors opened. I looked up to find an exceptionally handsome face before me, a man of striking presence, exuding both charm and an air of aloofness. What could he possibly be doing here? The man stepped out of the elevator with long strides, followed by a group of individuals. Among them, I spotted Su Qing. Could this be the high-profile client she had mentioned? As my thoughts raced, The women in the pantry also took notice of this man, their gazes fixated upon him. Perhaps the intensity of their stares prompted him to slightly turn his head. Glancing in our direction, our eyes met, and I caught a fleeting expression of surprise in his gaze. It was evident that he recognized me. According to customary etiquette, I should have nodded and greeted him, yet I found myself awkwardly bowing my head. Sitting in my chair, I was taken aback. The client I was to receive was none other than him. Just as I was lost in thought, Su Qing's call came through, urging me to meet Yi Fei Mo in the reception room. Hesitating for a moment, filled with confusion, I made my way towards the meeting room. Upon opening the door, I was met with a row of expectant eyes, and Su Qing promptly introduced me, stating, "This is our company's chief designer, Anran, and this is Mr. Yi Fei Mo, the president of Yi International." "Hello, Mr. Yi. I look forward to your guidance." I made an effort to extend my hand gracefully. "Hello, Miss Mu." Yi Fei Mo reciprocated my handshake, his hand warm and encompassing. Subsequently, Su Qing introduced me to several of Yi Feima's associates, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the formal tour commenced. As the chief designer of the company, I had entertained countless clients, yet none had made me feel as anxious as today. Yi Feima is a man of great seriousness. When he attentively listens to someone, he maintains a polite gaze fixed upon their eyes. When his eyes met mine, I found myself stuttering, a stark contrast to my usual eloquence. I stumbled over my words several times. Fortunately, Su Qing intervened to smooth over my blunders and avert greater embarrassment. Upon the conclusion of the tour, I descended the stairs with Su Qing to see Feima and his entourage off. However, just as the car was about to depart, Yi Feima's assistant unexpectedly stepped out and approached me, handing me a business card. "Miss Mu, this is our president's card. Mr. Yi expressed his eagerness to collaborate with you." After delivering the message, the assistant flashed a smile at me before returning to the vehicle. Eager to collaborate? What could Yi Feima possibly mean by that? I gazed in astonishment at the receding car, then glanced at the card in my hand. Ran, let me see the card," Su Qing exclaimed, snatching it from my grasp. After scrutinizing it closely, she marveled. "It truly is Yi Feima's card. He actually took the initiative to give it to you. It's merely a business card. Why all the fuss?" I remarked, somewhat dismissively. "You do not comprehend the nature of Yi Feima. It is rumored that he is quite averse to engaging with women and has never proactively offered a card to one," Su Qing replied. "Is that so?" I must admit, I did not sense that earlier. I responded nonchalantly. After exchanging a few more words with Su Qing, I ascended to my work. Hao Sijia immediately rose and asked, Ran, what would you like to drink? "I can get it for you." "No need, thank you," I replied. Upon seeing Hao Sijia stand, my mother-in-law could not help but exclaim, "Sijia, you are with child. You need not concern yourself with Ran. Indeed, Sijia, I am the mistress of this household. There is no need for you, a guest, to be so courteous," I remarked with an underlying tone. As my words settled, a flicker of discontent crossed Hao Sijia's face. "What is it?" I inquired, taking a seat on the sofa opposite her. "I visited the labor market today and found a nanny. She is from out of town, 45 years old, and excels at household duties and cooking." My mother-in-law's expression brightened once more. Yet today, I simply regarded her with mild interest, waiting for her to continue. Noting my silence, my mother-in-law's smile began to wane. "Regardless, Sijia will need help after giving birth, so I chose someone with strong overall capabilities. This nanny has experience caring for many pregnant women and new mothers. I believe her skills are well suited for our household. I have negotiated her salary at $12,000 per month. I understood that the salary of a top-tier maternity nurse is indeed substantial, but a nanny's pay does not equate to that of a maternity nurse. It was evident that my mother-in-law aimed to profit from this arrangement. However, this time, she might be mistaken in her assumptions. Such a versatile individual is indeed rare. "Since you have taken a liking to her, let her commence work," I replied impassively. My mother-in-law's face instantly lit up with joy. "Then I shall inform her to start tomorrow. You may decide this matter without needing my input." Seeing me so amiable, my mother-in-law excitedly rose and went to the kitchen, asking sweetly, Ran, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" Lu Haoming typically showed little interest in such matters, reflecting a shared indifference with me as he left it to his mother's discretion. Perhaps in a particularly cheerful mood, my sister-in-law surprisingly joined my mother-in-law in the kitchen to lend a hand. Observing their whispered conversation, I feigned a need to retrieve something from the kitchen, inadvertently overhearing their hushed exchange. "Mom, since she is so agreeable, why not ask for $15,000? I had no idea she would be so accommodating. Had I known, I would certainly have requested more. I could not help but chuckle coldly to myself. In the past, I had borne all household expenses, including living allowances for his parents and sister, while Lu Haoming enjoyed his carefree role, blissfully unaware of the financial burden. I believed that loving Lu Haoming necessitated kindness towards his family, accepting all their demands without hesitation, which had led me to spend a considerable sum over the years. At this point, Lu Haoming likely remained oblivious to the true nature of his family, or perhaps he was merely feigning ignorance. From this moment forward, I resolved that I would no longer contribute a single cent towards the household expenses. I eagerly anticipated the reaction of Lu Haoming's family upon learning of my impending decisions. Chapter 17. Let her lift the stone and smash her own foot. The following morning, the nanny my mother-in-law had found began her duties. Her name was Wu Ling, a petite woman with a round face, fair skin, and small eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Typically, I did not pay much attention to people. However, after experiencing the betrayal from Lu Haoming's family and House Sijia, I had become vigilant towards everyone. Wu Ling arrived early and immediately commenced preparing breakfast. True to my mother-in-law's words, she indeed possessed culinary skills, taking into account the preferences of everyone at the table with her breakfast spread. Upon seeing the lavish breakfast spread, Lu Haoming lavished praise upon Wu Ling and then remarked, "I remember that Anran used to enjoy eating jjajangmyeon. Please prepare a serving for her every now and then." At this moment, I noticed a flicker of jealousy in House Sijia's eyes while I could only muster a smile, though the bitterness of that smile was profound. What nonsense! I had no fondness for jjajangmyeon. My previous enjoyment stemmed solely from the fact that Lu Haoming, being financially constrained, could only afford that dish. I had thought to be considerate and save him money, never anticipating that Lu Haoming would so naively define my preferences for me. After Lu Haoming's comment, Wu Ling immediately turned to me and asked, "If you wish to have it, I can prepare it for you right away." Her respectful demeanor towards me was evident, and as she spoke, she would occasionally glance at my mother-in-law, seemingly cautious. "No need to trouble yourself," I replied, shaking my head. "By the way, you need not use honorifics when addressing me. You are older than I am, so you may call me Xiaomu or Ranran. Is that acceptable?" Wu Ling responded, appearing incredulous. I became increasingly convinced that my mother-in-law had spoken ill of me in her presence. What is there that is not acceptable? Isn't a name merely something to be called? I took a sip of the mixed vegetable porridge, which was quite delightful. With a smile, I looked at Wu Ling, appreciating the flavor. "As long as you enjoy it," she replied. Wu Ling glanced at the breakfast spread on the table, her expression revealing a sigh of relief. Her cautious demeanor prompted me to survey the breakfast items. And suddenly, clarity dawned upon me. None of the dishes on the table were to my liking. The porridge was evidently prepared for House Sijia, while the omelette and sweet potato pancakes were favored by my in-laws and Lu Haoming. As for the ham sandwich, it was preferred by my sister-in-law and Nyonyo. Gazing at the lavish spread, I could only offer a wry smile. After breakfast, Lu Haoming and I entered the room to gather some items. Lu Haoming seemed to hold a strong affection for Wu Ling Ranran. "Are you satisfied with the nanny that Mom found?" he inquired. "I think she's quite nice. Her effort in preparing breakfast speaks volumes. We will be fortunate from now on." "Indeed, we will be fortunate. Mom is getting older, and running to the market daily must be tiring. Perhaps we should delegate the grocery shopping to Sister Wu. She will know how to choose the right ingredients for cooking. What do you think?" I smiled at Lu Haoming, seeking to mask my intention to overshadow my mother-in-law. Lu Haoming, oblivious to my ulterior motive, readily agreed. "I think the same, dear. Let's give her the grocery money later." "All right, but dear, I don't have any money on me," I replied, feeling somewhat awkward as I looked at Lu Haoming. Finances had been tight lately. I hadn't yet purchased the watch my sister-in-law desired, and my mother-in-law had recently taken a liking to a necklace that I intended to buy for her. "I have some here." Lu Haoming opened his wallet and handed me all the cash inside. Without hesitation, I accepted it and was about to count it when he unexpectedly offered me a card as well. "Darling, don't spend your money recklessly. Save it for yourself and ask me when you need it." His words were quite noble, and I gratefully accepted the card he offered, exclaiming, "You are wonderful. I know you have endured some grievances by marrying me. My mother and sister can be rather greedy. They have made things difficult for you over the years," Lu Haoming said, drawing me into an affectionate embrace. I suppressed my discomfort and did not push him away. Just as we were sharing this heartfelt moment, the door suddenly swung open and House Sijia appeared at the threshold. Seeing Lu Haoming and me in an embrace, her expression was quite telling. I blushed and extricated myself from Lu Haoming's arms. "Sijia, what is it?" I came to ask about your impression of the nanny, she replied. We will be right out. I grabbed my bag and walked out with Lu Haoming, approaching Wu Ling with a smile. I counted the money Lu Haoming had just given me and handed it to her, saying, Here is 3,000 yuan. Take this for grocery shopping. Wu Ling seemed taken aback by my directness in giving her the money. I will accompany you for grocery shopping, my mother-in-law began to say, but I interrupted her, Mom. Haven't you always complained about your back and legs hurting? It's exhausting. In the past, without Sister Wu, you had to bear the burden, but now that we have her, you can rest well. The so-called back and leg pain was merely a facade orchestrated by my mother-in-law, aimed at imposing more conditions upon me. Little did she anticipate that I would turn it against her. With a beseeching glance, she sought assistance from Lu Haoming, who echoed my sentiments, saying, Yes, Mom. You should rest well. From now on, the household affairs will be entrusted to Sister Wu. Witnessing the pallor of my mother-in-law's face brought me immense satisfaction. Yet this was merely the beginning. The true spectacle lay ahead. As Lu Haoming's words settled, I addressed Wu Ling, stating, My mother has informed me that you are an exceptionally versatile individual. Initially, Haoming and I were skeptical, but today's breakfast has left us thoroughly impressed. As you are aware, we also have a pregnant woman in need of special care, and we hope you can assist in looking after her. Thus, I am entrusting this household to you. By the way, Haoming and I have discussed your salary. It will be disbursed at the end of each month. If you perform well, I will provide you with a bonus on top of the base salary of 12,000. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of everyone in the living room, except for me and Nyo, shifted dramatically. 12,000? What do you mean by 12,000? Lu Haoming inquired, astonished. It's Wu Jia's salary, I replied with a smile. Didn't T-Mom tell you yesterday? She agreed upon a salary of 12,000 a month with Wu Jia. After saying this, the expression on my mother-in-law's face was quite a sight to behold. Lu Haoming was evidently taken aback by the prospect of a 12,000 monthly salary for a nanny and hesitantly remarked, Mom, didn't T mention the salary to me yesterday? That must have slipped her mind, I retorted, but she clearly communicated to me that Wu Jia's salary is 12,000. Isn't that right, Mom? I intentionally directed my remarks at my mother-in-law, well aware of her intention to profit from the arrangement. Thus, I publicly revealed the salary details, compelling her to acknowledge it verbally. Should she affirm the 12,000 salary, she would gain nothing, yet if she denied it, it would signify her admission of trying to swindle her son and daughter-in-law. I was eager to see how she would react. True to my expectations, my mother-in-law's complexion turned a ghastly shade as she wrestled with her conscience before finally uttering the words, It is 12,000. As her words hung in the air, Wu Ling appeared both shocked and incredulous. She seemed poised to speak, but I swiftly interjected, sealing her lips. Mom says Wu Jia is incredibly capable. You are aware that the salary for confinement nurses can reach as high as 15,000 nowadays. Wu Jia is not merely a nanny. She is also a confinement nurse for Sijia. Considering the care required for the baby in Sijia's womb, I believe it is worth it. Don't you agree, dear husband? At this juncture, Lu Haoming had little recourse but to smile ruefully and nod, while my mother-in-law's countenance was one of ashen disbelief. Clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. Of course, had she known that this calculated expenditure would not come from me, but from her son Lu Haoming, she would likely have been elated to the point of bursting a blood vessel. Chapter 18, Sister-in-law, you truly know nothing. With a sense of contentment, I departed with Nyo, and Wu Ling courteously accompanied me to the door. In the elevator, she looked at me with a smile, saying, Let me know what you'd like for dinner tonight, and I will prepare it for you. I gazed at her meaningfully and smiled, expressing my fondness for spicy flavors, particularly those found in Sichuan and Hunan cuisine. That evening, I proposed to prepare a dish of sauerkraut fish and spicy chicken for you. I nodded in agreement and led Nyo into the elevator. Wu Ling, indeed, had a keen sense of timing. The events of this morning undoubtedly positioned her as the ultimate victor. She was acutely aware that Lu Haoming's mother would certainly be enraged by this, and it was evident she would face difficulties from her going forward. Whether she could continue in this household and secure those funds rested solely upon me. Since my sister-in-law adored sauerkraut fish and spicy chicken, I had specifically requested Wu Jia to prepare these dishes for her. I interjected before Wu Jia could speak. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Jia, reliant on my salary, naturally would not expose my intentions. However, my mother-in-law did not relent upon hearing my words. Her expression remained cold as she admonished that it was not advisable for Sijia, who was pregnant, to consume spicy food, and such dishes should not be prepared in the future. After listening, I turned to Lu Meili and sighed. Mother truly treats Sijia well. Even better than she does my sister-in-law. I deliberately shifted the tension towards Lu Meili, and indeed, a flicker of annoyance crossed her face. Lu Meili had always considered herself the cherished one in this family, and now, feeling slighted, she struggled to endure the indignation. She could forego these 2 dishes due to her aversion to chili. However, why should the nanny be prohibited from preparing them? Was the entire spread meant solely for her enjoyment? A hint of embarrassment crossed Hao Sijia's face, for Meili was right. It was unjust to prioritize my preferences when the household was so large. My mother-in-law, taken aback by her daughter's rebuttal, shot an angry glare at Lu Meili.
Is that so?
I shall partake as well, I declared, accompanying my words with a piece of sauerkraut fish, promptly placing a portion into Lu Haoming's bowl. The dish was indeed delightful. Haoming, you should try it too. After tasting, he offered praises, and even my usually reticent father-in-law voiced his approval. My mother-in-law's countenance darkened to an extreme. Naturally, I aimed to render her unable to eat. Mother, would you care to try? My mother-in-law disdainfully shook her head, while I wore a smile, delivering words that pierced her heart. I remember our family had sought several nannies, yet none could cook as well as Wu Jia. It seems that a higher salary truly yields superior flavors. We owe it to you for finding her. Lu Haoming, oblivious to my underlying insinuation, echoed his gratitude. Yes, mother. You've worked hard. My mother-in-law, at a loss for words, endured a dinner filled with discomfort, while I relished my meal, even consuming an additional half-bowl of rice. After dinner, I took Nyo for a stroll downstairs and unexpectedly encountered Gu Nan during our walk. Upon seeing him, my instinct was to evade. Yet I was unable to do so. Gu Nan approached confidently, initiating conversation. Ran, are you out for a walk too? Yes, I replied, forcing a smile. Gu Nan was no fool. He was undoubtedly aware of the events that transpired at my home that day, and I felt utterly embarrassed in his presence. Hello, uncle. Nyo greeted Gu Nan sweetly. Good girl, Gu Nan replied, gently ruffling Nyo's hair. What is your name? I am Nyo, she answered. Nyo is truly a good girl. Gu Nan praised, then shifted his gaze toward me, who felt somewhat awkward. Nyo is truly beautiful. She resembles her father remarkably, he remarked. Unbeknownst to Gu Nan, Nyo was adopted, and his words stirred an uncomfortable feeling within me. Nevertheless, I forced a smile and replied, Isn't it said that daughters who resemble their fathers bring good fortune? Gu Nan chuckled, acknowledging the saying. He seemed eager to continue the conversation. Yet I had no desire to engage with him. Just then, a call from Su Enin arrived. I took my phone and, with an apologetic smile directed at Gu Nan, stepped aside to answer. On the line, Su Enin informed me that Lu Haoming had commissioned a bespoke bracelet for Hao Sijia at Cartier. The day he deceived me into going on a business trip was the same day he accompanied Hao Sijia to collect it. I was somewhat taken aback by Lu Haoming's extravagant gesture, yet I felt little anger. After chatting with Su Enin for a while, I noticed Gu Nan had departed before I ended the call. However, as soon as I opened the door, I was met with the sound of an argument between my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. At your age, you should know what to say and what not to say. Hao Sijia quickly intervened, saying, Aunt, Meili is still young and naive. Please don't criticize her. Are you pretending to be kind? Lu Meili shot a glare at Hao Sijia. At that moment, Lu Haoming emerged from the study, inquiring, What is going on? Where's the courtesy? Who lacks courtesy? Lu Meili retorted. You know nothing and yet side with outsiders against me. Lu Meili stood her ground. That wretched girl. Look at her mouth. I wish I could tear it apart. My mother-in-law threatened, ready to confront my sister-in-law. Hao Sijia quickly stepped in to prevent her advance. Lu Haoming frowned at Lu Meili's words. What are you saying? Am I mistaken? Is she not family? An intruder. Lu Meili pointed accusingly at Hao Sijia. Meili! Lu Haoming bellowed, noticing Nyo and me standing at the door. You are far too grown to speak so thoughtlessly. You all criticize me. Am I not your daughter? Am I not your sister? Lu Meili cried, tears streaming down her face.
Fine.
If you cannot accept me, I shall leave. Meili, let us discuss this calmly. Don't get upset. I hurried to block Lu Meili. Let her go. I wish to see how far she can go. No capability, yet such a temper. Lu Haoming seemed to share a distaste for Lu Meili as well. Meili, stop crying. Your sister-in-law apologizes on behalf of your brother. Sister-in-law, you don't understand. Lu Meili sobbed. I feel so wronged. Sister-in-law knows you feel wronged. But your brother did not mean to offend you. Look at Sijia. She has lost her boyfriend and is now left alone and pregnant. He was concerned that his words might upset her. Alone and helpless. Humph. Sister-in-law, You have been deceived by her facade. Sijia is so pitiful and kind. She would never deceive me. I understood that any praise for Hao Sijia would only inflame Lu Meili's anger, so I feigned ignorance. She is kind? She is pitiful? You truly know nothing. Hao Sijia is just. Chapter 19. The bracelet in my hand suddenly lost its allure. Lu Meili, realizing her indiscretion, promptly ceased the topic, asserting that she had merely offered a warning, leaving the matter to my discretion. I feigned ignorance and offered her a few more words of comfort before taking my leave. As I opened the door, my gaze immediately fell upon Hao Sijia and my mother-in-law, who stood anxiously at the threshold, as if fearing that Lu Meili's loose tongue might have divulged something I ought not to know. A look of guilt adorned Hao Sijia's face as she cautiously probed, Ranran. Is Meili still upset? This woman truly excelled at theatrics. Suppressing my disdain, I replied, it's nothing. Meili is merely sulking. She'll be fine shortly. Hao Sijia continued her performance, lamenting, it is all my fault. I have caused you trouble. If it weren't for my pregnancy. This is not your fault. You did not wish for it to be this way, I reassured her. Indeed, had the child's father still been present, both the child and I would not find ourselves so utterly bereft of support. Perhaps Hao Sijia had overplayed her hand, as she began to invoke the specter of death. Sijia, I interjected, have you not noticed how much you have changed since becoming pregnant? Frankly, this child ought to be aborted. Keeping it will only lead to future calamities. Realizing the sensitivity of the matter, I hastily shifted the subject. My mother-in-law was particularly averse to any mention of abortion. It seemed that merely uttering the word would cause her to believe the unborn child would vanish. Thus, she swiftly interrupted our conversation, saying, Ranran, you have had a long day. You should rest. Sijia, being pregnant, also needs to take a break. I will go check on Nuno. I feigned gratitude and strode toward Nuno's room. A fleeting glance at my sister-in-law revealed a new bracelet adorning her wrist, eliciting a silent scoff within me. Such a trinket had seemingly appeased Lu Meili. My gaze shifted to the bangle on Hao Sijia's wrist, and an idea began to form. I deliberately seated myself opposite my sister-in-law and remarked, your bracelet is truly exquisite. When did you acquire it? Sister-in-law, you think it looks lovely too, right? Sijia gifted it to me. Lu Meili replied with a hint of pride. It must have cost quite a sum. Wouldn't you agree, Sijia? I inquired, turning my attention to Hao Sijia. It's not too bad, she replied, though her smile was somewhat forced. Not too bad. It is decidedly not good. Ever since Lu Meili accompanied Lu Haoming to the city, she has transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix. She possesses no real taste and lacks the ability to appreciate. She desires items solely for the sake of ostentation, often fixating on brands and prices. To dismiss her, the price must be substantial, yet she possesses little money. Acquiring such a bracelet would constitute a significant financial strain. As we conversed, Lu Haoming and my mother-in-law approached. Lu Haoming, aware of Hao Sijia's financial circumstances, frowned as he addressed Lu Meili. How old are you, and yet you casually ask others for gifts? It wasn't me. Sijia insisted on giving it to me. Lu Meili retorted. Hao Sijia interjected, Meili's birthday is fast approaching, so this is an early birthday present. I nearly burst into laughter. Lu Meili's birthday was still several months away, and this woman truly had a knack for spinning tales. Sister-in-law, what do you plan to gift me for my birthday? Lu Meili swiftly redirected her focus onto me. Sister-in-law, are you planning to gift me that Patek Philippe watch I have my eye on? The audacity of some individuals knows no bounds. Ever since Lu Meili laid eyes on a classmate from a well-off family sporting an extravagant Patek Philippe watch worth several $100,000, she has incessantly expressed her desire for one. Upon noticing Lu Meili's yearning, Hao Sijia readily lent her support, treating Meili as if she were a younger sister, fulfilling every one of her requests without hesitation. Indeed, my sister-in-law has always treated me with the affection of a true sibling. Perhaps you, dear sister-in-law, could emulate Sijia and present me with a birthday gift in advance. As these two women harmoniously conspired, I began to realize their intentions were to ensnare me into acquiescing to their demands. However, they had miscalculated my response. With a cheerful demeanor, I countered that a birthday gift should be presented on the actual day to retain its significance. Anything received beforehand would lose its charm.
Indeed.
Who asks for a birthday present like that? Lu Haoming furrowed his brow in agreement. Noticing my refusal to relent, Lu Meili's expression soured, her lips pouting in discontent. I feigned ignorance of her displeasure and instead expressed surprise at Hao Sijia's wrist. Sijia, that bracelet you're wearing is exquisite. Is it a recent acquisition? It resembles something from Cartier, doesn't it? Initially sulking, Lu Meili's interest piqued at the mention of Cartier, her gaze fixed on Sija's wrist. Her face a mask of skepticism. Is that really a Cartier piece? She inquired, prompting my mother-in-law to interject. That bracelet must have been a gift from Sija's boyfriend, right? It seems he treats you quite well. I delicately articulated, demonstrating my understanding of the situation. How do you know it was given by her boyfriend? My mother-in-law and sister-in-law simultaneously directed their gaze toward Lu Haoming before quickly averting their eyes. Who else would bestow such an extravagant gift upon Sijia? I retorted. How extravagant? They inquired in unison. Over $1 million? My mother-in-law gasped in astonishment. Although Lu Haoming had recently acquired wealth, he had never been so generous with his parents. Given my mother-in-law's insatiable greed, if she were to discover her son was so lavish with Sijia, she would surely harbor resentment towards her. As I anticipated, my mother-in-law's demeanor towards Sijia shifted dramatically, as if she were ready to devour her. This was not merely my objective for the day. Throughout our years of marriage, Lu Haoming had never shown me such generosity. Since he was willing to be lavish with his mistress, I deemed it only fair that he should also contribute towards me. With a playful glint in my eye, I turned to Lu Haoming and said, Darling, compared to Sija's boyfriend, you are sorely lacking. After all these years, you have never gifted me anything. This proclamation elicited an awkward smile from Lu Haoming. Tell me what you like, and I shall procure it for you. Really? I feigned astonishment. I adore jade. Why not gift me a set of jade jewelry? Ideally something akin to my mother's collection. Lu Haoming's expression stiffened. After 5 years together, he was well aware of how costly my mother's jade set was. Finding something comparable to my mother's collection would be exceedingly difficult, and I knew Lu Haoming would not purchase it for me. I merely intended to voice it, relishing in the discomfort it caused those present. One certainly cannot acquire an identical item, however, there must be something similar available. I shall remain vigilant. Lu Haoming was coerced into reluctantly acquiescing. Upon witnessing Lu Haoming's agreement, the expression on Hao Sijia's face turned exceedingly unpleasant. Having known me for several years, she was undoubtedly aware of the value of my mother's jade jewelry. The countenances of my mother-in-law and sister-in-law were equally grim, as this household had always been one where they requested gifts. Yet there had never been a precedent for me to make such a request. Initially, they intended to outmaneuver me. However, the outcome was clearly unforeseen by these women. Since they were uncomfortable, I decided to exacerbate their discomfort. With a playful demeanor, I gazed at Lu Haoming, knowing he was the best. Tomorrow is Saturday. Shall we peruse them all? Very well, Lu Haoming readily agreed. My sister-in-law cast a disparaging glance at Hao Sijia before departing, leaving only the 2 women and me in the living room. It was apparent that Hao Sijia was the instigator of today's drama, and Lu Haoming's expression darkened. He excused himself due to work and retreated to his study. With the performance concluded, I had no desire to linger with Hao Sijia. So I feigned concern for Nyo and went to her room. Once everyone had vacated, only Hao Sijia remained in the living room. As I closed the door, I caught sight of her expression, which had transformed from its usual submissiveness to one of veiled hostility. In her fury, my mother-in-law did not emerge for dinner, choosing instead to remain in her room, nursing a headache. Wu Ling attempted to summon her, but was promptly dismissed. Observing this, Lu Haoming immediately went to his mother's room, where he lingered for an extended period without emerging. I pretended to be concerned and followed suit. My mother-in-law's room was at the far end of the hallway. As I turned the corner, I deliberately slowed my pace and listened intently, and indeed, I heard her sobbing. You ungrateful wretch. You purchased such extravagant gifts for that woman while being miserly towards the mother who raised you. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Mother. That item is not as costly as you believe, Lu Haoming explained. Not so costly? Do you take me for a fool? Even if I lack understanding, Anran has declared its worth to be over $1 million. How do you account for that? Mother, do you trust your son or others? If you trust your son, let us not discuss this further. I am well aware of my actions and would never err. His words piqued my interest. Was Lu Haoming insinuating something? I continued to eavesdrop with heightened curiosity. They say that once a man marries, he forgets his mother. Your gaze is now solely fixed upon women. My mother-in-law was clearly exploiting this opportunity to express her grievances. How could I possibly forget you? Have I not contributed enough over the years for your sake? For our sake? You are merely adept at concocting excuses for yourself. Individuals like you are frequently portrayed on television, willing to do anything to please a woman. My mother-in-law's words were piercingly accurate. Take the recent incident with Anran, for example. Does she not have her own means? I signaled to you several times. Yet you chose to feign ignorance and consented. It infuriates me. Mother, Anran is my wife. It is only natural for a husband to buy gifts for his spouse. And yet, I am still your mother, yet you have never bought anything for me. Upon hearing this, I deliberately intensified my footsteps, creating a noise that abruptly halted the conversation within the room. Chapter 20. Digging a pit for mother-in-law to jump into. As I pushed open the door, I beheld my mother-in-law lying on the bed with her head covered, while Lu Haoming stood beside her, attempting to persuade her. Upon my entrance, Lu Haoming wore a helpless smile. I approached the bed and gently said, "Mom, dinner is ready. Please get up to eat. I have a headache. Perhaps I'm coming down with a cold. Should we find some medicine for you?" I continued to inquire in a soothing tone. My mother-in-law dismissed the idea, stating that she just needed to lie down for a while. "That won't do. What if it gets worse? Let us get some medicine for you," I insisted. At that moment, my mother-in-law abruptly threw off the covers and shouted at me furiously, "What medicine? Don't you know that medicine can be harmful? I told you I just need to lie down. Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" I cast a glance of grievance at Lu Haoming, whose expression darkened as he pulled me away. With such a loud outburst, it was evident that everyone had heard her. As Lu Haoming led me out, Wu Ling displayed a worried expression, while my sister-in-law wore a somewhat gleeful look. "What's wrong? Is Mom still refusing to get up for dinner?" Lu Haoming remained silent, prompting me to respond, "Yes, she says she has a headache and wants to rest." I suggested getting her some medicine, and she got angry. "If she doesn't want to eat, then so be it. One meal won't kill her. If she wants to eat, we shall," declared my father-in-law, with his authoritative voice. Everyone settled down to begin their meal. This was my moment to shine. I carefully served a portion of each dish onto a plate, and upon seeing this, my sister-in-law could not contain herself. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Are you planning to take this to Mom?" Upon hearing my response, Lu Haoming cast an appreciative glance my way, acknowledging my thoughtfulness. Witnessing his admiration, Hao Sijia's expression soured, yet she found herself powerless, given my mother-in-law's temperament. Seeking to provoke her at this moment would yield no benefit. Hao Sijia clearly understood my mother-in-law's disposition and chose not to meddle at this time, avoiding any potential conflict. My gestures of concern were not merely for show. I had already devised a plan to deal with my mother-in-law. After dinner, my sister-in-law assisted my father-in-law for a walk, while Hao Sijia intentionally lingered in the kitchen with Wu Ling, claiming to help, yet merely engaging in conversation while casting occasional glances towards Lu Haoming. I scoffed internally. This woman undoubtedly had much to say to Lu Haoming, yet I would deny her the opportunity. Instead of taking Nyo for a stroll as I usually did, I carried the carefully arranged dishes to my mother-in-law's room. She lay there sulking under the covers, and I suppressed my disdain as I approached the bedside, gently coaxing, "Mom, I've brought you your meal, please get up and eat a little." With her back turned to me, she remained silent. Her anger was evidently directed at both me and Hao Sijia. She sought to feign illness as an excuse for me to appease her with money, as I had done previously. Observing her back, I smirked slightly. She still believed me to be the naive fool I once was. This time, I would ensure she learned the consequences of her despicable theatrics. My eyes brimmed with disdain for her, yet my voice remained gentle and soothing. This evening, Sister Wu prepared an abundance of dishes: spicy shrimp, boiled meat slices, and braised pork with preserved vegetables, all of exquisite flavor. Everyone declared them delectable, and I served you a bit of each. Do give them a taste. My mother-in-law has never been fond of spicy food, and my words were merely intended to provoke her. Indeed, upon hearing this, she grew even angrier, and through the quilt, I could see her trembling with rage. But this was not sufficient. I continued to stoke the flames, saying, "Mom, eating will replenish your energy. Tomorrow is Saturday, and our family will go shopping together. Haoming said he would help me buy jewelry, so if you fancy anything, do let Haoming know,
and he will purchase it for you."
After saying this, I deliberately reached to lift her quilt. "Mom, did you hear that? Tomorrow he really intends to buy me jewelry." I could only imagine the fury igniting within her. To display her anger, she impatiently raised a hand to block me as I lifted the quilt. I feigned a gasp and, in doing so, let the plate slip from my grasp and crash to the ground. The plate shattered with a crisp sound, and, combined with my exaggerated exclamation, it created quite a commotion. Had my mother-in-law possessed even a shred of genuine concern for me, she would have risen to investigate the source of my exaggerated cry. Instead, she exhibited no sign of worry, promptly pulling the quilt over her head. Hearing the commotion, Wu Ling was the first to rush in. Upon seeing the scattered shards on the floor, she immediately exclaimed, "Ranan, are you hurt?" Next to enter were Lu Haoming and, upon witnessing the food and plate fragments strewn about, along with my greasy appearance, Lu Haoming's expression darkened considerably. He instructed Wu Ling, "Sister Wu,
Please clean up the mess.
darling, you're covered in dirt. Let us go change your clothes." Heasijia also approached, yet she lingered at the door, peering inside. Upon seeing my disheveled and soiled state, it was evident that she relished my predicament. I caught a glimmer of schadenfreude in her eyes, though it was quickly replaced with deep concern. Heasijia's worry stemmed not from empathy for me, but rather for herself. She was astute enough to recognize that if my mother-in-law could behave so callously towards me, her rightful daughter-in-law, she would undoubtedly be even more merciless towards her, the mistress. Knowing Heasijia as I do, I surmised she was already devising a strategy for her own defense. My mother-in-law's actions thoroughly infuriated Lu Haoming. Upon entering, he exchanged not a word with her and took my hand to leave. I speculated that my mother-in-law must be seething with rage, yet regardless of her fury, no one paid her any heed, and her ire had no outlet. My father-in-law silently sat in the living room, watching television, clearly aligning himself with my mother-in-law, unwilling to let his son spend money. My sister-in-law feigned concern for me before retreating to my mother-in-law's room to offer her counsel. Upon her return, she sought out Lu Haoming, saying, "Brother, perhaps you should apologize to Mom. She is likely to accept it." "Apologize? Darling, have you done something wrong to anger her?" I inquired in astonishment. "If that is the case, you should quickly apologize." I insisted. "I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" Lu Haoming, displaying evident impatience, retreated to his study. In my pursuit of fulfilling my duties, I approached my father-in-law once more, saying, "Dad, perhaps you could gently persuade Mom to eat something. She is certain to heed your words." However, my father-in-law, a staunch advocate of traditional masculinity, would never stoop to coaxing my mother-in-law. My intention was to incite his frustration towards her as well. Heasijia observed this exchange closely, and after considerable contemplation, she seemed to have devised a strategy. She pulled me into her room and inquired, "Do you suppose your mother-in-law is upset due to my presence? How could you entertain such a thought?" I retorted deliberately. After all, I had been residing in their home for quite some time. It was only natural for her to harbor some thoughts. This woman was indeed cunning. I shook my head, feigning ignorance. My mother-in-law is not one to hold grudges. She must simply be suffering from a headache or some discomfort. You know how people tend to be irritable when unwell. Sijia, please feel at ease, and do not let your imagination run wild. Is that so? Then perhaps we should take her to the hospital for a checkup. Lying around like this is hardly beneficial. I had advised her to seek medical attention, but she had stubbornly refused, insisting that resting would suffice, as she had experienced similar headaches in the past without needing to consult a doctor. "So it's an old ailment?" Heasijia remarked, her expression one of sudden realization. Just then, her phone rang. She answered in my presence. "You're unwell? What seems to be the matter?" "I understand. I will come to see you right away." After hanging up, she turned to me, her face etched with concern. "Ranan, my brother has not been feeling well these past few days, and is now running a high fever. I must go see him immediately." I must admit, Heasijia's acting was truly remarkable. She conveyed genuine worry and anxiety for her family with such realism that, had I not known her true nature, I might have easily believed her. "He is ill? Don't worry, I will accompany you to the hospital." I feigned readiness to rise. "No need. I can manage on my own." She instinctively declined my offer. "You are pregnant. I cannot allow you to go alone." I feigned concern. "Really, it's unnecessary. Your mother-in-law is still in bed, and someone must remain at home. I can handle it by myself." After a moment of hesitation, I suggested, "I still cannot shake my worries for you. Perhaps we should have Haoming drive you?" "No, that won't be necessary. I can just take a taxi." However, it was not long after sending Heasijia off that Lu Haoming emerged from his study. "Dear, there are some matters at the company that I must attend to." Chapter 21. A good show. As soon as Heasijia departed, he suddenly had company issues to resolve, an obvious ruse that even a fool could discern. Yet, I had no intention of exposing him. "What has happened at the company?" I inquired innocently. "If it's a company matter, then do what you must," I replied. "Then I shall take my leave, my love." Lu Haoming donned a reluctant expression, clutching his briefcase as he exited our home. A cold smirk crept across my face as I hastily made my way to the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator, I discovered it brimming with provisions. Wu Ling approached curiously. "These are all the groceries I just purchased." I had not anticipated that I would consider granting her a day off, which astonished Wu Ling. But if I'm not here, who will cook for you? Ranan, you are truly wonderful. Wu Ling expressed her gratitude, visibly moved. Your granting me a break has already filled me with gratitude. How could I accept such things? Wu Ling declined. There is no need for formality. Our family is small, and food left in the refrigerator too long is not good. You know I dislike eating food that has been stored for an extended period. Without further ado, I handed the food over to Wu Ling. Once she departed, I promptly discarded the leftover dinner into the trash bin, gazing at the desolate refrigerator with a wry smile. It is often said that man is iron and rice is steel. A meal missed can leave one in disarray. Previously, whenever my mother-in-law was upset and refused to eat, I would worry about her going hungry and would kindly leave some food in the refrigerator for her to consume in the middle of the night. But this time, I would not be so accommodating. The commotion outside lasted a brief moment before fading away. Thinking of my mother-in-law's current state of hunger and anger brought me immense joy. I called Su Ainin to share the day's events, and she scoffed, Ran. Those two women must have gone out to enjoy themselves. We cannot let them off so easily. I concurred and intended to enlist her help in staging a grand performance. No problem. Su Ainin, ever my unwavering supporter, readily agreed. Early the next morning, Su Ainin arrived at my home. After exchanging a few words, we heard my sister-in-law's voice from outside. Where is everyone? Su Ainin and I exchanged glances, pulled the blanket over us and lay down. My sister-in-law called out several times in the living room, but received no response. She then approached my bedroom door, rapping loudly, Brother. Su Ainin opened the door with a stern expression. What is going on so early in the morning? Upon seeing Su Ainin, my sister-in-law was clearly taken aback. Ainin, when did you arrive? Su Ainin coldly regarded her. What are you making such a racket for so early? Do you not realize others need to rest? My sister-in-law, aware of her wrongdoing and Su Ainin's formidable nature, quickly changed her tune. Where's my brother? This was a question she already knew the answer to.
Su Anran scoffed.
Your brother had business at the company. He left last night.
Did you not know?
I was not home last night, so I had no idea, my sister-in-law explained. Ainin, do you know where our housekeeper has gone? What of it? Su Ainin replied with a sneer. Does Ran need to ask your permission to give the housekeeper a day off? Su Ainin's tone was sharp, leaving Lu Meili momentarily speechless. Instinctively, she glanced at me, still lying motionless on the bed. Su Ainin, not one to back down, pressed on, I did not mean it that way. It's just that Mom and Dad have yet to eat breakfast. The implication was clear. Without a housekeeper, her parents would remain hungry for eternity. Su Ainin, not being as lenient as I, would not let her off lightly. Meili, you're not a child anymore. Can't you even prepare breakfast for your own parents? Do you hold any regard for your sister-in-law? Does anyone in your family treat Ran like a human being? What has Ran done to deserve such disdain? Is she to be treated like a servant when she is unwell? Sister-in-law is ill? Lu Meili asked in surprise, clearly skeptical of my condition. As my falling ill at this moment seemed rather coincidental. Doubtful of my feigned illness, Lu Meili entered the room with an anxious demeanor. Su Ainin did not stop her, allowing her to approach my bedside. Lu Meili leaned down, inquiring, Sister-in-law, what ails you? Upon hearing my words, she immediately reached out to touch my forehead, her hand recoiling from the feverish heat that startled her, clearly not expecting the reality of my illness. She turned to Su Ainin, asking, Ainin, have you informed my brother about sister-in-law's condition? Su Ainin retorted, isn't your brother preoccupied with matters of the company? He hardly has the energy to attend to his own wife. With a hint of sarcasm, she continued, when they married, he vowed to cherish Ran. Yet look at the outcome. No one is here to care for her in sickness. I coughed weakly and spoke. Ainin, please stop. Haoming is busy, but he treats me well. Don't defend him. All men are unreliable, and I have seen through them, Su Ainin replied, resuming her call, demanding to know why help had not yet arrived. Just then,
the doorbell rang.
Lu Meili, hesitant to confront Su Ainin, hurried to open the door, and as it swung wide, several individuals rushed inside. Su Ainin ignored them, compelling Lu Meili to inform my father-in-law of my condition. Nyo emerged, and upon seeing me being assisted outside, she burst into tears, exclaiming, Mama, what is wrong? Su Ainin embraced Nyo, soothing her, sweetheart. Do not cry. We are taking Mama to the hospital. Observing my pale complexion and Nyo's distress, my father-in-law glanced at Lu Meili and said, Meili, you should accompany your sister-in-law and care for her. Lu Meili attempted to follow but was pushed aside by Su Ainin, who insisted, stay home and look after your parents. Do not trouble yourself with Ranran. Chapter 22. How could they be afforded such leniency? I was assisted into the car downstairs, which sped towards the hospital. Su Anan reached out to feel my forehead, remarking on its heat. Ranran, can you hold on? She asked, pity evident in her voice. She grasped my hand, sighing as she noticed Nyo beside us, ultimately refraining from expressing her deeper concerns. I understood her unspoken words and returned her grip, saying, You have worked hard, Anan. I am not the one suffering. It is you, Ranran. And my heart aches for you. Su Anan responded, tears streaming down her face. The scene unfolding today was orchestrated by Su Anan and me the night prior. The true intent behind Hao Sijia and Lu Haoming's absence was to avoid purchasing jewelry for me. My indifference towards such adornments stemmed from a desire to confront Lu Haoming's mother, which I had already accomplished. Hence, I planned for Su Anan to assist in the aftermath. My intention was for Su Anan to arrive early, feigning my illness to escort me to the hospital. However, she added a twist. Ranran, let's not stop here. Let Haoming buy you the jewelry as well, but you must endure a bit of hardship. Su Anan suggested I take a cold shower to catch a cold, assuring me she had her own means to compel Lu Haoming to part with his money. Su Anan's foresight was commendable. Had Lu merely touched my forehead this morning, the ruse would have been exposed. Upon arriving at the hospital, I was swiftly ushered into the emergency room, where the doctor promptly administered an intravenous drip. Su Anan stayed by my side, conversing with Nyo. Having endured a restless night compounded by a fever, I gradually succumbed to slumber as the drip flowed. I am uncertain how long I slept, but I vaguely perceived Lu Haoming's voice, accompanied by Su Anan's admonitions directed at him. As I opened my eyes, I beheld Lu Haoming standing with his back to me in the ward, while Su Anan faced me, glaring at him with fierce intensity. I had heard Nyo's account. Lu Haoming, how could you treat Ranran this way? Your mother is unwell. Why must you take your frustrations out on her? And you, knowing full well the immense hardship Ranran has endured, you simply walked away, claiming business obligations. What holds greater importance, your company or your wife? I ask you, where do you truly place Ranran in your life? I never anticipated such a turn of events. Lu Haoming sighed, displaying a countenance of deep regret. Do you have any idea of the suffering Ranran has borne over these years since marrying you? She was once accustomed to a life of ease, yet since your union, she has faced countless tribulations. Yet how has your family treated her? This morning, your sister relentlessly pounded on her bedroom door, shouting and causing a ruckus. And your mother? Not once did she emerge until I had to arrange for Ranran to be taken to the hospital. Not a single member of your family has come to check on her. The person who devoted 5 years of sincere love to Ranran is treated in such a manner. It is disheartening, to say the least. My mother is ill, Lu Haoming explained, but as for Meili, I will address her concerns. It is not merely a matter of addressing issues. You must demonstrate your sincerity. Su Anan scoffed. It is not my intention to criticize you, but women require tenderness. What have you truly done for Ranran over the years? I cleared my throat, and Lu Haoming turned around immediately. Wife, you are awake? I weakly nodded. Darling, have you resolved the matters at your company? Nothing is more important than you, he replied gently, taking my hand in his. I am sorry for the distress you have endured. We are married. Such words need not be spoken. Darling, I have brought you the soup you love. Allow me to feed you, he declared, as he opened the thermos he had brought. Internally repulsed, I managed to say, Thank you, dear husband. I can manage on my own. You are not in a position to do so. Let me assist you, Lu Haoming insisted, bringing the soup to my lips. I suppressed my distaste and took a sip. The flavor was delightful. Indeed, the soup I cherished. My stomach growled with hunger, and disregarding my earlier aversion, I accepted a bowl of soup from his hand. I smiled at Su Anan. Isn't my husband wonderful? Oh, you are making me nauseous, Su Anan feigned a glare. You are simply a healed wound that has forgotten the pain. Are you envious? I teased, sticking out my tongue. What reason do I have for envy? Su Anan huffed, touching the bracelet adorning her wrist, casting a meaningful smile in my direction. Though I may not possess love, I can compensate in other ways. I understood her implication immediately. Yet another new purchase? How much did this one cost? Approximately $1 million. Su Anan sighed. I am now left with nothing but money. Do not say such things. Guiyang still harbors feelings for you. Otherwise, he would not have spent a considerable sum to purchase such an exquisite bracelet for you. Come now. I can see through this. A man who lacks genuine affection resorts to monetary compensation. Haoming, from your family, truly cares for you. Hence, he never uses wealth to make up for anything. Are you admitting to envying me? Envy me, you say? Although your relationship is quite good. Let me speak candidly. Your situation is rather pitiful. In the past, you frequently adorned yourself with various pieces of jewelry, yet ever since your marriage, you have clung to a single ring. Do you not realize that others are laughing behind your back at your frugality? Upon hearing Suinen's words, Lu Haoming's expression grew awkward. What are you saying? I interjected, I simply do not enjoy wearing jewelry. In fact, my husband has gifted me plenty of adornments. Is that so? Suinen regarded me with a bemused smile. Indeed, it is true. Just last night, my husband promised to buy me a set of jade. But due to some pressing matters at his company, he could not procure it today, I retorted deliberately. Speaking of jade, Cartier offers the finest quality, with superb craftsmanship and material. By the way, I possess a Cartier diamond card that grants a 10% discount. Haoming, would you like to use it? Suinen directed her gaze toward Lu Haoming. Her words were impeccably crafted. If Lu Haoming declined the card, it would imply he was unwilling to purchase the best jade for me. Conversely, accepting it would compel him to buy from Cartier. As Lu Haoming hesitated, Suinen added, there is another excellent option. Next week, there will be a jade auction featuring many top-tier pieces. I can arrange for the organizers to send you an invitation. Would you care to attend? Lu Haoming's complexion subtly shifted. Compared to the auction where jade pieces could easily reach millions, he would undoubtedly prefer to shop at Cartier, where he could select more affordable options. Thus, under the scrutiny of both Suinen and myself, Lu Haoming reluctantly reached for the card. At that moment, he must have been seething with resentment towards Suinen. Yet, he still felt compelled to express gratitude. Thank you very much. Chapter 23. A pair of slaps. Having achieved her objective, Suinen excused herself, claiming family matters, leaving Lu Haoming to accompany me in the hospital. Although he wore a smile while keeping me company, I could sense the lingering dissatisfaction within him. Observing his contradictory demeanor, I found myself perplexed. What was Lu Haoming ultimately striving for with such restraint? As I pondered this, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing my parents-in-law and sister-in-law, who had come to visit. They showered me with concern and warm inquiries, presenting an image of a harmonious family to any onlookers. Given their unexpectedly amiable behavior, I was acutely aware that Lu Haoming had orchestrated this. Considering how exhausting it must be for him to maintain this charade, while also persuading his family to join in, I became increasingly convinced that he harbored ulterior motives. After all, with his current standing, he need not exert such effort to disguise his true feelings. He could straightforwardly propose a divorce. What, then, did Lu Haoming truly seek from me? The day passed in the hospital, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The next day at noon, Lu Haoming received a phone call and hurriedly left. Shortly after his departure, the woman named Hao Sijiao arrived. I surmised that the call Lu Haoming just took must have been from her. These two women, without any sense of propriety, seemed to regard me as invisible. Upon entering, Hao Sijiao immediately displayed a worried expression. Anran, are you feeling any better? Much improved. How is your brother's condition? He is also doing better. I heard from Meili that you were ill, and it worried her greatly, so she rushed over to see you. Her words were quite flattering, implying that I held more importance in her heart than her own brother. Yet, if that were truly the case, would she shamelessly pursue a relationship with Lu Haoming? This predicament was not one I could simply evade. I was not her guardian angel. Did she expect that my absence would spare her from trouble with her mother-in-law? As I contemplated this with a smirk, the door swung open, and my mother-in-law along with my sister-in-law entered. Upon seeing Hao Sijiao seated in the ward, a flicker of disdain crossed my mother-in-law's face, and my sister-in-law cast her a disapproving glance. Hao Sijiao immediately stood up. Auntie and Meili are here? Since I was watching, my mother-in-law could not be overly harsh. She merely huffed in acknowledgement and promptly turned her gaze away from Hao Sijiao, striding over to my bedside. Ran, this is the porridge I made for you. Please have some. Thank you, Mom, but I just ate. I'm not hungry. What about some fruit? I can peel it for you. My mother-in-law's overly warm demeanor gave me the impression that she was deliberately excluding Hao Sijiao. At this moment, enlisting me to confront Hao Sijiao seemed like a clever strategy, yet I had no intention of playing along. Neither Hao Sijiao nor my mother-in-law was virtuous. Ultimately, they were two sides of the same coin, and in critical moments, they would surely unite against me. Why should I cater to her whims? Let them squabble amongst themselves. I had no time to indulge their games. As I was lost in thought, Suinen arrived, revealing a sardonic smile upon seeing the gathering of women.
Oh,
so many people? How lively! The appearance of Suanin caused an uncomfortable expression to settle on Hao Sijia's face, while Suanin smiled condescendingly. Your belly is quite prominent now, isn't it? Poor child, born without a father. What a misfortune. Suanin's words were unrelenting, causing both my mother-in-law and Hao Sijia's expressions to darken. I was thoroughly irritated and wished to send these women away. Indeed, with such a large belly, what purpose do you serve lingering here? If you were to accidentally slip and harm the child, it would be quite troublesome. Once they departed, Suanin winked at me. I wonder how Lu Haoming's mother will deal with Hao Sijia? I speculated that it would likely be just a few harsh words, considering Hao Sijia was carrying Lu Haoming's child. If that were the case, wouldn't it be too lenient on that woman? Suanin, dissatisfied, approached the window. Below my hospital room, the parking lot was visible. She stood there for a moment, observing the three women in the parking lot. They appeared rather discordant. Hao Sijia was displaying a subservient demeanor, which was truly repulsive. After Suanin finished her outburst, she suddenly exclaimed, "This old witch is truly ruthless." What happened? I inquired, gazing at her in confusion. As expected, she cannot conceal her thoughts. Anran, Lu Haoming's mother struck Hao Sijia twice across the face.
Ah.
I was taken aback. How could the matriarch resort to violence against the pregnant Hao Sijia? It seemed that in her eyes, Hao Sijia was not wholly esteemed due to her pregnancy. I was even more astonished by Hao Sijia's forbearance. She was not the type to passively accept such indignities, nor was she a person who lived in dependence on others. Yet, she willingly endured this humiliation. Was it her profound love for Lu Haoming, or did she have ulterior motives? Observing the seemingly amicable relationship between them, I sighed inwardly. It appeared my rival was indeed formidable. In the VIP reception room of Cartier, a staff member named Song warmly welcomed us and presented several exquisite pieces for Lu Haoming and me to select from. Ultimately, Lu Haoming spent over $1 million to purchase a set of jade jewelry for me, which included a necklace and 2 earrings. This was the most valuable gift he had bestowed upon me since our marriage. It is often said that women have a deep affection for jewelry. Yet as I gazed upon the set, I felt an overwhelming bitterness. If given a choice, I would prefer to remain oblivious to the truth for a lifetime, to never be subjected to manipulation. Indeed, my greatest wish would be that I had never crossed paths with Lu Haoming at all. Chapter 24. A Sudden Change of Countenance. Upon seeing the newly acquired jade necklace adorning my neck, my mother-in-law and sister-in-law did not exhibit any displeasure. Rather, they complimented its beauty. They were not individuals prone to suppressing their emotions, which struck me as peculiar. In stark contrast, Hao Sijia's reaction was entirely different. Although she too praised the necklace, I could sense her inner turmoil as she struggled to contain her feelings. The absence of the anticipated scene left me profoundly disappointed. During dinner, Lu Haoming incessantly served me dishes with an air of concern that made it difficult for me to eat. After the meal, I took Nyo downstairs for our customary stroll, and by chance encountered Gu Nan. Upon seeing him, Nyo eagerly greeted him. "Hello, uncle. Is there?" I retorted. "Yes. Not only have you lost weight, but your complexion is quite pale," Gu Nan remarked ominously. His words were unsettling, and instinctively, I touched my face. I did not feel particularly thin, did I? "You truly have lost weight. If your parents saw you like this, they would surely be heartbroken." Gu Nan mentioned my father and mother, causing a wave of sorrow to wash over me. If my parents were aware that my perseverance had led to this outcome, I could only imagine their anguish. It was not that I was heartless, it was their unwillingness to forgive me. This is merely because they love you dearly, Anran. There is no parent in the world without faults. Now that you have a child of your own, as the saying goes, it is the duty of a child to repay their parents' kindness. If you were to consider their perspective, you would surely understand your mother-in-law's intentions. After all, one's parents will never wish harm upon their child. Gu Nan's words struck a chord within me, and my eyes instantly brimmed with tears. I had never anticipated that the person I once turned away would express such heartfelt sentiments towards me. It was a blend of sorrow and guilt, and tears cascaded uncontrollably down my cheeks. Noticing my tears, Gu Nan offered me a handkerchief, but I declined, simply wiping my eyes with my hand and taking large strides away with Nyo. After pouring myself a glass of water and sitting down, I unexpectedly locked eyes with Lu Haoming once more. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I always felt something peculiar in his gaze, though I could not quite articulate what was amiss. After a brief moment of shared glances, Lu Haoming retreated to his study. Ever since Hao Sijia's arrival, he had been spending considerably more time in there, and I suddenly realized that his presence was not for work. but rather for indulging in romantic exchanges with Hao Sijia via WeChat. I felt little sorrow. Lu Haoming's love had soured. And I was someone who would never compromise my principles for a fickle-hearted man. It was inconceivable for me to shed tears over someone who had turned their affections elsewhere. Exiting the kitchen, I made my way to Nyo-Nyo's room, where she was engrossed in her drawings. I refrained from interrupting her and quietly sat beside her, observing her creative process. The scene before me evoked memories of my own childhood, when my parents would lovingly sit beside me, watching as I drew and wrote. Gu Nan's earlier words echoed in my mind. A foster son repays his parents' kindness, and parents love their children unconditionally. A pang of sadness washed over me as I realized the absurdity of my past grievances with my parents. I had never sincerely apologized for my actions. I had always believed that my parents ought to love me unconditionally, even when I was in the wrong, and that they should forgive my transgressions. Perhaps it was my insincere attempts at reconciliation that had truly angered my father, leading to his unwillingness to forgive me. It became clear that I needed to rectify my attitude and genuinely seek my parents' forgiveness. "Wife," he said, his eyes fixed intently on me. After years of marriage, I instinctively understood the underlying message in his words. This was a phrase he typically uttered when he desired something. Ever since I discovered his disgraceful affair with Hao Sijia, I had been devising ways to distance myself from him. Yet Lu Haoming had broached the subject more than once, each time met with my various rejections. Today, with the early hour, his inquiry caught me off guard. When I remained silent, he approached me and attempted to embrace me, a gesture that repulsed me. Instinctively, I pushed him away. He stumbled back, his expression darkening, and with a hint of menace in his voice, he asked, "Wife, what is wrong with you?" I forced a smile and replied, "I'm not feeling well." "Not feeling well?" Lu Haoming scrutinized me, his tone turning harsh. "What's wrong? What was wrong with this scoundrel today? Why was he speaking to me in such a tone? Had he sensed something? If that were the case, what purpose did my restraint serve?" With such thoughts swirling in my mind, I cast a cold gaze upon him, harboring a sense of resignation. "Do you not realize that my health has been persistently poor?" Upon noticing the absence of any smile upon my face and the frosty tone of my voice, Lu Haoming was momentarily taken aback, yet his expression swiftly transformed into a smile. "I apologize, my dear wife. I have been too eager. You cannot fathom how long it has been since we shared a moment together. I am nearly driven mad." The rapidity of this scoundrel's transformation was astonishing, as he quickly resumed his usual tender demeanor. "Today, I am at fault. I sincerely apologize. His display of affection repulsed me. This matter is my fault, yet you, as a normal man, have every right to think as you do. And as you are well aware of my condition, if it proves too difficult, we shall." "You must not utter such words," Lu Haoming interjected, covering my mouth with his hand. "My love, I cannot bear to be without you. Today, I acknowledge my mistakes. I implore you, forgive me." His words were imbued with genuine emotion, and had I not known the underlying truth, I would surely have been moved. My mind swirled with increasing perplexity. Why must Lu Haoming endure this? What could possibly be the reason? "Dear wife, if you are unwell, please lie down and rest. Allow me to assist you." He extended his hand to help me, and this time, I suppressed my revulsion and did not push him away. Chapter 25, Malicious Intent. "Please, help me cover myself with the blanket." Lu Haoming turned and exited the room. A few minutes later, he returned, cradling a warm cup of milk. "My dear wife, here is freshly heated milk for you." "Thank you, my husband." Given his attentive nature, I could hardly refuse his kindness. I reached for the milk, bringing it to my lips, but just as I was about to drink, my phone on the bedside began to ring. Setting the milk aside, I answered the call. It was Suan inquiring about my health. As I conversed with her, Lu Haoming stood by for a moment before stepping out, reminding me not to forget to drink the milk. After a brief exchange, Suan ended the call. Although I had intended to drink the milk Lu Haoming had brought, his previous admonition ignited a rebellious instinct within me. Thus, I poured the milk down the sink instead. Though I lay in bed, slumber eluded me. Lu Haoming entered once more, standing at the edge of the bed to glance at me, even reaching out to touch my forehead. I kept my eyes closed, feigning sleep. Eventually, Lu Haoming took the empty cup away. Time slipped by slowly, the night deepening, silence enveloping the outside world. It seemed the household had succumbed to slumber. Yet Lu Haoming had yet to return. As I pondered his absence, he finally pushed the door open, gently calling, "My dear wife." Naturally, I remained unresponsive, continuing to feign sleep. Lu Haoming approached and nudged me. Seeing no response, he exited again. The living room was dimly lit by a wall lamp, casting a shadowy ambience. I quietly made my way to the study door, where silence reigned within. After a moment's hesitation, I gently pushed the door open. To my surprise, Lu Haoming was nowhere to be found. At this late hour, where could he possibly be? A sudden thought crossed my mind. Could it be? Stealthily, I approached the door of Hao Sijia's room, and indeed, I could hear the sounds of flirtation emanating from within. How is it? Is it comfortable? Comforting? You cannot fathom how long it has been since I experienced such ease. You are deceiving, for I refuse to believe you would remain unperturbed.
Yes, you.
My interest in her is non-existent. Genuinely, despite her beauty, she resembles a mere piece of wood, unlike you, who leaves me in a state of yearning. I am utterly enamored by your delightful lips. Oh, you only speak sweet words. If you truly harbor no affection for her, why then did you purchase a necklace for her from Cartier, especially one so exquisite? Is it not possible to abstain from such a purchase? You are unaware of how Su Anan has coerced me. Furthermore, if you can adorn yourself with Cartier jewelry, why should she be denied the same? I refuse to accept this. You previously professed your disinterest in her. If that is the case, you ought not to place her and me on the same pedestal. How can you still claim innocence when all of this turmoil is of your own making? Had you not insisted on flaunting that bracelet, she would not have discovered anything. You must consider, if you can wear Cartier, why shouldn't she? I never anticipated that she would be bothered by such matters. She typically pays them no heed. Lu Haoming's words left Hao Sijia feeling somewhat disgruntled. Although this predicament may be my fault, you must refrain from displaying affection in my presence. Today has truly exasperated me. When have we ever been affectionate? Lu Haoming retorted. During our meal, you served her dishes, ladled soup for her, and smiled upon her. When have you ever treated me with such kindness? How have I wronged you? Am I not fully aware of your preferences? You adore chicken soup, and have I not prepared it for you? Yet I am simply discontent. Every time I witness your kindness towards her, my mood plummets, and when I am upset, my darling feels the same. Are you pleased now? Lu Haoming's voice dripped with sarcasm. Not enough. From this day forth, I shall not tolerate you sharing a room with her. You must accompany me to my chamber every night. Calm yourself. We are in a critical phase. We have managed to keep this hidden thus far. If she discovers it, all will be lost. Lu Haoming disagreed. If you fear her finding out, continue administering sleeping pills to her in her milk. Once she is asleep, you may join me in my room. Such substances should not be taken frequently. Her health is currently fragile, and overuse of sleeping pills could lead to adverse effects. Lu Haoming refused. What side effects? Those are mere excuses. I see you are reluctant. During her previous miscarriage, did you not also administer medication to her? Why were you not concerned about her experiencing side effects then? Chilled to the bone, I bit my lip, struggling to contain my emotions before departing. Upon returning to my room and lying down, sleep eluded me. For the revelations I had just encountered left me astounded. No wonder it is said to be wary of those around you. I could never have imagined that Lu Haoming would secretly administer sleeping pills to me. Even more shocking was the realization that he did so to clandestinely rendezvous with Hao Sijia. From their earlier conversation, it seemed they had previously drugged me during my miscarriage. I was reminded of the time when Hao Sijia volunteered to care for me at home. I had always believed her to be a deeply caring friend, an irreplaceable companion, only to discover that such affection masked a heartless betrayal. I foolishly expressed my gratitude toward Scarlett, while they harbored ulterior motives. In their fear of my discovering their connection, this unscrupulous couple resorted to drugging me. Once I succumbed to drowsiness from the medication, they clandestinely engaged in their deceitful activities. Reflecting on the past, I felt a mix of anger and relief. Thankfully, I had Su Anan by my side. Without her, I shudder to think how long I might have remained oblivious to their treachery. In Chapter 26, I underwent a physical examination. Listening to his snoring, I seethed with rage, wishing I could rise and plunge a knife into the heart of this heartless scoundrel. Yet reason cautioned me against such an act. Inflicting suffering upon him was not equivalent to delivering death. To allow him to endure the anguish of his actions would be a far more fitting punishment. That night, I remained sleepless. The following morning, I hurriedly led Nyo out the door. Perhaps due to my exhaustion from the previous night, Lu Haoming was still asleep when I left. After dropping Nyo at school, I went to the office. Yet my mind was consumed with the sordid words I had overheard the night before. Finally, I managed to meet Su Anan at noon, where I recounted everything that had transpired. I had long suspected Scarlett's true nature, but I never anticipated her to be so malicious. As for Lu Haoming, he presented himself as caring, but beneath that facade lay a shameless cruelty. These two were indeed a perfect match. Upon hearing about Lu Haoming and Scarlett drugging me, Su Anan ground her teeth in anger, only to then gaze at me with concern. Ran, you're not unwell, are you? I'm uneasy. We must go to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Su Anan's genuine concern touched me. Is that really necessary? I questioned. How could it not be? These two are exceedingly vicious. If they could administer sleeping pills, they could very well employ other nefarious means against you. It is prudent to ensure your safety. Su Anan insisted. Her words instilled a sense of worry within me. Indeed, Scarlett and Lu Haoming were treacherous, and it was wise to take precautions. Shall we go to Dashin Hospital for the examination? Su Anan suggested. Dashin Private Hospital is renowned in Jiangcheng, boasting top-tier medical facilities and services. Due to its popularity, securing a consultation typically requires days of advance booking, and even then, obtaining an appointment is not guaranteed. You need not worry about the appointment. Guiyang has a relative who is a chief physician at Dashin. I can simply call her, Su Anan said, promptly dialing her contact. The response was immediate and accommodating. Thanks to the favor from Guiyang's relative, I, accompanied by Su Anan, arrived at Dashin Hospital early the next morning for a comprehensive examination. Normally, medical checkup results take 2 to 3 days, but due to the special arrangements, the hospital informed me that I could collect my report that afternoon. That afternoon, I did not return to work. After having lunch with Su Anan near the hospital, we proceeded directly to await the results of my examination. To be candid, I felt somewhat anxious before receiving the results of my medical examination. However, upon reviewing them, I let out a substantial sigh of relief. Apart from the ongoing gynecological concerns, my health presented no new ailments. Both Su Anan and I shared a moment of relief, subsequently expressing our gratitude to Guiyang's relatives. They greeted us with warmth, and after meticulously reviewing my medical report, they informed us that Dashin had recently enlisted a highly esteemed gynecological expert from abroad, recommending that I consult her to explore potential avenues for treatment. The specialist, Dr. Chen Xiao, a kind middle-aged woman in her 50s, promptly conducted a series of examinations upon learning of my situation. Upon discovering that my menstrual irregularities began after my miscarriage, she swiftly arranged for hormone testing. Her demeanor shifted to one of gravity upon reviewing the results. I sensed that something was amiss. Su Anan, equally startled, inquired whether the doctor had identified any issues.
Doctor.
Chen nodded, indicating that I was experiencing severe endocrine disruption with elevated estrogen levels, which she surmised were likely contributing to my infertility. Exchanging glances with Su Anan, I recalled previous examinations where I had been informed that I could not conceive, yet there had been no mention of endocrine irregularities or elevated estrogen levels.
Su Anan,
visibly anxious, questioned the treatability of my condition. Dr. Chen assured us that cervical issues were generally manageable with timely medication and treatment. However, she hesitated, stating that my endocrine imbalance and high estrogen levels were markedly different from other cases. Had it not been for my 5-year desire for children, she would have suspected prolonged medication use. Medication? How could that be? I retorted. Indeed, she explained, it appears that only those who have been on contraceptives long-term exhibit such symptoms. Since my miscarriage and subsequent diagnosis of infertility, my spirits had been quite low. In pursuit of a remedy, I had sought various medical opinions, to the extent that the medications I had consumed could fill an entire room. It seemed implausible for someone in my position to have been on contraceptives. Might excessive medication have led to the endocrine imbalance and elevated estrogen levels?
Doctor.
Chen inquired where I had sought treatment previously. Zhang Min, I replied, a doctor well regarded in the field, unlikely to have made such an error. Upon hearing Zhang Min's name, Dr. Chen dismissed the notion that my condition stemmed from medication. Yet Su Anan remained concerned. She reminded me, Ranan, if I recall correctly. Zhang Min was recommended to you by Hao Xijia. Yes? What are you implying? I instinctively glanced at Su Anan, whose expression was grave. Ranan. It couldn't be though her sentence trailed off. I understood her implication. She suspected that Hao Xijia had colluded with Zhang Min to harm me. Had it not been for the incident with the sleeping pills, I would not have entertained such a notion. However, given that precedent, I dared not dismiss the possibility. Director Chen, I shall bring the medications I am currently taking for your inspection. It will grant me peace of mind. Chen Xiao agreed. Chapter 27. The hospital is owned by his family. As we conversed, the door to Chen Zhao's office swung open, and a young man rushed in. Dr. Chen. Hurry to the operating room. Something has happened. What is it, Secretary Luo? Chun Xiao asked the man in surprise. Miss Sang is in trouble. President Yi is bringing her here. I happen to be nearby, so I rushed over to inform you to prepare for the operating room immediately. Understood. Chun Xiao replied, his expression grave as he stood up. Knowing that Chun Xiao had a surgery to attend to, I, along with Su Anan, discreetly took our leave from his office. We exited the hospital building and spotted several doctors gathered at the entrance. Among them were relatives of Guiyang. Su Anan exclaimed in astonishment. Who could possibly require such a multitude of esteemed specialists waiting outside? Even the president and vice president are here? Before I could respond, an ambulance sped towards us. Its doors flung open, revealing a bloodied woman being hurriedly pushed out. Her long hair cascaded around her, obscuring her features. And the specialists waiting immediately rushed forward to assess the situation. Don't crowd around. Where is Dr. Chun? Prepare for surgery immediately. A commanding voice boomed. I turned to see the speaker and was taken aback. The individual emerging from the ambulance was none other than Mu Qingyang, the owner of Cartier. At that moment, Yi Feima appeared disheveled, his white shirt stained with blood, limping as he approached, looking utterly disheveled. However, his authority remained unshaken as he spoke, and a doctor promptly reported. President Yi, Dr. Chun is already in the operating room. Quickly, take her to the operating room for emergency treatment. Inform Chun Xiao to spare no effort in saving her and the child. Yi Feima's voice was cold, imbued with the weight of a conviction that failure would cost lives. Su Anan recognized Yi Feima as well. She nudged me, asking, who is this woman Yi Feima? I was at a loss, speculating, given his anxious demeanor. Perhaps she is his wife.
Impossible.
I have never heard of Yi Feima being married. Su Anan replied, puzzled. Are you acquainted with him? I countered. Before we could delve deeper, the injured woman was swiftly taken away, and Yi Feima, bloodied and limping, followed closely. The president cautiously addressed him, President Yi. With Chun Xiao present, Miss Sang, and the child will be fine. You should have your own health checked. No need. Yi Feima rejected the suggestion, continuing his determined pursuit. Su Anan, having overheard the president's words, gasped, could this Miss Sang be Sang Yu? At his mention, a chill ran down our spines. And we felt compelled to leave the scene, with Su Anan urgently pulling me away. Once back in the car, Su Anan appeared visibly shaken. Today, I have truly witnessed Yi Feima's intensity. What? Did you not notice the way he glanced at us just now? Su Anan retorted. What a handsome man. He is nothing short of a terrifying presence. He nearly frightened me to death. I naturally resonate with the sentiment. After all, Yi Feima's gaze was utterly terrifying. Who exactly is Sang Yu? Why did Yi Feima look at us in such a manner? Sang Yu is a star. And perhaps Yi Feima's intense stare was due to the fear of me uttering Sang Yu's name and attracting paparazzi, Su Anan speculated. They had just mentioned wanting to protect the adults and children, so it is likely that Sang Yu is pregnant with Yi Feima's child. One can tell by his anxious demeanor. So it is. Yi Feima is indeed a peculiar individual, displaying an air of arrogance even in such circumstances. It seems he is quite accustomed to being domineering. You are not aware? Su Anan inquired, casting a curious glance in my direction. Aware of what? I countered. The Dixin Hospital is actually owned by Yi Feima's family? I was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that Yi Feima primarily dealt in luxury goods? How could he also own a hospital? I couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, since marrying Lu Haoming, my focus had solely been on the grind of life. Commuting between home and work. Noticing my wry smile, Su Anan felt a pang of guilt. If I had only insisted you not marry Lu Haoming, you wouldn't find yourself in this predicament. What good does it do to say such things now? I sighed deeply. Each person's path is a choice of their own, and I chose Lu Haoming. So, who can I blame for this? Is the company not busy today? What about the others at home? That wretched Hao Sijia ingratiates herself with Lu Haoming's family through gifts, yet Lu Haoming's family cannot be appeased by mere trinkets. I scoffed inwardly, eager to see just how much patience she possesses to play their game. Observing me closely, Wu Ling noted that I appeared unchanged. Miss Hao is truly kind to Aunt Lu and the others, as if they are family. This remark piqued my interest.
No wonder.
Ever since the last plan of the mother-in-law fell through, they have been displeased with Wu Ling. Hao Sijia is adept at reading the room. Undoubtedly aligning with Lu Haoming's family, and judging by Wu Ling's expression, she must harbor considerable resentment towards Hao Sijia. Which is precisely the situation I wish to cultivate. Kindness is mutual. Hao Sijia's benevolence towards the mother-in-law and sister-in-law is surely a reflection of their kindness towards her. I feigned ignorance. Seeing my demeanor, Wu Ling felt compelled to address the matter directly. Ran, there are some things I have long wished to discuss with you, though I am uncertain if you will believe me. Wu Jia, please speak freely. What is the true relationship between you and Hao Si Jia? Why does she reside in your home? She is my classmate. Her husband has passed away, and she is pregnant and alone. I took pity on her. Hence I offered her shelter in my home. Ran, you are indeed a good person, but I do not perceive Hao Si Jia as a virtuous individual. You must be wary of her. Surely you jest. How could such a kind-hearted person be malevolent? I feigned astonishment. Wu Ling, merely a maid, may wish to assist me. Yet I would never divulge my secrets to her. Speaking ill of me? I expressed disbelief. What has she said about me, Wu Jia? You are indolent, ill-tempered, and utterly incapable of performing even the slightest household chores. For these past few years, it has been Haoming attending to your every whim. And yet you claim that he is treated like a mere dog. How could she utter such words against me? I have always regarded her as my closest friend, never once failing to treat her with kindness. How could she be so ungrateful? I feigned a look of grievance. Thus, it is said that while one may know a person's face, their heart remains a mystery. Ranan, you are too naive to comprehend the intricacies at play here. Some individuals excel at presenting one facade while harboring another behind closed doors. You must remain vigilant regarding Hao Si Jia in the future. Wu Ling spoke with a tone that was almost motherly. Thank you, Sister Wu. I will take heed of your advice. Since Wu Ling has expressed such concern, I shall graciously accept it. Chapter 28. Transformed into the color of pig liver. Upon returning to my room, I opened the drawer and retrieved the medication I regularly consumed, placing it into my bag, intending to show it to Qin Xiao tomorrow. I had no plans to venture out, so I settled back into my room. The voices outside began harmoniously, but soon escalated into discord, culminating in a sharp exclamation followed by my mother-in-law's piercing inquiry. Did you intend to scald me by asking for a glass of water? I'm sorry. Wu Ling apologized. My mother-in-law's remarks were typically acerbic, and Wu Ling remained silent, offering no rebuttal. After a prolonged lecture yielded no response, my mother-in-law eventually relented. Just as I thought the commotion had subsided, I was startled by Hao Si Jia's shrill scream. How could you wash my clothes like this? This garment is hand wash only, not machine wash. Miss Hao, I inquired beforehand whether it was machine washable, and you did not object. Wu Ling defended herself. When did I ever say it could be machine washed? You, as a maid, lack even this basic knowledge? This dress is quite expensive. What do you propose we do now? This was the first time I had witnessed the typically gentle and mild-mannered Hao Si Jia erupt in such fury. Wu Ling fell silent, her retort extinguished.
What now?
Compensate her. My mother-in-law interjected. This dress costs several tens of thousands, and now that you've ruined it, you must provide her with a new one. Several tens of thousands? How could I possibly afford that? But you earn 12,000 a month, don't you? Just pay her from your salary. Hao Si Jia's voice was sharp. This dress is worth over 80,000. I want to demand the full amount immediately. You can pay in installments. I sat in my room, stifling laughter at the absurdity unfolding outside. How peculiar these individuals were, concocting schemes to extort money, even suggesting payment in installments. It wasn't intentional, and besides, this dress isn't new. How can it be valued at its original price? Wu Ling countered, not one to be easily trifled with. You certainly have a way with words. This is a top-tier limited edition garment, with fewer than 100 pieces in existence worldwide. Even if one is wealthy, it cannot be purchased. If you find it too expensive, I want to ask for compensation. Simply buy me a new one instead. Hao Si Jia spoke with a calculated eloquence, and my mother-in-law chimed in to support her. Indeed, Jia's clothes are all limited editions. If you don't wish to pay, then just buy her a new one. Wu Ling was momentarily silenced by Hao Si Jia's intimidation. It was evident that Wu Ling had no intention of being malicious. Her role as a maid was challenging enough. I thought it best for Jia to demand a lesser sum from her. The taciturn father-in-law suddenly broke his silence. Naturally, I had to give face to Uncle Liu, so I acquiesced to his suggestion that she should compensate less, suggesting a sum of 8,000 yuan. I rose and opened the door, rubbing my eyes as if still caught in the embrace of slumber. What had transpired? Upon my unexpected arrival at home, the expressions of several women were quite remarkable, especially that of Scarlett, whose face flickered with a hint of panic. Indeed, upon seeing me, Wu Ling appeared as though she had encountered a savior, promptly recounting the entire sequence of events. Sister Wu, how could you be so careless? Why didn't you inquire before washing? The price of a limited edition garment is certainly not trivial. Fortunately, it is scarlet, otherwise, someone else would have demanded a substantial compensation. Hearing my words, Scarlett's face relaxed slightly, but just as I finished chastising Wu Ling, I shifted my gaze to Scarlett, inquiring, Scarlett, where is your limited edition garment? Taken aback by my question, she opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Wu Ling, perceptive as always, quickly retrieved Scarlett's garment and presented it to me, saying, here it is. I took the piece of clothing, glanced at it, and was taken aback. Is this truly your limited edition garment? How has it come to look like this? Hearing the shift in my tone, Scarlett's face flickered with a mixture of shame and indignation. This wretched woman's taste was not lost on me. If she could afford limited edition clothing, it would indeed be a surprise. Of course, the most pressing matter at hand was that her so-called limited edition garment was merely a counterfeit. Such an item might intimidate Wu Ling, but before someone like me, who frequently dealt with luxury goods, its true nature was immediately exposed. I could sense the turmoil within her. She must be feeling both humiliated and angry at this moment. Wu Ling promptly relayed our conversation to Lu Haoming, whose expression was equally compelling. He seemed to be suppressing his anger, remarking, it's just a piece of clothing. If it's damaged, so be it. Why make such a fuss? This is not merely about a piece of clothing. The price of Scarlett's garment is extraordinarily high. Lu Haoming shot a glance at his mother-in-law, who immediately fell silent. Sister Wu is at fault. Why didn't she inquire before washing? Scarlett's garment is a limited edition, costing quite a bit, so it's understandable to feel distressed. I feigned support for Scarlett, handing the so-called limited edition garment to Lu Haoming, saying, look at this. It's been washed to the point of being unrecognizable. I would be furious too. Is that so, Scarlett? Did you truly say such a thing? I turned my gaze toward her. She did say it, Wu Ling interjected. Not one to be trifled with. When I washed the clothes today, I specifically checked the care label. If uncertain, I inquired. I separated machine wash, hand wash, and dry clean items. Sister Wu indeed asked about my clothes, but I am unsure if she inquired about Scarlett's. I added a timely remark. If she asked, it would be impossible for her to have asked only you. Lu Haoming replied, his tone growing somewhat impatient. Scarlett, think carefully. Could it be that you misremembered? As the momentum faded from Scarlett, she glanced at Lu Haoming and noticed the disdain in his eyes. It was evident that he resented her for being restless and for causing him trouble. Reluctantly, she uttered an ambiguous remark, unsure if she had already said it. Lu Haoming's declaration silenced everyone present. What should we do now? Should Sister Wu still compensate? I asked deliberately. Compensate for what? How embarrassing. With that, Lu Haoming strode into the study. Husband, I called out, but Lu Haoming slammed the study door shut. I turned to see Scarlett, her face instantly turning a shade of deep crimson. Chapter 29, Confession. Lu Haoming's words were indeed excessive for a guest. Scarlett stomped her foot and ran into her room, crying. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as I followed her inside. Scarlett was quite the actress. Upon seeing me, she wept like a sorrowful figure. Anran, it's all my fault. I've caused you trouble, and I will move out immediately. As she wiped her tears, she pretended to gather her clothes. This shameless woman, I thought, wanting to leave, but still lingering before me. Yet it was not the time to voice such thoughts. I suppressed my disgust and halted Scarlett. Scarlett, please don't be upset. Haoming has a bad temper. I apologize on his behalf. Please don't take it to heart. Scarlett was merely putting on a show. She had no intention of leaving. After a few words of persuasion, she calmed down. She knew today was mortifying. Wiping her tears and lamenting, I've lost all face today, but you must understand, this was not my intention. Promise me, don't tell anyone, she added, her face a mask of grievance. Mom, why would she do this? I was taken aback. She couldn't stand Wu Ling and wanted to teach her a lesson, Scarlett explained. So she asked me to help her think of a way. You know, since I moved into your home, Aunt Lu has treated me like family, and I simply couldn't refuse. After saying this, Scarlett looked at me pitifully. Anran, we only discussed teaching Wu Ling a lesson. We had no real intention of making her pay. Such words would have deceived me in the past, but now, even if she spoke beautifully, I wouldn't believe her. Mom, what is happening? Wasn't Wu Ling the one you specifically invited? I questioned, puzzled. Well, I'm not sure. She said Wu Ling was disobedient, saying one thing and doing another. Disobedient and saying one thing while doing another? I never perceived her to be that kind of person. What did she say or do? I retorted. Since the incident regarding the salary, my mother-in-law has been devising various schemes to drive Wu Ling away. However, Wu Ling is a remarkably cautious individual, never leaving behind any incriminating evidence. It is precisely because Wu Ling has no weaknesses that my mother-in-law conspired with Hao Xijia to implement this strategy. I am fully aware of their intentions, yet I feigned ignorance for the sake of playing along with this woman. I inquired with Aunt Lu, but she refused to divulge any information. To my astonishment, that wretched Hao Xijia even contemplated leveraging my influence to expel Wu Ling Ranran. Since Aunt Lu is dissatisfied with Wu Ling, perhaps you should consider dismissing her? Dismiss Wu Jia? That requires justification. I shook my head. She excels at housework and is kind-hearted. Hao Ming has consistently praised her in my presence, leaving me with no grounds to terminate her employment. Upon noticing my mention of Lu Haoming, Hao Xijia fell silent, yet I was unwilling to let the matter rest. I decided to privately inquire with both Wu Jia and my mother-in-law to discern the source of their discontent. If it is a trivial issue, it should be brought to light for resolution. Harboring resentment serves no one well. Seeing my determination, Hao Xijia panicked and blocked my path. Ran. It's best you refrain from asking. Aunt Lu only confided in me and instructed me not to share this with anyone. If you probe, Aunt Lu will surely blame me, and I will be in her bad graces. I had no genuine intention of questioning, so I quickly acquiesced. You are right. I was inconsiderate. Shall we leave this matter be then? I can endure a little injustice. Xijia, you are truly a good person. I praised her a few times before departing from her room. Upon exiting, I noticed Wu Ling peering from the kitchen doorway. As soon as she spotted me, she approached and pulled me into her room. Ran, I need to speak with you. I was taken aback by her sudden request for a private conversation. Was she genuinely naive, or did she harbor ulterior motives? It concerns the salary. The moment Wu Ling mentioned salary, I understood her intentions. It appeared she was ready to reveal the truth to me. I was puzzled by her actions, as life in this household was evidently becoming increasingly untenable. If she could no longer endure it, she would inevitably leave. Typically, one would remain for a month to collect 3 months' wages before seeking employment elsewhere, rendering honesty about salary unnecessary. What about the salary? I feigned ignorance. Initially, Aunt Lu and I agreed upon a salary of 4,000 per month, Wu Ling recounted. Are you saying my mother agreed to pay you 4,000, yet informed me it was 12,000? I deliberately feigned surprise. Why would she act in such a manner? I needed to confront her. Ran, there's no need for that. I understand her reasoning. You do? How could you possibly know? This dates back to when Aunt Lu approached me to be a nanny. During our discussion, she specifically instructed me to take special care of Hao Xijia and Uncle Lin, sharing the preferences of other household members, yet she entirely omitted you. What does that imply? Aunt Lu never regarded you as a daughter-in-law. Wu Ling's words struck a chord, leaving me utterly astonished. A mere few days into her role as a caregiver, she was able to discern the absence of warmth in this household, while I had deceived myself for 5 long years. How tragic. Wishing to conceal my disarray and anguish from Wu Ling, I feigned denial, insisting, nonsense. My mother-in-law treats me well. Yet, she countered with a simplicity that belied a deeper truth. There are various forms of kindness. Some individuals excel at mere appearances. Take the matter of wages. For instance, Aunt Lu harbors ulterior motives. Wu Ling articulated a harsh reality that I could neither dismiss nor refute, so I remained silent, eager to hear her next words. Having laid bare the truth, there seemed little point in my pretense of ignorance. Sister Wu, is your intention merely to expose my mother-in-law? She replied candidly. I share this with you not only because I perceive your goodness, but also due to my dire circumstances. I desperately need this job. I reassured her. Rest assured. I have no intention of dismissing you. Yet, I recognized your inherent goodness, but Aunt Lu and that Hao Xijia are not cut from the same cloth. After today's revelations, I sensed they would devise ways to rid themselves of me. I hope you will not be swayed by their one-sided tales. As for the wages, I never intended to demand 12,000. I planned to accept 4,000 outright when payday arrived. No one shuns money. Had Wu Ling not been driven to such extremes, would she have confided in me so openly? The answer was evident. My disbelief in Wu Ling's assertions began to morph into skepticism regarding her motives. Why was she choosing this moment to unveil such truths? Her forthrightness about the salary made me realize she was no ordinary individual. I found myself pondering, was working in my household genuinely that significant to Wu Ling, or did she harbor ulterior motives? These queries were not something I could resolve merely by wishing it so. I understood clearly that our objectives aligned. She desired to remain, thus confiding in me. While I wished for her to stay, for her presence would be a thorn in my mother-in-law's side. Sister Wu, fear not. As long as I am here, no one shall force you out. My assurance seemed to provide her with a sense of relief, and she ventured into the kitchen with ease. Chapter 30. The struggle has just begun. After my conversation with Wu Ling, I retreated to the study, where Lu Haoming sat alone on the sofa perusing a newspaper. Upon my entrance, he set it aside, exclaiming, "How can you be so shameless? Is my husband still upset?" My justifications were sound, and Lu Haoming, though still agitated, did not doubt me. I never expected Hao Sijia to be such a person. "Husband, you've wronged Sijia." I sighed. "This is not her fault." "If it's not her fault, then whose is it?" Lu Haoming retorted. "Truly, my husband could read me like a book. Hadn't he that woman warned me to keep her secrets?" I felt compelled to disclose this matter to Lu Haoming, determined to turn these two women against one another. "What?" Lu Haoming paused in surprise. "Do not be agitated. Allow me to explain slowly. I just went to comfort Sijia, who was weeping profusely, lamenting her disgrace, and claiming that today's events were not of her own volition, but rather compelled by our mother." I relayed all that Sijia confided in me to Lu Haoming. His immediate response was one of denial, deeming it absurd. He insisted that Wu Ling was hired by our mother, and questioned how she could possibly orchestrate such a scheme against Sijia. Lu Haoming's reaction mirrored my expectations. I understood that regardless of whether this was indeed orchestrated by his mother, he was reluctant to acknowledge it. My intent was to make him aware that Sijia had confided in me, to reveal the essence of her character. I found it hard to believe. Yet Sijia had no apparent reason to treat Wu Ling in such a manner. Regardless, I could not accept that my mother manipulated her. Sijia must have sought a scapegoat due to the embarrassment of being publicly exposed. Lu Haoming promptly shifted the blame onto Sijia, for to him, family always took precedence over others. I too harbored doubts and planned to consult our mother and Wu Ling for further clarification, but Sijia intervened, urging me not to disclose anything to others. "However, you are my husband, one of the closest individuals to me in this world, and I had no intention of keeping secrets from you. Darling, you are absolutely right. As a couple, we should have no secrets." Lu Haoming expressed his satisfaction with my words. "My dear, I hold no secrets from you, and you must not keep any from me either," I said playfully. "Of course. My wife holds the utmost significance in my heart. How could I possibly conceal anything from you?" Lu Haoming spoke sweetly, but then abruptly changed his tone. "By the way, dear, you must not share our conversations with Sijia. I once held her in good regard, but after today's incident, my feelings have considerably diminished." This was a test of my stance toward Sijia. I sighed and replied, "Husband, Sijia has just lost her partner and is in a fragile state. Let's not dwell on today's events, for I believe she did not genuinely intend for Sister Wu to bear the financial burden. Please, do not view her in a negative light because of this." Seeing me advocate for Sijia, Lu Haoming appeared quite moved. "You are truly the best, my dear. In this world, you are the kindest and most beautiful person." I smirked inwardly at his words, thinking how insufferable such flattery could be. My husband is, after all, the most benevolent and handsome man in the world. During dinner, Sijia feigned discomfort and did not join us. I understood that she was leveraging her pregnancy as a means of manipulation. Wu Ling, too, displayed her own formidable nature, still evidently incensed by the earlier incident. Haoming ran in. "I assure you, this matter is not my fault," she exclaimed. "Oh dear, Miss Gu is pregnant. We cannot allow this to affect the child's development. I shall apologize to her to help ease her distress." Her words implicitly criticized Sijia for using her condition to her advantage. Lu Haoming's expression finally shifted. He lowered his head in silence, continuing to eat. I sighed and said, "Sister Wu, I apologize for the trouble you've faced. Please extend my apologies to Sijia." Wu Ling took the food and knocked on Sijia's door, emerging after a while with a shake of her head, reporting that Miss Gu still refused to eat. "What shall we do now?" The mother-in-law wore an expression of anxiety and began to reproach Wu Ling, saying, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't ruined Sijia's clothes, would she be this angry?" Lu Haoming could no longer contain himself and shouted at his mother, "Indeed, this incident is not Wu Jia's fault." I echoed Lu Haoming's sentiments, adding, "In my opinion, Sijia's anger is directed not at Wu Jia, but at you. Your recent words have deeply hurt her feelings. Perhaps you should clarify matters with Sijia." Lu Haoming's expression darkened, and he appeared to be on the verge of an outburst. I sighed. "Think of the child. She is pregnant. For the sake of the baby who lacks a father, you ought to explain things to Sijia. Yes, Haoming, Ranan is right. You should go and talk to Sijia, his mother also urged. With a scowl, Lu Haoming rose and made his way to Gao Sijia's room. I observed his retreating figure with a cold smile. This scoundrel was adept at feigning reluctance, while inwardly, he must have been quite anxious. After Lu Haoming's explanation, Gao Sijia finally calmed down. Although she did not join us for dinner, she consumed all the food that Wu Jia had brought in for her. It seemed that this incident would pass, but I was acutely aware that this was not the final resolution. The mother-in-law and Gao Sijia would surely not relent. They would find ways to pick on Wu Ling, and I needed to devise a strategy to prevent them from suggesting a replacement for the nanny. The mother-in-law immediately pulled Lu Meili aside, saying, "She's resting in the room. Why not go check on her and offer some comfort?" Lu Meili, surprised, asked, "What happened?" I couldn't discern what the mother-in-law whispered to her, but Lu Meili erupted, "It's just a nanny. If she doesn't work out, we can simply replace her. Why keep someone who makes the family upset?" This was yet another attack on Wu Ling. Lu Haoming frowned. "Meili, what are you trying to achieve by shouting so loudly? Isn't Sijia upset because of the nanny? If that's the case, it would be better to just change the nanny." Lu Meili, feeling emboldened by her youth, spoke without a filter. I interjected with a smirk, looking at Lu Haoming, implying that both the mother-in-law and Lu Meili were dissatisfied, thus confirming Sijia's claims about the mother-in-law's influence. "You can't just replace someone as if you're in charge of this household." Lu Haoming glared fiercely at Lu Meili. "Let me make it clear. I have decided on Wu Jia, and if anyone dares to mention changing the nanny again, I will assign her responsibilities to you." However, this did not signify that I could relax. After all, my struggle had only just begun. Chapter 31. The switched medication. The following morning, after dropping Yonyo off at kindergarten, I accompanied Su Anan to Dashin Hospital. On the way, I recounted the previous day's events at home to Su Anan. She laughed heartily, saying, "Sijia is quite the embarrassment, turning a replica into a limited edition dress. If I were her, I would have thrown myself against a wall in despair." She had not anticipated my presence at home. Had she known I was there, she would certainly not have acted so foolishly. This woman was willing to go to great lengths to please Lu Haoming's mother, even engaging in such intellectually degrading antics. Su Anan shook her head, then shifted the topic. "Ranan, I can't help but feel that your nanny is quite extraordinary. Do you think so too?" Yesterday, I found myself pondering the same thoughts, questioning whether my unease stemmed from the betrayal by Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia. Utilizing this nanny to confront Hao Sijia could indeed be a strategic choice, as suggested by Su Anan.
No.
I refused to engage anyone else to deal with Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia. I shook my head, dismissing Su Anan's proposal. Moreover, the fewer people aware of this matter, the better. After all, too many voices can complicate matters. If Lu Haoming were to discover it, my plans would be thwarted. And with someone as astute as Wu Ling around, I couldn't risk her using this information to blackmail me in the future. Absolutely not. The child is innocent. I resolutely rejected the idea. Although I harbored deep resentment towards Hao Sijia and Lu Haoming, I have never contemplated harming the unborn child. Regardless of the shortcomings of her parents, they bear no relation to the innocent life yet to be born. I will not impose my hatred upon an innocent child. That would be profoundly unjust. Yet, you remain so pure and kind. Seeing you this way, I genuinely worry about the success of your revenge.
Su Anan sighed.
After all, you are up against a group of utterly shameless individuals who possess no compassion or sympathy for you. I am not as benevolent as you imagine. If I were truly kind, I would not contemplate revenge against Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia. Rather, I would simply let them be. Perhaps I was once genuinely kind and innocent, but now I no longer feel that such terms could be associated with me. To be able to let them go after what they have done to you is not kindness, it is foolishness, a cowardly act. Su Anan scoffed at my words. "We are not saints, nor are we the compassionate Guanyin. If we tolerate such shameless betrayal, the wicked will only grow bolder in this world. Therefore, we must retaliate without mercy, making them aware that deceit comes at a cost." I let out a slight sigh, remaining silent. It is often said that the depth of love corresponds to the depth of hate. I believe my desire for revenge against Lu Haoming arises from the profound love I once held for him. Had I felt no emotions towards him, I certainly would not be contemplating revenge. Lost in thought, we arrived at Dashin. After parking, Su Anan and I began to cross the parking lot to enter the building. Just a few steps in, Su Anan suddenly exclaimed, "Is that Yi Fei Ma?" Following her gaze, I spotted Yi Fei Ma across the parking lot. wearing sunglasses and casual attire, strolling towards us. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Su Anan asked me, puzzled. "So that is the reason," she whispered. "Yi Fei-ma is remarkably unreserved. Despite all that has transpired, he dares to come to the hospital. Doesn't he fear being photographed by the press again?"
What?
I retorted. "Yesterday, news of Yi Fei-ma escorting Sang-yu to the hospital spread like wildfire. Now, both the internet and media are rife with speculation about their relationship. I thought he would avoid any potential scandal. Perhaps he believes that the innocent will clear their names," Su Anan remarked dismissively. "The relationship between Yi Fei-ma and Sang-yu is anything but ordinary. They are both unmarried. Such a connection is quite normal. You simply do not understand the complexities of their entanglement. I must inform you that that woman, Sang-yu, is the partner of Yi Fei-mo, who has only recently passed away. Shortly after his demise, she became involved with Yi Fei-mo and is now pregnant. How outrageous. Nevertheless, it is not my place to meddle in others' affairs, so why are you so incensed?" Observing Su and Anne's indignation, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You see, Yi Fei-mo is notoriously aloof. During gatherings, one must gauge his mood before attempting to converse with him. I had assumed him to be a paragon of virtue, only to discover that he has indeed crossed the line by entangling himself with his brother's woman. Just look at his demeanor yesterday." Su and appears genuinely furious, openly admonishing someone without reservation. As her gaze fell upon an approaching figure, I cleared my throat to remind her of the presence of another, prompting her to cease her discourse. Su and I proceeded directly to Chen Zhao's office, where I brought forth a bottle of each medication I typically consume for her to examine. After inspecting the assortment, she assured me that these medicines were beneficial to health. Relieved by Chen Zhao's words, I was about to stow away the bottles when she suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." She took a bottle of vitamins from my grasp and scrutinized it closely. "This medication appears somewhat peculiar," she remarked, opening the container and extracting a few pills for inspection. Her expression turned grave. "There's something amiss with this medicine. What is it?" Su and I inquired in unison. "This should not be a vitamin. I will have the hospital's pharmacist examine it to ascertain its true nature." The moment the nurse's words sank in, I sprang to my feet. How could this be? Our hospital's pharmacist is highly reputable. If he claims it is a contraceptive, it is undoubtedly so. Chen Xiao gestured for Su and me to take a seat. To be honest, I too sensed a resemblance to contraceptive pills, though I was hesitant to assert it definitively. "However, if you doubt my word, we can send this bottle to a specialized testing facility for verification." It was not that I suspected Chen Xiao or the pharmacist of deceit, but rather that I could not fathom the notion that the vitamins I had been consuming were, in fact, contraceptives. Chapter 32, A Humiliation Beyond Measure. It is no wonder I have struggled to conceive following my miscarriage. No amount of medication or consultations with doctors has yielded results. The root of the problem has now been unveiled. Consuming contraceptives daily makes it exceedingly difficult to conceive, and even those with normal health would find it impossible to become pregnant. How terrifying! Who could have swapped my medication? Could it be Lu Haoming? He was the first person who came to mind. I truly did not wish to cast suspicion upon him, yet in our household, it is only Lu Haoming, our child, and myself as the adults. I would not be foolish enough to switch my own medication, and given that Nyo is so young, Lu Haoming remains the sole suspect. But what could his motive possibly be? Did Lu Haoming indeed alter the medication? Naturally, Su and could arrive at the same conclusion I had. I remained silent. The mere thought of suspecting Lu Haoming was agonizing, as I genuinely wished to believe in his innocence. After my unexpected miscarriage, the doctor had diagnosed me with significant challenges in conceiving, yet Lu Haoming had gone to great lengths to help me seek medical assistance in hopes of achieving pregnancy. In the pursuit of conceiving a child, Lu Haoming even resorted to superstition, as there is a saying in rural areas that adopting a daughter can lead to the birth of one's own child. Persuaded by Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia, I adopted Nyo. Nyo has been with us for nearly 4 years now. Although I have never relinquished my medication, I have yet to achieve pregnancy. I have come to believe that my ailment is beyond remedy. Nyo, with her obedient and endearing nature, has led me to lose hope in treatment. There was a time when I contemplated giving up, but Lu Haoming encouraged me to persist with the medication, insisting that as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must continue. We must have a treasure that belongs solely to us. Yet, now all of this seems like a cruel jest. I have not been able to carry his child, while his mistress has become pregnant. Reflecting on the relationship between Hao Sijia and Lu Haoming, and considering the child in Hao Sijia's womb, I cannot help but suspect that Lu Haoming has orchestrated this entire situation. A wave of indescribable sorrow washes over me. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of kindness. After several years of marriage with Lu Haoming, we have shared countless moments of affection. How could he be so calculating in his treatment of me? Seeing my silence, Su Anan nudged me, urging, "Come on, say something. Is it that scoundrel Lu Haoming who switched the medication?" At this juncture, what more could be said? I forced a bitter smile. Aside from him, I could think of no one else. Chen Xiao looked at us with sympathy. She is an astute individual who has already deduced what transpired. Do not act impulsively. Such behavior is perilous. Given the state of our marriage, it is no longer necessary to continue. It would be wise to make arrangements early. Indeed, early arrangements are prudent. But I cannot let this pair of women escape unscathed. They must experience the bitterness of being manipulated. Su Anan, infuriated, disregarded Chen Zhao's presence and began to shout. A sudden cough pierced the air. "Mr. Yi." Chen Xiao immediately stood up, her demeanor respectful as she turned toward the entrance. Su Anan, caught up in her fervor, followed Chen Zhao's gaze and fell silent, disbelief etched across her face. I too turned to look, only to see Fei Ma leaning casually against the doorframe, observing us. The atmosphere became palpably tense as Su Anan and I exchanged astonished glances. I was unaware of when Yi Fei Ma had arrived, but his expression of shock clearly indicated he had overheard our conversation. To my utter mortification, my most embarrassing moment had been witnessed by an outsider. One who might even be a potential collaborator for our company. I felt utterly humiliated. With no reason to linger, I silently grabbed my bag and made to leave. Yi Fei Ma instinctively moved aside as I rushed out, but unexpectedly, his retreat aligned perfectly with my trajectory. I heard a pained exclamation, and Yi Fei Ma fell to the ground. In his fall, he inadvertently tripped me, and I lost my balance, landing squarely atop him. I couldn't help but glance down at Yi Fei Ma, whose brows were tightly knitted. His handsome face contorted in pain, and gasps escaping his lips, revealing the depths of his suffering. To assert that I was lifted is by no means an exaggeration. I could sense the hostility emanating from the individual who hoisted me up, and I even felt a malicious intent to hurl me aside. "Ah Guang, this is utterly unreasonable." Yi Fei Ma's timely interjection halted the actions of the man who had seized me. Thanks to Yi Fei Ma's admonition, the man merely set me down roughly to the side before swiftly attending to Yi Fei Ma. I teetered unsteadily, nearly collapsing once more, when Su Anan promptly extended her hand to steady me. Witnessing my rude treatment, Su Anan was incensed. How can you treat a lady so crudely? Yet, the man disregarded her, focusing instead on assisting Yi Fei Ma, inquiring with concern, "Young master, are you all right?" Beads of sweat trickled down Yi Fei Ma's forehead, revealing his disheveled state. Nevertheless, being a well-bred individual, he managed to maintain his gentlemanly composure amidst the chaos. "Are you all right?" His voice resonated with such tenderness that, for reasons unknown, tears threatened to spill from my eyes.
"I'm sorry."
I apologized, and as I spoke, my voice quivered, tears cascading down my cheeks. Upon seeing my tears, an inexplicable expression flickered in Yi Fei Ma's eyes. He instructed a nearby bodyguard, "Please escort this young lady to rest. How could she possibly be injured from falling onto you? You ought to check on your leg first." Ah Guang's demeanor towards me was palpably unfriendly. "Do you not comprehend my words?" Yi Fei Ma's tone turned frosty, causing Ah Guang to refrain from further comment and pivot towards me, his voice notably brusque. "Miss, the young master requests that I take you for an examination. Please oblige." His unwilling tone was unmistakably impatient, and since I had not sustained any injuries, there was no reason for me to accept an examination. "No, I am perfectly fine. This is the young master's order. Please do not make my task difficult." Ah Guang insisted, extending his hand in invitation. "Wait for me," came Su Anan's voice from behind, but I did not linger, striding down the stairs and out of the hospital to the waiting car. Upon closing the door, I buried my face in my hands and sobbed uncontrollably. Once the tears began to flow, they could not be halted. And I finally comprehended why many find solace in weeping to alleviate their suffering. Observing my tears, Su Anan gently patted my shoulder. Wan, let your pain transform into tears. It will ease your heart." Having known me for many years, Su Anan is undoubtedly the one who understands me best. She knows that I am not one to shed tears easily and can fathom the depth of my anguish. After I had wept until exhaustion overwhelmed me, a fierce hatred surged within me. I truly loathed myself, my foolishness, my inability to discern true character, my unwavering devotion to Lu Haoming without a thought for my own well-being. And most of all, I despised Lu Haoming's despicable nature. If he did not love me, he could have been forthright. We had agreed to part amicably. I, Mu Anran, possessed dignity and would never cling desperately to him. How could one be so cruel? As I simmered in resentment, Lu Haoming chose that moment to call. Wan. Something has happened. Chapter 33. The Dilemma of Love and Desire 1. What is it? I suppressed the urge to tear him apart. After an unfortunate fall at home, Sijia has been taken to the hospital. I exclaimed in feigned surprise. How could she have fallen? Is it serious? The situation remains uncertain as I hurriedly make my way to the hospital. Lu Haoming's voice is tinged with urgency, clearly reflecting his deep concern. Which hospital was she taken to? I'm heading there immediately. Despite the animosity brewing within me, I recognize the necessity of maintaining appearances. Meili informed me that she was taken to Dashin Hospital. Understood. I shall be there at once. Upon ending the call, I exchanged a glance with Suanan, who had overheard my conversation with Lu Haoming. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "What is this woman doing here?" I surmised that Dashin Hospital, being the closest to my home, was a likely destination. Damn it, why didn't she just die? It would serve her right if the wretched child in her womb perished alongside her. Suanan spat venomously. Isn't that a bit too merciful for her? A swift death would be too easy. It is the living who must endure suffering. I intend to make them relive the pain I have experienced. I retorted with a cold smirk. Ranan, what do you plan to do? Suanan asked, her eyes reflecting concern. Since Sijia has been taken to Dashin, I am merely going to check on her. Are you sure you can manage that? Suanan scrutinized my reddened eyes. Why wouldn't I be able to? My current state is perfect for feigning concern for Sijia. ISNT it? Don't act impulsively. Dealing with those two requires a meticulous approach. Suanan remained anxious about my emotional state, fearing I might inadvertently reveal my intentions. Shall I accompany you? No need. Your relationship with Sijia is far from amicable. So, how could you possibly visit her? Moreover, if I cannot handle this minor situation, how can I ever contemplate revenge? Seeing my determination, Suanan reluctantly acquiesced, though she cautioned me to remain calm. As we conversed, a sudden, jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. Suanan and I turned to see Lu Haoming's Porsche careening into the parking lot. I watched him exit the vehicle in a frenzied manner, disregarding his usual poise, sprinting out of the parking area with the urgency of a 100-meter dash. This was a stark contrast to the composed Lu Haoming I was accustomed to. It was evident that in moments of panic, a person's true nature is revealed. Lu Haoming's genuine affection for Sijia was palpable. After lingering in the car for a moment, I eventually stepped out at a leisurely pace, clutching my bag. I called Lu Haoming, inquiring about Sijia's condition. His voice still carried worry, informing me that she was still undergoing emergency treatment. The fact that she remained in critical condition suggested her injuries were indeed severe. I quickened my pace toward the elevator, eager to witness the current state of these despicable individuals. A throng had gathered outside the operating room, my in-laws, Lu Haoming and Wu Ling, all intensely focused on the door, indicating the significance of the individual within. Wu Ling was the first to notice me. Ranan, you've arrived? Upon seeing my reddened eyes, Lu Haoming, assuming my distress was for Sijia, quickly relayed the situation to me and comfortingly patted my shoulder. Do not worry, my dear. Sijia will be all right. I inwardly scoffed. Worry? I should be worried about you, shouldn't I? You are the one who ought to be concerned. With a cold smirk in my heart, I uttered some words of concern, pitying Sijia and hoping that both she and her unborn child were safe. How could I explain to her deceased boyfriend otherwise? Hearing my words, my mother-in-law's face twisted, as she was particularly sensitive to matters of death. What was the point of discussing life and death at such a time? How unfortunate. I apologized, realizing I had been too hasty. I suppressed my growing anger. How could Sijia have fallen? How was I to know? My mother-in-law, in an irritable tone, cast a glance at Wu Ling and immediately added that the floor must have been too slippery. That old hag, even now, could not resist taking a jab at Wu Ling. Yet, Wu Ling was no pushover. The place where Miss Hao fell had no such slippery floor.
Is that so?
Where exactly did she fall? I interjected with feigned interest. When I found her, she was lying at your door, Wu Ling responded. My room is carpeted. How could Sijia slip on the carpet? Is there oil on it? I retorted. After a brief wait, the surgery room door swung open, and Sijia was wheeled out. Upon seeing her, Lu Haoming's parents rushed forward, asking the doctor if the child was unharmed. Their concern and bluntness made Lu Haoming's expression darken. He stepped forward, attempting to mask his anxiety, inquiring if the pregnant woman was all right. I distinctly sensed Lu Haoming's relief, and I could not stand idly by. So, I pretended to squeeze in and asked with feigned concern, "Why are we all gathered here? Hurry and take the patient to her ward." A displeased voice rang out. I looked up to Si Chen-Xiao, the very doctor performing Sijia's surgery. Surprised to see me at the doorway, she seemed taken aback. Before she could speak, I interrupted. "Doctor, how is my friend's condition? Thank you for your help." I feigned gratitude and turned to Lu Haoming. "Haoming, let us arrange a hospital room for Sijia." The mention of his name caught Wu Ling's attention, and being a clever woman, she quickly grasped my intention of pretending not to recognize her.
Yes.
"You should make arrangements for the room, whether a better one or a standard one." "Of course, we shall opt for a better room," Lu Haoming replied, only to realize his choice of words might have been inappropriate, casting a glance at me. "Wife, what do you think?" Currently, our hospital had 2 suites available, each costing 15,000 a day. A nurse chimed in. 15,000? Highway robbery, my mother-in-law exclaimed. Though she was worried about the child in Sija's womb, her greater concern lay with money, especially since I had just covered the surgical fees. Feigning ignorance, I replied, "Darling, for Sija and the child, let us take the 15,000 room. Please, go handle the admission procedures." Upon hearing the price, Lu Haoming's expression shifted to one of surprise. I understood his earlier implication that a good room would merely be a single room costing a few hundred a day. He did not expect me to insist on a 15,000 room for Sija. Seeing me direct Lu Haoming to take care of the admission, my mother-in-law's face darkened. Ran, why aren't you going?" "Yes, sister-in-law, why not?" My sister-in-law echoed. "I need to stay with Sija. In this moment, Scarlett most desperately requires my companionship, and as I am akin to family with Haoming, it matters not who takes charge of the situation." My words leave no room for rebuttal from my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Indeed, on the surface, I am the true friend of Gao Sijia. They are merely outsiders. Lu Haoming hesitated for a moment before turning to handle the hospitalization procedures, while I accompanied my in-laws to escort Gao Sijia into the ward. Upon observing the amenities within the room, my mother-in-law gasped in astonishment. This was no mere hospital room, but rather more luxurious than our own home. "This is a VIP ward, specially designed for the affluent," my sister-in-law interjected. "What a tremendous expense." My mother-in-law must have been grieved beyond measure, her gaze shifting toward me. Wan, let me be clear, this Sijia is your friend, and this amount cannot be borne by Haoming." Her implication was that I should shoulder this financial burden. How brazen of her. I am yet to be divorced from her son, and she delineates matters so distinctly. I chuckled, reassuring her, "Do not worry, mother. Sijia will repay this sum." Upon uttering this, I noticed Gao Sijia's eyelids flutter slightly. Indeed, she was feigning sleep. Earlier, while conversing with Chen Xiao about the ward, I had observed her eyelids moving, casting doubt on her supposed slumber. If she wishes to pretend, I shall allow her to experience the privileges of a premium ward. Surely, she thinks I would naively cover her expenses. Had I been unaware of her shamelessness, I would have willingly played the fool, but now she is merely dreaming.
Today,
I shall make her acutely aware of the consequences of her pretense. I deliberately revealed to my mother-in-law that Sijia would repay the money to ensure she would later demand it from her. Sijia would hardly dare to defy her, and thus would be compelled to comply. Perhaps anxious about the hospitalization expenses, Gao Sijia eventually opened her eyes, weakly uttering a sound. My mother-in-law, father-in-law, and sister-in-law, engrossed in their discussion of the ward's opulence, failed to notice her awakening. I too feigned ignorance and approached Lu's family to continue our discourse on the lavish room. Even the nurse, Wu Ling, standing beside me, seemed oblivious. Seeing that no one acknowledged her, Gao Sijia finally spoke up. "Water. I want to drink water." It was only after she raised her voice thrice that I feigned surprise and turned to her. "Sijia, you're awake?" At my words, Wu Ling promptly approached, expressing concern. "Miss Gao, you're awake?" I was momentarily taken aback by Wu Ling's reaction. I had clearly heard Gao Sijia's weak utterance, and Wu Ling, standing beside me, could not have missed it. Was her disregard intentional, perhaps a reflection of my own disdain for Sijia? A sudden realization struck me. If even a nurse could perceive my sentiments, then Lu Haoming would undoubtedly do the same. I must be vigilant henceforth, concealing my true feelings with utmost care. Chapter 34. The Choices of Love and Desire. 2. I promptly moved to Gao Sijia's bedside, gazing at her with feigned concern. "Sijia, how are you feeling now?" Let us not stand on ceremony. Focus on your recovery. Everything is taken care of by Haoming and me. Sweet words are easy to utter. Sijia has awakened? My mother-in-law also approached. Auntie, I am truly grateful to you. Today, your and uncle's assistance has been invaluable. How Sijia expressed her heartfelt thanks, teary-eyed. You are Ranran's friend, and I regard Ranran as my own daughter. Naturally, I consider you as part of my family as well. We do not speak as two separate households. Focus on your recovery, and rest assured that we will take care of everything. The underlying implication in my mother-in-law's words was that she treated How Sijia kindly for my sake. This elderly woman, despite her lack of decorum, evoked a sense of appreciation within me, and I managed to suppress my disgust as I thanked her. Mother, thank you for treating me like your daughter. And also for your kindness towards Sijia. I could sense this woman's current emotional turmoil. Having just endured suffering, she desperately needed Lu Haoming's comfort. Although I yearned for his solace myself, I had always been an adept actress, and I maintained my composure, reiterating my words of gratitude. You are a friend of Ranran, and thus a friend of mine. It is only natural for friends to support one another. Lu Haoming, that insufferable man, also used me as a shield. Witnessing this family perform their charade while treating me as a fool nauseated me to the core. I truly wished to leave the hospital. Glancing at my watch, I realized it was time to pick up Nyonyo from school. Perhaps out of guilt or fear that I might uncover their family secrets, Lu Haoming quickly stood up.
Dear,
I will accompany you to pick her up. As he spoke, I caught a glimpse of the longing in How Sijia's eyes, wishing for Lu Haoming to stay with her. I smirked inwardly, determined to deny her wish today. I did not refuse Lu Haoming but instructed Wu Ling briefly before exiting the ward with him. As we left the ward, we encountered Yi Feima in the corridor, seated in a wheelchair and being pushed by his bodyguard, a Guang. Upon seeing Lu Haoming and me, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, and his gaze fixed upon us. Lu Haoming approached him briskly, displaying an unusually amiable demeanor. What happened, Mr. Yi? Just a minor leg injury, Yi Feima replied coolly, his demeanor aloof. How did it happen? Lu Haoming inquired, his enthusiasm evident. I was bumped into, Yi Feima responded nonchalantly. Yet his gaze inadvertently flickered towards me. I mused inwardly. Was it truly such a delicate matter to be accidentally bumped into? Why was Yi Feima so fragile? Noticing Yi Feima's glance in my direction, an unusual expression crossed Lu Haoming's face as he positioned himself to shield Yi Feima's view. Mr. Yi, take care of your injury. We shall take our leave now. Yi Feima nodded, and a Guang proceeded to push him back into the ward, while Lu Haoming hastily took my hand and led me away. What was going on with Lu Haoming today? Under normal circumstances, when he greeted Yi Feima, he should have introduced me, yet he did not do so. This was entirely out of character. I found it strange. Yet I remained oblivious to Lu Haoming's hand holding mine. Upon exiting the hospital, Lu Haoming guided me to his car, opening the door for me and fastening my seatbelt once I was seated. Witnessing this insincere display from the detestable man nearly made me retch. The car swiftly departed from the hospital, and I sensed that Lu Haoming appeared somewhat displeased. Was he upset due to How Sijia's predicament? Is it still about the hospital fees? Upon reflection, I realized that this was not the case. Lu Haoming had not borne such an expression upon his recent exit from the ward, but rather, it was after encountering Yi Feima that his demeanor shifted. Lu Haoming possesses a fiercely strong sense of pride, and it is no wonder that he would feel aggrieved after extending an olive branch only to be met with Yi Feima's apparent indifference. I stifled a chuckle within, thinking, my dear husband, you seem rather displeased. Is it about Sijia? No, Lu Haoming denied. Is it something work-related? I aimed to provoke his discomfort. It's about that person, Lu Haoming finally conceded. That person is exceedingly rude, I remarked deliberately. He is always like that, Lu Haoming responded, his expression visibly brightening at my critique of Yi Feima. What does he do? You don't know him? Lu Haoming countered, his gaze subtly assessing my face. I was taken aback. It seemed as though Lu Haoming had some unspoken knowledge. Did he know that I had hosted Yi Feima during his visit to our company? Yet, upon further contemplation, it seemed implausible, as there was no intersection between our companies, and he would hardly concern himself with such matters. I quickly countered, should I know him? Upon hearing my retort, Lu Haoming appeared to exhale in relief. This individual is named Yi Feima. He is notorious as a wealthy scion, brazenly flaunting his affluence and possessing a rather unsavory reputation, though many women are drawn to him due to his striking appearance. Lu Haoming rarely offered opinions on others in my presence, yet He was now employing such a plethora of disparaging terms to describe Yi Feima, indicating a profound bias against him. I have yet to see what is so handsome about him. He certainly does not compare to my husband, I remarked, feeling a twinge of self-disgust at my own words. You ought to limit your interactions with such a person. My words evidently lifted Lu Haoming's spirits, and he, for once, spoke candidly. I wish to avoid any association with him. However, we do have business dealings with his family's company. I finally comprehended Lu Haoming's plight. Yi Feima, both in character and heritage, far surpassed him, inciting jealousy. Yet due to business obligations, he was compelled to engage with Yi Feima and endure his whims, which naturally caused him discomfort. No need, Lu Haoming promptly declined, fearing I might harbor ulterior motives, and added, the hospital has doctors and nurses. And Mother and Wu Ling are also there. Your presence would not be of assistance. Besides, you still have Nunyo to look after. I had no desire to attend to that woman, Hao Sijia. My suggestion was merely to allay Lu Haoming's suspicions, and his rejection aligned perfectly with my intentions. Nunyo played with building blocks on the living room floor while Lu Haoming donned an apron and entered the kitchen to prepare a meal. I feigned inquiry, darling. Do you need my assistance? Lu Haoming, well aware of my capabilities, replied, you would only cause a commotion. Just play with Nunyo. I scrutinized the carpet at the bedroom door, finding nothing amiss, and with a sense of curiosity, I pushed open the bedroom door. The door creaked open, and my gaze immediately fell upon a rather indistinct mark on the carpet, reminiscent of a trace left by someone who had slipped. I paused, shut the door, and crouched down to feel the carpet. My fingers recoiled at the greasy residue. How could there be oil on the carpet? Lu Haoming had reluctantly left the kitchen, and Nunyo, noticing he had ceased cooking, clung to him, eager for him to play with her building blocks. Lu Haoming sat beside Nunyo, indulging her with affection, his tenderness towards her seeming genuine rather than perfunctory. Why, then, was he so cruel to me? Why had he administered contraceptives to me? Was it solely because he had fallen for Hao Sijia? I questioned why my looks, intellect, and family background surpassed hers by a considerable margin. Why, then, did Lu Haoming treat me in such a manner? Is love truly blind and devoid of reason?
No.
Lu Haoming and I began our romance at the behest of Hao Sijia. If he were to fall for her, why would it occur post-marriage? They had ample time and opportunity before our union. Could it be that Lu Haoming was already involved with Hao Sijia, and my relationship with him was merely a facade? Given Lu Haoming's cunning nature, this thought sent shivers down my spine. As the saying goes, know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated. I resolved to have Su Anan hire a private investigator to delve deeper into the past of Hao Sijia and Lu Haoming, for I must unravel the queries plaguing my mind. After dinner, Lu Haoming hastily consumed a few bites before rushing off to deliver several portions to the hospital. A flicker of concern crossed my mind as I exited the room. Sister Wu, how did Sijia fall? Although Wu Ling responded fluently, I detected her unease. I sighed. How could she have fallen at our doorstep? Entering my room, I was taken aback. What business did Hao Sijia have in my sanctuary? The thought of the slip mark on the carpet and the oil resurfaced. Was it possible that Hao Sijia had fallen in my room? But how could there be oil on my carpet? Chapter 35. The Choice Between Love and Desire. 3. Su Anan was equally astonished. Ran. I can't shake the feeling that your family's nanny might be involved. Could Hao Sijia's fall be connected to her? I too sensed something amiss. Yet she was merely a nanny with no apparent ties to Hao Sijia. Yet it was true that Hao Sijia had no deep-seated animosity towards a mere maid. Could it be that she accidentally spilled oil on the carpet, causing Hao Sijia to fall? Su Anan vente tentative. There was a possibility. I concurred with Su Anan's analysis. Yet I still pondered why Hao Sijia would venture into my room. Indeed, why would that wretched woman seek out your sanctuary? Su Anan also found it perplexing. With an additional set of eyes in the house and her prior unpleasantness with me, shouldn't she have sought to avoid suspicion? Could it be that Wu Ling was lying? I speculated. Given Hao Sijia's past treatment of Wu Ling, the latter must harbor some resentment towards her. It was conceivable, after all. The nanny and Hao Sijia were at odds, potentially aiming to sow discord between me and Hao Sijia. Unable to fathom the thoughts of Hao Sijia and Wu Ling, I shifted the conversation to express my suspicions regarding Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia. I requested Su Anan to arrange for someone to investigate the past of Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia, to which Su Anan readily acquiesced. I am acutely aware of the true nature of my mother-in-law. She is indolent and self-indulgent, expecting others to cater to her whims. It is inconceivable that she would willingly serve anyone else. Despite her reluctance to cook for the family, she now devotes herself wholeheartedly to caring for Hao Xijia, indicating her lofty expectations for the child growing within her. It seems evident that the child must be a boy. For a fleeting moment, I felt an overwhelming urge for retribution, contemplating the unthinkable act of harming the innocent child to inflict suffering upon Lu Haoming and his family. However, such thoughts quickly dissipated. I could not allow myself to act on them. The child is blameless. The true offenders are Lu Haoming and Hao Xijia, who have wronged me. Justice must be served against them alone. I managed to compose myself and turned towards the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, I sat before the mirror to apply skincare cream when Lu Haoming entered the room. He approached me from behind, resting his hands on my shoulders, and gazed at my reflection with tenderness, proclaiming, "My wife is becoming increasingly beautiful. Is that so? Surely, I am becoming more unattractive. I even believe I am beginning to develop blemishes on my face," I remarked intentionally. "Where are the blemishes? Your skin remains as smooth and fair as ever. Many young women would envy your complexion." His flattery nauseated me, prompting me to rise and inquire, "Darling, aren't you going to take a shower?" "What's the matter?" he replied. "Work has been rather hectic recently. I may have to stay late at the office. You will have to manage at home." He continued, "By the way, I have already checked on my mother at the hospital, so you need not worry about Xijia." Upon hearing this, I immediately grasped his intention. He was likely using work as an excuse to visit that wretched Hao Xijia at the hospital. Lu Haoming's smile faded as I spoke. "Mother isn't that old. She can manage this. It is not merely a matter of capability. Xijia is my friend, and it is unnecessary for my mother to bear the burden. Besides, isn't Wu Jia available? She was specifically hired to care for Xijia, and now, given her circumstances, is precisely when her assistance is required." Upon hearing my reasoning, Lu Haoming's smile became even more strained. "Isn't Wu Jia supposed to manage the household? You are alone with the child and with work commitments. Father has not yet recovered, and his cooking does not suit your palate. Beauty can become chaotic amidst such busyness. I firmly believe keeping Wu Jia at home is the best option. That scoundrel, in his eagerness to visit his mistress, is now pretending to be concerned for me. Yet this time, I am determined not to grant him his desires. I never anticipated that I would reiterate that Hao Xijia is merely my friend and has no connection to them, prompting Lu Haoming to likely realize that his family has been overly kind to her, fearing I might sense something amiss. Thus, he refrained from insisting further and excused himself to the study under the pretense of having matters to attend to. I observed his retreating figure with a cold smirk. What business could he possibly have? It is evident that he seeks to devise a strategy. I am eager to see how he intends to confront me. Does he plan to go so far as to drug me? As I gazed at the steaming cup of milk, an unsettling chill coursed through me. Clearly, this was the result of a discussion between Lu Haoming and Hao Xijia. This milk must have been laced with a sedative. I personally heated this for you. Please show some appreciation. Lu Haoming affectionately brought the milk to my lips. I suppressed my nausea and gently pushed his hand away. "Thank you, darling. But I'm really not feeling well today. I've been feeling nauseous for the past few days. Just the sight of milk makes me want to vomit." After saying this, I deliberately covered my mouth and pretended to gag a few times before hastily retreating to the bathroom. I merely intended to feign my aversion to the milk. Yet Lu Haoming followed me, his brow furrowed with concern as he witnessed my retching at the sink. "Dear, are you feeling nauseous? How long has this been going on?" "More than a week." Lu Haoming appeared taken aback. "I recall that your period seems to have not arrived this month, right? What on earth was this scoundrel trying to achieve? Could it be true? Am I possibly pregnant?" Lu Haoming's expression was one of unbridled delight. The hypocrisy on his face made me want to land a punch that would shatter a few of his teeth.
Disgusting man.
He truly knows how to put on a facade, administering drugs to me while feigning concern about my potential pregnancy. Does he not understand the improbability of my conceiving? Resisting the urge to strike him, I reminded myself that pregnancy was not a possibility. Had the doctor not informed me of my difficulties in conceiving? The doctor merely stated that it would be challenging for you to conceive, not that it is entirely impossible. "My dear, just to be safe, let us go to the hospital for a checkup," he suggested, his acting skills astoundingly proficient. He was fully aware that his mistress was pregnant with his child and that I was unlikely to conceive, yet he maintained this charade with such authenticity that it was truly astonishing. While I harbored a deep resentment, Lu Haoming appeared increasingly eager. "Tomorrow, I will take you for a checkup. Regardless of whether you are pregnant, we should have you examined, all right?" His intentions baffled me. I could not decipher his motives and instinctively refused. "Tomorrow may not work. I have a multitude of matters to handle at the company. Company matters pale in comparison to the significance of a child. If you are indeed pregnant, you should rest at home and nurture the baby. I will take excellent care of both you and the child. His words sounded appealing, but could he truly manage alone? I still had the birthday gift for my sister-in-law to prepare, and I had yet to gather the funds. You need not concern yourself with Mei Li. She can be quite demanding. The more kindness you show her, the more she will expect. Did he truly understand what kind of person his sister was? Is it possible to ignore her? She is, after all, your sister. How about this? I will cover the cost of the gift. You need not worry. Lu Haoming relented once more. Tomorrow, I will instruct the accountant to transfer some funds to your account. Lu Haoming's generosity astonished me. Previously, he had deposited a substantial sum into my account, and now he was promising another considerable amount. What did this signify? To be honest, I found myself increasingly perplexed by Lu Haoming's intentions. What exactly was he trying to accomplish? Was he not the one who had switched the contraceptive pills? As I stared at the still steaming cup of milk, memories of overhearing him with Hao Sijia that fateful night flooded my mind, dispelling any lingering doubts I had. As I gazed upon Lu Haoming's handsome visage, adorned with a radiant smile, I thought, are you truly expecting me to drink this milk laced with a sedative?
Today,
I shall not acquiesce to your desires. Not only will I refuse your request, but I shall insist that you consume this milk instead. With that in mind, I reached for the glass of milk Lu Haoming had placed on the nightstand and brought it to his lips. Darling, I have no inclination to drink this milk. I believe it is better suited for you. Lu Haoming declined. I refuse not out of distaste, but why do you hesitate? Are you feeling unwell as well? Could it be that such a simple glass of milk could render both of us nauseous? Is there something amiss with this milk? Has it perhaps expired? I interrogated him. Of course not. How could I possibly offer you spoiled milk? Indeed, my husband is far too considerate to serve me such a thing. You labor daily to procure this milk for me. Today, I shall feed it to you. I beheld Lu Haoming's gentle smile. As he opened his mouth to speak, I seized the moment, pouring the milk directly into his mouth. That night, Lu Haoming, as a result of the milk, had no opportunity to attend to Hao Sijia at the hospital. He slept soundly, while I leaned against the headboard, pondering through the night. Upon waking, Lu Haoming once again mentioned the prospect of a hospital visit. His demeanor did not suggest deceit, leaving me utterly perplexed regarding his true intentions. At noon, I arranged to meet Su Anan. As soon as we sat down, I recounted the events of the previous night. Those two shameless individuals are truly outrageous. Su Anan exclaimed, her anger flaring anew. Ranan, you acted rightly. We must not allow that vile woman, Hao Sijia, to triumph. She must be made to feel anxious and insecure. Lu Haoming did not attend to her last night, and with Wu Ling overseeing Lu Haoming during the day, he cannot be too lenient. I can only imagine how heartbroken that wretched woman must be. Yet, such sorrow would be fleeting, for with Lu Haoming's sweet words, winning over Hao Sijia would be effortless. I sighed. Indeed, with technological advancements, Lu Haoming can communicate with Hao Sijia without restraint. Su Anan also sighed, acknowledging that sowing discord between these two would not be an easy task. From what you say, I too perceive that Lu Haoming does not appear to be feigning. Could it be that he is not the one who replaced the medication? Su Anan pondered aloud. If not him, then who could it be? Might it be Hao Sijia? She speculated. Is there anyone else besides Lu Haoming who has access to your home? Have you forgotten that she once cared for you? Hao Sijia? Su Anan's reminder struck me like a revelation. Indeed, besides Lu Haoming, that vile woman had access to my home. She moved in to care for me during my miscarriage, all the while secretly engaging with Lu Haoming. After my recovery, due to work commitments, I often relied on her to pick up Nuno, even granting her a key to our home. Suddenly, I recalled Wu Ling's words. She had mentioned that Hao Sijia had stealthily entered my room. Nothing was missing, nor was there anything that Hao Sijia would covet. Could it be that she entered my room to swap the medication? If it were indeed Hao Sijia, her malice would be unfathomable. I have been exceedingly kind to her, offering her abundant assistance, yet she not only covets my husband, but also inflicts harm upon my health. What profound anguish it must be for a woman to face a lifetime of infertility. She, too, is a woman. How could she treat me in such a manner? If she were not so malicious, would she have engaged with your husband? You were friends, and during her times of hardship, you extended your help so generously. Yet, she has the audacity to betray that kindness and entangle herself with Lu Haoming. What else is she capable of? Su Anan is right. Since Hao Sijia has sunk to such depths of ingratitude, what further transgressions might she commit? And if it were indeed Hao Sijia who administered the poison, would Lu Haoming be aware of it? Compared to Hao Sijia, I harbor a greater resentment towards Lu Haoming. As the saying goes, a seamless egg does not harbor worms. Without Lu Haoming's betrayal, how could Hao Sijia have had the opportunity to scheme? Ultimately, this predicament is the consequence of Lu Haoming's actions. I comprehend your words. Yet have you ever contemplated the reasons behind the current state of affairs between you and Lu Haoming? Su Anran suddenly posed a question to me. Since Lu Haoming's infidelity came to light, I have repeatedly questioned myself on this matter. While I am not without flaws, I have remained true to Lu Haoming, and I genuinely cannot fathom why he would treat me this way. In truth, Anran, I have considered this issue. Lu Haoming and Guiyang are fundamentally different individuals. Guiyang revels in pursuing women, whereas Lu Haoming is distinct. The women he encounters are far more beautiful and talented than Hao Sijia, yet he has never strayed. Do you not find that peculiar? It is not surprising at all. He simply found a connection with Hao Sijia. No, I do not share that perspective. I believe a significant portion of the issues in your marriage with Lu Haoming stem from your inability to conceive. Lu Haoming possesses a profound desire for progeny. Although he may not overtly express the need for children, he certainly yearns for them deep within. His liaison with Hao Sijia likely revolves around that very desire. Is it solely about children? In Chapter 37, The Choice Between Love and Desire, I retorted, recalling a conversation with Lu Haoming when the doctor informed us about my infertility. I had told him that I might never bear children, and he could not forego the prospect of having a family, leading us to contemplate divorce. At that moment, Lu Haoming resolutely declared that he would not divorce me. He asserted that we were still young, and with the advancements in medicine, there would certainly be a solution. He further stated that even if I were indeed unable to conceive, we could adopt a child. I conveyed to him that a life without children is incomplete. He has the capacity to start anew and nurture his own offspring. However, Lu Haoming was adamant in his disagreement. He insisted that children do not encompass the entirety of life. For him, a life without children could still be filled with joy, yet without me, he would be unhappy. I was indeed moved by his words, which led me to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to him and his family. Due to my infertility, Lu Haoming's parents expressed their discontent, particularly his mother, who has spoken harshly to me on multiple occasions. Yet, for Lu Haoming's sake, I have endured in silence. Little did I anticipate that the man who claimed I was his everything would betray me and father a child with another woman. Su Anran asserted that the relationship between Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia was solely due to the child. However, I find this notion implausible. From my observations over the past few days, the care Lu Haoming has shown towards Hao Sijia leads me to believe that his infidelity cannot merely be attributed to the presence of a child. If his desire was simply to have offspring, he could easily seek another woman for that purpose. Why then would it be Hao Sijia? This directly reflects my thoughts. Hao Sijia lacks your beauty, your talent, and her family background pales in comparison. Most importantly, she is your close friend. It is commonly said that a rabbit does not eat grass near its burrow. Surely, Lu Haoming must grasp this principle. Are you suggesting that Hao Sijia initiated the flirtation with Lu Haoming? I comprehend Su Anran's implications. It isn't just about her taking the initiative. She is acutely aware of the deficiencies in your relationship with Lu Haoming. I suspect that Hao Sijia has been scheming from the outset, including ensuring that you remain unable to conceive. Su Anran's conjecture is not without merit. If this entire scenario is indeed part of Hao Sijia's meticulous plan, it becomes profoundly unsettling. Nevertheless, my intention in articulating this is not to excuse Lu Haoming's infidelity, but rather to convey that if his connection with Hao Sijia is indeed predicated solely on the child, then an opportunity presents itself for you. What opportunity? Lu Haoming is suspicious of your pregnancy, so why not stage a performance? This act would not only reveal whether Lu Haoming is the one administering drugs, but would also allow you to confront that wretched Hao Sijia. How shall we perform this? A false pregnancy report? I was taken aback. You mean to feign pregnancy? Indeed, by simulating a pregnancy, we can gauge Lu Haoming's reaction. If he is not the one who has wronged you, it must be that vile Hao Sijia, who believes that motherhood elevates her status. You might consider employing this tactic. It would both undermine that wretched woman and render Lu Haoming's family complacent, making it easier to deal with them later. However, Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia are exceedingly cunning. They would not be easily convinced of my pregnancy and would surely find ways to verify it. If they were to uncover the truth, all would be lost. While Su Anran's plan is worth considering, I remain apprehensive. Typically, after the injection of HCG, one may exhibit symptoms of a false pregnancy. To maintain authenticity and leave those two wretches with no means of investigation, you should first receive an HCG injection at a hospital, ensuring that your deception remains undetected. Su Ainan's foresight was indeed commendable, and we deliberated on the details of our ruse for quite some time before parting ways. After work, I retrieved Nyonyo and pretended to head to Dashin. Regardless of my deep-seated animosity towards that wretched Hao Sijia, I had to maintain appearances. I took Nyonyo's hand and headed straight for the ward where Hao Sijia was staying, only to discover that she had vacated it. The nurse informed me that Hao Sijia had been transferred to a standard room early that morning. Without needing anyone to tell me, I surmised the truth. It must have been my mother-in-law who had asked Hao Sijia for the hospitalization fee the previous night. The thought of Hao Sijia enduring both physical and mental torment brought a sense of delight to my heart. After thanking the nurse with a smile, I turned around, only to be met by a pair of profound eyes. My smile lingered on my face, somewhat awkwardly as I gazed at Yi Feima and his bodyguard. Miss Mu. What a coincidence. Yi Feima no longer bore the distant expression he had shown to Lu Haoming the day before. Instead, he took the initiative to greet me. Mommy, this uncle is so handsome, even more so than Daddy, Nyonyo exclaimed, her eyes fixed on Yi Feima in admiration. Upon hearing Nyonyo's compliment, Yi Feima's expression darkened. As a grown man, being called handsome felt like an affront to him. Fortunately, Nyonyo was but a child, yet her words evidently displeased Yi Feima. As his brows knitted together, "Is this your daughter?" he inquired. "Yes," I replied. "What a lovely little girl, though isn't it said that daughters resemble their mothers?" Yi Feima's insinuation was clear. Nyonyo did not bear my likeness.
This thought unsettled me.
"You are mistaken, Mr. Yi. It is often said that daughters who resemble their fathers are particularly fortunate," I retorted without hesitation. "I have heard such a saying. Yet it seems rather inapplicable to Miss Mu's current situation," Yi Feima replied slowly, his gaze fixed intently on my eyes. The implication of Yi Feima's words was evident, however. As we were not well acquainted, how could he presume to know that Nyonyo was not the biological child of Lu Haoming and me? "Mommy, what does our family's situation mean?" Nyonyo asked innocently. Looking into her guileless eyes, I felt a surge of irritation. What on earth did Yi Feima mean by saying such a thing in front of Nyonyo? "Mr. Yi, I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave," I said hastily, grasping Nyonyo's hand and departing without waiting for Yi Feima's response. He remained silent and unmoved, even as I ushered Nyonyo into the elevator. As the doors closed, I caught a glimpse of him still standing there, maintaining his original posture. Yi Feima was truly an enigma. Chapter 38. The Choice Between Love and Desire, 6. I led Nyonyo to the ordinary hospital room where Gao Sijia was staying. Upon entering, I immediately saw her lying in bed, while my mother-in-law sat in a chair, her face tight and seemingly angry as she watched television. Hearing our entrance, both of them turned to look at me. My mother-in-law lifted her eyelids slightly, devoid of any smile. "You're here?" she inquired. I nodded and approached Sija's bedside. "How are you feeling?" I asked, my heart coldly mocking her as I spoke sweetly. "Weren't you doing well in the VIP ward? Why the change?" I feigned ignorance. "I thought I had told Haoming to cover the expenses. Did he not pay? If you are so considerate, why not pay yourself instead of asking Haoming to do it? Is it easy for him to earn that money?" My mother-in-law pressed, her gaze fixated on me. It appeared her attempt to extract funds from Sijia had fallen flat. "Mom, what are you saying? Haoming is my husband. We are family. Whether he pays or I do, it amounts to the same," I countered with displeasure. My mother-in-law was momentarily taken aback by my retort. Unable to voice her true feelings, she huffed and stormed out. Upon witnessing her exit, Sijia promptly shed tears. Ran. "It's my fault. I've caused you both so much trouble. Sijia, don't overthink it. Haoming and I are here for you." My mother may have a sharp tongue, but her heart is kind, I reassured her gently. "I acknowledge my shortcomings. It is indeed my fault.
Now,
Burdened with an expanding waistline, I find myself unable to work, and my finances are in disarray. Were I to possess wealth, I would not be in such a predicament. This unscrupulous woman seems to feign poverty, hoping that I might voluntarily offer her financial assistance, which has awakened a sense of caution within me." I questioned how my mother-in-law could be so oblivious to the greater picture, disregarding the fact that Scarlett is with child and treating her poorly over monetary matters. It appears there is a hidden agenda at play. This must be another scheme devised by Scarlett and my mother-in-law, aimed at compelling me to part with my resources. When I suggested asking Lu Haoming for financial help, Scarlett was taken aback. How could she allow her plot to be exposed before Lu, thereby tarnishing her image? She hastily waved her hand, insisting that matters of money should not involve Haoming. Why not? I foolishly inquired. You see, I am your friend, but not Haoming's. You have already invested so much in me. If you were to ask him for money, what would he think of me? I currently have no money, and you are in need. If I cannot ask Haoming, then who else should I turn to? I do have a little money left, but I merely expressed my frustration in a moment of sorrow. You need not take it to heart. With her retreat, I ceased to press her about the financial matter. Yet this issue cannot simply be disregarded. After conversing with Scarlett for a while, I excused myself, claiming concern for my mother-in-law who had been gone for some time. Upon exiting the hospital room, I quickly spotted her at the far end of the corridor and hurried towards her. Mother, please do not be upset. Seeing me approach, the old woman believed her plans had succeeded. Anran, I recognize your kind heart, but you must not be so easily swayed. Scarlett is merely your friend. You should not sacrifice so much for her. Mother, Scarlett is in distress and has come to us for aid. I am her closest friend. If I do not assist her, who will? Did you not also say to treat Scarlett as a daughter? How can a parent stand idly by when their child is in need? I never said I would disregard her. However, over 10,000 a day is no small sum. And the child has yet to be born. There will be many expenses in the future. My mother-in-law wore a facade of concern for our well-being. You need not worry about finances. Haoming and I will manage. Scarlett is not the type to forget kindness. She will remember your generosity. I urged. Moreover, Scarlett is not destitute. She works as a white-collar professional. Consider this. If her boyfriend can gift her jewelry worth millions, he must have left her with ample funds. As the saying goes, the more friends one has, the more pathways open up. Your treatment of her could have lasting repercussions, do you not think? Upon mentioning Scarlett's jewelry, my mother-in-law's eyes sparkled with realization. I had not considered this, she conceded. I have been too hasty. I shall apologize to Scarlett and assure her that my earlier words were said in haste. Seeing her enlightened demeanor, I could not help but smirk inwardly. That wretched Scarlett was about to encounter trouble. Knowing my mother-in-law as I do, she would undoubtedly devise a way to acquire Scarlett's jewelry, including that custom bracelet Lu Haoming had spent a fortune on. While Scarlett is anguished over her possessions, I shall orchestrate an even greater surprise for her. Seeing Chun Zhao's enthusiastic attitude, I realized that Suanan must have played a significant role behind the scenes. Earlier today, during our discussion about the faux pregnancy, Suanan mentioned that for safety's sake, she would reach out to Qin Xiao to establish a connection, ensuring that Qin Xiao could be of assistance to me. I did not inquire about how Xijia, but directly expressed my hope to Qin Xiao that she would help me with the HCG injection. Qin Xiao readily agreed without any hesitation. After the injection, I left the hospital with Niu Niu. It turned out that my father-in-law and Wu Ling were chatting in the living room, and I could hear my father-in-law's hearty laughter, evidently amused by something Wu Ling had said. Once I closed the door, I retrieved a pregnancy test from my bag and headed to the bathroom. Although Suanan had warned me that the injection might cause a false pregnancy phenomenon, I still felt uneasy and wanted to test it myself. 5 minutes later, I was astonished to see 2 red lines on the pregnancy test, confirming that Suanan's words were entirely accurate. After dinner, Lu Haoming mysteriously pulled me into the room, saying, "Wife, I have something to discuss with you."
What is it? What did you buy?
I feigned interest, though I was indifferent to his purchase. I bought this. Lu Haoming opened a bag and took out a pregnancy test, suggesting we test it before heading to the hospital. That cunning man. Had I not been prepared, I would have been caught off guard. Sighing, I replied, "Darling, I don't think it's necessary to test. My condition has always been irregular, and the doctor said I couldn't be pregnant. Who knows, a miracle might happen. Just trust me and let's test it," he insisted, placing the pregnancy test in my hand, half pleading, half commanding. "All right, I'll test it, but if it turns out negative, you mustn't be disappointed," I warned as I entered the bathroom with the test. A few minutes later, 2 red lines appeared on the test, and I feigned a gasp. Hearing my exclamation, Lu Haoming burst through the door, asking, "What happened, my love? This must be a mistake. How could it possibly show red?" I exclaimed, utterly incredulous. Lu Haoming snatched the test from my hands, confirming the 2 red lines. Overjoyed, he lifted me into his arms, exclaiming, "Anran, we're having a baby."
Ha ha ha.
His laughter was exuberant, almost euphoric, and in his delight, he leaned in to kiss me. As someone with a severe aversion to germs, ever since learning of Lu Haoming's involvement with Hao Xijia, I found his touch repulsive. This close proximity made my stomach churn. Instinctively, I covered my mouth and struggled to escape his embrace, rushing towards the toilet. Lu Haoming, misinterpreting my reaction as morning sickness, followed me and gently patted my back, asking, "Are you feeling unwell?" His touch triggered memories of him comforting Hao Sijia, and unable to control myself, I retched violently. Lu Haoming hurried to assist me, fetching mouthwash and towels to help clean my mouth, and cautiously offered to carry me to the bed to rest for a while. I pushed his hand away. "Darling, what are you doing?" "I am not ill. I can walk on my own." "Aren't you pregnant?" "Pregnant women are delicate. Let me carry you out." "Who said I was pregnant?" I retorted. "The pregnancy test is quite clear, isn't it?" "Dear, pregnancy tests are not always accurate. Do not rejoice too soon. Your period has not arrived. You are showing signs of pregnancy, and the test shows a positive result. You must be pregnant. My love, you cannot imagine how thrilled I am. I have awaited this day for so long." Lu Haoming grasped my hand, his voice filled with emotion. Mencius once said, "To observe a person, there is no better way than to look into their eyes. The eyes cannot conceal a person's true nature. A heart that is honest and upright shines brightly in the eyes. A heart that is not will render the eyes dim and evasive." Thus, when listening to someone speak, one must pay attention to their eyes, for therein lie the truths of their morality and intentions. At that moment, Lu Haoming's eyes sparkled with light, unwaveringly fixed upon me. I knew his words were sincere. If he had not strayed, and if I were indeed pregnant, this would undoubtedly be a moment of joy. Yet, I felt an overwhelming sense of irony. I lowered my gaze, concealing the tumult within. Lu Haoming, in his elation, failed to notice my unease. "Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the hospital for a thorough examination. By the way, my dear, once you are pregnant, you need not attend work. You will become the focal point of our family's care and protection." It was evident that Lu Haoming's joy over my pregnancy was genuine. Since his happiness was sincere, he could not possibly be the one who had switched the medication. Hao Sijia had thus become the sole candidate for the substitution. Suanan was right. Hao Sijia must have orchestrated this all along. That wretched woman, how despicable she was, secretly administering medication to render me infertile, while she sought to elevate herself through the child in her womb. If Hao Sijia so desperately wished to marry Lu Haoming, how could I allow her to achieve her desires? Chapter 39, The Choice Between Love and Desire, 7. The next morning, Lu Haoming accompanied me to the hospital. Thanks to Suanan's assistance, the examination proceeded smoothly. Upon receiving the pregnancy diagnosis, Lu Haoming was beside himself with joy, disregarding the throngs of people in the hospital, and swept me into a princess carry. The plan had succeeded. I set aside my nausea and feigned happiness. "Darling, I truly did not anticipate being pregnant. Does this mean we are really expecting a little one?" "Haoming, since I am pregnant, we should share this news with Mom and Dad. They have long awaited a grandchild. And it is time to bring them joy," I suggested. "You are right. We must inform them and share in their happiness." I eagerly anticipated Lu Haoming making this call. Once he informed his mother, it would mean Hao Sijia would learn of my pregnancy almost immediately. I wondered how she would react upon hearing the news. Would she feel disappointment, sorrow, anger, or perhaps a combination of all three? Lu Haoming's call was swiftly answered, but it was not directed to his mother-in-law. Rather, it was his father-in-law who picked up the phone. "Dad, I have delightful news. Ranan is pregnant," Lu Haoming exclaimed with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, I chuckled cynically within, pondering how Lu Haoming could so readily agree without a hint of concern for Hao Sijia's feelings. It became apparent that he had devised a strategy long before this moment. With his father-in-law at home and his mother-in-law attending to Hao Sijia in the hospital, he could relay the news to his father-in-law, thereby managing me while temporarily withholding the information from Hao Sijia. Yet, one cannot conceal the truth indefinitely. This matter was beyond Lu Haoming's control. He would undoubtedly concoct a comprehensive plan to navigate this predicament, but I refused to bide my time. I was determined to inform Hao Sijia of the news before he could act. Truth be told, I was quite eager to witness the reaction of that vile woman upon learning of my pregnancy. Why shouldn't I? Was I concerned that my husband couldn't provide for us? Certainly not. I was well aware of his capabilities. I intentionally complimented him, but I was bound by a contract with my company. You see, they had been apprehensive about my potential departure, thus they had crafted a substantial penalty clause for early termination. His demeanor did not suggest any pretense, prompting a sigh from me. If I could turn back time, I would never choose such a man. I would not have married him so hastily. I had devoted my precious time and love to this man, only to receive estrangement and indifference from family, along with betrayal and deceit. I was grateful that I had not become pregnant when I uncovered the truth behind these lies and farcical situations. Ultimately, I owed my gratitude to the one who had drugged me. Had she not done so, and had I truly become pregnant, I would not have been able to extricate myself as decisively as I have now. For the sake of the child, I would have strived to salvage this marriage, willing to humble myself to the dust. Yet now, I was relieved to retain my dignity. I was still my complete self. Upon returning home, Lu Haoming assisted me into the bedroom, encouraging me to rest on the bed. However, how could I possibly muster the inclination to rest? I merely complied with Lu Haoming's request for the sake of our performance. Lu Haoming gently covered me with a blanket. "Dear, what would you like to eat tonight? I will prepare it myself." "That would be splendid, but Sister Wu cooks better than I do. Just tell me what you crave, and I shall have her procure it." There is a saying that boys are born to those who crave sour foods. I deliberately expressed a desire for something tart, hoping to shape Lu Haoming's expectations. Indeed. Upon hearing my craving, his face lit up with joy. "Dear, you must be carrying a boy. How can you be so certain?" I inquired. In our hometown, the elders judge the baby's gender based on the mother's cravings. Most women who crave sour foods are expecting boys. Is there any scientific basis for that? I find it hard to believe. I shook my head. Though lacking scientific validation, there is an 80% accuracy rate. By the way, when Sijia was pregnant, she too craved sour foods, and she bore a son. In a bid to persuade me, Lu Haoming ironically invoked Scarlett O'Hara, inadvertently revealing that his relationship with her was merely ordinary. How could he be so concerned about her dietary preferences? Did Scarlett crave sour foods during her pregnancy? I retorted, utterly perplexed. Lu Haoming, realizing his slip, quickly countered, stating he had overheard her conversing with my mother. "Indeed, my dear husband, I wish to inform Scarlett about my pregnancy. She has invested considerable concern for my well-being, and now that I am expecting, I would like to share the news with her to bring her some joy. What do you think?" "Lao Pe, I believe it is best to keep your pregnancy under wraps for the time being," Lu Haoming countered immediately.
Why not?
I feigned innocence, thinking it to be a celebratory occasion worth sharing with all. "Your pregnancy is indeed a momentous event. However, it should not be publicized indiscriminately," he replied with a serious demeanor. "I've heard from elders that one should refrain from announcing a pregnancy in the first 3 months, as it may lead to misfortune for the baby. For the sake of our child, let us keep this news private for now." I found his reasoning rather absurd and shook my head, deeming it to be mere superstition. Moreover, Scarlett was hardly a stranger.
For me,
"Only you and my family are not outsiders," Lu Haoming emphasized, intensifying his tone. "Wife, some beliefs are worth adhering to. Consider our first child. He departed before reaching 3 months. I am genuinely frightened. Therefore, for the sake of our baby, let us refrain from sharing this news with others, shall we?" I was both amused and exasperated, never expecting Lu Haoming to employ such a rationale to dissuade me from revealing everything to Scarlett. However, this time, his wishes would be thwarted. I was not pregnant, and thus had no fear of any ill fate for the baby. Scarlett was someone I had to inform. Yet, since Lu Haoming requested discretion, I resolved to honor his wishes. "All right, dear husband, I shall heed your advice and remain silent until 3 months have passed." "My wife is indeed the most obedient," Lu Haoming remarked, pleased with my compliance. He added, "And do not let Suanin know either, understood?" Lu Haoming's consideration was quite thorough. He was afraid Suanin might inadvertently disclose everything to Scarlett. I sighed inwardly, wondering, but dear, both Suanin and Scarlett are among the most caring individuals in my life. If I do not confide in them, might they resent me? Trust me, not a word should be spoken. This is not a trivial matter. They are your friends, and will surely understand. He reassured me. Very well. For the sake of the baby, I shall acquiesce. I conceded. Seeing my compliance, Lu Haoming visibly relaxed, offering a few more reminders before departing to instruct Wu Ling on grocery shopping. I lay on the bed, gently caressing my flat abdomen, filled with contemplation. I understood that my pregnancy was an unexpected revelation for Lu Haoming, who had yet to devise a plan regarding Scarlett. However, if I could keep the pregnancy concealed for 3 months, Lu Haoming, with his intelligence, would undoubtedly find a way to navigate the situation. Initially, I intended to candidly reveal my pregnancy to Heasijia to provoke her, yet given that Lu Haoming has already clarified matters today, it seems that such a course of action is no longer feasible. I must contemplate a comprehensive strategy. As I pondered this, Lu Haoming entered with a plate of strawberries, gently urging, "Dear, you should eat some fruit." "I don't feel like it," I replied. "You must eat, even if you don't want to." for the sake of the baby's development. His endearing insistence sent shivers down my spine, prompting me to consume a few strawberries to prevent him from uttering more saccharine remarks. Lu Haoming stood by, observing me eat, and began devising ways to enhance my nutrition. Just as he was engrossed in his plans, his phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen, calmly silencing it. Shortly after, the phone rang again, and with a frown, he chose to silence it once more. I surmised that the call must be from Heasijia. "Darling, why aren't you answering?" I interjected. Lu Haoming abruptly ended the call, and I feigned surprise. "You're so fierce." "It's just the company as secretary. I specifically instructed her yesterday not to call me today, as I have something very important to attend to, yet she simply cannot remember." "Surely, she must have something significant to discuss?" I questioned. "At this moment, nothing is more important to me than you and our baby," he asserted. His earlier fury seemingly evaporated, replaced by a gentle smile directed at me. Thanks to Lu Haoming's reprimand, his phone remained silent thereafter. I became increasingly convinced that the recent call was indeed from Heasijia, and that Lu Haoming had not contacted her at all today, causing her to grow anxious. Typically, Lu Haoming would be at the company during this time, and Heasijia would never suspect he was here with me, which explains her audacity in calling. Little did she realize she would face a scolding. Observing Lu Haoming's earlier stern admonishment of Heasijia, I sensed that while part of it might have been theatrical, the disdain in his eyes was genuine, subtly indicating that she held less significance in his heart than I initially feared. Perhaps his kindness towards her was solely due to the child. This realization sparked an epiphany within me, since Heasijia is so dependent on Lu Haoming while he is not particularly attached to her. I shall ensure he remains devoted to me. Just as I was brimming with confidence to secure a triumph, I soon discovered that matters were far more intricate than anticipated. In light of my pregnancy, Lu Haoming has become exceedingly protective, resolutely insisting that I resign from my job to focus on nurturing the baby. Naturally, I resisted his request, deflecting with various justifications. Faced with my refusal to resign, Lu Haoming reluctantly conceded, albeit with the condition that I must be picked up and dropped off by him from work. It appears that his concern persists, as he fears I might inadvertently disclose my pregnancy to Heasijia. Moreover, Lu Haoming's act of escorting me to and from work undoubtedly curtailed my freedom. Consequently, my desire to meet Su Anin during non-working hours to discuss matters became quite troublesome. Fortunately, this inconvenience was mutual, since Lu Haoming restricted my liberty. He inadvertently limited his own as well, making it difficult for him to meet Heasijia during off hours. Upon careful reflection, I realized that in this age of advanced technology, a face-to-face meeting with Su Anin was not a necessity. We could easily communicate through WeChat, QQ, or email. Similarly, Lu Haoming and Heasijia would likely resort to such means of communication. Acknowledging that this constraint was reciprocal, I saw no reason to decline, thus agreeing to his request. The following morning, Lu Haoming drove his Porsche to take me to work, but I chose not to sit beside him, instead opting for the back seat under the pretext of safety. Upon arriving at the office, he escorted me to the entrance, an action that drew unanimous praise from my female colleagues for his thoughtfulness and charm. Watching their enthusiastic compliments about Lu Haoming's tenderness and good looks, I felt a surge of indignation. This scoundrel was not here to escort me to work. He was merely seeking validation, eager to escape their flattering words. I hurried into my office and, once the door was closed, promptly called Su Anin to relay Lu Haoming's intentions. Su Anin's cold laughter echoed through the phone. "That despicable man is quite cunning. He doesn't genuinely wish to drive you. He seeks to prevent you from disclosing your pregnancy to Heasijia. With such tight scrutiny, what do you plan to do?" "It's simple.
Isn't Heasijia on my WeChat?"
"I can easily send her a few intimate photos with Lu Haoming to achieve my goal." "Are you suggesting to provoke Heasijia into taking the initiative to leave the hospital?" When work concluded, Lu Haoming came to pick me up, and we proceeded to collect Nyonyo. To further our plan, I deliberately expressed a craving for steak. Lu Haoming readily agreed to my request and took us to a refined Western restaurant. I was fully committed to inciting Heasijia. During dinner, I interacted with Lu Haoming, leaning against him for a photo, and even captured a few pictures of the three of us together. The images were quickly uploaded to my social media, and almost immediately, I received a message from Heasijia, inquiring if we were dining out. A few minutes later, Lu Haoming's phone rang. This time, he did not refuse to answer. Instead, he took the call outside. I couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking, that wretched woman. Now you realize that enjoying the blessings of a harmonious relationship isn't so simple. Is it? Due to Heasijia's interference, Lu Haoming appeared noticeably less jovial during dinner. On the way back, He seemed rather withdrawn. When I spoke to him, he appeared to be somewhat distracted. After all, Lu Haoming was human, not a deity. His previous ability to navigate between me and Hao Sijia with such ease was not due to his exceptional cleverness, but rather stemmed from the ample trust one had bestowed upon him, which allowed him to act without hindrance. The subtle pressure I have unwittingly exerted upon him has begun to vex him. He cannot prevent me from showcasing our affection on WeChat. Yet, he must devise a way to persuade Scarlett. It is evident that his distraction lies in contemplating how to manage her. I am acutely aware that Scarlett must now be both agitated and anxious, while Lu Haoming will undoubtedly visit her at the hospital to offer an explanation. Given Lu Haoming's capabilities, I am confident he will find a means to soothe her. Thus, my objective today is to keep a watchful eye on Lu Haoming, ensuring he has no opportunity to go to the hospital. When a person's heart drifts away from you, it is undeniably challenging to keep them close. They will conjure countless excuses to depart. Fortunately, I have devised a strategy. This strategy involves reciprocating his own tactics. Since Lu Haoming has administered a sedative to me, I shall employ the same approach against him. Seizing the opportunity, I poured 3 glasses of juice, one for Nyonyo, one for Lu Haoming, and I retained one for myself. After such an extended period of play, Lu Haoming would surely be thirsty. Upon receiving the glass, he drank it down in one gulp. Seeing him consume the juice laced with the sedative, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. After a while of playful antics, Lu Haoming yawned. I intentionally remarked to Nyonyo, "Darling, your father has worked hard all day. Please do not bother him. Let him rest for a moment." Nyonyo obediently nodded, echoing, "I will listen to mommy." I feigned a sulky demeanor, clinging to him, suppressing my distaste as I nestled in his embrace for the sake of my plan. Lu Haoming gently patted me as one would soothe a child, and before long, the sedative took effect. He closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Upon hearing his deep, rhythmic snoring, I recoiled in disgust from his embrace. This evening, Lu Haoming would have no time to appease Scarlett, and I imagined she would likely be restless throughout the night. The thought of Scarlett's turmoil brought a smile to my face. However, I found it peculiar that ever since he received that phone call in the restaurant, Lu Haoming's phone had remained silent. Could Scarlett truly maintain such composure? Since Lu Haoming was now asleep, I decided to take a look at his phone. With that thought in mind, I swiftly enacted my plan, extracting his phone from him and entering the password. Upon unlocking it, I discovered a multitude of missed calls. Despite the abundance of notifications, not a single sound had reached my ears. It appeared Lu Haoming had discreetly silenced his phone to avoid arousing my suspicion. Upon examining the call log, I noted that it was labeled as secretary. What secretary? It must be Scarlett. To confirm my suspicion, I searched Lu Haoming's contacts for the secretary entry, and indeed, it contained Scarlett's detestable phone number. Given the numerous calls she had made without any response, it was implausible that she would remain passive. She would certainly take further action. My first course of action was to check Lu Haoming's text messages, but the inbox was empty. Instantly, I thought of WeChat. Upon opening his account, I found a plethora of unread messages. However, if I were to open them directly, Lu Haoming would undoubtedly notice. Suddenly, I recalled some idle gossip I had overheard from a few female colleagues long ago. A female colleague expressed her concerns about her husband, who spends his days engrossed in WeChat. She feared that he might become involved with unsavory individuals. Others advised her to install a WeChat chat viewer on her husband's phone, enabling her to monitor his conversations remotely each day. I distinctly overheard this conversation, initially dismissing it, unaware that I would one day employ such tactics myself. I downloaded a WeChat viewer and discreetly installed it on Lu Haoming's phone, taking measures to conceal the software from his notice. Once this was accomplished, I accessed my email to peruse the WeChat chat logs between Hao Sijia and Lu Haoming. The most recent messages were alarming. "Darling, you must come see me and the baby tonight. I feel as though I might go mad missing you. Honey, it's 10 o'clock. Why haven't you arrived yet? Is she holding you back? You should give her sleeping pills so you can escape." The audacity of that woman referring to Lu Haoming as darling was absolutely repulsive, and I struggled to suppress my disgust as I continued reading. Hao Sijia's cunning was evident. In her desperation to see Lu Haoming, she resorted to her old tricks, completely oblivious that this time, it was she who would be the one sedated, not me. The thought of Hao Sijia's frantic anticipation thrilled me. Tonight, she was destined to be sleepless. I had no interest in Hao Sijia's sordid messages, so I swiftly scrolled upward, only to be met with a series of photographs that took me by surprise. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to see images of myself with Gu Nan. The backdrop was unmistakably the leisure area of our community, where Gu Nan and I stood face to face, engaged in conversation. One photograph captured Gu Nan looking at me with concern, offering me a handkerchief. This was reminiscent of the day I had taken Nuno for a walk and encountered Gu Nan, who had uttered words that moved me to tears. Yet, I was left questioning why Hao Sijia would send such photographs to Lu Haoming. My confusion deepened as I read her accompanying message. This is your wonderful wife. Outwardly affectionate with you, but secretly entangled with her ex. She had just been downstairs. And little did you know why she enjoys her walks so much. It is not for exercise but to rendezvous with Gu Nan. Hao Sijia had a remarkable talent for distorting the truth. I informed Lu Haoming that Gu Nan resided just above them, having purchased his apartment as a future marital home. Had it not been for that fateful night, they would likely have been married by now. Is that truly the case? Lu Haoming inquired. Absolutely, I assured him. Look at how she wept upon seeing Gu Nan. It was evident that she was lamenting. You are aware that Gu Nan remains single. Furthermore, Lu Haoming's advances towards me that night were likely instigated by her. It's no wonder he appeared so menacing when I rejected him. On that fateful night, Lu Haoming brought me a glass of milk laced with sleeping pills. I, having refrained from drinking it, overheard a conversation between the two individuals, revealing the depths of their malice and shamelessness, which had reached an irredeemable state. Perhaps it was mere coincidence? If she harbored feelings for Gu Nan, how could she possibly seek me out to impersonate her boyfriend? Do you genuinely believe she approached you to escape Gu Nan? Hao Sijia sent a mocking expression. What other explanation could there be? I have pondered over this matter for quite some time. Initially, I refrained from disclosing it to you, fearing it would cause you distress or lead to misunderstandings about my intentions. However, now that Anran is so brazenly associating with Gu Nan, I feel compelled to reveal the truth. Hao Sijia spoke with an air of self-righteousness, as though she were a victim of circumstance. In truth, Anran was fond of Gu Nan. She sought you merely to provoke him. You are aware that Gu Nan was not merely a fleeting flirt at that time. With Anran's intense possessiveness, how could she tolerate Gu Nan's infidelities? She turned to you solely to incite Gu Nan's jealousy. Lu Haoming remained silent, and Hao Sijia sent another message, urging him to consider the reality of their relationship. If not for that incident at the hotel, do you believe she would have married you? Lu Haoming continued to withhold his words, while Hao Sijia persisted in disparaging me. After that incident, Gu Nan and his family could not accept her. She was acutely aware of the ridicule surrounding her. Being a proud individual, she settled for marrying you in a moment of desperation, and I can assure you she never truly loved you. Is that what she confided to you? How could she possibly share such truths with me? Apart from Su Anan, she never speaks candidly with anyone else. My conclusions are drawn solely from observation. Hao Sijia relentlessly targeted me, skillfully guiding Lu Haoming's thoughts with her rational arguments. Lu Haoming began to waver in his silence, and Hao Sijia sent another message, acknowledging his feelings for her. Who wouldn't he be captivated by a woman as beautiful and talented as she? I only wish to remind you to exercise reason. You are not unaware of the true circumstances surrounding her miscarriage. The doctors confirmed it was no accident. She did not wish to have that child, and, lacking the courage to confront you, secretly took abortive medication, not anticipating the harm it would inflict on her health. Reflect on this. If she had truly desired to build a life with you and have children, why would she resort to such drastic measures? The more I listened, the more incredulous I became. Was my miscarriage truly an accident? How could Hao Sijia assert that I secretly took abortive pills? Moreover, she claimed my inability to conceive stemmed from those pills. How could that be? I alone am aware of whether I took such medication. Yet Hao Sijia insisted vehemently that I did, and Lu Haoming appeared to acquiesce. His tacit acceptance ignited a terrifying thought within me. Could there have been foul play surrounding my miscarriage? I couldn't help but recall the circumstances of my pregnancy, which occurred merely 2 months after Lu Haoming and I wed, when I suddenly noticed that my usually punctual menstrual cycle had failed to arrive. At that time, Su Anan was deeply infatuated with Guiyang, spending every moment together, which left me with little time to meet. Conversely, Hao Sijia and I spent a considerable amount of time together. During our casual conversations, I confided in her about my situation. Hao Sijia immediately suspected that I might be pregnant, urging me to purchase a pregnancy test. She accompanied me to the pharmacy, and the test results revealed 2 red lines. I felt a surge of joy mixed with anxiety, eager to share the news with Lu Haoming. However, Hao Sijia discouraged me. She pointed out that pregnancy tests can sometimes yield false results and advised me to visit a hospital for a definitive examination before informing Lu Haoming. Recognizing the wisdom in her words, I heeded her advice, and on the day of the checkup, how Sijia accompanied me. She mentioned that a friend of hers worked at the maternal and child health center, which is where she took me. The results confirmed my pregnancy. But the doctor expressed concern about the stability of the fetus and inquired whether I intended to keep the child. The doctor's words filled me with dread and apprehension, but how Sijia reassured me, promising to care for me. She also suggested that, given Lu Haoming's company was just taking off and demanding his attention, it would be best not to burden him with the news of the pregnancy to avoid distracting him. Aware of Lu Haoming's busy and challenging schedule, I chose to follow Hao Sijia's counsel, planning to take some medication to stabilize the pregnancy before revealing anything to Lu Haoming. A week passed in silence until Lu Haoming, noticing my absence of menstruation, inquired, "Wife, it seems like your period hasn't come for quite some time. Are you pregnant?" Upon his direct question, I felt compelled to be honest. When I confessed my pregnancy, Lu Haoming was overjoyed, showering me with kisses and exclaiming, "We are having a child, Ranan. We are having a child." Yet, his exuberance stirred a sense of unease within me, and I shared the doctor's concerns regarding the stability of the pregnancy. Lu Haoming's worry was palpable, and he immediately took me to a different hospital for another examination. The results from this doctor indicated that everything was normal. However, I remained skeptical, fearing that the previous issues might have been overlooked, so I mentioned the earlier doctor's comments. This prompted the doctor to express irritation, asserting that after years in the field, he had never made a mistake, emphasizing the seriousness of pregnancy and questioning if I would trivialize such matters. His firm assurance lifted a weight from my heart, but I noticed that Lu Haoming appeared preoccupied. I assumed it was due to work-related stress and did not dwell on it. Throughout my pregnancy, I remained exceedingly cautious, fearful of any complications for the child. After 3 months of carefulness, one morning, I was suddenly struck by abdominal pain. Lu Haoming was away on a business trip, so I reached out to Suanan and Hao Sijia for help. Suanan was the first to arrive, rushing me to the hospital, but tragically, we arrived too late, and I lost the child. I had always believed that Lu Haoming's frantic demeanor was solely due to the loss of our child. However, upon perusing the WeChat exchanges between Hea Sijia and Lu Haoming, I suddenly grasped that his anguish was not merely about the miscarriage. It seemed he harbored a greater resentment towards me. He was questioning why I had treated him in such a manner. All along, I felt I had done no wrong, which is why I had never considered this perspective. Reflecting on that harrowing experience still sends shivers down my spine. At the time, I was completely unguarded, merely assuming it was a personal matter. Yet now, upon realizing the presence of deception and betrayal around me, and recognizing that a friend I once trusted had been scheming against me, I cannot help but doubt whether my miscarriage was entirely devoid of complications. It is highly plausible that Hea Sijia is one of the reasons behind my miscarriage. I recall that the day before my miscarriage, I had spent time with Suanan, while Hea Sijia, who is usually by my side, was conspicuously absent throughout the day. Was she perhaps avoiding suspicion? With Hea Sijia's cunning and malice, I am convinced that there is something amiss. Typically, hospitals maintain records for patients admitted for treatment. Suspecting that my miscarriage might have been influenced by external factors, I resolved to take the time to retrieve the medical records pertaining to that fateful event. From the fervor with which she relates to Lu Haoming, it is evident that he holds immense significance for her. A woman's love can be both blind and selfish. Hea Sijia's relentless attempts to undermine me stem from her desire not to share a man with me. In her eyes, Lu Haoming belongs to her, and their love is so profound that nothing can stand in its way. Now, I have become the obstacle in her path, and she is determined to eradicate me, the lawful wife, to establish her own roots. However, she has grossly overlooked the most critical aspect, moral integrity. This world cannot be dictated solely by love, morally and legally. I am Lu Haoming's wife, while she is nothing more than a despised mistress. I am acutely aware that in this world, where perspectives on life and values have become grotesquely distorted, morality and justice appear feeble and pitiable. Yet, I refuse to succumb to this malevolence. My struggle against Hea Sijia is not driven by a desire to retain Lu Haoming or to defend my marriage. Rather, I wish to convey a message to all those with ulterior motives. Righteousness shall prevail. At 8 in the morning, Lu Haoming finally opened his eyes. Upon realizing he was in his own bed, a look of astonishment crossed his face. I smiled at him, saying, "Darling, you're awake?" Startled to see me seated beside him, he abruptly sat up, exclaiming, "Damn it, I actually fell asleep, and so deeply at that. No matter how busy one is, one must take care of their health. Look at how thin you've become." I fought against my nausea and reached out to touch his face, feigning deep affection. Darling, you must take care of yourself. If you collapse, what will become of me and the child? Hearing my words, Lu Haoming appeared somewhat moved. He took my hand, reassuring me, don't worry, my dear. I am as sturdy as iron and shall not falter. Yet, others are genuinely concerned for you. I playfully spoke while withdrawing my hand from Lu Haoming's grasp, seizing the bowl of congee resting on the bedside table. Darling, I have prepared this nourishing congee just for you. Please enjoy it while it's still warm. Lu Haoming looked at the congee in surprise. Did you really make this, my love? Well, it wasn't solely my endeavor. Sister Chen guided me in its preparation. Do give it a taste. As I gazed at him eagerly, Lu Haoming quickly took a sip of the congee. It's quite good, he exclaimed. Is it really? I feigned delight. The truth was, the congee was far from palatable. Its medicinal ingredients rendered it nearly inedible, and only a fool in love would find it enjoyable. Observing Lu Haoming's disingenuous expression repulsed me to the core. Indeed, he took another hearty mouthful. I never anticipated that you would make congee for me. Dear, I must apologize. I swiftly interjected. I have been an unworthy wife, having never cooked for you over these years. This morning, waking to find you holding me in your sleep stirred a deep sense of guilt within me. My husband works tirelessly for our family, and I should contribute in some way. This congee is but a small token of my affection. I promise to improve my culinary skills in the future. Hearing the sincerity in my words, a flicker of guilt crossed Lu Haoming's eyes. He was acutely aware of his own contributions to our home and to me. Setting the bowl aside, he took my hand in his. Thank you. For what? I replied. We are partners. It is only natural for us to care for one another. Lu Haoming then reaffirmed his commitment. Rest assured, I will always take good care of you and our child. Would being good to me and our child lead to infidelity? Would he harm my well-being alongside a mistress? My disdain for him reached its zenith, yet I maintained an appearance of being deeply moved. I know you care for me. My love, I adore you. In truth, uttering those words made me feel somewhat nauseated. To profess love to a man who had betrayed me. Who could bear such a thing? Yet, I felt compelled to speak, for Hao Sijia had claimed on WeChat that I harbored no love for Lu Haoming. From now on, I would deliberately vocalize my affection, repeatedly reminding Lu Haoming that Hao Sijia was lying and sowing discord. Undoubtedly, my declaration of love thrilled Lu Haoming to the utmost. His gaze upon me was fervent and bright. I love you too, he declared. Our romantic exchanges had persisted long enough. It was time to address more pressing matters. I imagined that Hao Sijia was undoubtedly anxious about Lu Haoming's absence, and I intended to prolong her unease. Thus, my objective today was to keep Lu Haoming by my side, preventing any opportunity for him to meet with her. Darling, I have a request. What is it? I would like you to accompany me to Xishan. Xishan is a renowned tourist destination in Jiangcheng, celebrated for its picturesque landscapes that captivate countless visitors each year. Beyond its scenic beauty, Xishan is also home to Xishan Temple, which boasts a history spanning several centuries. Within the temple resides a statue of the Guanyin who grants fertility. It is said that those who sincerely seek her blessings with kind hearts and good deeds will have their wishes fulfilled. I must comply with my wife's request, though I am concerned for her well-being, especially since she has just become pregnant. Lu Haoming speaks sweetly, claiming his primary worry is my health. But it is evident that his heart still clings to Hao Sijia. My health is perfectly fine. Did the doctor not assure you of that? The air in Xishan is fresh, and I believe it would be beneficial for our baby. Darling, please agree to my wish. Yet Lu Haoming hesitates. I am not merely venturing out for leisure. I wish to seek blessings as well. I gently caress my belly, displaying a blissful countenance. My love. For years I have dreamt of being pregnant. To ensure the safety of our child, I secretly traveled to the temple in Xishan to make a vow. I promised that if the Bodhisattva granted me pregnancy, I would create a golden statue in gratitude. Now that I am truly with child, it is time to fulfill my promise. Did Hao Sijia not assert that I was unwilling to bear Lu Haoming's child? I intend to demonstrate to him that I have always yearned for this, perhaps even more than anyone else, to the extent of making such a vow. Upon hearing my words, Lu Haoming appears convinced and no longer refuses. After breakfast, we set off for Xishan together. The weather is splendid, and the area is bustling with tourists. My mind is not on the scenery. Rather, I wish to tease Lu Haoming and, in turn, torment Hao Sijia. To this end, I grasp Lu Haoming's hand to take photos at picturesque spots, and thus we meander our way to the temple. Although Lu Haoming wears a smile as he accompanies me, I understand that his mind is aflame with anxiety. Since we left our home, I have not left his side. denying him any opportunity to converse with that wretched Hao Sijia. I can only imagine how desperate he must feel. After sufficient torment, we arrive at the temple. Darling, I will go in alone to fulfill my vow. You wait for me outside, I inform him. Lu Haoming, as if granted a reprieve, readily agrees. I'll just step into the restroom. Call me once you're done with your vow. Of course, I have never made a wish here, nor do I believe in deities. If divine beings truly exist and are effective, why do they allow so many virtuous souls to suffer while the wicked thrive? Nevertheless, since I am here, I must donate some incense money. Kneeling before the statue, I bow several times and contribute a sum before slowly exiting. However, Lu Haoming is nowhere to be seen at the entrance. It is clear he is fervently explaining himself to Hao Sijia. Curious about Lu Haoming's explanation to her, I promptly open my inbox. Upon entering, I am met with a barrage of messages from Hao Sijia. The tenacity of that wretched woman is astonishing, as she relentlessly inquires why Lu Haoming did not visit her the previous night and why he stood her up. This despicable woman even resorts to fabricating tales about her father's illness to placate her. When Lu Haoming mentioned his father's ailment, Hao Sijia seemed somewhat disgruntled. If you weren't coming, you should have at least informed me. I waited in vain all night. It is my fault. I was preoccupied until late and then fell asleep from exhaustion, Lu Haoming explains. I will come to see you tonight. With his promise, Scarlett felt a wave of joy. Darling, you must come tonight. I've missed you terribly these past few days, and our baby longs for his father as well. Absolutely, my dear. What would you like to eat? I can bring something for you. I need nothing but your presence to make me happy. It appeared that Scarlett had fallen for Lu Haoming's sweet words, but how could I allow him to slip by so easily? I took out my phone and sent the photos I had just taken with Lu Haoming via WeChat. Success. With a smile, I said, Darling, let us take a picture here. Ignoring Lu Haoming's consent, I raised my phone and snapped a few quick shots of him, me, and the temple behind us. After the photos, I mentioned I was hungry, and Lu Haoming took me out to eat. During our meal, I glanced at my WeChat moments and saw that Scarlett had left a comment. What made you think of going out today? Lu Haoming's expression faltered as he read her message. Wife, it's not good for a pregnant woman to play on her phone. You should limit your usage. Listening to you, I'll try not to touch my phone anymore, I replied with a smile, setting my phone aside to enjoy my meal. Perhaps due to hunger, I ate heartily, while Lu Haoming barely touched his food. Clearly, the photos I had sent were weighing heavily on him. Noticing he set down his chopsticks after only a few bites, I asked, Darling, why are you eating so little? I'm not hungry, Lu Haoming forced a smile. Fearing I wouldn't believe him, he added, I had the medicinal porridge you made for me this morning, and I haven't felt hungry since. So that was the case. I finished my meal and said, let us go. As we walked to the parking lot, Lu Haoming opened the car door for me. Just as I settled in, he suddenly clutched his stomach. Wife, I'm feeling unwell. I need to use the restroom. Chapter 43, The Choice of Love and Desire, 11. Lu Haoming, oh Lu Haoming, it's not your stomach that troubles you, but your heart. Isn't it? Seeing the photos I sent must have made you anxious about Scarlett causing trouble, and you wish to explain yourself to her? This is merely the beginning. You will find yourself explaining more and more, to the point of madness. Observing his hurried retreat, a cold smile crept onto my lips as I promptly grabbed my phone and checked my email. Strangely, the inbox was empty. Scarlett hadn't inquired about the photos at all. I had expected her to relentlessly question Lu Haoming, just as she did last night. As long as she pressed him, pushing him to the brink of annoyance, I would have an entertaining spectacle to witness. However, to my surprise, Scarlett displayed remarkable wisdom. She must understand Lu Haoming well enough to know that relentless pursuit would only irritate him. Thus, despite her inner turmoil upon seeing the photos, she restrained herself from asking. Men are drawn to women who possess discernment. Scarlett's perceptiveness would likely evoke a sense of pity in Lu Haoming, who was already prepared to explain himself. At this moment, Lu Haoming was undoubtedly on the phone with Scarlett, clarifying the situation regarding the photos. Tonight, he would go to great lengths to comfort her. Continuing to sedate him to ensure he remains in a deep slumber was no longer a viable solution. It seems I must devise an alternative plan. Lu Haoming mentioned he felt unwell in his stomach, prompting me to consider ways to genuinely induce discomfort in him. My gaze fell upon the juice within the car, and an idea swiftly materialized. After executing my scheme, I quietly sat in the vehicle awaiting Lu Haoming's return. After a considerable wait, he finally arrived. Upon opening the car door, I looked at him with feigned concern. Darling, why were you gone for so long? Lu Haoming clutched his abdomen, stating, I believe I might have eaten something bad. Eaten something bad? Is it serious? Shall we see a doctor immediately? Aware that Lu Haoming was merely acting, I decided to play along. Are you certain we needn't consult a physician? He insisted.
Really, don't worry, my dear.
Darling, have a sip of juice. I handed him the juice, laced with phenolphthalein. After a lengthy phone conversation with Hao Sijia, he was quite thirsty and accepted the juice, consuming it eagerly. Before long, he drained the bottle, and a smirk of derision crept upon my lips. That deceitful man, I thought. You enjoy pretending to be unwell, don't you? I shall make you aware of the grave consequences of your lies. He answered a call before me, and after just 2 sentences, his expression shifted dramatically. He reprimanded the caller sternly. How could this happen? Didn't I clarify everything? How could such an error occur? Though I could not discern the other party's words. Lu Haoming's frustration was palpable. I understand. I will be there immediately. I realized this was undoubtedly a ruse concocted by Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia, designed to facilitate his escape without arousing my suspicion. Lu Haoming was indeed putting forth considerable effort, even resorting to playing the role of another. It dawned on me that over the years, my gullibility stemmed from such impersonations, leaving me deeply intrigued about the identity of the actor involved. However, this was not the moment for curiosity. Since Lu Haoming had commenced his performance, I was obliged to respond in kind. Darling, what has transpired to incite such anger? It pertains to matters at the company. I had clearly communicated everything, yet they still made mistakes. These individuals are truly unreliable, and this situation concerns a significant order. A substantial order. Indeed, that is rather serious. You should hurry and address it. I feigned concern. I understand, my dear. You may proceed, without worry. Seeing no hint of doubt in my demeanor, Lu Haoming promptly retreated to his study to gather his belongings. A few minutes later, he emerged with a briefcase in hand. Wife, I am leaving. Very well. Drive safely, my love. I pretended to insist on accompanying him to the elevator. I naturally insisted on escorting him to the lift. As I watched Lu Haoming enter, I glanced at my watch. It had been over 4 hours since he took the medication. Why had there been no effect? Was the dosage insufficient? I feel unwell in my stomach, he uttered before closing the bathroom door. After approximately 10 minutes had passed without his emergence, I rose and approached the bathroom door, inquiring with concern, Darling, are you all right? I'm fine, just experiencing a bit of diarrhea. Lu Haoming replied as he emerged from the bathroom. You must have caught a chill. If it worsens, we should see a doctor, Wu Ling interjected. Darling, may I accompany you to the physician? Lu Haoming had no idea that it was I who had given him the phenolphthalein tablets, believing that he would soon recover. Naturally, he would not wish for my company to disrupt his good fortune, promptly declining my offer. It's probably just a chill. I'll be fine in a bit. Really? I am quite concerned for you. I think it would be wise to consult a doctor. I fear that haphazardly taking medication might lead to other ailments. At that moment, my father-in-law emerged from his room, inquiring about the commotion. I recounted the incident of Lu Haoming accompanying me to Shishan and experiencing diarrhea, deliberately mentioning that his discomfort began after returning from the temple. Listening to him mutter in his room, I nearly burst into laughter. Once Lu Haoming exited the restroom, I immediately suggested we see a doctor, but my father-in-law disagreed, pulling Lu Haoming into his own chamber. The two remained inside for quite a while, whispering to each other. As I gently approached the door, I overheard my father-in-law say, You truly are something, to speak such falsehoods before the deities. Now you've drawn their ire. Hurry and pray, so they may forgive you. Although Lu Haoming is a university student, the superstitions he absorbed growing up in the countryside had left their mark. While he may not fully believe in the divine, he certainly held no doubts. When my father-in-law urged him to pray, he immediately complied, and I nearly laughed aloud at his earnest words. Deliberately raising my voice, I called out, Darling, please come out quickly. I'll take you to the hospital. Is that really necessary? I think it's better to see a doctor. Dear, I assure you, I am quite well. You need not worry, Lu Haoming interjected. I am at ease. I have complete faith in your well-being. If you wish to pray, do so, but a wretch like you shall hardly find salvation. Prepare for your suffering. That night, Lu Haoming repeatedly rushed to the restroom, leaving him no opportunity to meet with Hao Sijia. The insufferable Hao Sijia, waiting until the late hours without hearing from Lu Haoming, could no longer contain herself. She incessantly messaged him on WeChat, demanding to know why he had not arrived. Lu Haoming explained his discomfort, but she refused to believe him, accusing him of fabricating excuses. If you don't want to come, just say so. There's no need to deceive me. keeping me awake with anticipation. Lu Haoming's plight was indeed distressing. He was utterly exhausted from his ordeal, and managing Hao Sijia's demands was an additional burden. Observing Lu Haoming's disheveled state, I adopted a soothing tone, feigning concern as I searched for anti-diarrheal medication for him. After a long struggle, he finally settled down in the early hours of the morning, succumbing to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, I captured a photograph of the sleeping Lu Haoming and posted it to my social media, captioning it, "Even in sleep, he looks so handsome." I could only imagine the turmoil in Hao Sijia's heart upon seeing this image. Witnessing Lu Haoming in such repose would only strengthen her disbelief in his supposed illness. Having been together without any hurdles thus far, I imagined her sleepless nights grew even more restless with Lu Haoming's consecutive absences. Chapter 44. The Dilemma of Love and Desire. 12. After a restless night, Lu Haoming has lost quite a bit of weight. It seems that the ordeal of diarrhea has indeed resulted in weight loss. I noticed that Lu Haoming's eyes had sunken in. "Darling, you've lost so much weight. It pains my heart to see you like this." I gazed at his gaunt visage, filled with concern. "Do not worry, everything is fine now." Lu Haoming replied with a faint smile. "As long as everything is well. My dear, I have prepared some porridge for you. Please have a bit." I dutifully served him a bowl of porridge. Lu Haoming accepted the bowl without hesitation and quickly finished it. I filled another bowl for him, and only after consuming that did he set down his chopsticks. Feeling rejuvenated after the meal, he recalled that woman who had pretended to caress his thigh. Oh dear. Amidst all this commotion last night, I completely forgot about work. I must head to the office immediately. I felt compelled to remind him, "I believe your health is paramount. You should focus on recuperating first." "My health is perfectly fine. Do not fret, my wife." He uttered these words while displaying an eagerness to leave home, hardly willing to linger for even a minute. Noticing my stillness, he urged, "Aren't you going to the office today?" I stifled a laugh internally. It seemed he was truly disoriented. Today was Saturday, and I had no obligations to work. "Rest assured, dear, I will take good care of myself." As he approached the door, I added, "You should head straight to the hospital after work. I haven't visited Sijia in several days. I just spoke with Sister Chen, and I will accompany her to the hospital to see Sijia. We might be there for quite a while." Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming visibly paused, realizing that if I were to stay at the hospital he would not be able to visit Hao Sijia. "My dear, since you have rare free time, I believe you should rest at home. Sijia has her mother looking after her. Mother has cared for Sijia for so long. It is only fair that I visit as well, to give her a break."
But you.
I swiftly interrupted him. "Darling, I understand your concern for me, but I assure you I am not as fragile as you think. You know Sijia and I are good friends. It has been too long since I last visited. I must go today." My resolute tone left Lu Haoming with no choice but to leave reluctantly, carrying his bag as he stepped outside. "Really?" Hao Sijia questioned. Of course, it is true. Fearing that she might doubt him, Lu Haoming sent a selfie to Hao Sijia. Upon seeing his appearance, she too felt a pang of sympathy. "Darling, it's been only a few days, yet you've lost so much weight. It breaks my heart. I am fine. You should take care of yourself. For me, nothing is more important than you and our child. You are my most cherished ones." This was but a reiteration of what he had conveyed earlier, word for word, to his mistress. Lu Haoming, that scoundrel, was utterly shameless. "Darling, I am genuinely worried about you. I cannot be there to care for you due to my own condition. Why don't you come to the hospital? Even a glimpse of you would put my mind at ease. I wish to see you too, but today is Saturday." She mentioned she would come with the nanny to see you, and I fear we might cross paths, Lu Haoming explained. "We have managed to keep this under wraps until now. If she discovers it, all will be in vain. Husband, I have truly grown weary of this clandestine existence. Since she no longer serves any purpose for you, why not confront her and initiate a divorce?" "No, the time is not yet ripe," Lu Haoming firmly refused. I had anticipated that after Lu Haoming's refusal, Hao Sijia would persist in her pursuit, perhaps revealing some useful information to me. To my surprise, she relinquished her pursuit. "Very well. Once she visits me, I shall call you, and at that moment, I expect you to come see me immediately." Exiting my email, I let out a cold laugh. Let those two wretches wait patiently, for I shall ensure their desires are fulfilled. Contrary to my earlier words to Lu Haoming, I did not rush out to meet Hao Sijia but instructed Wu Ling to head to the hospital first, promising to follow shortly. Watching Wu Ling depart, I lingered at home for a while, attending to various matters before finally stepping out with Myunyo. I took Myunyo to meet Suanin. where she played in the children's paradise while I settled down in a nearby cafe with Suanin. After a few days apart, she appeared somewhat haggard, which stirred my concern. Your complexion is rather poor. Have you encountered troubles recently? Not really, Suanin replied, taking a sip of her coffee. Guiyang has found a new love. Sighing deeply, I reflected on how Guiyang had an uncountable number of women outside. To be honest, I was at a loss as to how to advise Suanin. She set down her coffee cup and sighed. Ran, I must confess, I truly wish to eliminate that wretched man Lu Haoming. And I know you mean well, but I have my own plans. Rest assured, I will not let him escape unscathed. No, you do not understand my intention. My desire to eliminate Lu Haoming stems not from your plight, but from my own. From your own? I was taken aback. What has Lu Haoming done to you? Lu Haoming is exceedingly malicious, do you know? He has introduced women to Guiyang to ensnare me, leaving me with no energy to contact you. Guiyang's new love is a public relations officer from Lu Haoming's company.
What?
I was truly stunned. How could Lu Haoming be so despicable and shameless? This wretch indeed spares no effort, and I have truly witnessed his guts. Lu Haoming's underhanded tactics against Suanin are astoundingly cruel. I empathized with Suanin's hatred for Lu Haoming as she earnestly cautioned me. Ran, you must exercise utmost caution. This wretch is no ordinary adversary. He is too venomous and treacherous and not easy to deal with. Do not show him any mercy. To do so would be a cruelty to yourself. Do you understand? I shared my plans to deal with Lu Haoming over the past few days with Suanin, and a smile brightened her face. Well done. It is high time you show these two scoundrels a taste of their own medicine. She then inquired, has the wretch discovered that you have drugged him?
No.
If he had, he would have surely taken precautions against me. I reviewed their records, and they still believe I am oblivious. That's good. By the way, when do you intend to inform Haosijia about your pregnancy? In the coming days, but I will need your assistance. I briefly outlined my intentions to Suanin. Your plan is quite good. Haosijia will surely take the bait. Suanin nodded in agreement upon hearing my plan, her gaze shifting to the children's playground where Nyonyo was joyfully playing. Have you ever considered sending Nyonyo to a fully enclosed boarding school? She inquired. A boarding school?
Why?
I was taken aback that Suanin would pose such a question. Think about it. With the current turmoil at home, you would have to expend both time and energy caring for Nyonyo while also dealing with those two wretches. I worry that it might distract you, Suanin elucidated. Most importantly, Nyonyo is still so young. I believe exposing her to your conflicts would be detrimental. Sending her to a fully enclosed boarding school until you resolve the matters at home would be prudent. I will consider this matter further, I replied. There is no need to deliberate. Take swift action, for it would be beneficial for both you and the child, she urged. I must discuss this with Lu Haoming. And it also depends on Nyonyo's willingness. Lu Haoming will undoubtedly agree, especially since there are currently 2 pregnant women at home, and his mother is rather lazy. He will be overwhelmed juggling work, caring for the pregnant women, and attending to Nyonyo's needs. However, it is essential that Nyonyo is well informed. I will contemplate this carefully. By the way, I need your assistance with another matter. I recounted the conversation I overheard between Lu Haoming and Haosijia that night, expressing my suspicion that my unexpected miscarriage may have had ulterior motives. Could you help me investigate my medical records at the hospital to uncover the true reason behind my miscarriage? This matter surely involves Haosijia. It seems she has been plotting against you for quite some time, Suanin seethed. Indeed, I share your sentiments. But how could Haosijia have known 5 years ago that Lu Haoming would rise to his current status? Is she some sort of fortune teller? That is indeed a perplexing question that warrants thorough investigation, Suanin concurred. By the way, I have already engaged a private investigator for the matter you asked me to handle last time. I expect to receive news shortly.
Thank you, Anran.
Without you, I would certainly struggle to confront those 2 wretches. I expressed my heartfelt gratitude. There's no need for thanks, if you truly wish to show appreciation. Deal with those 2 wretches properly, making their lives unbearable. That would be my greatest reward, Suanin replied, ever the loyal friend, always considering my needs. It is often said that true friends are those who offer help in times of need, and I have come to realize who has steadfastly remained by my side during my troubles. After parting ways with Suanin, I drove Nyonyo to the hospital. Upon parking, I helped Nyonyo out of the car when she suddenly exclaimed, "Pretty uncle." Following her gaze, I turned and was immediately met by a pair of profound eyes. Chapter 45. The Choice Between Love and Desire, 13.
Yifamel.
Dressed in a casual shirt and seated in a wheelchair, stared intently at me, causing my heart to race. Suanin had claimed that Yi Fei-ma was captivating, attracting women like moths to a flame, but I found myself unaffected. Each encounter with him left me feeling intimidated. Though reluctant, I initiated conversation out of courtesy. "Hello, mister."
Yi, what do you find appealing about me?
Yi Fei-ma retorted. "Your impressive prowess is your own affair. It does not compel me to flatter you." Feeling a surge of irritation, I grasped Nuno's hand and turned to leave.
Wait.
Yi Fei-ma called out from behind. "What advice do you have, Mr. Yi?" I retorted coldly. "Do you not think you owe me an explanation, Miss Mu?" "What explanation?" I instinctively inquired. "Are you genuinely confused or merely feigning ignorance?" Yi Fei-ma's voice was chillingly clear. "Is it permissible to injure someone and simply walk away?" His words struck a chord, and I quickly grasped he was referring to the incident where I had collided with him. Indeed, it was my fault, yet so much time had elapsed, and for him to bring it up now seemed rather petty. Despite my discomfort, I recognized my wrongdoing and stifled my displeasure. "I apologize." "Is an apology sufficient?" Yi Fei-ma scrutinized me intently. "Mr. Yi, I shall cover your medical expenses," I added reluctantly. Now that sounds like something a person would say. Yi Fei-ma's expression softened slightly, and his gaze lost its intensity. "Miss Mu, not everyone is as accommodating as I am. By the way, when do you intend to settle the medical fees?" His audacity was infuriating. Had it not been in a public setting, I would have relished the opportunity to throw money at his contemptible face. I composed myself. "I am quite busy today. I shall contact you another time, Mr. Yi." "Busy tending to your pregnant friend?" Yi Fei-ma's eyes glinted with mockery. "Surely, that is not a matter of concern for you, Mr. Yi?" I could no longer contain my frustration. Noticing my darkening expression, the corners of Yi Fei-ma's mouth curled into a slight smile, an expression that undeniably enhanced his attractiveness. Though I held no affection for him, I could not deny that his smile was indeed captivating. "Since Miss Mu is so occupied today, we shall postpone the discussion of medical expenses. By the way, you have my number, correct?" "No." Yi Fei-ma seemed surprised. "Did I not give you my business card?" The day he visited and provided me with a card was etched in my memory, but alas, I had mislaid it. I accidentally lost it. His astonishment inexplicably thrilled me, providing a sense of vindication. "How could that be? Did it get wet while washing your trousers, prompting you to discard it?" I fabricated an excuse. "Did it get wet while washing your trousers?" Yi Fei-ma suddenly laughed, an expression that bordered on infuriating. "Did your undergarments get wet as well, Mr. Yi?" "Please maintain decorum in your speech," I replied with a frown. "Am I not merely speaking the truth? If I recall correctly, you were wearing a dress that day, not trousers. Give me your phone." Yi Fei-ma possessed an irritating charm. His voice was melodious, yet his tone was demanding. "What for?" "You wish for me to provide you with my number?" I promptly declined, unwilling to hand my phone to a man I barely knew and found exceedingly disagreeable. "I fear you might wet it again, so let us simply store the number." Yi Fei-ma, however, was relentless, snatching the phone from my grasp. "What are you doing?" I glared at him in frustration, yet Yi Fei-ma displayed no intention of engaging with me. He adeptly unlocked my phone and began inputting numbers. In no time, he had saved a contact. I had never encountered such a man, arrogant to the extreme, wealthy yet miserly, and apart from his handsome appearance, utterly lacking in substance. Wishing to avoid further conversation with him, I took hold of Nuno and strode into the hospital building. Upon pushing open the door to House Sija's ward, I immediately spotted her reclining on the bed, her complexion appearing rather satisfactory. Meanwhile, my mother-in-law sat on the sofa, engrossed in the television, with Wu Ling conspicuously absent. Where could Wu Ling have gone? As I pondered this, my mother-in-law noticed our arrival and stood up with a beaming smile, greeting us warmly. "Ranan, you have come." Her unexpectedly amiable demeanor took me by surprise. It seemed likely that Lu Haoming had informed her of my pregnancy. Yet I found it curious that, given my mother-in-law's nature, she had always been unable to keep secrets. She would share such news without fear of it reaching House Sija's ears. Harboring these doubts, I smiled back at her. "Mom, it must be quite dull in the hospital, right?" As I spoke, House Sija opened her eyes and, upon seeing me, displayed a look of delight. "Ranan, you're here." I approached the bedside, concern etched on my face as I regarded House Sija. "I've been so busy these past few days and haven't had the chance to visit you. How is your recovery?" "Much better," she replied, her expression filled with gratitude towards my mother-in-law. "I feel so sorry for putting Andy through so much trouble these days."
"Indeed.
"Andy has worked hard over the last few days," I echoed, expressing my appreciation as well. "It's nothing at all. We're family now." So we shouldn't treat each other as outsiders, my mother-in-law interjected promptly.
Pa.
Who considers you family? I silently cursed. The harmony between House Sijia and my mother-in-law was truly unexpected. Their dialogue seemed rehearsed. A sense of unease washed over me. Had they concocted some scheme? Just as this thought crossed my mind, my mother-in-law continued, Ranan, you have no idea how much Sijia has missed you these past few days. How could that vile woman miss me? It was Lu Haoming she had been fixated on. Aware of the truth yet unable to expose it, I merely followed my mother-in-law's lead. There have been many matters at home lately, and Haoming hasn't been well, so I haven't had the time to visit. I promised Sijia that I would come once things settled. My mother-in-law's demeanor suggested ulterior motives, and indeed, after her words, she turned her gaze towards House Sijia. Sijia, don't you have something to discuss with Ranan? Now that she is here, why not share?
Auntie.
House Sijia appeared hesitant, her expression suggesting she would rather remain silent. Sijia, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Ranan is your friend, and we consider you one of us. If you are facing difficulties, you should speak to Ranan directly instead of hiding it away. Their exchange was clearly an attempt to ensnare me, and I couldn't help but scoff internally. At this moment, not responding would surely arouse suspicion. Difficulties? What troubles are you facing, Sijia? Alas. Scarlet let out a sigh, appearing quite pitiable. You truly drive me to despair. Never mind, if you want to speak, I shall converse with Ranran. My mother-in-law turned to me, saying, Ranran, Scarlet has been preoccupied with concerns regarding the child these past few days. Concerns about the child? Has something been discovered? It is not a matter of the child's well-being. Rather, it is Scarlet's apprehension about the future. She and the child's father are not married, and now she finds herself in a predicament of unwed pregnancy. Scarlet fears that once the child is born, there will be difficulties in securing a household registration. You know how significant that registration is. Without it, one is relegated to the black market. On a closer note, it can hinder access to education, and on a broader scale, it can impact employment and marriage. At this point, even a fool could discern their intentions. Scarlet, that wretched woman, aims to secure a household registration for her illegitimate child under my family's name. I must concede that this conniving woman possesses a depth of cunning that is extraordinary, and her heart is equally dark. Suanan urged me to find a way to eliminate Scarlet and Lu Haoming's illegitimate child, and while I did not acquiesce, it was not out of a lack of disdain, but rather a recognition that this represents a life. I saw no necessity to harm an innocent being due to my animosity towards two despicable individuals. However, that does not imply I would tolerate having this illegitimate child's name inscribed in my household register. The matter of the household registration is relatively simple to resolve. I can leverage connections and offer a bit of money when the time comes. I feigned ignorance. Haoming knows many people. I could ask him to assist when the time arises. Ranran, you and Haoming do not have children, and given that Scarlet is currently in a difficult situation, I propose that we place Scarlet's child's registration under your names. This could alleviate a multitude of troubles. Chapter 46. The Choice Between Love and Desire. 14. The resentment within me was so profound that I felt an urge to tear the two wretched individuals before me to shreds. However, now is not the time for confrontation. I must remain composed and control my emotions, ensuring they do not perceive my fury. What do you think, Ranran? Is my suggestion not sound? My mother-in-law inquired anxiously. Upon hearing my words, my mother-in-law appeared almost euphoric, casting a triumphant glance at Scarlet, who also seemed pleased, the cunning woman believing her scheme had succeeded. Ranran, you are so kind to us, mother and child. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. Scarlet, we are friends. It is only natural to assist one another. However, this matter is not trivial, and I must discuss it with Haoming to seek his opinion. Upon hearing that I would consult Lu Haoming, my mother-in-law became unabashedly elated. As long as you agree, there will be no issue with Haoming. How does mother know there won't be an issue with Haoming? Have you spoken to him about this? I immediately seized upon her verbal slip. No, I hardly have time to discuss this with Haoming. It's just that Haoming is very obedient to you. Whatever you decide, he will surely agree. Indeed, Haoming does heed my words, yet this is no trivial matter. We have already adopted a child. To add Scarlet's child's registration to our household would mean we would have 2 children. According to the law, Haoming and I would be unable to have biological children thereafter, and Haoming has always yearned for a child of his own. I intentionally made that statement to gauge whether my mother-in-law was aware of my pregnancy. As soon as I finished speaking, she immediately retorted, after all these years, I have yet to see you carry a child. Since you cannot conceive, what is there to fear? My inability to bear children has long been my most vulnerable point, and she has often used it to belittle me. I had endured her remarks silently for the sake of Lu Haoming, leading her to remain oblivious to the profound hurt her words inflicted. Her comments made it clear that Lu Haoming had not informed her of my pregnancy. Evidently, the drama unfolding in the hospital room today was not orchestrated by him, but rather a manifestation of Hao Sijia's intentions. This wretched woman was audaciously overstepping her bounds, and I could not let this opportunity to confront her slip away. My expression darkened, and my tone sharpened as I challenged, "Who says I cannot conceive? I was once pregnant, and had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, that child would be several years old by now." My mother-in-law had never witnessed me in such a state, and she appeared momentarily taken aback. I stood up abruptly and said, "Mother, it is utterly immoral to expose another's pain in front of others. Do you not realize how deeply your words wound me? Furthermore, with modern medical advancements, my condition may very well be treatable." Observing my fury, Hao Sijia was startled and quickly intervened. "Ranan, Andy did not mean it that way. Please do not be upset." As she spoke, she exchanged glances with my mother-in-law, silently urging her to apologize. After a moment's consideration, my mother-in-law said, "Ranan, Mother did not intend it that way. She simply lacks the gift of articulation. Please do not take her words to heart." At that moment, Wu Ling entered, carrying a multitude of bags, evidently sent by my mother-in-law on an errand. Upon noticing my stern expression, Wu Ling hurried over. "Ranan, you look unwell. What is the matter?" "It is all my fault. I apologize on behalf of my mother. Please do not be angry." My mother-in-law, that cunning old woman, was clearly putting on a facade in front of Wu Ling. Despite her many shortcomings, she had apologized, and if I continued to maintain my displeasure, it would reflect poorly on me as her junior. Thus, I softened my demeanor and sat back down. Seeing me take a seat, Hao Sijia signaled for my mother-in-law to offer me some fruit. My mother-in-law promptly retrieved an orange and handed it to me, saying, "Ranan, have an orange." As she extended the fruit, I noticed a jade bracelet adorning her wrist, one I had never seen her wear before, evidently a gift from Hao Sijia, intended to curry favor in this conversation. I had come here with a purpose in mind, so genuine anger was not my intent. I accepted the orange, peeled it, and offered it back to her, saying, "Mother, please have some." She accepted it, savoring the taste, and remarked how sweet. It must be delightful, since it was peeled by my daughter-in-law. Hao Sijia chimed in with a jest, noticing my suddenly serious demeanor. Both Hao Sijia and my mother-in-law were taken aback, anticipating I might reveal something unexpected. Clearing my throat, I stated, "Nyo visited your room the other day and made quite a mess of your belongings. It seems that Scarlett has hidden her jewelry well, as my mother-in-law cannot find it." I intentionally made this remark to prompt Scarlett to reveal the location of her treasures, knowing my mother-in-law's avarice would surely seize the opportunity. Indeed, as I spoke, my mother-in-law's eyes gleamed with interest, while Scarlett remained utterly oblivious. My jewelry is securely locked away in a box, and little Nyo should be unable to unlock it. That is reassuring. I feigned a sigh of relief. After I spoke, my mother-in-law hastily left the hospital, and I could see Scarlett's evident displeasure at her departure. Little did she know the true intent behind my mother-in-law's visit. If she were aware that her jewelry was the target, she would be heartbroken. However, my true aim in directing my mother-in-law towards Scarlett's jewelry was merely to create distance, allowing me to reminisce with Scarlett in peace. Scarlett's momentary discontent quickly faded, and she intentionally broached the recent unpleasantness with my mother-in-law. "Ran, I'm sorry for what happened today. You shouldn't have to endure such indignities. Today's incident was entirely my mother-in-law's fault. She has gone too far." I recognized the ulterior motives of that vile woman. She was not only unhappy herself, but also wished to dampen my spirits. Her cunning plan inadvertently aligned with my own. Indeed, Aunt has overstepped her bounds. How could she so casually unearth old wounds? Though Scarlett appeared to champion my cause, her intentions were more probing. "But Ran, do you think she might inform Lu Haoming? If she does, it will surely create a rift between you two." I had anticipated her concern, and I was unbothered by the prospect of her revelations. "Let her tell Lu Haoming if she wishes. What impact could that have?" "Ran, I understand you are still upset. As your friend, I must remind you that she is Lu Haoming's mother. If she tells him, it will certainly deepen the discord between you." I was filled with indignation. After all, my mother-in-law had berated me for years due to my inability to conceive, and Lu Haoming had never stood up for me. How could Haoming treat you this way? It is outrageous. I will speak to him when the opportunity arises, Scarlett declared, feigning indignation on my behalf. Let it go. Those are bygone grievances. From now on, I shall no longer endure such humiliation. Upon hearing my declaration, Scarlett was taken aback. Anran, what do you mean by that? Haoming has been quite kind to you. Do not let your thoughts wander astray. This wretched woman seemed to hope for my divorce from Lu Haoming. I shook my head. I am not being irrational, truly, Scarlett. From this day forth, I shall no longer suffer in silence. I will live with dignity. Does this imply you have encountered some joyful news recently?
Pray.
Share it with me so that I may also rejoice. I smiled faintly. It is indeed a positive development, but I cannot divulge it just yet. What could be so secretive that even I am not privy to? Are we not still good friends? She pouted, feigning grievance. Of course, we are friends, however. This matter was entrusted to me by Haoming, and I promised him to keep it under wraps for now. In due time you will come to know. I am acutely aware that the more I refrain from speaking, the more this insufferable woman yearns for knowledge, particularly after mentioning the words of Lu Haoming. She will undoubtedly expend considerable effort to inquire, and the ultimate revelation will surely astonish her. Chapter 47. The Choice Between Love and Desire. 15. After engaging in casual conversation with Hao Sijiao for a while, I glanced at my watch. Haoming should have finished work by now. Is Haoming still at work today? Hao Sijiao inquired, feigning ignorance. There was a situation at the company that he needed to address, I replied, pulling out my phone to call Lu Haoming. Darling, when will you be here? I am waiting for you at Sijiao's. Perhaps I should wait until Mom arrives before I leave, I added. I am feeling much better now, and no longer require assistance. Besides, isn't Sister Wu here? Hao Sijiao was eager for me to depart. Once I left, she would undoubtedly find a way to distract Wu Ling. Sister Wu is attending to Sijiao, so you need not worry, my mother-in-law remarked as she pretended to tidy up. A few minutes later, she left the house with a smile, cheerfully bidding me farewell. Anran, I am off to the hospital. Hao Sijiao's jewelry was hidden in the cabinet, so I walked over and opened the cabinet door. At a glance, I noticed signs of disturbance inside. As I pulled open the drawer, I discovered that the small box Sijiao had mentioned had indeed been pried open. Upon inspecting the box, I found that a significant portion of Sijiao's jewelry was missing. However, to my astonishment, the bracelet Lu Haoming had gifted her remained intact within the box. Given my mother-in-law's avarice, it was inconceivable that she would not covet such a valuable item. As I pondered, I picked up the bracelet for closer examination. Why does the quality of this bracelet seem so peculiar? Though I am not a connoisseur of jade, I possess some knowledge in the area. Based on my observations, the quality and texture of this jade bracelet are clearly of a different caliber compared to the set he had purchased for me. A thought struck me. Could there be something amiss with this bracelet? I recalled the day my mother-in-law feigned illness and Lu Haoming's words of consolation. Mom, do you trust your son or others? If you believe in your son, let this matter rest. I am well aware of what I am doing and would never err. Furthermore, my mother-in-law had initially been furious about Lu Haoming's extravagant purchase of jewelry for Sijia, yet she reconciled with her almost immediately afterward. With these deductions, I became increasingly certain that this bracelet must indeed be problematic. If Sijia's bracelet was flawed, could my own set of jewelry also be compromised? This particular set was a flagship piece from Cartier, which I had seen featured in magazines. My selection was not driven by affection but rather an attempt to compel Lu Haoming to part with a substantial sum. At that time, he had readily acquiesced. And my faith in the brand led me to purchase it without thorough inspection. Little did I dream that an item worth millions could turn out to be a counterfeit. Cartier is a prestigious international brand. I refused to believe they would deceive consumers in such a self-destructive manner, leaving only one possibility. All of this is somehow connected to Lu Haoming. What is going on? Lu Haoming asked as he entered. Wife, what has transpired? Come with me, I urged. I led Lu Haoming into Scarlett's room, pointing at the pried-open small box. Look, I said. Just now, Nyonyo and I were playing hide-and-seek, and she hid in Scarlett's wardrobe. When I went to find her, I noticed that Scarlett's closet had been rummaged through. At first, I thought it was Nyonyo's doing, but she insisted she hadn't touched anything. I casually opened Scarlett's drawer and discovered that the lock on her jewelry box had been forced open, and many pieces of jewelry were missing. How could this happen? Lu Haoming exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that a thief has entered our home? I had considered that as well, I replied, but I specifically checked the lock, and there were no signs of tampering. Besides, my father-in-law has been home all this time. I said this deliberately. This is indeed strange. Could it be someone from the family? Someone in the family? Could it be Wu Ling? I covered my mouth. Disbelief etched on my face. Wu Ling? Could it possibly be her? Ran, did you notice the box in the drawer before it was pried open? Yesterday. I also played hide and seek with Nuno, and she hid in Scarlett's wardrobe. I was worried she might mess up Scarlett's things. So I checked and didn't see any issues. Hearing this, Lu Haoming was convinced that his mother was responsible. Anger flickered across his face, while I feigned ignorance. Honey, there are no outsiders in the house. I believe there is a significant chance that Wu Ling is behind this. Shouldn't we call the police? Let us not call the police just yet. Lu Haoming interrupted me. How can we not? The jewelry belongs to Scarlett and is missing from her home. We must provide an explanation to her. I understand your urgency, but allow me to handle this. Wait here, I need to make a phone call. Lu Haoming said as he swiftly exited Scarlett's room. I knew who he was calling and chose to remain in the room, waiting. A few minutes later, Lu Haoming returned. Ran, I've clarified the situation regarding the jewelry. It was taken by my mother. Your mother took it? Why would she take Scarlett's jewelry? Scarlett wanted to wear it and asked Mom to help her retrieve it, but Mom accidentally dropped the key, which led her to pry open the lock. It seemed that Lu Haoming and his mother had caused Scarlett considerable distress. At that moment, I imagined Scarlett must be feeling utterly heartbroken. However, my primary aim was not to lament her plight. I feigned relief, saying, so that's how it is. You scared me. I thought it was Wu Ling. If it were someone else, they would have taken all the jewelry, not just part of it, Lu Haoming explained. True, Scarlett's most expensive bracelet was not taken. I agreed, reaching for Scarlett's bracelet. Upon seeing me pick it up, Lu Haoming's expression grew tense. I smirked inwardly, but exclaimed, honey, why does this Cartier bracelet appear to be of such poor quality? At this point, I paused, recalling that Suanin had mentioned the uniqueness of Cartier's jade in our city. Could it be? Honey, do you think Cartier might be deceiving unsuspecting consumers with inferior products? If that is the case, it would be utterly despicable. Surely not. One can never be too sure. There have been reports in the news suggesting that the cost of an LV bag is merely a few dozen yuan. I cannot acquiesce. To prevent being deceived, I shall have my jadeite, which you purchased for me, appraised by an expert. I noticed Lu Haoming's pupils constricting. My dear, must it come to this? Cartier is a titan in the realm of jewels. It would be unwise for him to tarnish his esteemed reputation. Caution is the mother of safety. I insist on having it authenticated for peace of mind. Darling, perhaps you could accompany me tomorrow? I am unavailable tomorrow. How about you wait a couple of days until I can join you for the appraisal? Very well. It is not the time to sever ties with Lu Haoming. I acquiesced, trusting that he would devise a solution to this predicament. The most prudent course of action would be to procure the authentic jadeite set from Cartier. Of course. There is another matter I must address, informing Lu Haoming about the events that transpired at the hospital today. I am curious to observe his reaction upon learning of how Sijia's elaborate schemes. Chapter 48. The Dilemma of Love and Desire, 16. Naturally, I seized the opportunity to discuss today's hospital incident with Lu Haoming. Darling, have you informed my mother about my pregnancy? Not yet. Mother cannot keep a secret to save her life. If she were to learn of your pregnancy, she would surely broadcast it far and wide, which could be detrimental to our baby, so I refrained from mentioning it. I suspected as much. I was perplexed by her remarks today, particularly when she claimed I would be unable to bear children, which infuriated me to the point of nearly revealing my condition. You didn't divulge, did you? Lu Haoming's expression shifted ominously. So you too harbor fears, I thought, suppressing a smirk. Of course not. I nearly confessed, but recalled your admonition and held my tongue. My dear, you are wise. Regardless of the circumstances, the well-being of our unborn child must take precedence. As for mother, I shall address her. Lu Haoming feigned consolation and inquired, what has caused the rift between you and mother? It is all due to Sijia. Today, when I visited her, she was in tears, lamenting her unwed pregnancy and worrying about her household registration. You are right, my dear. Mother has truly lost her way. Lu Haoming furrowed his brow, a clear indication of his discontent. It was evident that he found it inappropriate for his mother to conflate Sijia's plight with our situation. I will make time to speak with her. As for Sijia, simply inform her that I do not approve. Lu Haoming's words implied that Sijia's plans, laden with expectations of financial and material gain, would ultimately yield nothing but disappointment, which would surely infuriate her. However, compared to the surprise I have in store for her, this is merely a trivial matter. I am aware that Sijia must be harboring doubts due to my earlier comments. With no other channels at the hospital, she will naturally seek to gauge Wu Ling's opinion, won't she? Why would Sijia suspect that turmoil has unfolded at home? She did not inquire directly, but rather subtly asked if I had any recent joyful news. What joy could I possibly have? I chuckled softly. It seems Sijia intends to divert Wu Ling's attention from Lu Haoming. I smiled faintly. So, did you make the purchase? No, I have kept your instructions in mind. She cannot be without company. What a perceptive Wu Ling. Has she discerned my intentions, or has she already sensed the ambiguous connection between Sijia and Lu Haoming? Indeed, I am quite uneasy about Sijia being alone in the hospital. Given her current state, she should have at least one companion by her side. I share the same concern. Shortly thereafter, I received a call from Haoming, who expressed a desire for turtle soup and requested that I procure some from the market. As I descended the stairs, I inadvertently glanced towards a parking lot and noticed a vehicle strikingly similar to Haoming's. That scoundrel Lu Haoming truly has a pervasive presence. I mused inwardly. However, Wu Ling's meticulous reports on the matter are indeed intriguing. I increasingly suspect that she must have discerned the ambiguous relationship between Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia. What exactly is Wu Ling trying to convey by passing this information to me? Is she asserting her loyalty to me, or does she harbor ulterior motives? We are strangers. So, what could her intentions possibly be? I could not recall ever having met someone named AMO. My confusion suddenly brought to mind my encounter with Yi Fei Mo at the hospital today. That insufferable man had the audacity to save his number in the very first position of my contacts. Is he reminding me of a debt owed? It's merely a small medical fee, after all. Although I may not possess his wealth, I certainly am not in the habit of defaulting on my obligations. Without any clear reason, a wave of anger surged within me, prompting me to dial Yi Fei Mo's number immediately. The phone rang twice before being answered. Who is this? Yi Fei Mo's voice was captivating, exuding an irresistible allure. I responded with a tone devoid of courtesy. Mr. Yi, this is Anran. Anran?
Who is that?
I don't believe I know you. Perhaps you have dialed the wrong number? His words nearly sent me into a rage. This man, Yi, is truly adept at feigning ignorance. I had personally attended to him during his visit to our company, and we had crossed paths at the hospital several times. I refuse to believe he does not recognize me. It matters not if you do not know me, Mr. Yi. What is important is that I am well aware of who you are. Many people know me, and many women call me. If you do not articulate your purpose, I shall hang up. The implication was that I had become merely another infatuated admirer. I am not one to easily succumb to anger. Yet Yi Fei Mo nearly provoked me to expletives. I am here to repay you. Repay? Miss, your attempts at seduction are rather crude, Yi Fei Mo scoffed. That shameless man accused me of trying to entice him. I was so enraged that I nearly threw my phone. Mr. Yi is indeed quite narcissistic. Listen carefully. I am not your admirer. I am the one who accidentally knocked you over in the hospital. Ah, so it is you, Miss Mu. Yi Fei Mo responded, appearing suddenly enlightened. Mr. Yi, it seems you have a tendency to forget, I retorted. Miss Mu, you usually speak so gently. It's quite difficult for me to reconcile that with your current tone on the phone. He was attempting to justify why he failed to recognize my voice. You may continue to pretend all you wish, Mr. Yi, I replied with a cold smile. My name is Anran. Please refrain from calling me Miss Mu. Just address me by my name. Anran, a lovely name. His tone softened dramatically, contrasting starkly with his earlier frostiness. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Had I not experienced it firsthand, I would find it hard to believe that a single individual could exhibit such capriciousness. I must admit, this man is truly formidable. I do not wish to engage in further trivialities with him. I shall proceed directly to the matter at hand. I called you regarding the medical expenses. Please provide me with your card number and the bill, and I shall transfer the funds to you. I am currently in the company of others, so it is rather inconvenient. Please call me back later. After Yi Fei Mo concluded, he abruptly hung up. Such a peculiar individual. I muttered to myself as I set down the phone. The door creaked open, and Lu Haoming entered, cradling a cup of milk. Darling, have some milk. Upon seeing the milk, an unsettling feeling washed over me. I do not wish to drink it, I replied. You are with child. For the sake of our baby, please endure and drink it, Lu Haoming gently urged. Seeing his overly solicitous demeanor made me inexplicably nauseous. I had no choice but to accept the milk and take a few sips. As I drank, Lu Haoming animatedly discussed prenatal education and nutritious meals. At that moment, Nyo pushed the door open and rushed over, clinging to me. Mommy, I want to sleep with you tonight. All right, my dear, I affectionately patted Nyo's head. She was getting quite old. Why did she still want to sleep with her mother? Observing Nyo-Nyo's attachment, Lu Haoming appeared somewhat displeased. Why does daddy still sleep with mommy, even at this age? Nyo-Nyo retorted. Because a husband and wife naturally should sleep together. I am mommy's treasure. And I love her most. It is only right for me to sleep with her. Without further ado, Nyo-Nyo pulled the blanket over herself and lay down. Seeing her in such a manner, Lu Haoming sighed and fell silent. That night, Nyo-Nyo slept in our room. Once she was sound asleep, Lu Haoming suddenly spoke gravely. Darling, there is something I wish to discuss with you.
What is it?
I sensed that it was not a favorable matter. You are currently pregnant. And with the need for bed rest and caring for Nyo-Nyo, it must be exhausting. I am considering sending Nyo-Nyo to a boarding school. The idea of sending Nyo-Nyo to boarding school had been mentioned to me by Suanan, and I had been hesitant. I had not anticipated Lu Haoming would propose it as well. Truth be told, I was truly reluctant to send Nyo-Nyo away. Yet I also recognized that Suanan had a point. Lu Haoming, noticing my silence, quickly resumed his persuasion. Darling, I understand your reluctance. But for the sake of our baby, please be resolute this once. Sending Nyo-Nyo away does not mean we will never see her. We can visit her. Nyo-Nyo was so young. She had never been apart from us. Even if we were willing, I wondered if she could adapt to life at a boarding school. I reached out to stroke Nyo-Nyo's head. Do not worry. She will manage just fine, Lu Haoming insisted. I initially believed he genuinely cared for my well-being during my pregnancy, only to discover later that this was part of his larger scheme. Compared to the wounds inflicted by his infidelity, the pain caused by Nyo-Nyo was far deeper. It was like a sharp blade plunged into my heart, leaving me to experience profound hatred intertwined with deep sorrow. Chapter 49. The Dilemma of Love and Desire. Lu Haoming must have long harbored the intention to send Nyo-Nyo to boarding school, the day after he broached the subject with me. He had already contacted a boarding school for her. His swift actions left me astonished, and what surprised me the most was that, inexplicably, he managed to speak to Nyo-Nyo, who, to my utter disbelief, did not cry or protest but rather consented obediently. Darling, if you do not wish to go, just tell mommy. I will not force you. Nyo-Nyo's docility tugged at my heartstrings. Seeing me express this, Lu Haoming, fearing I might change my mind, promptly suggested taking Nyo-Nyo to purchase some daily necessities. I wished to accompany them, yet he thwarted my intention. The conclusion was undoubtedly that it was not worth it. I do not deny that I once invested genuine feelings in Lu Haoming. However, my sincerity has been utterly depleted by him. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Presently, I harbor no significant affection towards him, only loathing and the bitterness of having been deceived. Since I have relinquished any semblance of love or attachment to this man, why should I continue to be entangled in thoughts of revenge? If Hao Sijia and Lu Haoming are indeed well suited for one another, then I shall facilitate their union. Nyo-Nyo is so young, and the absence of her biological parents' love is already a profound sorrow. Why should I inflict further harm upon her out of spite? I truly do not wish to continue down this path. For Nyo-Nyo's sake, I must abandon my quest for vengeance and confront Lu Haoming directly about our divorce. At that moment, Suanan called. Anran, I've used my connections to obtain the hospital records regarding your previous miscarriage. What have you discovered? I have found something. But Suanan paused, her hesitation making me aware of the gravity of the situation. What is it? Please, just tell me. Anran, you must remain calm. Stay composed. Suanan was clearly worried about me. Having endured so much, I had achieved a certain level of composure. I reviewed the doctor's diagnosis on the records, which indicated that the consumption of abortion pills had resulted in the miscarriage. As Suanan's words resonated in my mind, an overwhelming shock enveloped me. And all I could think was, the consumption of abortion pills led to the miscarriage. Despite having gleaned some understanding from Hao Sijia and Lu Haoming's WeChat messages, I found it unbearable to accept this direct revelation from Suanan. No one can possibly come to terms with such a shocking piece of news. Noticing my prolonged silence, Suanan grew increasingly anxious. Anran, please say something. What could I possibly say? I had yearned for this child. How could I have consumed abortion pills? During my pregnancy, Hao Sijia had been by my side, alleviating my worries. This was clearly her doing. That wretched woman. How dark must her heart be? Not only did she steal my husband, but she also resorted to such vile tactics against me. While I might begrudgingly tolerate her acts of sabotage that rendered me infertile, I cannot forgive her for taking my child's life. No matter how many reasons she might have for being with Lu Haoming, my child was innocent, utterly innocent. How could she be so cruel? An intense hatred surged from the depths of my being. If Hao Sijia stood before me, I would surely tear her apart. I cannot let this vile woman escape unpunished. I must avenge my child. Not a moment can be wasted. After a lengthy silence, Su Anan began to worry. Ran, are you still listening?
Yes.
My teeth were clenched tightly, and I replied, Anan, I must go to Dashin immediately.
Right now?
Yes, right this moment. I can no longer wait. Let us act according to our plan. However, your current condition renders you unfit to go to Dashin, so perhaps we should reconsider. Su Anan advised. Rest assured, I can maintain my composure. Very well, I shall make arrangements immediately. Seeing my determination to go to Dashin, Su Anan reluctantly acquiesced. I drove to Dashin, repeatedly persuading myself to remain calm along the way. After parking, I took a moment to gather myself before proceeding to Hao Sijia's hospital room. Upon entering, I found the room empty, save for Hao Sijia, who greeted me with a smile. Ran, you've come, she exclaimed. I approached her, inquiring, how are you? You must be recovering well. Indeed, we should heed the doctor's advice. The child's well-being is paramount, I continued, my gaze shifting to her neck, where I noticed the absence of her jewelry. It was evident that her mother-in-law had not returned it, and perhaps Hao Sijia was still unaware of the loss. However, I had not come to discuss the jewelry. I had more pressing matters at hand. Where is your mother-in-law? I asked. Sister Wu is tidying up at home, while Nuno and her father have gone to purchase school supplies, she replied. Buying school supplies? Hao Sijia looked astonished. Haoming intends to send Nuno to a boarding school. Sending her to a boarding school? Hao Sijia sat up abruptly. I was taken aback. This matter seemed unrelated to her, so why such a strong reaction? Noticing my gaze, Hao Sijia managed to smile. I just think Nuno is still so young. How could he bear to do that? Though I found her reaction somewhat excessive, I had other concerns to address, and chose not to dwell on it. Instead, I gently explained, Haoming believes that many parents today send their children to boarding schools to cultivate independence and prevent them from becoming overly pampered. His reasoning holds merit, but I still think Nuno is too young. I could never bear to part with her, Hao Sijia replied. At that moment, her mother-in-law entered, inquiring, What are you discussing? We were talking about Nuno, I replied. Ran mentioned that Haoming wants to send Nuno to boarding school. Hao Sijia immediately relayed the news to her mother-in-law. Sending Nuno to boarding school? What is the reason for that? Her mother-in-law responded, visibly surprised. Haoming says it is for Nuno's independence. I reiterated my earlier words. Independence? The child is still so small. Her mother-in-law expressed her displeasure. While she harbored a certain disdain for me, she had always been fond of Nuno. I quickly called Haoming, urging him to abandon such an idea. Mother, Haoming has already paid the tuition, over 100,000. If you back out now, you may not get a refund. I stated deliberately. Over 100,000? What a ripoff. Her mother-in-law winced at the mention of money. The school offers foreign language courses and various extracurricular activities. Parents need not worry about their children's studies, and they can gain admission to prestigious universities. Of course, it is expensive. What use is it for a little girl to spend so much money? Her mother-in-law muttered. Our Haoming studied in the countryside and still gained admission to a prestigious university. This must be your idea, isn't it? This is Haoming's decision, and it has nothing to do with me.
Mother, what do you mean by that?
What do you mean by indulging me? The decision to send Nuno to school was made by Lu Haoming, and he was also the one who found the school. As for your claim that it is difficult for him to earn money, I concur. However, is he earning it for me? I scoffingly retorted. If not for you, then for whom? This household incurs such significant expenses. Can it sustain itself without Haoming? My mother-in-law brazenly questioned me.
Since you assert this,
allow me to clarify. The house belongs to my mother, the furniture was purchased with my own funds, and all our daily necessities are covered by my earnings. Aside from the car he drives, which he exchanged himself, what have I ever taken from him?
What do you mean by that?
Are you implying that I blame Haoming for providing us with financial support? I spoke the truth, yet my mother-in-law refused to acknowledge it and resorted to throwing a tantrum. I knew you looked down upon us. If that is the case, my husband and I shall leave and no longer be a burden in your sight. Auntie, please calm down. Ranan did not mean it that way. Hao Sijia intervened hastily as our argument escalated. Are you settling accounts with me now? Do you think I covet your money? If it weren't for Haoming's persuasion, someone like you, who is incapable of laying eggs, would have been shown the door long ago. My mother-in-law, filled with rage and humiliation, began to berate me over my inability to conceive. Who are you calling an eggless hen? Is there no limit to your insults? I shouted back defiantly. I mean you. My mother-in-law, a woman of base temperament, firmly believed that someone incapable of bearing children ought to be humiliated. How could she tolerate my defiance? She reached out to shove me, and I had been anticipating this very action. I leaned back and fell to the ground with a thud. Caught off guard by my sudden fall, my mother-in-law quickly sought to distance herself from the incident, claiming that I had not been pushed but had merely fallen on my own. However, Hausijia, possessing far more wit, displayed a look of intense concern. Ranan, what is wrong? Ignoring her, I merely feigned pain and prepared to rise. During our commotion, the nurse, arranged by Suanan, had long been waiting outside. Upon hearing Sija's voice, they pushed the door open and entered. What is all this noise? The ward needs to be quiet. The patient requires rest. Do you not understand? They then turned their attention to me, who was still seated on the floor. Where do you feel unwell? I believe I have twisted my waist. Nurse, please take me to the emergency room at once. What do you mean, twisted your waist? Are you trying to extort me? My mother-in-law scoffed. Anran, where did you learn this act? She remained incredulous, continuing her aggressive demeanor. As I was assisted out the door, my mother-in-law showed no intention of following, instead engaging in conversation with Hausijia. Sijia, you witnessed this. If Haoming inquires, you must testify on my behalf. Chapter 50. The Choice Between Love and Desire. 18. I was helped into the emergency room by 2 nurses and moments later, Chen Xiao hurried in. She instructed the nurses to wait outside, closed the door, and gazed at me with concern. Are you alright? I'm fine. The pain that had once marred my expression had now vanished. This scene is primarily intended for Scarlett O'Hara, albeit using my mother-in-law's influence to serve my purpose. Both Scarlett and my mother-in-law remain oblivious to my pregnancy. Witnessing my exaggerated concern for a doctor's visit will undoubtedly lead them to conspire against me in secret with Lu Haoming. I eagerly await their report of my fall to Lu Haoming. Following the principle of the villain's first complaint, these 2 conniving women will surely portray me in a most unfavorable light. If Lu Haoming truly cares for our child, he will hasten to the hospital. This, however, is not my main objective. I merely wish to convey the news of my pregnancy to Scarlett through an alternative avenue. In just a few hours, the scandal of a pregnant daughter-in-law being pushed to the ground by her malicious mother-in-law will reach Scarlett's ears. By that time, she will be informed of my condition. Chen Xiao gazed at me with a complex expression. Miss Mu, how may I assist you? Her use of a respectful title surprised me, leading me to suspect that Suanan must have lavished her with considerable money. I dismissed the thought and replied, Director Chen, I feel somewhat weak. Could you prescribe some supplements for me to receive intravenous fluids? Also, please provide some medication to support the pregnancy. Just the medication to support the pregnancy? Is hospitalization necessary? Let us discuss hospitalization later. For now, please arrange for the intravenous fluids. Also, could you bring me a bottle of eye drops that would cause immediate redness and swelling? Chen Xiao nodded, promptly prescribing intravenous medication and instructing a nurse to assist me. Before I had finished my 4-drip, the door swung open, and Lu Haoming rushed in, his face a mask of concern. Wife, are you alright? Haoming, what brings you here? I feigned a pitiful expression upon seeing him. My mother called me, saying you had fallen. Lu Haoming approached and took my hand, worry etched on his face. How are you feeling? Is the baby alright? The baby is fine. Just some minor bleeding, as confirmed by the doctor, I replied, suddenly breaking into tears. When I fell, my stomach hurt so badly, but I couldn't tell my mother. I had to claim it was my back that hurt, so the nurse would take me to the emergency room. Thankfully, the baby is unharmed. Wife, I know you have endured much, Lu Haoming murmured, gently patting my back in comfort. This is my mother's fault, and I will speak to her. Haoming, I don't want you to confront her. You have no idea how frightened I was. I was terrified for my child, fearing it would leave me just like the last one. If that were to happen, I truly could not go on. I refrained from mentioning the quarrel with my mother-in-law, focusing solely on the child. Lu Haoming gazed at my swollen eyes and sighed deeply. My mother has gone too far. How could she treat you this way? For you, I would endure anything. For our child, I would bear any burden. I know my mother resents me for my inability to conceive, but I do not blame her. I only blame myself for not becoming pregnant sooner, which would have brought her joy and allowed our family to live harmoniously. My words diverged significantly from those of Scarlett and my mother-in-law. Lu Haoming must have been prepared for my lamentations. Yet, he did not anticipate my remarkable capacity for understanding the larger picture. Human nature is inherently compassionate, and even someone as despicable and selfish as he is, exhibited a semblance of emotion. Dear, it is all my fault. I have failed to take proper care of you, Lu Haoming expressed with profound sincerity, attempting to console me. At that moment, Scarlett's call came through. Ranan, how are you feeling? Auntie should not have scolded you. Her demeanor was unwarranted. You must have a serious talk with Haoming. You cannot allow her to bully you like this. What is there to discuss? Even teeth and tongue often clash, I replied. You are simply too kind, she remarked. Perhaps sensing the situation, Scarlett wisely refrained from further disparaging my mother-in-law and instead inquired about my health. I offered her a few perfunctory responses before ending the call. Lu Haoming acquiesced to my sentiments, yet as he departed, he earnestly instructed the nurse to take utmost care of me, ensuring that nothing would go awry. Observing his exaggerated pretense made me feel repulsed. If he genuinely cared, how could he so readily entrust my well-being to another? I surmised that Lu Haoming was likely to confront his mother and Scarlett. Besides soothing me, he must also manage the complexities posed by Scarlett, who is far from easy to handle compared to his mother, who is more amenable. I dismissed the nurse, requesting her to rest and call her if needed. Once she left, I accessed my email and discovered a message from Scarlett. As expected, this wretched woman had concocted an elaborate narrative. Dear Anran has collapsed in the hospital and was rushed to the emergency room. Just moments ago, she had a confrontation with Annie, hurling accusations that the room belonged to her, using her provisions. Infuriated, Auntie attempted to reason with her, but she deliberately fell to the ground, feigning that Auntie had pushed her. If she calls you later, do not believe her. Scarlett continued to malign my character, despite her previous claims of my innocence. I perceived her as cunning, with today's events clearly aimed at framing Auntie, yet she overlooked the fact that I would be a witness to the truth. It appeared that Lu Haoming held a certain regard for the child I carried, so much so that he was preoccupied with concerns for my well-being and had no time to deal with Scarlett. I scoffed inwardly, curious about his reaction upon discovering the truth behind these fabrications. Once I exited my email, I dialed Su Ainin to discuss our plans. She informed me that Lu Haoming remained in Scarlett's hospital room, and her associates had yet to make their move. It seemed Lu Haoming was ensnared by Scarlett, though I could not dismiss the possibility that these two scheming individuals were eager to share their sentiments after days of separation. After a moment's contemplation, I decided to call Lu Haoming. Darling, have you arrived home? Lu Haoming seemed taken aback by my inquiry, yet he quickly adapted. Wife, I'm stuck in traffic. I'll be home shortly. Is there something you need? I merely wish to remind you to bring the jade you purchased for me when you come tomorrow. What do you need the jade for? Lu Haoming countered. I recently engaged in a conversation with a nurse, who informed me that it is beneficial for pregnant women to wear jade, not only for their well-being but also to bestow a sense of vitality upon their offspring. I casually fabricated an excuse. I realized that I would bring the jade with me tomorrow. Lu Haoming readily agreed. Initially, I sought an excuse to call Lu Haoming, but suddenly recalled the texture of that jade, along with Lu Haoming's rather unnatural expression on that day, prompting me to add, by the way, the nurse mentioned that her boyfriend's family owns a jade shop. I would like him to examine the jade's quality. I have a lingering suspicion that the Cartier jade is somewhat amiss. Is that truly necessary? That jade is produced by Cartier. How could there be a problem? Lu Haoming's tone seemed somewhat strained. I acknowledged that Cartier exclusively crafts exquisite pieces, yet, as you witnessed, Sijia's jade was of such inferior quality that I remained uneasy. I sensed something amiss. You may consider me overly suspicious, yet I believe it prudent to have a knowledgeable individual authenticate its quality, especially since I am currently with child. I grew weary of the pretense, and resolved to take a stroll to clear my mind. The hospital room I occupied belonged to the finest in Dashin. It was not only opulent, but also equipped with top-notch amenities. During my previous visit when House Sijia was hospitalized, I had explored the surroundings and discovered that there was not only a garden leisure area below, but also a breathtaking sky garden on each floor. I took my phone and made my way to the sky garden on my floor. After meandering for a while in the sky garden, I received a call from Su Ainin. Lu Haoming had already departed, while his mother remained in the hospital room. It appeared she was still unaware of your pregnancy and had been crying and causing a scene in the room. Lu Haoming had to console her for quite some time before she calmed down. I could imagine it. The thought of my mother-in-law throwing a tantrum made me want to laugh. Ainin, remember my words. Ensure that the news is revealed to Sijia only when Lu Haoming's mother is absent. I will remember, but if that old hag doesn't leave, won't we be rendered powerless? She will leave. A hospital room is hardly a place for leisure. Anyone would feel stifled there. Just let her wait a bit longer. If I were to disclose the pregnancy in such a manner, it would backfire. Firstly, Lu Haoming would question my motives. Secondly, Sijia is no fool. She would undoubtedly seek to investigate. You are aware that there is no absolute loyalty in this society. What we can achieve with money, she can achieve as well. The most effective approach is to maintain a veil of secrecy. Lu Haoming would not suspect me of scheming, and it would facilitate Jia's actions. Actions? Weren't you supposed to deal with that wretched woman? Why has it turned into her taking action? Do you already know what she intends to do next? I will tell you about that later. What I wish to discuss now is something else. I paused. Anran, I have asked Lu Haoming to bring the special Cartier set he purchased for me tomorrow. He seemed somewhat reluctant. Do you think there could genuinely be an issue with that jade? Were you not there with him when he selected it from Cartier? How could there possibly be a problem with Cartier's items? Anran expressed her disbelief. The texture of this item certainly does not resemble something worth millions. If not for Lu Haoming's mischief, then Cartier must be deceiving consumers by offering inferior products. Cartier would never stoop to such deceit. A voice suddenly pierced the air, prompting me to look up and find Fama standing before me, gazing intently. Chapter 51. The Dilemma of Love and Desire, 19. As I contemplated, I forced a smile. When did you arrive, Mr. Yi? Just now, Fama replied, taking a seat beside me, his eyes ablaze with intensity. It seems you harbor some prejudice against Cartier? It's not me. I faltered, uncertain of how to articulate my thoughts. My doubts were personal, and even if they were valid, I could not disclose them to Fama, who would be foolish enough to confide in a stranger about being deceived by their spouse. I have managed Cartier until now, and never has anyone dared to question its integrity. Miss Mu, could you enlighten me on what transpired? Fama pressed, unwilling to let me off the hook. I wasn't questioning, I stammered, at a loss for words. I merely overheard Miss Mu claim that Cartier offers subpar products. As the founder of Cartier, such accusations deeply trouble me. Since its inception, Cartier has adhered to a high-end, boutique philosophy. While I cannot claim my products are the absolute best, the notion of offering inferior goods is utterly inconceivable in my company. Mr. Yi, I was just casually chatting with friends, with no ill intent, I explained awkwardly, attempting to defuse the tension. Casually chatting? Is it permissible to tarnish a product's reputation in such a manner? Are you aware that your offhand remarks could cast a shadow on my company and its products? Miss Mu, as a designer, your creations are akin to your children. Would you feel at ease if someone criticized your child? Fama's tone was relentless. And what authority do you possess to make such statements? Are you a client of my company? If so, and you are dissatisfied with our products, you may address your concerns with our sales manager. Cartier is more than just a brand. It embodies a philosophy. We only welcome those who genuinely appreciate our offerings. If you find our products lacking, we can facilitate a return or exchange. However, to my knowledge, Miss Mu, you are not one of our clients, making your disparagement perplexing. Fama's assertion left me momentarily speechless. How do you know I am not one of your clients? My company exclusively deals in high-end products, and we maintain information cards for every purchaser. As far as I am aware, there is no client named Mu Anran in our records within Zhang City. He stated with conviction. I found his claim hard to believe. Surely, Fama could not be interested in tracking the details of each buyer. Such an endeavor would be exhausting. I quickly countered, what if the purchaser is my husband? Miss Mu, I regret to inform you that our client list does not include anyone named Lu Haoming. That cannot be true. I have clearly visited your store. My words trailed off as Fama's phone rang. After answering, he hung up and flashed me an enigmatic smile. Miss Mu, congratulations. You are now officially one of our clients. What does this mean? He just said I am not a Cartier client. What does Mr. Yi mean? It is quite literal. From this moment forth, Miss Mu has become a client of Cartier. Any suggestions or comments you have regarding our products can be directed to us. I find his meaning increasingly perplexing. Did he not just assert that I am not one of your clients? Indeed, I did say that. But I have just received a call. A gentleman named Lu Haoming recently visited Cartier to select a set of jade jewelry for his wife, Mu Anran. By the way, that jade is part of Cartier's latest flagship series, crafted from the finest jade. If Miss Mu does not believe it, she can have it appraised by a specialized institution. Mr. Fama's words were quite clear. Lu Haoming is purchasing jewelry from Cartier for the first time. So, what was that previous visit to purchase jade about? In an instant, the truth dawned on me. Lu Haoming's visit to buy that jade was clearly not merely for the jade itself, but rather, it was indicative of something amiss with him. The jewelry he provided to me and how Jia was counterfeit, and that so-called manager Song was undoubtedly in cahoots with him. Realizing this, my face flushed with embarrassment, and an overwhelming sense of shame compelled me to rise abruptly and turn to leave. However, to my dismay, Yi Feima had the audacity to block my path. Miss Mu, you seem quite agitated, he remarked. What does Mr. Yi mean? I asked stiffly. Do you not think it rude to abandon someone you had previously agreed to meet with? At this moment, he speaks of manners as if he were someone of great importance. I regarded him coldly. What is politeness? What a pertinent question. Yi Feima replied, a smirk playing on his lips. As far as I am aware, Miss Mu hails from a respectable background and has received a fine education. Did your parents or teachers never impart to you the essence of politeness? Eavesdropping? Is this not Miss Mu's private domain? Yi Feima's smile faded, and his gaze turned icy. I was momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Feima scoffed. To make a phone call in public without regard for others, and then to accuse someone of eavesdropping, Miss Mu? Your ability to argue is quite formidable. Yi Feima's words left no room for rebuttal, as if I were his sworn enemy. His demeanor infuriated me. Although making a phone call in public may not be ideal, Mr. Ye's conduct was hardly superior. Engaging a woman in conversation in public reflects poorly on his upbringing. Engaging a woman in conversation? Miss Mu seems quite confident in her appearance. Yet, you may have misunderstood. My conversation with you is not predicated on your gender, but rather on your disparagement of Cartier, and that is the sole reason. Disparaging Cartier? Mr. Yi, you are quite adept at casting aspersions. Let's not pretend I have not disparaged. Even if I had, what would you do about it? Go ahead and sue me. I glared at him fiercely. Why do you behave like a shrew? Yi Feima clearly did not anticipate my obstinate retort. Mr. Yi, such a polite individual, resorts to insults? I must remind you that verbal abuse is against the law, I retorted, pushing past him and departing. Compared to the actions of Miss Mu, my words should be inconsequential. Right? Behind me, I heard Yi Feima's voice, filled with resentment. I had no time to engage in a war of words with him, so I merely quickened my pace. Upon returning to the hospital room, I still felt a touch of discomfort. Who had I offended to deserve Yi Feima's barrage of scorn? Recalling Su Qing's words about Yi Feima being a cold, aloof god, I couldn't help but scoff. What kind of god was he? More like a lunatic. I rose to pour myself a glass of water, and gradually my anger subsided. Upon reflection, although Yi Feima had ridiculed me today, I had not emerged entirely empty-handed. At least I had learned of Lu Haoming's deception with counterfeit jewelry, and due to my insistence on inspecting it, he was forced to purchase genuine pieces from Cartier. In this light, my day wasn't so unfortunate after all. Lu Haoming and Hao Xijia were far worse off than I. Before retiring for the night, I checked my email once more, but found no sign of Hao Xijia seeking out Lu Haoming. How peculiar. Did she not care about the gossip she had heard? Or had Lu Haoming made her some promise that eased her concerns? That night, my sleep was restless. When dawn broke, a nurse who tended to me arrived. I washed up in a matter of minutes, and soon Lu Haoming entered. He immediately asked, "Wife, how do you feel today?" I merely felt a slight ache in my abdomen, and upon consulting the doctor, I was reassured that there was no need for concern and that I should simply rest. Now, telling a fib did not faze me in the least. That's good. You must take care, Lu Haoming said, opening a thermos he had brought. This is the bird's nest I prepared for you. Do give it a try. I felt genuinely touched as I finished the delicacy. Lu Haoming then opened a bag and took out a box. Wife, here is the jade you wanted. I brought it for you. He opened the box and revealed the jade. Although the design was identical, I recognized immediately that it was not the same piece. The quality and craftsmanship were evidently superior. Given Yi Feima's comments from the previous night, I was not particularly surprised by the change in jewelry and naturally adorned myself with it. Noticing that I had not detected the difference, Lu Haoming seemed relieved. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he abruptly shifted the conversation to his mother. Wife, I would like my parents to move out. Why would they move when everything is fine? Is it because of yesterday's incident? I replied, Darling, I mentioned that yesterday's occurrence was merely an accident. My mother did not intend any harm. Your actions would hurt her feelings and complicate matters for me. It's not solely about yesterday. You know my mother is difficult to get along with and quite clumsy. I fear she may affect your mood. Previously, when you were not pregnant, we could tolerate her, but now that you are expecting, we cannot compromise anymore. His words sounded noble, as if they were for my benefit. If I had been unaware of his true nature, I might have been deceived, but now my perspective had shifted. Why? Lu Haoming asked, astonished. He must have known what sort of people his parents were and assumed that I would be eager for them to leave. My opposition seemed to take him by surprise. Your parents are getting older and require care. Have you considered their feelings in your request for them to move out? Furthermore, I do not perceive my mother as difficult to deal with. Despite her flaws, She possesses a kind heart and is incredibly eager to embrace her future grandchild. Upon learning of my pregnancy, her concern for me was palpable. How could she possibly harbor ill feelings towards me? My heartfelt declaration seemed to unsettle Lu Haoming, who, over the past few years, I have selflessly devoted myself to, yet I was met with his unfeeling betrayal. Any vestige of conscience he possessed should have prompted a sense of shame. However, his momentary embarrassment was fleeting, as his phone soon rang. Lu Haoming glanced at the caller ID and smiled at me. It was the company as secretary. Which secretary, I wondered, undoubtedly that conniving Hao Sijia. Though I was fully aware of the situation, I maintained an impassive facade and encouraged Lu Haoming, saying, "My dear, please attend to your matters.
There is no need to worry about me.
I am in the care of nurses and doctors." As I listened to his footsteps fade away, I fell into contemplation. His eagerness to send his parents away was certainly not for my sake. What then? Was he truly planning? What scheme could possibly require Lu Haoming to endure so much? Gifting jewelry and arranging for his parents' departure? A question that had long echoed in my mind resurfaced. What did Lu Haoming aim to gain from me through such calculated efforts? Chapter 52. The Dilemma of Love and Desire. 20. His remarks piqued my curiosity. Could it be that Hao Sijia had discovered my pregnancy and sought to confront him? Yet, this did not align with her character. Given her vindictive and patient nature, she would likely feign ignorance of my condition and bide her time, waiting to administer abortion pills to induce a miscarriage. Just as I was mulling over this perplexity, Su Anran called me, exclaiming, "Anran, Lu Haoming's company is in trouble." "Are you certain?" I retorted. "Absolutely. Guiyang just informed me that Lu Haoming's company lost a major order, approximately worth 100 million. He is currently in a state of utter disarray." "A lost order? That seems improbable. How could such a thing occur?" I remained skeptical. "Do not doubt it. The loss of the order is a fact. Lu Haoming is desperately trying to salvage the situation, but I doubt he has any viable solutions. Indeed, his misdeeds had reached a point where even fate could no longer stand idly by." I let out a cold laugh. This turn of events meant Lu Haoming would likely have no time to focus on me, granting me respite from my strenuous facade. "You are mistaken. You must remain vigilant. I suspect Lu Haoming will soon seek your assistance, as you have far more connections in Jiangqing than he does." Su Anan's reminder struck me like a revelation, finally illuminating why Lu Haoming had been so restrained with me. It was not fear of me, but rather fear of the Mu family looming behind me. My father, having cultivated numerous relationships in Jiangqing over the years, could indeed pose a challenge for Lu Haoming. Although it would not be as simple as extinguishing an aunt, it was not an insurmountable task either. Furthermore, many of Lu Haoming's business dealings had been facilitated through my connections with my father's friends. Despite his efforts to forge relationships and secure clients, the majority remained indifferent to him. Understanding this, I could not help but let out a cold laugh, realizing that Lu Haoming's deep affections were merely a facade, rooted in fear of my father. Such a simplistic truth, and yet you only now come to comprehend it. I am at a loss for words. Su Anan sighed on the other end of the line. "It is never too late to understand, then. Thank you for conveying such crucial information. Now, I must devise a strategy to deal with Lu Haoming." By evening, Lu Haoming finally arrived, bringing a multitude of delicacies. As I observed him, it became evident that he bore an unmistakable air of fatigue. Indeed, the matters of the company had evidently taken their toll on him. I savored the nourishing treats he had brought, anticipating the moment he would request my assistance. However, Lu Haoming did not broach the subject. Could it be that this scoundrel is waiting for me to speak first? Given the nature of our relationship, I am usually the first to discern his troubles. Although my resentment towards him is profound, I cannot neglect my responsibilities. Until our facade is shattered, we remain a loving couple. With this thought in mind, I deliberately initiated the conversation. "Darling, you appear rather unwell. Is something troubling you?" "No," Lu Haoming replied with a faint smile.
"Wife.
"I plan to send Nyunyo to school tomorrow." "So soon?" I felt a pang of reluctance. Why not wait until I am discharged? "I have already discussed it with the teacher." "My dear, I know you will miss Nyunyo. She is merely going to school, not elsewhere. If you wish to see her, we can visit together." "Very well." I ceased to dwell on Nyunyo's situation and instead inquired with genuine concern about Hao Sijia. "How is Sijia's health?" "She is recovering well. The doctor says she can be discharged." "That is good to hear. By the way, did she ask about me?"
"She did."
"I informed her that you have a back injury." Lu Haoming glanced at me. "Wife, I heard from my mother that she plans to leave our home." "Leave our home?"
"Why?"
I am not entirely certain. I only heard my mother mention it. First, he suggested that his parents move out, and now Sijia is to depart. What is Lu Haoming up to? Is he concocting a plan to prevent Sijia from discovering my pregnancy? However, one cannot conceal the truth indefinitely. If I am indeed pregnant, my belly will surely grow day by day. He cannot possibly blind Sijia to the reality, can he? Eventually, she will find out. And how will he justify his actions then? I am not privy to Lu Haoming's intentions, so I can only sigh. Why must they move when everything is fine? I ought to ask Sijia. As friends, I cannot allow her to navigate this journey alone. I do not share your perspective. You are aware that Sijia's parents are from the countryside. It is exceedingly difficult for them to accept an unwed pregnancy, even if they can come to terms with it. Those around them surely will not. She would be overwhelmed by their scorn, I countered. Wife, please remain calm. I merely heard my mother mention it. Perhaps she was speaking in jest, Lu Haoming said, masking his smile. By the way, please refrain from asking Sijia, so as not to put her in an awkward position. Understood, darling. I am not foolish. It was only much later that I understood the reason behind Lu Haoming's request that day. His concerns were not about the company's affairs. Rather, he had received a series of photos of himself with House Sijia in his inbox, which someone was using to extort him. Lu Haoming paid the blackmailer a sum to ensure silence, yet he remained anxious about me discovering the truth, wishing to distance House Sijia from himself. Naturally, I was unwilling to let him linger in the hospital for even a moment longer and hastened his departure. After Lu Haoming left, I called Su Anan to inform him of Lu Haoming's peculiar behavior. Su Anan expressed his confusion, remarking that it was rather unusual for Lu Haoming to be so distressed over a single contract. Indeed, I found it strange as well. Although a 100 million contract might sound intimidating, failures are commonplace in the business world. Lu Haoming was no stranger to setbacks, so his reaction seemed excessive. Could there be additional troubles we were unaware of? Or perhaps he perceived House Sijia as a threat and wished to remove her deliberately to gauge my reaction. Su Anan pondered this possibility. However, I believed that House Sijia would not simply withdraw. Her intention was to supplant me, not merely to play the role of his mistress. If Lu Haoming's desire was unilateral, she would certainly devise ways to remain in his life. Su Anan concurred, adding that she had already learned of my pregnancy. And as I had suspected, that wretched woman had concealed her emotions well. I surmised she was now plotting against me. I was prepared, yet fearful of her inaction. I scoffed at the thought. I could not believe that House Sijia would remain so composed. If Lu Haoming truly intended to send her away, she would be the first to seek me out, attempting to find ways to stay. As I anticipated, that very evening, House Sijia visited me in the hospital, entering with an exaggerated show of concern. Anran, why didn't you inform me about your hospitalization? She exclaimed. Haoming wouldn't let me. He said you were pregnant, and worried that informing you would cause you distress. I shifted the blame onto Lu Haoming. You really listened to him. We are best friends. How could I not worry after what happened that day? You have no idea how anxious I was. She feigned concern, which made me feel nauseated. Anran, does your waist still hurt? Haoming is truly good to you, she remarked, laced with jealousy. Indeed, he has always treated me well, with tenderness and thoughtfulness. Anticipating my every need, I replied, wearing a facade of bliss, intending to infuriate that wretched woman further. Yes, Haoming is a devoted husband. Anran, I truly envy you. House Sijia managed a forced smile, her hand instinctively resting on her belly as she sighed. I recognized that her visit was not merely to share heartfelt sentiments. So, I regarded her with feigned concern. Sijia, how is your recovery going? Almost there. I plan to be discharged in a couple of days, she replied and then added, Anran, after this discharge, I do not intend to stay at your home anymore. Why would you move when everything is comfortable? I asked, feigning surprise. I have already troubled your family too much, especially during this hospitalization, with Auntie attending to me daily. I truly feel guilty, she responded. If she truly wished to move away, would it be necessary for her to approach me now? It must be that Lu Haoming has expressed such a notion to her, and House Sijia, unwilling to accept it, sought me out. Given my temperament as a loyal friend, I would undoubtedly strive to persuade her to remain. However, this time, House Sijia has miscalculated. My desire to keep her here is not born of naivety, but rather due to pressing matters at hand. Internally, I scoffed at the notion of trouble. After all, we are good friends, and assisting one another is a duty among friends. Yet, I am aware of your kindness and how you treat me well. Nonetheless, House Sijia appeared hesitant, as if she had words unspoken. What could it be? Has my mother-in-law uttered something unpleasant? No, Auntie has said nothing. It is merely my own feeling of being a burden to you. There's no need, Ranran. I shall be discharged soon as well. How Sijia immediately interjected. I am leaving the day after tomorrow, Ranran. Are you preparing to leave with me? Haoming surely would not approve, would he? Regardless of his approval, I am determined to leave. Residing in the hospital is far from the comfort of home. And I would be utterly bored. As I spoke, I reached to touch my abdomen. This gesture caused a subtle shift in how Sijia's expression. Despite her efforts to conceal it, I discerned a glimmer of ferocity in her eyes. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she departed. Not long after her exit, I checked my mailbox and discovered a message from Hao Sijia to Lu Haoming. I have decided that once I am discharged, I will move out of your home. Is that truly so? Lu Haoming seemed incredulous. Indeed, it is true. Moreover, you need not concern yourself with my moving out. I shall communicate this to her. The her in question, of course, refers to me. Lu Haoming appeared quite pleased with her reaction, even sending her a kiss. Rest assured, I shall not neglect you and your son. I have established a branch company in Haishur, and when the time comes, you shall oversee it.
Ha!
Lu Haoming is indeed generous towards that wretched Hao Sijia, yet he underestimates her ambitions. A branch company is not her ultimate goal. What she truly desires is the position of Mrs. Lu. She employs the strategy of retreating to advance, believing herself clever. Unaware that I have already set my trap for her. My child shall not perish in vain. I intend to make Lu Haoming aware of who is responsible for her demise. Chapter 53. The Dilemma of Love and Desire. 21. The following morning, Lu Haoming did not come by. He called to inform me that he would take Nuno to school and had instructed my mother-in-law to bring me breakfast. He also urged me not to harbor anger towards her, as she merely has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. After hanging up, it was not long before the door was pushed open, revealing my mother-in-law at the threshold, carrying a thermos. Noticing my displeasure, her demeanor was clearly reluctant. She was evidently still upset with me. This breakfast had undoubtedly been prepared by Wu Ling, delivered by Lu Haoming through my mother-in-law as a means to ease the tension between us. Although my mother-in-law can be domineering with me, she has always been submissive towards Lu Haoming. I offered her a smile. Mother, you have come. Perhaps my cheerful expression softened her heart, as her countenance brightened considerably. Is your back feeling better? She inquired. Much improved, I replied. It was simply a sprain. Resting at home would suffice. Why must you stay in such an expensive hospital room? She murmured. It appears that Lu Haoming has not disclosed my pregnancy to her. I find myself devoid of the inclination to argue with her. It was Haoming who insisted upon my stay. Implicitly, it suggests that I harbor no concern for Lu Haoming, nor am I vexed. Mother, I plan to discharge myself tomorrow morning. If circumstances permit, I could even leave this evening. Upon hearing my words, my mother-in-law's expression softened considerably. Ranran, that day was unintentional. Please do not take it to heart. I acknowledged her sentiment, relieved that she bore no resentment towards me. I echoed her sentiments, I understand. Is it true, he confided in you? She inquired. Alas, my foolish son keeps everything bottled up, shouldering it all alone, fearing he might burden you. As his wife, did you not perceive how exhausted he appears? My mother-in-law admonished me. I did inquire, and he claimed there was nothing amiss. What do you mean nothing? I have heard that the company suffered a loss of 100 million due to a contract allegedly snatched by some company named Yi.
Ye Fama?
I ventured cautiously. Yes. Indeed, Yi Fama. You must ponder. Why would he, with no prior grievances against Haoming, steal our son's business? My mother-in-law lamented. As if it were a birthright for others to concede to her son. Indeed, that Yi Fama is quite detestable. Ranran, you're acquainted with this Yi Fama. Are you not? I am not. How could you possibly not know someone that Sijia is familiar with? My mother-in-law expressed disbelief. I heard from Sijia that this hospital is owned by their family. If I encounter him, I shall certainly inquire why he has taken my son's order. Conversing with someone like my mother-in-law is akin to speaking to a wall. I merely feigned a smile as she continued her incessant chatter. Eventually, she fell silent, and I took the opportunity to check on Sijia. Very well. I was eager for her departure. As my mother-in-law reached the doorway, she turned back to me. Ranran, be sure to inform Haoming about your discharge. He works hard for his earnings, and wasting 15,000 a day is quite extravagant. Understood. Seeing that I did not object, she exited, and I sighed with relief, picking up my phone to call Su Anan, when suddenly, I heard her loud voice from outside. You are Yi Fama. Are you not? I am. And you are? Yi Feimo responded, and I could envision his expression, undoubtedly furrowed in confusion as he regarded my mother-in-law. I ask you, why do you covet my son's order? Does my son have any enmity with you? My mother-in-law confronted him with an attitude reminiscent of a shrew. Who is your son? Yi Feimo's tone revealed no trace of emotion. My son, I regret not introducing him earlier, is Liu Haoming, the chairman of Anmin Corporation. My mother-in-law emphasized the title of chairman with a certain pride, implying that her son, like Yi Feimo, held a noteworthy position. Surely he must recognize him.
Oh?
So you are the mother of Chairman Liu? Yi Feimo elongated his words. Madam Liu, it is a pleasure to meet you. What pleasure is there? My mother-in-law, oblivious to social cues, misinterpreted Yi Feimo's greeting as flattery. Mr. Yi, why have you taken my son's order? Yi Feimo remained silent, undoubtedly astonished by such an eccentric individual. A person of his noble lineage had never engaged with a woman of the common folk like her. The matron, perceiving his silence, assumed that Yi Feimo felt guilty. One must adhere to reason, she stated assertively. That order belongs to my son's company. Why are you meddling? You are so wealthy, with numerous enterprises. Is it truly necessary to compete with my son for this order? Her retort was delivered with unwavering conviction, devoid of any semblance of embarrassment.
Outside.
A voice interrupted, Mr. Yi, should we remove this old woman? What old woman? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Am I old in your eyes? She was quick to challenge the interjector, her temperament fierce. I massaged my temples, overwhelmed by the commotion outside, contemplating whether to step out or remain hidden. Just then, I heard Yi Feimo's voice. Madam Liu, you are not old. You appear quite youthful. It is he who lacks the ability to articulate.
Clearly, Mr.
You is a man of refinement. By the way, Mr. Yi, I implore you, could you return the order to our Haoming? Return the order? I detected a hint of amusement in Yi Feimo's tone, though it was laced with sarcasm that made my cheeks flush. He raised his voice. Have Chairman Liu come to see me? Really? I will call my son right away to arrange a meeting with you. The matron was elated, genuinely preparing to make the call. At this juncture, I could no longer pretend I hadn't heard. Yi Feimo's raised voice was clearly directed at me. I could no longer maintain my facade. This was not merely about Liu Haoming's loss of face. I too would be implicated. Taking a deep breath, I opened the hospital room door, offering a smile to my mother-in-law, who was poised to make a call. Mother, why haven't you left yet? I am discussing matters with Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. I felt a wave of awkwardness as I smiled at Yi Feimo, swiftly pulling my mother-in-law aside and lowering my voice. Mother, weren't you going to visit Sijia? You should hurry down. Orders are of no consequence compared to Sijia, she replied. Anran, I must tell you, Mr. Yi just agreed to return the order to Haoming. Her pride was palpable. Mother, this situation is not so simple. Please go downstairs. Haoming will handle it. If possible, I wished for a crevice to hide in, but alas, there was none. No need for him to handle it. I have already made arrangements with Mr. Yi, and am about to call Haoming. My mother-in-law rummaged through her belongings. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. I left my phone behind. Do you have yours?
Please make the call for me.
Mother, my phone broke yesterday. I cannot call. Why don't you go down to make the call? All I desired was to extricate my mother-in-law from this situation to prevent further embarrassment. Honestly, how could you break your phone? Such carelessness. A phone costs thousands. At this rate, you will squander this family's fortune. She grumbled, turning away. I thought she would leave immediately, but unexpectedly, she approached Yi Feimo again, shamelessly inquiring, Mr. Yi, do you have a phone? Madam Liu, I am afraid I do not. How unfortunate. I shall go downstairs to make the call. She hurriedly departed, leaving me with a sense of relief. However, upon turning around, I found Yi Feimo gazing at me with a smile that was neither here nor there. And I felt my dignity and self-respect evaporate in an instant. Embarrassed, I looked at her and said, Ms. Yi, my mother-in-law comes from the countryside and isn't well-versed in these matters. Please don't take it to heart. I don't mind, Miss Mu. But you should really not take it to heart either. Your face is quite flushed. Are you feeling warm, or are you feverish? Yi Feimo's words were quite cutting.
Oh.
Having soup, are we? What kind of soup? Yi Feimo was clearly not going to let me off easily. Just ordinary blackfish soup. Ordinary blackfish soup? I assumed it was a nourishing tonic. Ms. Yi certainly has a knack for humor. I managed a weak smile. I wasn't making a joke. I have never seen someone so flushed from drinking soup. I am genuinely curious, Miss Mu. Are you certain it was blackfish soup? I have had it too, and never knew it could cause such redness in the face and neck. Did you perhaps add something extra to your soup? Feeling unwell? So, Your redness is due to discomfort? Should I summon a doctor for you? Yi Feima took a step closer, blocking my retreat. He was quite tall, at least 6 feet tall, and his intense gaze made me feel quite flustered. I had never felt so flustered before. Instinctively, I stepped aside to avoid him, only to collide with the wall, the impact causing a sharp pain in my back. Yi Feima seemed oblivious to my predicament, stepping forward once more, leaning against the wall, and looking down at me with a teasing smile. Miss Mu, you still haven't told me what you added to your soup. I felt my entire face ignite with heat. Having grown up, I had never been cornered by a man like this, and to make matters worse, he was strikingly handsome. Mr. Yi, could you step back a bit while we converse? Are you afraid of me? He responded with a question that evaded the topic.
No.
Why would I be afraid of you? I don't think you should fear me either, especially compared to your eccentric mother-in-law. He paused, then scoffed. I have never encountered someone quite so peculiar. Tell me, Miss Mu, how have you managed all these years? Oh, one gets used to it. After repeating my words, Yi Feima's tone suddenly shifted. For you, is it that you can gradually adapt to anything without boundaries? What did that mean? Before I could process his statement, Yi Feima parted his thin lips and shocked me with his next words. Chapter 54, Choices of Love and Desire, 22. Yi Feima remarked. Including getting accustomed to your husband keeping a mistress? My expression changed instantly. I looked up at Yi Feima in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words would come from him. I was not well acquainted with Yi Feima. We had merely met once during a company reception and had crossed paths a few times since. Our relationship was only slightly better than that of strangers. I could not imagine that someone I barely knew would speak to me in such a sardonic tone regarding Lu Haoming's infidelity. Lu Haoming's betrayal was not merely a matter of infidelity, it was a profound humiliation for me. Though I appeared composed and untroubled on the outside, my heart was constantly tormented by pain. I constantly remind myself that this entire ordeal is known only to me and Suanan. I delude myself into believing that my marriage appears sufficiently blissful in the eyes of others. Anger causes my lips to tremble and my hands shake. How dare you utter such words? Am I mistaken in what I say? Does your husband not maintain a mistress? He spoke the truth. Yet I found it intolerable and shouted at him, Yi Feima, do you think yourself remarkable? Is it truly commendable to poke at others' wounds? You are indeed impressive. Yi Feima sneered, suggesting that I still wished to preserve my marriage. Is maintaining appearances worth sacrificing dignity? What I achieve or do not achieve is none of your concern. My sense of dignity has no bearing on you. I sharply interrupted him, urging him to abandon his condescending demeanor, to cease treating others' pain as a jest. Your current triumph does not guarantee a lifetime of success. I await the day you fall from your pedestal. As those words escaped my lips, tears cascaded down my cheeks. I did not wish to weep before a stranger, nor did I want to reveal my vulnerability to Yi Feima. I forcefully pushed him away and slammed the hospital door shut, collapsing onto the sofa in a fit of sobs. I had never felt so wretched or humiliated in my life. I lost track of time as I cried until a knock on the door startled me. Assuming it was Yi Feima, I spat harshly. Get lost. Dear, what's wrong? A familiar voice drew my attention, and I turned to see Lu Haoming, astonished, standing at the door. The humiliation and suffering I endured were all consequences of this despicable man before me. Were it not for his infidelity, I would not have faced such disgrace from an outsider. A surge of hatred propelled me to my feet, and I lunged at Lu Haoming, striking and kicking him. It's all your fault. You've made me this embarrassed, this tormented. I hate you. I cursed as I struck him. Lu Haoming had never witnessed my fury and stood frozen in shock, allowing me to unleash my wrath upon him. The anger I had bottled up for days erupted like a volcano. I did not merely strike him with my fists but also kicked and clawed at his face. Lu Haoming stared at me, bewildered, until my nails tore at his skin, prompting him to clutch me tightly, repeatedly apologizing. Dear, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I take full responsibility. Exhausted from my outburst, I paused to catch my breath. Lu Haoming helped me to the sofa, holding me tightly, fearing I might lash out again. The only sound in the room was my heavy breathing. Having crossed the line, I resolved to confront Lu Haoming, this despicable creature.
Anran
Could bear it no longer. To my surprise, in response to my wild outburst, Lu Haoming bore no hint of reproach.
Dear,
I rushed here as soon as I received my mother's call, but it seems I arrived too late. My mother has lost her senses. How could she have thought to approach Yi Feima regarding the order? I know you feel wronged. That man named Yi must have humiliated you. It's my fault. All my fault. I lack the capability, and you have suffered because of me. I vow to rectify this today. Yi Fei Mo departed with a nonchalant clap. And as I supported Lu Haoming into the elevator, I must confess that I felt no sympathy for his plight. Rather, I harbored a twinge of schadenfreude. However, this was not the moment for reveling in misfortune. My husband had been struck, and I felt compelled to express my indignation. I gazed at Lu Haoming with concern. Darling, you're bleeding from the corner of your mouth. We must attend to that wound swiftly. I'm fine. It's merely a couple of punches. I'm not that fragile, Lu Haoming replied with a smile, though the movement of his lips elicited a grimace of pain. How can you say you're fine when you're in such discomfort? We need to document this and report it to the authorities. That man cannot be allowed to bully us. My dear, this is a trivial matter. There's no need to involve the police, Lu Haoming insisted. Are we to simply allow him to intimidate us? I feigned outrage. That man is truly despicable. My love, you heard what he said. It was I who initiated the altercation. Reporting it would do me no favors. It is unnecessary to stir up trouble.
How old are you?
A company chairman fighting like this would be a source of ridicule, my father-in-law lamented. I smiled at him and instructed Wu Ling to fetch the first aid kit for Lu Haoming. As I cleaned his wound with antiseptic, I deliberately applied a bit more pressure, expecting him to wince, yet to my surprise, he remained utterly silent. After attending to his injury, Lu Haoming retreated to the study. I brewed a cup of tea and brought it to him. Upon opening the door, I found him seated alone, staring vacantly out the window. In our 5 years of marriage, I had never witnessed him in such a state. What troubled him? After mulling it over, I could only conclude that his conflict with Yi Fei Mo must have stirred deep contemplation. What scheme was he devising? With his capabilities, confronting Yi Fei Mo was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Moreover, he had explicitly expressed his reluctance to involve the police. What, then, was he calculating? I recalled Yi Fei Mo's final words. Director Lu, remember this. What is false cannot become true, and what is true cannot become false. You owe me an explanation for what transpired 5 years ago. What explanation could Lu Haoming owe Yi Fei Mo? 5 years prior, he had been destitute, merely a student. Given his status, it was implausible that he could forge a connection with someone like Yi Fei Mo, placing the teacup on the table before him. I inquired, darling, does your wound still hurt? Much better, Lu Haoming said, pulling my hand to encourage me to sit. You don't feel anything, do you? I'm fine, I assured him, shaking my head. That's a relief. Whatever you wish to eat, let Wu Jie prepare it. You're too thin. You must eat more now that you're not alone. Our son is counting on you for nourishment. How can you be so certain it's a son? I countered playfully. What if it's a daughter? A daughter would be just as delightful. As long as it's our child, I will cherish them. Such tender words now felt laced with irony, and I found myself weary of this sentimental exchange. I swiftly shifted the topic. Oh dear, I completely forgot something. What did you forget? My dear husband, Sijou informed me that she will be discharged tomorrow. I had intended to accompany her, but in my haste today, I neglected to mention it to her. Has she come to see you? Lu Haoming paused, taken aback. When did this occur? Not long after you left last night. Sijia seemed troubled and suddenly expressed her desire to move out. I tried to persuade her for quite some time. Lu Haoming's expression darkened, clearly deducing Sijia's intentions. If she wishes to leave, why should I attempt to dissuade her? What is the matter, dear? It is nothing, merely that Sijia has been particularly bothersome lately, frequently seeking your attention. My wife is with child. Why should I concern myself with her trivialities? Lu Haoming's words appeared to convey concern for me. Yet I understood that he was likely feeling quite resentful inside. I had hoped that Sijia would comply and distance herself. But I did not anticipate her resorting to such measures, relying on me for support. It was evident how irksome this was for Lu Haoming. I deliberately retorted. Is this truly acceptable? What is wrong with it? As her friend, you have already shown her great kindness. Should she insist on moving out, let her be. However, I still wish to share insights about pregnancy with Sijia. Have you informed her of your condition? Lu Haoming nearly leaped from his seat. No, I have heeded your advice. I shall not disclose it until the 3-month mark has passed. Lu Haoming exhaled in relief. With an innocent expression, I inquired, will you go to fetch Sijia tomorrow upon her discharge? Let her take a taxi with your mother. Oh, I shall call her then. Just as I was about to make the call, I heard my mother-in-law's voice outside, asking where Haoming was. Lu Haoming and I rose and opened our door, only to see my father-in-law anxiously questioning, why did you not inquire further? Who struck him? Why was he assaulted? My father-in-law was unaware of the details and simply shook his head. Your son is unwilling to speak. Upon hearing my voice, my mother-in-law turned to me, and upon seeing Lu Haoming's bruised face, her heart ached. Haoming, who has done this to you? That wretched individual. Why would they strike you? My mother-in-law anxiously pressed Lu Haoming, and at that moment, Sijia entered, gasping at the sight of Lu Haoming's injuries. Indeed, what transpired? Your father only mentioned that you were attacked, but did not explain the reasons behind the altercation. My mother-in-law pressed further. How dare you speak? Lu Haoming glared at her impatiently. Was it not your actions that led to my being assaulted? My actions? What trouble have I caused? My mother-in-law appeared bewildered. Had you not sought out that Yi Fei-mo regarding some orders, would I have engaged him in a confrontation? It was Yi Fei-mo who struck you? That despicable man. My mother-in-law cursed vehemently. He not only stole your orders but also resorted to violence. This is an affront to the law. He shall not be allowed to bully you. I shall confront him directly. Her words suggested that she believed she could easily find Yi Fei-mo, but Lu Haoming furrowed his brow. Do you believe you are someone of significance? You cannot simply approach Yi Fei-mo. His bodyguards would expel you before you even laid eyes on him. Then let us report this to the authorities and have the police pursue him. Please, if calling the police were effective, would we still need your guidance? Should we simply endure the beating? My mother-in-law is utterly bewildered. After all, he must be made to pay for medical and nutritional expenses, right? Is your vision limited to mere monetary concerns? Lu Haoming suddenly exclaimed, startling his mother-in-law. What is this attitude? Am I not showing concern for you? Mother, Haoming is in a foul mood. Please do not trouble him further. He will handle this matter, I interjected. Handle it? If he could handle it. He wouldn't have been beaten in the first place. My mother-in-law then turned her ire towards me. Were you present when Haoming was attacked? I nodded. And you allowed him to be beaten while you were there? Are you truly his wife? My mother-in-law finally found an outlet for her frustration, launching into a tirade against me. Did you not think to help? If I were there, I would have clawed him to death.
I gazed at her helplessly,
unsure of how to respond. Did she truly believe this was akin to a rural brawl? To think I could incapacitate Yi Fei-mo. Yi Fei-mo had an undeniable advantage over Lu Haoming. Had he even experienced the slightest mishap, his bodyguards would have intervened long ago. Moreover, should anyone dare to leave a mark on Yi Fei-mo's face, I could only imagine his guards would unhesitatingly hurl that individual from the building. Seeing my silence, my mother-in-law believed she had cornered me and continued her tirade with renewed vigor. I'm not criticizing you, but you only know how to command Haoming at home. You can't assist him in any meaningful way outside, yet you still have the audacity to advise me. If I were in your position, I would be utterly mortified. Must you go on? My father-in-law, who had remained quiet until now, suddenly raised his voice. Haoming will resolve this matter himself. Can't you be a bit more tranquil? How Sijia also spoke softly. Auntie, you need not concern yourself with this. Haoming will manage. My mother-in-law was merely putting on a show. What could she truly do? Thus, she fell silent. There was no urgency with the paperwork. It could wait until tomorrow. As soon as the words left my mouth, Wu Ling hurriedly entered from the kitchen, carrying 2 glasses of water, one for my mother-in-law and one for Hao Sijia. My mother-in-law refused to take the water, casting a sidelong glance and asking, Is lunch ready? Haoming is injured. Do you know how to care for an injured person? Of course, the dishes I prepare are nutritious. I'm not referring to nutrition. Can't you see the wounds on Haoming's face? You must avoid using soy sauce or any fermented ingredients while cooking. I understand, Wu Ling replied softly. After lunch, my mother-in-law and father-in-law whispered something to each other and left the table. Lying in bed, I found it impossible to sleep, so I picked up my phone and checked my email. I surmised that Hao Sijia would undoubtedly express her concern for Lu Haoming. As I anticipated, she was messaging on WeChat, inquiring about the incident involving Lu Haoming, her evident worry and compassion moving me deeply. Seeing it was merely a stream of empty words, I prepared to log out of my email, but unexpectedly, Hao Sijia sent another message. Could Yi Fei-mo's attack on you today be because of her? During a conversation between Scarlett and Lu Haoming, she consistently referred to me, yet I found this information rather peculiar. I have never had any intersection with Yi Fei-mo. It cannot possibly be me she is alluding to. Is it truly for her? Does this imply that he is aware of the events from years past? What do you intend to do? We shall proceed step by step. You must exercise caution. If she discovers the truth of that year, we will find ourselves in a precarious position. Initially, I harbored doubts about my own involvement, but now I have dismissed that notion. If it is not me she fears, then who is this woman? As I pondered, Su Anan sent me a WeChat message. Ranfan, the private investigator, has uncovered some past connections between Scarlett and Lu Haoming. I have forwarded the information to your email. Please take a moment to review it. Alright, Anran, I must inform you that Liu Haoming was assaulted by Yi Feima today. I recounted the incident of Liu Haoming's beating to Su Anran. She laughed with delight, exclaiming, "Well deserved. I give Yi Feima 12 thumbs up." I provided her with a general overview of what I knew. How could this be possible? I had no prior acquaintance with Yi Feima. I rebutted. Indeed. You and Yi Feima were entirely unfamiliar with each other in this matter. But I truly do not believe that Yi Feima and Liu Haoming had any connection 5 years ago. After a lengthy pause, Su Anran sent another message. Ran fan. I suddenly recalled something from 5 years ago. What is it? The Yi family once published a highly sensational missing person advertisement in various media outlets in Jiangcheng. Do you remember? I do not recall. Please tell me the content of that advertisement. The advertisement was seeking a girl, but it lacked specific details, and I cannot remember it clearly. At the time, many speculated that the Yi family was searching for an illegitimate daughter. Are you suggesting that the person seeking this girl was Yi Feima and that Liu Haoming knows her whereabouts? Who knows? It shouldn't be that way. The Yi family spent a considerable amount of money on that advertisement. If Liu Haoming knew the girl's location, there would be no reason not to inform the Yi family and claim the reward. Su Anran promptly dismissed. Forget it. Let us not speculate any further. You mentioned sending an email. I shall take a look at it. I exited WeChat and opened my email to find the message Su Anran had forwarded. The private investigator revealed an undeniable truth. The relationship between Scarlett and Liu Haoming was indeed more complex than it appeared. They were once a couple in high school and later attended university together. Liu Haoming achieved high scores on the college entrance examination, affording him the opportunity to choose a superior university, yet he relinquished that chance to attend the same school as Scarlett. I was taken aback by the depth of Liu Haoming's affection for Scarlett, given the strength of their bond. What could possibly motivate Scarlett to consider Liu Haoming as a suitable boyfriend for me? Could it be, as Su Anran posited, that Liu Haoming's interest in me is merely a means to access wealth and status through my father? I reminisce about my past with Heasijia. Before our junior year, we were complete strangers. She was a year my senior. Due to health issues, she took a year off from her studies, and upon her return, she found herself in my class. Seated next to one another, I, being rather forgetful, often misplaced things, while Heasijia exhibited remarkable attentiveness. On one occasion, I lost a precious birthday gift from my mother, and it was Heasijia who helped me locate it. The gift was of considerable value, and many would have claimed it for themselves, yet Heasijia, with her integrity, did not. This noble quality endeared her to me, and gradually we became friends. Heasijia possesses a gentle disposition and a commendable work ethic. She has never flattered me because of my wealth, and I have always believed I had found a true friend. Little did I know, she was a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. I am not foolish, and I have come to suspect that Heasijia had ulterior motives in introducing me to Liu Haoming. Before encountering this email, I had at least believed that Liu Haoming harbored genuine affection for me, but upon reading it, I realized that it was all a farce. From the very beginning, the charade of a pretend boyfriend to the heroic rescues, even the events of my birthday night, all of it may have been meticulously orchestrated by them. Liu Haoming and Heasijia labored earnestly to execute their scheme, while I, like a naive fool, unwittingly stepped into their trap. It is no wonder the old adage warns against disregarding the wisdom of elders, for my parents vehemently opposed my relationship with Liu Haoming, cautioning me about the treachery of human nature. Regrettably, I was blinded by infatuation and dismissed their counsel. I severed ties with my biological parents for the sake of this scoundrel Liu Haoming, treating his shameless family with undue care. They say that human hearts are tender. But what manner of hearts does Liu Haoming's family possess? How can they feel so at ease, devoid of any sense of shame? Had I not stumbled upon the truth of Liu Haoming and Heasijia's relationship, I might have remained oblivious indefinitely, perhaps until I was of no further use to Liu Haoming, at which point he would reveal his true nature. If that day were to arrive, I fear I would find myself without any avenue of escape. Fortune, however, has smiled upon me, and I still have the chance to rectify my situation. Liu Haoming desires both fame and fortune. I shall not grant him his wish. From this moment onward, I shall devise every means to obstruct his business and endeavors. With this determination, a sense of calm enveloped me. This matter cannot be rushed. It requires meticulous planning. First, I must communicate with the network of clients I had previously connected to Liu Haoming, urging them to seek alternatives. However, as Liu Haoming's wife, my involvement in such matters would inevitably signal a crisis in our marriage. Many of these clients are friends of my parents, which would undoubtedly reach their ears. I wish to spare my parents any distress, yet if I do not take this course of action, who else can I turn to? Suddenly, a pair of profound eyes flickered in my mind, startling me. How could I have thought of Yi Fei-ma? My acquaintance with Yi Fei-ma was superficial, gleaned solely from fleeting remarks by Su Anan. The Yi family is affluent and powerful, requiring little effort to deal with Lu Haoming. Yet, would Yi Fei-ma extend his assistance to me? I shook my head. My relationship with him was tenuous at best, and even if we were closer, he might not be inclined to help. I recalled his words when confronting Lu Haoming, as well as the veiled correspondence I had recently stumbled upon between Hao Sijia and Lu Haoming in my inbox. I recognized that my speculation was rather audacious, but at this moment, I would not relinquish any opportunity, no matter how slender. Wu Ling acknowledged my presence and inquired with earnestness what grandfather Lu preferred to drink. Juice or tea? Tea, please, he replied, his tone sounding somewhat different from usual. A flicker of curiosity ignited within me, prompting me to rise from the bed and peer at the door. I immediately spotted grandfather and grandmother seated on the sofa, their faces adorned with expressions of delight. I feigned ignorance, asking Mom and Dad, "Where have you been? Have you encountered something joyous?" Their evident happiness seemed too profound to stem merely from assisting Hao Sijia with her discharge procedures. Surely, something unknown to me had transpired. For grandfather and grandmother, joyous occasions typically fell into three categories: unexpected financial gain, good news regarding their son, or matters concerning their daughter. The bruised visage of Lu Haoming surely had no bearing on them, leaving only the first two possibilities. Unexpected wealth seemed implausible. My intuition suggested that it must pertain to Lu Meili. The realization that I had not seen Lu Meili for several days solidified my conjecture. Yet what delightful news could she possibly have? Lu Meili's academic performance was lackluster. It was only through Lu Haoming's financial support that she gained admission to university, where her pursuits seemed limited to flaunting her wealth and taste. Suddenly, I recalled that Lu Meili's 22nd birthday was approaching. Could her happiness be related to that? However, birthdays come annually, and that alone would hardly suffice for such elation. After dinner, I descended alone to take a stroll downstairs, while Lu Haoming remained sequestered in his room, nursing his injuries and attending to work, and Hao Sijia feigned a desire for quietude by staying behind to rest. I wandered along the verdant pathway, seeking a secluded spot amidst the trees to sit and ponder my thoughts. Why did that voice sound so familiar? I halted in my tracks, momentarily taken aback. Following the sound, I glimpsed a man and a woman conversing amidst the thicket. Though I could only see their silhouettes, the voices allowed me to deduce their identities. To my astonishment, one of them was Lu Haoming's father. The woman, obscured from my view, wore a yellow garment, and I was certain she was not grandmother. Upon deeper reflection, I realized I had never seen this woman before. Could she be grandfather's mistress? Fearing discovery, I quickened my pace to depart. The revelation of my father-in-law's affair has surpassed my understanding. In my memory, he has always been taciturn and appeared rather simple-minded. I had always presumed him to be an honest man. To my astonishment, even a seemingly honest man can have a mistress, though I find this utterly repugnant. The thought of my mother-in-law's disdainful demeanor brings me a peculiar sense of satisfaction. After all, has she not been fervently defending her son's extramarital escapades? If she were to discover that her husband is engaging in similar indiscretions, would she not be enraged to the point of apoplexy? I suddenly regretted not capturing this entire scene on my phone to share with her and Lu Haoming. The fresh air outside prompted me to linger a little longer. Ran, do you want some water? Asked Hao Sijia with genuine concern. No, I'm not thirsty. Is something wrong? My mother-in-law remarked, displaying her displeasure. She's been gone for quite a while. Why hasn't she returned yet? Perhaps something has come up, I suggested. Even so, she should at least inform us. This disorganization and lack of discipline could lead to her being absent for most of the day, and when we need her, she is nowhere to be found. Ignoring her dissatisfaction, I entered the bedroom, grabbed some clothes, and was preparing to take a shower when I heard my mother-in-law's voice from outside. How long does it take to throw out one bag of garbage? I'm not saying this to be cruel, but a maid should act like one. If she is like this, chatting with acquaintances instead of working, who would dare employ a maid? Why must you speak so harshly? Maids are human beings, not slaves. Is it so wrong for her to engage in a few words with someone? My father-in-law's voice came unexpectedly in defense of Wu Ling. I am merely stating that if she earns such a high wage, she should be at our beck and call 24/7, my mother-in-law retorted, her final words carrying a weight that silenced her. I shook my head and entered the bathroom with my clothes. After my shower, feeling slightly parched, I headed to the kitchen for some water. To my surprise, I found Wu Ling there, who greeted me with a smile. Ran, what do you need? I'd like some water. I'll get it for you. Her eagerness was hard to refuse, so I sat down. Wu Ling quickly returned with a glass of water. Observing her cautious demeanor stirred a sense of compassion within me. Sister Wu, you needn't take my mother-in-law's words to heart. Being criticized by the employer is part of the job. I don't take it to heart, she replied with a smile. That's good to hear. As I finished the water and prepared to leave, Wu Ling suddenly called out, Ran, do you know what Uncle and Auntie are up to today? I don't know. I paused to look at her. I heard that Meili has started dating a very wealthy second-generation heir, and Uncle and Auntie are going to meet him today. I was puzzled by how Wu Ling came to know this information. My mother-in-law, who harbors disdain for her, would certainly not share such news. Could it have been my father-in-law who informed her? Yet, he has always been a reserved person, rarely engaging in conversation at home. It seemed unlikely he would divulge such matters to a maid. My gaze then fell upon the yellow coat Wu Ling was wearing, and a thought flickered in my mind. Could the woman conversing with my father-in-law amidst the bushes be Wu Ling? If that is the case, the play would be even more captivating. Meili's affair with her boyfriend was swiftly confirmed by Su Anan, although it was not as Wu Ling had told me. The following morning, while conversing with Su Anan, I brought up this matter, and to my surprise, she seemed quite astonished. Are you certain your aunt and in-laws truly went to meet their son-in-law yesterday? Indeed, I replied. Wu Ling informed me that he is quite affluent, a second-generation rich kid. A second-generation rich kid? Ha, what a delightful notion. Su Anan responded with a hearty laugh. What's the matter? I inquired. Let me tell you. Yesterday afternoon while I was out for tea, I stumbled upon Lu Haoming's parents and sister, accompanied by a young man. Is that so? What a coincidence. Yes. I was quite taken aback to see the three of them with that man, thinking to myself how these individuals could possibly be intertwined, only to discover they were romantically involved. Do you know who that man is? A gigolo. A nightclub gigolo. What? I was astounded. I'm not afraid to admit that I have encountered Lu Haoming's sister in a nightclub several times, always in the company of that man. I initially thought she was merely seeking solace due to loneliness, but it turns out she was in a relationship. How could a gigolo become a second-generation rich kid? Are you foolish? Meili is not unattractive, her attire is all designer, and she is quite the braggart, so of course, he must maintain appearances. This is utterly unbelievable. Anran, there is something else I must tell you. I suspect my father-in-law and Wu Ling are involved in an improper relationship. No way. How could this drama become even more riveting? Su Anan exclaimed dramatically. I am merely speculating, not asserting. If this were true, this family would surely descend into chaos. Not only would my mother-in-law be distraught, but Lu Haoming would undoubtedly be overwhelmed as well. What does it matter to you? It is said that evil begets evil, and good begets good. Justice may be delayed, but is never denied. This family has mistreated you, and now their comeuppance has arrived. Su Anan replied with a sense of schadenfreude. Although Lu Haoming's family is despicable, the true manipulators are Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia. I only wish to deal with these two women. The rest do not concern me. You fail to comprehend. As the saying goes, when the loved ones suffer, the enemies rejoice. Only when his family is in pain will he feel anguish, Su Anan countered. All right, you make a valid point. But what I desire now is to utterly ruin Lu Haoming's business. I contemplated this for an entire day and have identified a suitable candidate. Who?
Ye Famo.
You intend to exploit him? Su Anan expressed her surprise. Ran, how did you come to consider collaborating with Ye Famo? You are hardly acquainted. Who says Ye Famo is the only suitable candidate? You are truly short-sighted. Aside from Ye Famo, there is an even better option.
You mean?
Gu Nan. Gu Nan is not suitable. I shook my head. How could I possibly let Gu Nan know about these humiliating matters? Moreover, as far as I am aware, Scarlett has been maligning me in front of Lu Haoming, claiming I have an affair with Gu Nan. Although I currently remain indifferent to Lu Haoming's opinions, I must consider Gu Nan's feelings. I would never wish to drag him into this tumultuous situation. I understand your reluctance stems from the fear of being ridiculed by Gu Nan, but you are overthinking it. Gu Nan harbors no intention of mockery. On the contrary, he has shown considerable concern for you. You have been married to Lu Haoming for 5 years, and yet Gu Nan has persistently inquired about you through me. Why have you never confided in me? Back then, I believed you were leading a blissful life and did not wish to distract you. However, the circumstances have changed. Ran, Gu Nan has remained single all these years, despite countless beauties vying for his attention due to his admirable qualities. Have you ever pondered why he is not married? Are you suggesting that he has feelings for me? Is it not the case? Let me enlighten you. The union between the Gu and Mu families was not merely a decision made by our parents. Knowing Gu Nan's temperament, such an arrangement would not have been settled without his consent. Initially, it was merely a suggestion, yet your obstinate opposition led Gu Nan not to pressure you. I always suspected you possessed such a temperament. Ranan, I must reiterate that not everyone can engage in such cunning schemes. Setting aside whether Yi Fei-ma would collaborate with you, even if he agreed, his shrewdness would leave you utterly depleted. I've already lost everything. As long as I can seek vengeance, I would willingly embrace death. What foolishness you speak. Do you not have me, along with uncle and aunt? We will always stand by your side to support you.
Thank you, Anran.
Having you as a friend is indeed a fortune I cherish deeply. I know that Sue-an genuinely cares for me, yet I have always been somewhat stubborn, failing to heed her earnest advice. I must pursue Yi Fei-ma, regardless. Chapter 58. The Choice Between Love and Desire, 26. I am not oblivious to Sue and Anne's concerns. I simply find myself devoid of viable options. My pursuit of Yi Fei-ma is driven by a desperate hope, akin to treating a dead horse as a live one. Furthermore, Yi Fei-ma is aware of Lu Haoming's infidelities, having already subjected me to humiliation. Before approaching Yi Fei-ma, I conducted a brief investigation into him. While I refer to it as an investigation, it primarily involved gathering rumors about him online. The information ranged from his culinary preferences to his favorite colors, zodiac sign,
And taboos.
The online content was a mix of truth and fabrication, and I dared not place complete faith in it. After conducting this rudimentary research, I excused myself to take a stroll downstairs and placed a call to Yi Fei-ma. I recalled the reminder he had given me when he shared his phone number. So, I deliberately chose a time he would deem appropriate for a call. I made the call at 6:30 in the evening, and it was quickly answered. Yi Fei-ma's frosty voice came through the receiver. Hello? I felt an inexplicable wave of nervousness. Mr. Yi, it's me, Mu Anran. Miss Mu? What is it? He replied with a businesslike demeanor. I had anticipated this response, but fortunately, I had prepared a strategy. Mr. Yi, how is your injury? I sought your company to discuss the matter of medical expenses. Oh, the issue of medical expenses? Yi Fei-ma repeated, his attitude ambiguous.
Indeed.
This matter has lingered for quite some time, and I have long intended to seek out Mr. Yi, but I have been perpetually occupied. Occupied? I recall encountering Miss Mu at the hospital at least twice, during which it seemed she had no pressing concerns. The truth of the matter pierced through my facade, causing my cheeks to flush. After all, in front of Yi Fei-ma, I had little dignity to maintain. I managed to compose myself and inquired, might you have a moment? Mr. Yi? My heart raced with trepidation. If he declined, it would be evident that my efforts had been in vain, and I would need to find alternative means to meet him. If he acquiesced, however, there would be hope. Is it convenient for you to meet with me, Mr. Yi? Meet? He echoed, incredulous. A wave of embarrassment washed over me. My eagerness to meet suggested a lack of subtlety. Nevertheless, I was compelled to press forward. For this matter had accumulated undue delay. Better to resolve it sooner than later. Mr. Mu, please suggest a location, and I shall come to meet you. You truly wish to meet me? Yi Fei-ma scoffed suddenly. Are you aware of my whereabouts? I do not know, I replied. Miss Mu, I am currently in Las Vegas. Are you certain you wish to fly over to discuss medical expenses? I fell momentarily silent. Yi Fei-ma was insufferable, clearly intent on toying with me. Had he disclosed his location from the outset, I would never have made such a request to meet, let alone under such a flimsy pretext. After hanging up, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Though I am typically fearless, why did I feel such anxiety in the presence of Yi Fei-ma? Was it because I had something to gain? It is no wonder that they say those without desires are resolute. Today, I finally grasped the meaning of that phrase. Since my pregnancy, Lu Haoming has suggested on more than one occasion that I resign, yet I have consistently rebuffed him with various justifications. During my recent hospitalization, I had requested annual leave from the company. Since marrying Lu Haoming, I had not utilized any of my annual leave apart from the standard breaks. The company's president even jested that employees like me, who are so industrious, are rare, and he had indeed been astute in hiring such a workaholic. However, this year is an exception. I have submitted 2 requests for annual leave. The first was upon discovering Lu Haoming's infidelity, and this is my second request. My 20 days of annual leave have dwindled to a mere fraction. I am aware that you possess the means to support both me and our child. But our contractual obligations with the company must be respected. I cannot simply resign without mutual agreement. It is not a matter of finances, dear husband. This is my first job, one I cherish deeply. Over the years, General Manager Jiang has treated me well, and I believe in maintaining integrity. I do not wish to sever ties with the company. Yet, I am genuinely concerned for your well-being. Perhaps you could take a leave of absence for your health. The company is aware of our situation, and I believe they would consent. My dear, I have contemplated this issue. But did you not say that we cannot disclose anything for 3 months? In my attempt to take a leave of absence to protect my pregnancy, I inadvertently became the subject of widespread gossip. This was a fabricated tale spun by Lu Haoming, intended to prevent me from disclosing my condition to Hao Sijia.
Now,
I find it fitting to turn the tables on him. Ultimately, Lu Haoming had no choice but to acquiesce. His battered visage left him unable to escort me himself. So, he assigned one of his company drivers to transport me to and from work. I dismissed his ulterior motives and readily accepted the arrangement. Thus, my work situation was settled, leaving only the prospect of my meeting with Yi Fei-ma to ponder. The following day, I was consumed by thoughts regarding this encounter. I devised numerous strategies to handle the meeting, only to dismiss each one in turn. Feeling somewhat agitated, I flopped onto my bed and suddenly recalled something. I had called Yi Fei-ma around 6:30 the previous evening, while he was in Las Vegas. A full 15 hours behind our time zone. This meant he had answered my call at approximately 3 in the morning. I distinctly remembered his haughty demeanor when he had previously called me, forbidding me from contacting him past 10 in the evening. Yet here he was, answering my call at such an ungodly hour. What did that indicate? My anticipation for our meeting began to swell. The next morning, I was driven to the office by Lu Haoming's chauffeur. Once seated at my desk, Su Qing entered, inquiring, Ran, how is your back? Much better, I replied. And you? How did you manage to twist your back? Were you engaging in some overly ambitious acrobatics? Su Qing had a penchant for speaking without a filter. I shot her a glare. What on earth is wrong with you? Stop pretending to be prim and proper. Such incidents are completely normal. Normal, you say? Get out of here and stop contaminating the air with your presence, she retorted. TSK, hurling insults without profanity. Impressive, Su Qing quipped back. I originally intended to share some insider information with you, but since you seem so ungrateful, I'll take my leave. Oh, please. With the trivial gossip from your public relations department, I can guess what it is. I paid little heed to Su Qing's words, instead mocking her. She glared at me. Very well, Mu Anran, you dare to look down on me? I'm quite upset today, so don't expect to hear any breaking news from me in the future. With that, Su Qing stormed off. I understood her temperament. Typically, she wouldn't hold a grudge against me for more than 3 hours. By lunchtime, she would surely be back to join me for a meal. However, I clearly misjudged her this time, as Su Qing did not seek me out for lunch. Could she truly be angry? I pondered this as I made my way to her office, only to find the door locked. How peculiar. Where had Su Qing vanished to? Surely, she wasn't genuinely upset? I ventured to the cafeteria, but found no sign of her. Curiously, I grabbed a bite to eat and received a call from Lu Haoming midway through my meal. After a brief exchange, I hung up and, upon exiting the cafeteria, encountered Xiaoli, one of Su Qing's subordinates. She greeted me with a smile, prompting me to ask, where has Su Qing gone? Manager Fong left early this morning. I have no idea where she went, Xiaoli replied. I recall the words spoken by Su Qing when she sought me out in the morning. She mentioned having insider information to share, leaving me to ponder whether she was jesting. After a moment of contemplation, I attempted to reach Su Qing via phone, only to discover that her device was turned off. Typically, there are 2 reasons for a phone to be off. Either the battery is depleted, or she is engaged with significant clients. Xiaoli informed me that she had left early in the morning, indicating that this young lady might indeed be meeting an important client. After a tedious wait until 2 o'clock, I picked up my phone to call Yi Fei-ma, only to find that his phone was also off. Could he still be airborne? I proceeded to check the flight schedule from Las Vegas to Jiangxing online, and according to the timing, he should have arrived in Jiangxing by now. Why, then, was his phone off? Doubt began to creep into my mind, and I found myself calling Yi Fei-ma every half hour until it was time to leave work, yet I was unable to connect. Unexpectedly, at that moment, General Jiang called me, Anran, gather your things and come downstairs immediately. I need to take you to meet someone. I hesitated, but the workday was concluding. Consider it overtime. I will pay you for the extra hours. Hurry down. I am pressed for time. General Jiang's tone brooked no argument. It wasn't the overtime pay that concerned me, but rather the fact that I would require General Jiang's assistance for certain matters in the future. so I acquiesced to his request. His vehicle awaited me outside, and as soon as I entered, the driver set the car in motion. The car sped along, and just as I was about to inquire whom General Jiang intended for me to meet, my phone rang. It was Lu Haoming. Wife, why are you still at work? The driver is waiting for you downstairs. I was about to explain the situation when I added, I have to accompany General Jiang to meet a client. Meeting a client on such short notice? Lu Haoming's voice clearly conveyed disbelief. Indeed, I received an unexpected summons. I'm in the car with the boss. Hearing my explanation, General Jiang chuckled and interjected loudly. Anran, please convey my apologies to Mr. Lu for encroaching upon his wife's valuable time. As recompense, I shall treat him to dinner another day. Lu Haoming naturally heard General Jiang's words. He did not press further, but simply cautioned me to be careful, asking me to call him after my meeting so he could pick me up. After hanging up, General Jiang couldn't suppress his laughter. I must say, I never would have guessed Mr. Lu was such a devoted husband. By the way, I remember you two have been married for 5 years. Your affection seems as sweet as that of newlyweds. I offered an awkward smile. It was no wonder some say that marriage is akin to wearing shoes. The most crucial aspect is that they fit well. In the 5 years since my marriage to Lu Haoming, others may see my exquisite shoes, but how many are aware of the comfort of my feet? The vehicle soon came to a halt in front of the Hyatt, and General Jiang and I alighted, entering the hotel together. Once in the elevator, General Jiang pressed the button for the 28th floor, home to the revolving restaurant. In my premarital days, I frequented this establishment, yet after marrying Lu Haoming, I had not set foot here in 5 years. Returning after such a long absence, I noted that the decor of the revolving restaurant had become far more opulent than I remembered. As General Jiang and I exited the elevator, we were ushered into a VIP private room by the staff. The VIP private room of the Hyatt revolving restaurant is adorned in opulence, with each piece of furniture, from the tables and chairs to the sofas, showcasing a unique character. The resplendent background lighting casts a shimmering glow upon the frosted glass, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a celestial paradise. As the waiter opened the door, my gaze fell upon a figure seated upon the sofa. It was none other than Yi Feima, with Su Qing positioned beside him. It became evident that Mr. Jiang's guest for the evening was indeed Yi Feima, and Su Qing's absence throughout the day was attributed to her hosting duties for him. The insider information Su Qing intended to share with me this morning must surely relate to Yi Feima, and my curiosity about this secret intensified, though the moment was not opportune for inquiries. Upon spotting Yi Feima, Mr. Jiang approached him with warmth and enthusiasm, engaging in pleasantries. As they exchanged cordialities, Su Qing shot me a knowing glance, to which I responded with a slight smirk, subsequently following suit and joining the conversation with Yi Feima. After the greetings, we took our seats. I positioned myself to Yi Feima's left, while Su Qing settled on his right. Through the spherical glass windows, the breathtaking scenery unfolded before us. Towering skyscrapers and majestic bridges, illuminated by twinkling neon lights that danced through the night, rendering the view simply enchanting. The waiter swiftly presented the dishes, and our glasses were filled with fine wine. Mr. Jiang raised his glass in a toast, showering Yi Feima with compliments, to which Yi Feima responded with a subtle smile, appearing in good spirits as he graciously accepted the flattery. Seizing the moment, Su Qing also toasted Yi Feima, who did not decline her gesture. Not wishing to remain idle, I too raised my glass after Yi Feima had sampled some dishes. Our glasses clinked, and I found myself inexplicably nervous under the depth of his gaze. Fortunately, Yi Feima soon averted his eyes, as Su Qing used serving chopsticks to offer him food. I felt compelled to participate, recalling that I had read online about Yi Feima's fondness for spicy shrimp. This flavor profile closely aligned with my own, so I used the serving chopsticks to place a shrimp before him. However, as I set the spicy shrimp onto Yi Feima's plate, I sensed an unusual shift in the atmosphere. Su Qing was giving me subtle signals. Mr. Jiang appeared somewhat flustered, and Yi Feima regarded me with a bemused expression. It was only then that I noticed the dish Su Qing had selected for Yi Feima bore no resemblance to the culinary preferences I had encountered online. As the public relations manager, Su Qing would never commit such a blunder, indicating that the online accounts of Yi Feima's preferences were evidently fabricated. A wave of confusion washed over me. Did Yi Feima truly dislike spicy shrimp? If so, why had I ordered this dish? Observing my bewilderment, Su Qing awkwardly clarified that the dish was chosen according to my taste, as Mr. Yi does not enjoy spicy foods. I apologize, I said, casting an embarrassed glance at Yi Feima. He smiled gently. Since it is a dish personally selected by Miss Mu, I must express my gratitude by trying it, even if it is an exception. To my astonishment, Yi Feima sampled the shrimp I had offered him and smiled afterward, remarking, "Not bad. It tastes better than I anticipated." He appeared utterly unconcerned, yet I distinctly perceived a hint of anxiety in General Jiang. As time passed, I lost my appetite, lingering in the private room for a while before rising to head to the restroom. Soon, Su Qing followed me, pointing at my forehead, remarking, "You truly have some face." Managing to lead Yi Feima astray. I was not unaware of this. Moreover, nothing is entirely absolute. While Yi Feima does not indulge in spicy food, it does not mean he cannot tolerate it at all. Besides, chili peppers are not harmful. Their consumption offers numerous benefits. Is that so? Then why were you silent earlier? You ought to have shared this lengthy discourse with Yi Feima, she retorted. Ignoring Su Qing's sarcasm, I inquired, "What insider information were you supposed to tell me this morning?" "Now you wish to know?"
Suinciot me así de long glance.
"Indeed, do enlighten me. Weren't you the one who said that with the limited insider knowledge from our PR department, you could easily deduce what it was? If so, why not figure it out yourself? Have you not heard the saying that spilled water cannot be retrieved? Given our relationship, wouldn't you feel more at ease if you shared with me? Go on then, I shan't tell you today." How frustrating. With that, Su Qing, in her high heels, strode away. That little minx, putting on airs, I thought, shaking my head as I followed her out of the restroom. I had anticipated that our meeting would involve discussing some business matters after the meal, yet it turned out to be merely a simple dining affair. After we finished eating, General Jiang glanced at the time and suggested heading to a nightclub for some entertainment, to which Yi Feima did not object. The four of us then made our way to the nightclub. I had arrived in General Jiang's vehicle and continued in it on the way to the nightclub, while Su Qing rode with Yi Feima. During the drive, I asked General Jiang, was today merely about dining and familiarizing ourselves? He chuckled lightly. You could say that. I did not intend for this, as I do not know Yi Feima well, and thus apologize for my behavior at the table. General Jiang smiled again. You need not dwell on it. Yi Feima did not lose his temper on the spot, so consider it behind us. Really? Indeed. In fact, I felt a bit anxious myself. Yi Feima's temperament is quite peculiar, and I worried he might erupt. If my blunder jeopardized the collaboration between our company and Yi Feima, I would be a grave sinner. It's not that severe. It's not as you imagine. In time, you will come to understand. He did not elaborate further, and I wisely refrained from pressing the matter. As the company owner, if he could directly share something with me, he would. If he chose not to disclose it, my inquiries would be futile. When we arrived at the nightclub's private room, Yi Feima and Su Qing had yet to arrive. After a brief wait, they entered, both wearing smiles and appearing quite pleased, though I remained unaware of the cause for their joy. General Jiang ordered drinks and a fruit platter, while Su Qing selected a song and began to duet with Yi Feima. Meanwhile, General Jiang and I sat quietly, appreciating their performance. Su Qing's voice was enchanting, and Yi Feima's was equally melodious. Together, they sang the song beautifully. Yi Feima was in remarkably high spirits, indulging in food, and the two of them eagerly resumed their game of dice. I stood by, astonished. Was it not said that Yi Feima had a cold demeanor?
Today,
he seemed entirely different. Observing the joy between Yi Feima and Su Qing, General Jiang also brightened. The presence of Su Qing reassured him, leading him to relax and propose that we sing together. He chose an old song, A Pair of Lonely Hearts. Being from Guangzhou, Cantonese songs came naturally to General Jiang, and I had always cherished the melodies of Qin Bai Qiang, finding great pleasure in singing Cantonese songs. Our duet harmonized beautifully, and I felt quite satisfied. Encouraged, General Jiang selected another song, In the Wind and Rain of Longing. As the melody began, Yi Feima paused his game with Su Qing and turned his gaze toward us. The song unexpectedly intensified my anxiety. I could distinctly feel a pair of eyes fixed upon me, causing an inexplicable sense of panic. My face flushed, and General Jiang seized the moment to speak, suggesting that if Yi Feima was interested, perhaps Anran could accompany him in a song. Although posed as a question, he immediately ordered the next song, My Beloved. With a steely resolve, I grasped the microphone once more. As the melody began, Yi Feima's intense gaze bore into me as I sang the first line, which was imbued with such profound sentiment. Upon our first encounter after parting, I dared not meet his eyes, fixating instead on the screen, singing stiffly, gazing anew, listening to your voice. Yi Feima continued to scrutinize my face, singing, So accustomed to your smile on the left. Perhaps it was mere illusion, yet I felt there was a deeper meaning to his words. My performance faltered, stumbling through the lyrics, but ultimately, I completed the song. As I lowered the microphone, I noticed General Jiang and Su Qing exchanging knowing glances, clearly sensing my discomposure. In Chapter 60, Choices of Love and Desire, I pondered aloud. Why do you appear so helpless and timid in front of Yi Fei Mo? This has been evident during our previous encounters as well. What exactly do you fear? I retorted, what could I possibly fear? Do not deceive me. Speak the truth, Su Qing insisted. She was as relentless as I, refusing to relent until she reached her goal, yet how could I divulge the tumult of my thoughts? In truth, I harbored no specific fears. It was merely the sight of Yi Fei Mo's eyes that left me inexplicably flustered. This sensation felt inappropriate. I was no longer 18, well past the age of being easily flustered by men, yet I found myself unable to explain why I felt this way. The meal seemed interminable. Must it take so long? I wondered. Shall I come to fetch you? Lu Meili remained oblivious to my presence, confiding in the man beside her, questioning why he had deceived her. The man lowered his voice to soothe her, insisting it was merely a gathering of familiar friends, urging her not to cause a scene. How could I refrain from making a scene? You lied to me, claiming to have a headache and rest at home. If I had not fortuitously attended a classmate's birthday celebration, I would still be unaware of your clandestine meeting with several older women.
You must clarify this to me.
Meili, please allow me to explain. I truly had a headache and was resting at home. It was only after Zhang Jie mentioned there were business matters to discuss that I, despite my discomfort, came here. You are deceiving. Since we are conducting business, why not engage in a proper discussion instead of sitting so closely? You have misjudged the situation. Is what you say truly genuine? Could I possibly deceive you? Lu Meili believed the man's words. In her mind, she was younger and more beautiful than the woman inside. And her boyfriend had no reason to be interested in an older woman. Let me make this clear. Do not dare to deceive me. If you do, I shall not let you off easily. You are well aware of who my brother is, and my sister-in-law is indeed a young lady of the Mu family. I know that even with 10 times the courage, I would not dare to deceive you. So, when will you discuss our matter with your family?
Indeed.
It feels wonderful to be remembered, Su Qing exclaimed. Spare me your sentiments. I dismissed her. Mr. Jiang and Yi Fei Ma also overheard our conversation. Yi Fei Ma glanced at his watch. It was getting late. Let us disperse, he suggested. Naturally, no one opposed his decision. Mr. Jiang beamed at me, saying, Anran, come along with me. Mr. Jiang, you are biased. Why specifically ask Anran to accompany you? I am not your employee, Su Qing protested. Do you not have Mr. Yi to escort you? I stole a glance at Yi Fei Ma, who showed no sign of dissent. Regret welled up within me. It seemed I would not have the chance to speak with him tonight. I boarded Mr. Zhang's car, waving farewell to Su Qing and Yi Fei Ma. Midway through our journey, my phone suddenly alerted me to a new message. To my surprise, it was from Yi Fei Ma. Get off at the next intersection and wait for me. I glanced at Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, I need to get off at the upcoming intersection. Get off. Mr. Jiang looked at me quizzically. You see? A friend of mine has had too much to drink, and I must go fetch her, I fabricated. Shall I accompany you? No, just drop me off, please. Without a hint of suspicion, Mr. Jiang instructed the driver to stop and let me out. I anticipated seeing Yi Fei Ma's car immediately, but to my dismay, I waited for quite a while, without catching sight of it. Growing anxious, I sent Yi Fei Ma a message. Why haven't you arrived yet? I was bewildered. Did you not tell me to wait at the next intersection? The 4 simple words made me tremble with anger.
How could it be a mistake?
He was doing this deliberately. While pondering this, I slowed my pace, suddenly sensing something was amiss. Why were there no headlights on the car? Turning around, I saw a vehicle slowly approaching without its lights on, merely gliding towards me. The dim streetlights, eerie shadows of the trees, combined with this peculiar car, made it impossible not to feel fear. I bolted, hearing the car's engine trailing behind me, neither too far nor too close. What was happening? My heart raced in panic. I could not run any longer. Fumbling, I took out my phone to call for help, but before I could dial, the car came to an abrupt stop beside me. The window rolled down, and Yi Fei Ma leaned out, wearing a smirk that was both amused and enigmatic. I stood there, holding my phone in a daze. Had he not just claimed to have sent the wrong message? Why was he here now? Aren't you getting in?
He asked.
If you don't, I shall leave. I desperately wanted to retain my dignity and refused to enter, yet I feared he might actually drive away. Thus, I opened the door and climbed into his car. Where do you live? I provided my name, and Yi Fei Ma started the car, allowing my heart to finally settle its frantic pace. In a hoarse voice, I inquired, why didn't you turn on the headlights? It was rather frightening. Aren't you supposed to be quite bold? He scoffed. Who said I am bold? I was scared half to death just now. How could he dare to serve me spicy food while claiming to be timid? Was this a form of retribution for the shrimp I had given him earlier? I gazed at Yi Fei-ma in astonishment, unable to fathom how he could deliver such a statement with such conviction. They say that good men do not quarrel with women. Is it truly acceptable for him to be so petty? Noticing my stare, Yi Fei-ma returned my gaze, unwavering and assertive. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? I felt as if my perception of life had been upended once again. Is this really the aloof CEO Yi Fei-ma? Why do I feel as though he is a jester sent by a monkey? Although I thought this internally, I dared not voice it. Instead, I amiably clarified. It was merely an accident. I didn't intend to. He continued to argue. There are so many dishes on the table, yet you chose the one with chili. He seemed quite perturbed by the matter. My face flushed. Well, that dish was simply closer to me. Is that so? I recall there were no shrimp placed in front of you. I had experienced Yi Fei-ma's keen observation before. The incident with the business card was a testament to that. However, I could not confess that I had deliberately selected that dish based on my online research of his preferences. Wouldn't that sound like a clumsy attempt to cover my tracks? Seeing my silence, Yi Fei-ma assumed my acquiescence and added with a mocking tone. I didn't realize you were so deeply affectionate. This statement left me bewildered. What? Are you referring to Lu Haoming? That day, I taught him a lesson, and you were upset, thus seeking revenge on me? His imagination was indeed rich. I could only maintain my silence. After all, silence is golden, is it not? Yet, I was mistaken once again. As Yi Fei-ma relentlessly continued, you must have felt quite distressed when I dealt with Lu Haoming, right? I remember you shouted at me, threatening to report me. Under such circumstances, my reaction was entirely normal, wasn't it? How could I stand by and watch my husband being reprimanded without intervening? Naturally, I wouldn't dare to retort to Yi Fei-ma. Instead, I offered a forced smile. Actually, Yi, you misunderstood. I didn't intend to seek revenge by giving you chili. I merely stumbled upon information online that you enjoy spicy food. Is that so? He queried. Of course, I confirmed. I opened my phone to show him the rumors about Yi Fei-ma I had discovered online, and his lips curled into a subtle smile. You are quite thoughtful. By the way, why are you so interested in me? I'm not interested in you. It was just a coincidence, I replied. A coincidence? I'm not exactly a celebrity, yet you happen to find my information? Though you may not be a superstar, you are certainly more renowned than many prominent figures. This statement was truthful. As the saying goes, one often discovers the unexpected. When I searched for Yi Fei-ma the other day, I was astonished to find that his fanbase exceeded that of many popular stars. What flattery this was. He glanced at me askew. So that was how flustered you were when you first saw me? This referred to the incident when I mistakenly identified him during our first encounter at Cartier. I offered an awkward smile, realizing my blunder. Perhaps you did not misidentify me? Yi Fei-ma regarded me with a knowing smile.
How could that be?
I had never met Mr. Yi before this. I maintained a cheerful demeanor, not contemplating the deeper meaning behind his intriguing remark. It was only upon his reminder that I noticed the car had already come to a halt at the entrance of my residential complex. Thank you, Mr. Yi, I said, reaching for the car door, when suddenly, Yi Fei-ma grasped my hand. Are you certain you want to get out now? His gaze was peculiar, and his tone oddly unsettling. I was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Do you not understand what I'm saying? Are you certain you wish to exit now? Yi Fei-ma repeated, still holding my hand firmly. I had sought him out for revenge. Yet I had not anticipated engaging with him in this manner. I glared at him in annoyance. Mr. Yi, please have some self-respect. Self-respect? Yi Fei-ma paused, his expression darkening as he released my hand. If you want to leave, then go ahead, but do not blame me for not warning you. Without a second thought, I opened the car door. Just as I stepped out with one foot, my eyes fell upon a familiar figure standing by the roadside. It was Lu Haoming. Instinctively, I quickly re-entered the car and shut the door. Yi Fei-ma regarded me coldly. Are you getting out or not? I smiled awkwardly, suddenly recalling that I had something to address. You truly are adept at making excuses. Are you merely afraid your husband might see you with me? I struck your husband, and if he were to misunderstand, you would find it impossible to explain yourself. Yi Fei-ma was not wrong. I was indeed apprehensive about Lu Haoming discovering my association with him. My vendetta had yet to be avenged. Nevertheless, I was unwilling to show weakness. Mr. Yi, I genuinely have matters to attend to. I suddenly remembered you called me several times today. You must have something urgent to discuss with me, right?
Well,
not particularly urgent, just the matter of the medical expenses. You asked me to call you this afternoon, so I had previously requested you to call me as well. I'm curious as to why you've changed so much. I forced a smile, recalling how busy I had been. Yi Feima looked at me, his expression clearly disbelieving of my words. I braced myself and continued, Mr. Yi, how much are the medical expenses? Please tell me, and I will arrange for the payment. Medical expenses? I need to have someone check, and I will inform you once I ascertain the amount. Yi Feima's response relieved me. There was still hope. I noticed Lu Haoming's figure had vanished from the roadside, so I opened the car door and stepped out. Mr. Yi, I'm leaving now. Thank you for the ride. Why do you ask? Haoming has come downstairs to meet you. Did you not see him? Which entrance are you at? I'm at the east gate. I left through the west gate today. Lu Haoming acknowledged and hung up. Sober as a judge. That's good. Would you like something to eat? I had Sister Wu prepare some delicious food. Yes, please. This evening, I found myself quite famished, having not had my fill. Naturally, I accepted, without hesitation, upon hearing the offer. Sister Wu had prepared a delectable dish of steamed spare ribs for me, and I relished every bite before setting down my chopsticks with a sense of satisfaction. Sister Wu, the spare ribs were delightful. Do prepare them more often in the future. As long as you enjoy them, I shall make them for you frequently, Sister Wu replied, coming over to clear the dishes. Her gaze fell upon Lu Haoming, who was absent from the living room, and she lowered her voice to confide. Ran, Miss Hao has entered your bedroom again today. I was momentarily taken aback. When did this occur? It was during the afternoon. Haoming was occupied in his study while uncle and aunt were napping, and I was tidying up the kitchen. What could she possibly want in my room? It was evident to anyone that Sister Wu harbored suspicions regarding Hao Sijia's intentions. I smiled faintly, acknowledging her concern. I understand, Sister Wu. You've worked hard. It's getting late, so please do rest. After placing my belongings into the drawer and locking it, Lu Haoming emerged from the bathroom. Darling, I have prepared the bath for you. Please soak for a while, and I will massage you afterward. Such words, spoken between spouses, are typically infused with warmth. However, I found them utterly distasteful. Without a moment's pause, I declined. Husband, I am quite tired and do not wish to bathe. My aversion to uncleanliness is well known, and I have never before gone to bed without a shower. Lu Haoming appeared somewhat surprised, but attributing my reluctance to my pregnancy, he showed understanding, saying, very well. Then let us forego the bath and rest. By the way, have you taken your vitamins and folic acid? I have, I replied as I lay down. Sleep did not come easily, for my mind was alight with excitement. I was elated at the prospect of Hao Sijia again attempting to infiltrate my sanctuary, signaling her impatience and desire to employ her previous tactics. However, this time would not be so simple. I awaited her return, for she would surely reap the bitter consequences of her actions. In the morning, Lu Haoming's driver took me to the company. Within moments of my arrival, Su Ainen approached. Ran, I am at your front desk. Please bring out the items. I retrieved the medication I had exchanged the previous night and handed it to her. Su Ainen took the medication without pause and departed. An hour later, Su Ainen called me. The folic acid has been replaced with medication for terminating the pregnancy. I had anticipated this outcome and felt no significant anger. However, Su Ainen was a different story. She began to curse the woman over the phone, exclaiming, "This woman's heart is truly venomous." What did the doctor say? I inquired. The doctor indicated that after 3 days of taking this pill, another type must be administered. I suspect she will quickly switch to the next medication after giving you this one. Let her change it as she pleases. I have no intention of consuming it. I merely need to wait for the results in 3 days. Still uneasy, Su Ainen pressed. Ran, is your plan foolproof?
It is.
I had devised a thorough plan, and I felt compelled to expedite everything not only to thwart this woman's incessant scheming but also because I had sensed something amiss with my body. You know, my body exhibits certain peculiar symptoms before my menstrual cycle begins. A miscarriage must be convincingly realistic. Without blood, who would believe it? So, it is like this. I have been unnecessarily worried for the past few days. Su Ainen felt a sense of relief and suggested that we sing a grand performance together in 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Su Qing swayed into the room, not waiting for my invitation before plopping down in the chair opposite me. Quick, comfort me. I feel like I'm dying. Yet you seem to be thriving, I teased. Do you consider this thriving? You have no idea how tormented my heart is. I felt like ending it all last night. What happened? I was ignored. Who would dare to ignore our esteemed Miss Fong? Do they wish to live no longer? Who else but Yi Feima? Su Qing sighed. What did he do to you? I found Yi Feima's behavior last night puzzling. How did he know my whereabouts? And why did he appear so promptly? Where had Su Qing gone? If he had done anything, I could still vent to you. Su Qing rolled her eyes at me. It's precisely because he did nothing that I am so furious. Ran, tell me, what is wrong with me? Nothing at all, I replied honestly. Su Qing had an enviable figure, fair skin, exquisite features, and a silver tongue. She was devoid of any flaws. Indeed, I feel the same. But Yi Feima looks down on me. I thought I had struck gold when I hosted him, only to be met with disappointment. Su Qing's spirits sank. Is he just one man? Does it matter so much? You speak as if you have no understanding of the matter. This is not merely about a man. He is the heir to the immense wealth of the Yi family. Are you enamored with his riches or his person? I desire both. Is that not acceptable? Of course. I did not say it was unacceptable, but the question remains. Does Yi Feima harbor any affection for you? He is quite the catch. And many have their eyes on him. You have voiced my innermost thoughts. Actually, before yesterday, I had never dared to hope, but after hosting him, I thought there might be a chance when he smiled so charmingly at me. Alas, I was met with a harsh reality. Su Qing sighed. This man is truly insufferable. After taking a phone call, he cast me aside without a trace of grace and departed. A phone call? Whose call? I was taken aback. Whose else? The renowned star.
Sang Yu.
You know, it is rather disgraceful. Did she not have an affair with Yi Feima's brother? Now she is entangled with Yi Feima again? The entertainment world is far too chaotic. How am I to know? I am uncertain whether Yi Feima met Sang Yu after breaking up with me last night, but I am quite sure that he left Su Qing behind to seek me out. You, with your exemplary husband, have no worries at all. I suppose I should have known that a full man cannot fathom the hunger of the famished. Look at me, so pitiable, approaching 30, and without a boyfriend. I shall retreat and weep for a while. After Su Qing finished speaking, she prepared to leave, but I called out to her, wait. Tell me the inside scoop before you go. Are you still thinking about that? Su Qing turned to look at me. Indeed, I hardly slept last night, consumed by thoughts of your insider news. You do not strike me as someone with such idle time, Su Qing remarked quizzically. Is it not your curiosity that has piqued my interest? All right, for the sake of our friendship, I shall share. Our company is about to change ownership. Change ownership? To whom? Surely you jest?
What I jest?
The individual taking over is someone you are well acquainted with, the very object of my heartache. Are you implying that Yi Feima intends to acquire our company? I exclaimed. Chapter 62, The Choice Between Love and Desire, 30. I was genuinely astounded. My ancestors. Lower your voice. This is confidential information. Do you comprehend? Su Qing cautioned me as she noted my intense reaction. Is it not surprising? By the way, has this matter not yet been finalized? I inquired quietly. Indeed, that is precisely why it remains a secret. Did President Jiang divulge this confidential information to you? I probed further. Certainly not. President Jiang is exceedingly cunning. He would never reveal such matters until the last moment. I merely surmised it myself. Just a mere guess? Do not doubt my judgment. There were signs of this long before. Recall when Yi Feima first visited our company under the guise of assessing a partnership. In reality, he was gauging our acquisition potential. So that is how it is. However, the acquisition remains uncertain. As long as nothing is finalized, the possibility of a change in contract terms persists. Hence, President Jiang is so tight-lipped. Did you not observe his demeanor towards Yi Feima? He was exceedingly respectful, fearful of any shift in Ye's stance. Our company is not performing poorly. If he does not acquire us, there is little to fear, is there? I remained unconvinced. President Jiang must have his own considerations. By the way, I confide this in you alone. Do not be indiscreet. I understand my discretion. After Su Qing departed, I fell into deep contemplation. Our company is neither the most outstanding among peers, nor the worst. In my view, acquisitions are typically motivated by performance or improvement. What then? Could Yi Feima's intentions be in acquiring our company? While I pondered, President Jiang's secretary called, requesting my presence in his office. I promptly made my way to President Jiang's office, where he greeted me with a smile and gestured for me to sit. Anran, I summoned you today for a matter that requires your assistance. Please instruct me. There is a proposal I would like you to deliver to a client. Understood. Since the client wishes to discuss design issues with me, as the designer, it is my prerogative to engage. I shall have the driver take you there. This is the proposal, President Jiang said, handing me an envelope. I accepted the envelope and exited his office, where his driver had been waiting downstairs. Once I entered the vehicle, he swiftly started the engine and departed. The car quickly merged onto the ring road, and I found myself somewhat astonished. Is the client located outside the city? The driver nodded, and after nearly an hour, we finally arrived at a strikingly traditional Chinese courtyard. I stepped out holding the envelope and approached the entrance, ringing the doorbell. The door opened promptly, revealing Yi Feima's bodyguard, Guang. It was evident that the person I was to meet today was Yi Feima himself. Guang, with an expression of indifference, nodded at me and gestured for me to follow him. The house is quite spacious, and from the outside, it gives no indication of the wonders within. However, upon stepping inside, I was taken aback by its grandeur. It boasts its own swimming pool and garden. Traversing the stone pathway of the courtyard, I finally arrived at the living room. Guang gestured for me to enter, and promptly turned away. Upon entering the living room, I immediately spotted Yi Feima, casually dressed, reclining on the sofa while perusing a newspaper. The morning sunlight streamed warmly through the floor-to-ceiling curtains, enveloping him in a golden glow, creating a scene reminiscent of a breathtaking painting. I stood there, captivated by Yi Feima's presence, momentarily forgetting to move. Eventually, he lifted his gaze from the newspaper, noticed me at the doorway, and smiled. He gestured for me to join him on the sofa. I approached him and handed over the document folder. Yi Feima opened it and began to review its contents. The living room was enveloped in tranquility, broken only by the soft rustle of turning pages. The proximity allowed me to catch a whiff of Yi Feima's pleasant scent, reigniting an inexplicable tension within me. I surveyed the decorations in an attempt to calm myself. Despite my efforts, I couldn't help but steal another glance at Yi Feima. He was undeniably handsome, even his profile strikingly attractive. I found myself swallowing hard. It seemed he sensed my gaze, for he diverted his attention from the documents and smiled at me. I forgot to pour you some water. I'm not thirsty, I responded, my words tumbling out awkwardly. Yi Feima remained silent, setting the documents aside and heading into the kitchen. Seizing the moment, I glanced at the papers on the table, where the words acquisition contract caught my eye. This confirmed that Su Qing's rumors were not baseless. Yi Feima could indeed become my benefactor. Suddenly, I recalled the female colleagues at the company who were utterly infatuated with Yi Feima. If they were to learn he would be the new boss, would they not collectively scream in excitement? While I was lost in thought, Yi Feima emerged from the kitchen, carrying a glass of juice that was indiscernible in its ingredients. It's either water or this, he said, handing it to me. Thank you, I replied, placing the glass in front of me. Yi Feima looked at me quizzically. Aren't you going to drink it? His gaze made me feel uneasy, and reluctantly, I lifted the glass to my lips and took a sip. The juice had unique flavor, a blend of various fruits, which struck me as odd for a man like Yi Feima to enjoy. Although I wasn't fond of the taste, I felt compelled to finish the entire glass under his watchful eyes. Once I had drained the glass, Yi Feima inquired, Would you like more? No, I'm fine. I hastily waved my hands in refusal. He did not press further. Instead, he commanded me with an air of authority. Go wash the glass. I had never encountered someone so unreasonable, yet I found myself compelled to pick up the glass and head into the kitchen. With only coffee beans available, I resorted to grinding some and brewing a cup for him. Yi Feima took a sip of the coffee I prepared, grimacing at the taste. Why does this taste so awful? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I shook my head in response. No, I've brewed it several times. Is that so?
Can you cook?
Just a little, I replied. Just a little? Is it your husband who usually cooks for you at home? Does he look at me with those strange eyes?
No.
Then it must be the maid who prepares the meals? You truly are a foolish woman,
He muttered.
I had endured his remarks until now, but anger began to rise within me. Why did Mr. Yi speak so harshly? You cannot brew coffee or cook, as a woman. Is that not foolishness? He retorted with unwarranted arrogance. Every individual has their strengths and weaknesses. Though I may not know how to brew coffee or cook, I excel in other areas. I replied. Other areas? Are you referring to earning money? Yi Feima scoffed. As a man of dignity and capability, he presumably desired a wife to manage the household rather than exhaust herself for financial gain. You are a quintessentially straightforward man. Such thinking is antiquated. Antiquated? Then enlighten me on what is considered fashionable. Yi Feima once again challenged my worldview. I was entirely convinced that he was merely a sharp-tongued man masquerading as a cold and aloof CEO. In our few encounters, he had persistently pointed out my shortcomings. What man would cling to a flaw so obsessively? No. Yi Feima could not merely be labeled as sharp-tongued. He was more akin to a gossiping busybody who revels in exposing others' vulnerabilities. My heart simmered with indignation, yet I dared not confront him. For not only did I wish to collaborate with him, but he could very well be my future employer. Noticing my silence, Yi Feima chuckled derisively. Weren't you quite fierce with me on previous occasions? Why have you fallen silent this time? Or are you merely a master of disguise? Everyone possesses a facet of pretense. Don't they? I retorted, unable to contain my frustration. For instance, Mr. Yi, those who are oblivious might perceive you as noble and aloof. Yet only you truly understand the reality. Noble and aloof.
Yi Feima scoffed.
Is it wrong for me to refrain from speaking to those I do not favor? His words felt oddly dissonant. Was his relentless mockery a sign of affection? If that were the case, I would prefer his cold indifference. Such a peculiar affection would be unbearable. With that thought, I blurted out, Mr. Yi's way of liking someone is indeed quite unique. Yi Feima was no fool. He discerned the sarcasm in my words. Instead of becoming hostile, he merely smiled. As long as you understand. What was this all about? If I were not a married woman and Yi Feima not so exceptional, I might have thought he was indirectly confessing his feelings for me. Fortunately, I was not narcissistic enough to take his words to heart, and he promptly shifted the conversation back to design matters. During our discussion, Yi Feima appeared exceedingly serious and meticulous. Perhaps due to his engrossment, I found myself feeling surprisingly at ease. Time flew swiftly, and as noon approached, my stomach audibly rumbled, causing me a bit of embarrassment. However, Yi Feima did not mock me. Instead, he raised his voice, calling Agwang.
Come in.
Agwang entered, responding, Yes, sir. Miss Mu is hungry. Please go to the kitchen and prepare a bowl of noodles for her. As Yi Feima commanded Agwang to prepare noodles for me. Agwang's expression soured instantly. It was evident that he was exceedingly reluctant to cook for me. Equally, I had no desire to eat noodles, and I promptly declined, saying, Mr. Yi, there's no need for the trouble. I can dine outside. Yi Feima paid no heed to my words, merely observing Agwang, who, with a grimace, turned away in unwillingness. Just as he had taken a step, the sound of a car echoed from outside, followed by a melodious female voice calling, Feima, Feima. Upon hearing this, Agwang's displeasure transformed into a flicker of delight. This was my first encounter with Sangyu. I had never been one to follow celebrities. Thus I was completely unfamiliar with this dazzling star. At this moment, Sangyu appeared entirely different from the bloodied, disheveled woman I had once seen in the hospital. Some individuals possess an innate charm, and Sangyu was undoubtedly one of them. Clad in a golden dress, a hue I had always thought difficult to carry, she wore it with such grace that it appeared remarkably harmonious. Sangyu's features were exquisite, her voice as gentle as flowing water. Upon entering the living room, she naturally approached Yi Feima. I came to the mansion looking for you, but they said you were not here, so I assumed you must be here. Did I not inform you yesterday that I would arrive early? She chided, casting him a glance. I forgot, he replied. How could you forget? You villain. Sangyu playfully delivered a light punch to Yi Feima. I felt somewhat awkward standing by, flummoxed by their rapport. After their playful exchange, Sangyu finally acknowledged my presence. And who is this? This is designer Mu, Yi Feima introduced me, then turned to me. This is Sangyu. Hello, Sangyu greeted me warmly, extending her hand. Hello. I returned the gesture. After a brief handshake, she redirected her gaze to Yi Feima. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Agwang. Weren't you supposed to be cooking noodles? Why are you still standing here? Yes, I'm going right away. This time, Agwang's expression bore no trace of discontent. Agwang, I want vegetables, and make sure to add plenty of chili oil, Sangyu instructed. Be careful with the chili. It's not good for your throat, Yi Feima advised. But didn't you say you liked a raspy voice, mother? Sangyu looked at Yi Feima, her tone as gentle as ever. That was merely a jest, he replied. To me, your words are always sincere. Mr. Yi? If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I felt it inappropriate to linger as a third wheel and tactfully suggested my departure. Aren't you hungry? Why not have some noodles before you go? No, thank you, I don't like noodles. Suit yourself. With Sangyu's company, Yi Feima seemed indifferent to my presence, and I breathed a sigh of relief, hastening to take my leave. However, upon reaching the door, I discovered that Mr. Zhang's driver had departed. Feeling somewhat helpless, I continued forward, hoping to find a taxi. Gunan, he called, opening the car door, getting quickly. I think I'll wait for a taxi, I replied. This statement plainly conveys my frustration at the prolonged wait for a taxi that has yet to materialize. Although I am reluctant to encounter Gunan, it would be unwise to maintain my stubbornness at this moment. Sitting in an air-conditioned car is undoubtedly preferable to standing by the roadside under the scorching sun. I entered Gu Nan's vehicle, and he inquired with curiosity, Ran, what brings you here? There are some matters at the company, I replied. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
No.
I was just about to have a meal. Let's eat together. In comparison to Yi Feima, who is so miserly that he has his bodyguard prepare instant noodles for me, Gu Nan exhibits a far more generous spirit. Having known each other since childhood, he is well aware of my tastes and promptly drove me to a Sichuan restaurant. Spicy chicken, fragrant shrimp, steamed beef, crab roe tofu, dry-fried shredded beef, and soup cabbage filled the table. My hunger had long since set in, and I wasted no time indulging in the feast with great relish. Gu Nan watched me with a smile, seldom picking up his own chopsticks, instead serving me dishes while reminding me to eat slowly. Once I had satisfied my hunger, I set down my chopsticks and asked him, Are you here for something? I've been living in this area recently, he replied. You have a place here? I asked, somewhat foolishly. Yes, I bought it 3 years ago. Would you like to come by sometime? No, I'm in a hurry. Our exchange felt somewhat awkward, reminiscent of a distant past. It struck me how unforeseen our current dynamic was. Who would have imagined we would evolve into this? Had I not stubbornly defied my parents and married Gu Nan, my life would have taken a different course. At the very least, he would not scheme against me like Lu Haoming, nor would I have encountered the shameless friend, Hao Sijia. Yet, these are mere musings, and the past remains history. All I can grasp is the present and the future. Gu Nan, sensing the tension, turned on some music, and the familiar strains of I Just Like You by Chan Pak-chung filled the air.
It was a song I adored in my youth.
One I would certainly request during karaoke sessions. The familiar melody stirred my emotions once more. Not wanting Gu Nan to perceive the turmoil within me, I took out my phone to distract myself, only to find a message from Yi Feima. Where are you? How dare he ask me that? Did he not notice that I had left without him offering a ride? Here, without taxis, does he truly remain oblivious? He was too engrossed in his romantic escapades to consider my predicament. Although he might acquire our company and become my superior, that barrier has yet to be breached. I am not his subordinate, and Yi Feima's behavior towards me is utterly unacceptable. I chose to ignore him, but after a while, he called. I unceremoniously powered off my phone. No wonder, the President Yi was calling for you, saying your phone was off, Jiang Zong remarked with a smile. I understand. Thank you for your effort.
All right.
Just as I turned to leave, Jiang Zong called after me. You should give President Yi a call. Sure. Did you meet with Yi Feima today? Yes, Jiang Zong asked me to deliver some documents. I heard that's Yi Feima's private territory, quite a confidential place. How do you know that it is the love nest of Yi Fei Mo and Sang Yu? Have you seen Sang Yu? I nodded and recounted my encounter with Yi Fei Mo and Sang Yu, embellishing the tale of my grim predicament waiting for a bus under the scorching sun.
Oh.
My tender heart. Su Qing feigned concern, but her sympathy was not for my sunburn or my struggle to find a bus. It stemmed from the extraordinary bond between Yi Fei Mo and Sang Yu. Have you lost your humanity? Spare me your infatuation. You are not Yi Fei Mo's type. So stop daydreaming. Well, I have long since recognized my own limitations, but it is their first stirrings of affection. Surely it cannot end so tragically? Tragically? You have no chance whatsoever. At best, it is merely a secret admiration. I said to Anran, I have always regarded you as a friend. You cannot gloat over my misfortune. You must make amends. How shall I make amends? Help me find a tall, handsome, and wealthy man to help me move on from this heartbreak. I initially intended to mock her, but suddenly remembered Gu Nan, who is currently single and indeed tall, handsome, and wealthy. Isn't Su Qing looking for a boyfriend? They seem quite compatible. With that thought, I became invigorated. I have a perfect match for you. Would you care to meet him? Who? Gu Nan, the young master of the Gu family? Su Qing paused for a moment. How do you know him? That is not your concern. I only ask if you would like to meet him. Of course, but would Gu Nan be willing to meet me?
We shall see.
As I spoke, I powered on my phone to call Gu Nan. Upon turning it on, several text messages and missed calls surfaced, all from Yi Fei Mo. Goodness. So many missed calls. Who is this? Su Qing leaned in curiously. Fortunately, Yi Fei Mo's name in my contacts is listed as AMO. Or else I would certainly face a barrage of questions from Su Qing. I opened my contacts and dialed Su and An's number. Soon, I heard Su and An's voice on the other end. Ran. And then, please call Gu Nan and invite him out for dinner tonight. Dinner with Gu Nan? Are you treating? Su and exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I am treating. What made you decide to invite Gu Nan for dinner? I want to introduce someone to him. You wish to introduce him to a girlfriend? No way. Su and immediately grasped the implication. That is precisely the intention. You know her, Su Qing. They are quite a match, aren't they? They are a match, but I am uncertain of Gu Nan's feelings. I will do my best to find out. I hung up and winked at Su Qing, who seemed incredulous. Are we really meeting? Oh heavens, I must get my hair and makeup done. She dashed off like a gust of wind. Just as I was about to put my phone away, the screen lit up again with the name AMO pulsating. Yifei Mo was calling once more. Chapter 64, Choices of Love and Desire, 32. I took a deep breath. Mr. Yi, you have finally decided to answer my call. Yifei Mo's voice bore a hint of restrained frustration. Mr. Yi, you are mistaken. It is not that I have ignored your calls, but rather that my phone ran out of battery. I explained in a soft tone. Your phone ran out of battery? That is indeed a convenient excuse. Yifei Mo made it clear that he was unconvinced. I disregarded his disbelief. Mr. Yi, what brings you to seek me out? Can't you speak properly? Yifei Mo's irritation was palpable. Mr. Yi, what have I done to provoke your anger? Remove that damned honorific. Very well, Mr. Yi. What brings you to contact me? I had addressed him informally, yet Yifei Mo remained dissatisfied. He unreasonably questioned, is it forbidden to reach out to you without a specific matter? What was the source of his ire? I surmised he must have encountered displeasure from another and sought to vent it upon me. Suppressing my frustration, I held the phone in silence. Yifei Mo inquired again. Why are you not speaking? I am uncertain of what to say, and I fear saying something wrong. You truly are infuriating. With that, Yifei Mo abruptly ended the call. I was bewildered by the intensity of his anger. I was the one who ought to be upset. Gazing at the name Amo on the screen, it struck me as particularly irksome, prompting me to change it to difficult client. After accompanying Su Qing on a shopping trip, I hurried to Gu Nanding's Western restaurant. By the time we arrived, Gu Nan had already made his appearance and politely stood upon seeing Su Qing and me. I introduced him to Su Qing briefly, and we settled into our respective seats to order. Su Qing seemed to take a liking to Gu Nan, actively initiating conversation, while Gu Nan smiled, appearing equally interested in Su Qing. Observing their lively exchange, I resolved to concoct an excuse to slip away after our meal. However, I was taken aback when Gu Nan suggested going to the Royal Court No. 1 afterward, mentioning he had invited Suanan and several other friends. The Royal Court No. 1 is the most extravagant and costly lounge in Jiangcheng, a veritable paradise for the affluent, where entry requires considerable wealth. I had little interest in such establishments, yet Su Qing was different. She eagerly desired to experience it and clung to my hand, unwilling to let me leave. Thus, I found myself dragged to the royal court. Gu Nan reserved a spacious private room and summoned numerous friends. Of the acquaintances Gu Nan had, I recognized a good portion, yet after 5 years, I only knew a handful, including Suanan and Guiyang. The room was lively, filled with boisterous laughter, drinking games, dice, and singing, everyone reveling in the merriment. Though Su Qing was unfamiliar with the crowd, she quickly adapted, becoming acquainted with the others, and was soon pulled into a singing session by one of Gu Nan's friends. Initially, Suanan conversed with me and Gu Nan, but eventually joined in the dice games. Feeling awkward sitting with Gu Nan, I excused myself to get some fresh air. As I traversed the corridor, intending to step onto the terrace, I unexpectedly spotted Sangyu. She wore large sunglasses, her long hair flowing, clad in a form-fitting outfit and high-heeled shoes, accompanying a rather handsome young man. Upon recognizing me, a look of surprise crossed her face. The man beside her also noticed me. Believing I was a waitress due to my attire, he glanced at me. It is worth mentioning that Su Qing had changed into a special outfit for her matchmaking endeavor, while I remained in my work attire. Although my uniform was designer, it was unfortunate that the royal court staff also donned the same high-end brand I was wearing. The man likely mistook me for an employee of the royal court, audaciously commanding me to summon manager Ma. Ignoring him, I strode forward, and it became apparent that he was accustomed to issuing orders. His temper flared when I disregarded him. He shouted, "Are you deaf? Can't you hear my words? Do you dare to insult me? Are you tired of living?" This man was truly exceptional. Even a fool would recognize that attendants at the royal court undergo rigorous training and would never speak so disrespectfully to a guest. However, feeling humiliated in front of a beauty, he became enraged and attempted to seize me. Before his hand could reach me, it was repelled, and he received a heavy blow to the face. Sangyu gasped in surprise, and I was equally startled by the sudden appearance of Gu Nan, who intervened. "You're seeking death. Just a lowly actor dares to act arrogantly before me." Gu Nan cursed as he delivered 2 more punches. The young man's face was soon covered in blood, and he could only emit cries of anguish. The commotion attracted the attention of those inside the private room, and Gunan's friends emerged. Suanan rushed over, inquiring what had transpired. This fool dares to insult Ran and even lay hands on her. After regaining her composure, Sang Yu pleaded, Gu Xiao, we are acquaintances. Let us discuss this rationally. Acquaintances? Who is familiar with this scoundrel? Just someone who climbed the ranks through women. No better than the rest, Guiyang, a troublemaker himself, approached with rolled-up sleeves, ready for a fight. Miss Mu, this is merely a misunderstanding. Would you kindly clarify? Sang Yu turned to me for assistance. I am unscathed. Let it go. For Ran's sake, I shall grant you a reprieve today, leave. I sat on the sofa, feeling somewhat unsettled. Although I had witnessed violence before, today Gu Nan presented a stark contrast to the gentle man I once knew. Perhaps all individuals are capricious. Not only have I changed, but everyone around me has as well. Suanan sat beside me, offering comfort. Were you frightened just now? A bit. Such occurrences become less surprising with familiarity. Once is enough, I sighed. Is this all you amount to? Indeed. You know I am most averse to the sight of blood. Su Qing interjected. That was the rising star actor Qing Mingyuan, and with his face injured, he may be unable to work for months. And what of it? This world is one of survival of the fittest. Had it been an ordinary person today, they would surely have been bullied by him. He brought this misfortune upon himself. Overestimating his own abilities, Suanan remarked dismissively. Her words held truth. The man was indeed no saint. He had initiated the confrontation and sought to escalate it. Had I been alone, he would have certainly taken advantage of me. Cheng Mingyuan was hardly deserving of sympathy. Su Qing, unaware of my lifelong friendship with Gu Nan, perceived me as someone who toiled relentlessly without enjoying life, unable to fathom how I could ever be associated with the affluent. I smiled faintly. We are classmates. From elementary school, through university. Is that so? No wonder he treats you so well. Yet, why have you never mentioned it? What is there to say? You truly do not know how to leverage your own resources, with so many opportunities at Gu Nan's company and given your undeniable talent. A mere suggestion to him could easily secure you a prestigious position. Alas, I am fated to suffer, lacking the drive to explore.
You.
Su Qing shook her head, abruptly changing the subject. Ran, you must prepare for what might transpire today. I suspect Yi Fei Ma may seek to trouble you.
Why?
Is it to defend Song Yu? Not merely that. The man in question is an artist under Yi Fei Ma's film company, and Gu Nan's group has left him disfigured. One must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Yi Fei Ma will likely not stand idly by. The crux of the matter lies with Song Yu. She has never experienced such humiliation, and will undoubtedly complain to Yi Fei Ma. What happened tonight was instigated by that man himself. And besides, not all the trouble stems from me. If Yi Fei Ma wishes to confront me, he must have valid grounds. No? You are mistaken. If Yi Fei Ma desires to trouble you, he need not have a pretext. Su Qing's analysis was astute. If Yi Fei Ma truly wished to cause me distress, I would be utterly powerless. Let it be. If the heavens choose to rain, so be it, and let things unfold naturally. What do you think I would do? I asked her with a forced smile. Is there someone outside? My mother-in-law exclaimed, regarding me with the astonishment one reserves for a monster, as if I had truly committed some heinous act. What's all this fuss about? Lu Haoming frowned as he emerged from the study. My sister-in-law claims there is someone out there for me. I looked at Lu Haoming, revealing not a hint of my disdain. Meili, what nonsense are you spouting? Quickly apologize to your sister-in-law. Lu Haoming's face darkened. Seeing his displeasure, Lu Meili reluctantly muttered an apology. I didn't mean it that way, finishing with a disingenuous remark. I just heard that many wealthy ladies have been seeking out the young master lately, and I wanted to warn you. I remained silent, turning away and heading to the bedroom, intending to offer her a word of advice, but those few nauseating words from earlier had completely extinguished my sympathy for her. Her self-destructive behavior is of no concern to me. Chapter 65. The Choice Between Love and Desire. 33. Over 20. Yet still so naive? How much older must one be to gain wisdom? I regarded Lu Haoming coldly. He appeared somewhat embarrassed, as I had never so overtly expressed my disdain. After a moment of silence, he said, Wife, I am sorry. I ignored his apology, taking my clothes to the bathroom for a shower. Upon emerging, I noticed Lu Haoming sitting pensively at the edge of the bed. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at the position of my bag, only to discover it had been moved. Clearly, Lu Haoming had rummaged through my belongings. There was nothing of substance within my bag except for my phone, which he must have been after. The moment he encountered my phone's encryption, I can only imagine the discomfort that must have washed over him. This foolish person had begun to harbor secrets of her own? Lu Haoming's astonishment must have rivaled my own when I first discovered his phone was encrypted. He had committed a fatal error by neglecting to employ fingerprint encryption, while my phone was indeed secured by such a measure, rendering his attempts to unlock it mere folly. Paying no heed to Lu Haoming, I seated myself before the mirror, preparing to apply my skincare cream. After a moment of indecision, he finally spoke up. "Dear, your phone just rang." I responded with a nonchalant "oh," reached for my bag, retrieved my phone, unlocked it, and noticed several missed calls from a rather unsettling client. This peculiar client was none other than Yi Feima, whose number I had altered today. I found myself pondering why Yi Feima would call me at such a late hour. Lu Haoming, observing me closely, inquired, "Are you encountering difficulties at work?" "No, not at all. Do you genuinely wish to see me struggle?" I retorted impatiently. "It's not that. I'm merely concerned about you," he replied. "Instead of worrying about me, perhaps you should focus on your own family. I might manage to evade the client's harassment, but I fear I will eventually be driven to my wit's end by your relatives." "Dear, I will speak to them. Please don't be upset. Anger is not good for the baby." Lu Haoming forced a smile, reaching out to embrace me in a futile attempt at comfort. The sight of his disingenuous face repulsed me, and I shoved him away. "Enough of this. I'm tired and need to rest." This was the first time since our marriage that I had expressed my anger so vehemently, a stark contrast to my previously calm demeanor. Lu Haoming, at a loss, tossed and turned throughout the night, while I too remained awake, consumed by my thoughts. I had been patient until now, eager to observe how Xijia would act. True to form, she was malicious, intent on executing her schemes once more. Today marked the second day post her medication change, and it was likely she would attempt to substitute the pills again tomorrow, switching them for a type that would induce miscarriage 6 hours after consumption. Should I suffer a miscarriage, everyone would attribute it to habitual loss, oblivious to her foul play. Her calculations were astute. Yet she overlooked one crucial detail. I was not pregnant, nor would I ingest the tampered medication. My concern lay not with Xijia's machinations, but rather with the potential for my own plan to unravel. According to my estimations, my menstruation should have arrived within the past couple of days. Yet there was still no sign. Without that, my performance would falter. After much restless tossing, Lu Haoming finally fell asleep. Listening to the rhythm of his steady breathing, I suddenly shouted, startling him awake. "What's wrong, dear?" he asked, alarmed. "I just had a nightmare," I stammered, feigning terror. "What kind of dream?" he gently inquired, patting my back. "I dreamt that I had lost our child. Dreams are often the opposite. There's no need to fear. But it felt so real. Darling, it can't be that I'm really going to lose my child, can it?" "Absolutely not. You can rest assured, I'm here for you." In the darkness, a cold smile crept upon my lips. "Lu Haoming, consider this a warning. Tomorrow night the true drama will unfold. Await the moment I unveil the true face of Xijia, and you shall be utterly astonished." This morning, as I made my way to the office, Lu Haoming unexpectedly offered to drive me. Due to the lingering bruises on my face, he refrained from displaying the affection he usually did when dropping me off, and instead departed swiftly after leaving me at the entrance. As I ascended the steps, I encountered Su Qing, who curiously inquired, "Did the sun rise from the west today? Is that the moon in the east? Do you understand what I mean? Have you and your husband ceased your public displays of affection? It loses its charm after a while, doesn't it?" Upon returning to my office, I brewed a cup of coffee and began my work. Just as I made some modifications to the design, the phone on my desk rang. It was General Manager Jiang calling. "Anran, we have received a complaint from a client." "A complaint against me? Are you certain, Jiang? I've taken several days off recently, and my workload has been minimal. I have had no interactions with clients. Who would be so petty as to complain about me?" "There's no mistake. The complaint comes from General Yi, who asserts that as a designer, you have been arrogant and disrespectful, as well as irresponsible." "Arrogant and disrespectful? Where do these accusations stem from?" "Anran, I am aware that this is not your true character. It may be a misunderstanding between you and General Yi. I believe it would be best for you to clarify things with him directly. But, Jiang, for there to be a need for clarification, there must first be a fault, and I do not believe I have erred in any way." Coughing lightly, Jiang continued, "Anran, did you manage to call General Yi as I requested yesterday?" "I intended to, but he called me instead." "Why did you not answer his call last night?" "It was not that I ignored it. I simply did not hear it ring. I was just about to return his call. I insisted, striving to prove my innocence. Deep down, I harbored a seething resentment towards Yi Feima, but I recognized that this was not the moment for confrontation. He had already escalated the matter to Jiang, and I needed to adopt a more humble stance. Jiang, I will call him immediately to apologize, but must I visit him in person? That would be humiliating. Yes, yes. I believe a personal apology would demonstrate your sincerity. By the way, my driver is waiting for you downstairs, so do hurry. Jiang concluded the call. What a ridiculous situation. I was infuriated to the point of nearly throwing the phone. Yi Feima truly had no shame, resorting to pressure through Jiang. I had no intention of apologizing to him. Doing so would be tantamount to challenging Jiang. However, given my current predicament, I had to acquiesce. I had tolerated the disgraceful treatment from Lu Haoming and his family for long enough. A minor humiliation such as this was trivial in comparison. I gathered my belongings and exited the office. While waiting for the elevator, Su Qing spotted me. Where are you off to? What apology needs to be made? Someone has complained that I am arrogant and disrespectful, as well as irresponsible. I replied, filled with indignation. Who? Who is so shameless? Reveal their name, and I shall deal with them. Su Qing exclaimed, ready to fight for her friend. Who else but Yi Feima? I told you he would not let you off easily. Well, it seems trouble has found you now, Su Qing remarked, unaware of the phone call. Initially thinking that Yi Feima was confronting me over the incident involving the artist from his company. Upon her reminder, it was as if a sudden awakening had struck me. I had been utterly flustered by Lu Meili last night, so much so that I had forgotten this matter entirely. Was Yi Feima's call last night a summons for accountability? Alas, this is dire. I had initially thought it was merely idle chatter, a trivial affair. But it seems the situation is not so easily resolved. I gazed at Su Qing with a distressed expression. Could you possibly assist me in dealing with him? I would be willing to offer a reward. Others might lend a hand, but when it comes to Yi Feima, I truly find myself powerless to help. It has become clear to me that as long as someone seeks to find fault, they can uncover issues even in the most mundane of matters. There is no avoiding calamity. Frustrated, I stepped into the elevator. The driver of Mr. Jiang noticed me descending and promptly opened the car door. As I settled into the seat, he swiftly started the vehicle and departed from the company premises. The car sped along the elevated highway, and I found myself perplexed. This was not the route from yesterday. My familiarity with Jiang Cheng led me to believe that this path could not possibly lead to Yi Feima's residence. Had we taken a wrong turn? This does not appear to be the route from yesterday, I cautioned. Not leaving the city? Where are we headed now? To the Yi Corporation headquarters. Mr. Yi is at his company S base. Mr. Jiang instructed me to take you directly there.
What?
I exclaimed in disbelief. I had assumed we would be going to Yi Feima's home, which was only guarded by a single bodyguard, a Guang, and perhaps another, the enchanting Sangyu. I had no significant interactions with either of them. Even if Yi Feima chose not to show me consideration, it would hardly be a matter of great embarrassment. Furthermore, Yi Feima's grievances with me likely stemmed from his affection for Sangyu. If all else fails, I could simply apologize to her.
Yet now,
we were headed to Yi Feima's company, where he would undoubtedly have a multitude of secretaries and assistants. If Yi Feima was indeed intent on seeking retribution for his beloved, would he compel me to apologize in front of his numerous subordinates? If that were the case, my lifelong reputation would be in jeopardy. Oh, heavens, I might as well perish. Chapter 66, The Choice Between Love and Desire, 34. With a heavy heart, I disembarked from the vehicle and steeled myself as I entered the Yi Corporation building. The lovely receptionist greeted me with politeness. Hello. Greetings, I am here to see Mr. Yi. Could you please announce my presence? Seeking Mr. Yi? The receptionist inquired, her gaze appraising me from head to toe. Although her smile remained professional, her tone had lost its earlier softness. May I ask if you have an appointment? I apologize, but Mr. Yi's schedule is quite full. If you haven't made a prior arrangement, I fear he may not have time to meet with you. This was a clear rejection. I offered a wry smile. It appeared that I would have to abandon my pride today. I retrieved my phone and dialed the number of my difficult client. The phone rang, but no one answered. Yi Feima was deliberately ignoring my calls to assert his dominance over me. Undeterred, I continued to call. After approximately 10 attempts, the line remained unanswered. The receptionists, who had initially greeted me with courteous smiles, began to display subtle smirks as they witnessed my futile persistence. I found myself entangled with Yi Feima, and after turning around, I settled onto the sofa in the lobby, persistently dialing his number. Finally, after an unwavering effort that spanned over 30 attempts, I heard his voice on the other end. Hello? Mr. Yi, it is I, Anran. Miss Mu, is there something you need? His tone was casual, tinged with a hint of languor, and I could easily picture his demeanor at that moment. President Jiang has asked me to deliver a document to you. I am currently at your company's front desk. Delivering a document, you say? Simply hand it over to the front desk, and they will ensure it reaches me. President Jiang insisted that this document must be delivered to you personally. Is that so? Please hold on a moment. I anticipated that the front desk would grant me immediate access. Yet I found myself waiting for an additional half an hour before a striking woman clad in a designer business suit approached me. You must be Miss Mu. Please follow me. I accompanied the elegant woman in the elevator to the 28th floor, the executive office. Indeed, as I had surmised, the number of individuals on this floor exceeded my expectations. The woman guided me to the entrance of Yi Feima's office, gently knocked on the door, and then pushed it open. Mr. Yi, Miss Mu has arrived. Let her in. Under Yi Feima's scrutinizing gaze, I stepped into his office. Anxious that my forthcoming apology might be overheard by his subordinates, I casually closed the door behind me. Yi Feima regarded me with a sardonic smile. Miss Mu, my time is quite precious. You may place the document on the desk and take your leave. Mr. Yi, I came here today to apologize. Apologize? Has Miss Mu committed an error? Yi Feima looked at me with a puzzled expression.
Oh.
He responded noncommittally. What if I choose not to accept your apology? Mr. Yi, being a commercial prodigy with a broad mind, how could you stoop to the level of a mere woman like me? I maintained a smile. I truly do not fall for your tactics. Yi Feima narrowed his eyes. Today, I am determined to engage you. What will you do about it? What can I do? Mr. Yi? One should exercise mercy when possible. Please show leniency and spare me. I had not anticipated that Miss Mu would also grasp the concept of mercy. It was quite satisfying to beat someone to a pulp last night, was it not? Finally, we reached the crux of the matter. Mr. Yi? I had no part in that incident. I did not inflict the blows. You are quite adept at evading responsibility. Is this not a consequence of your actions?
Indeed.
The situation arose because of me, but inflicting harm was never my intention. The moment Miss Seng intervened, I immediately ordered them to cease. So you claim that it was never your intention to harm. Why then did you wait for others to plead with you to stop? What were you doing before that? Yi Feima scoffed. I was genuinely wronged. The entire altercation lasted merely a minute. Initially, I was bewildered, but as soon as Sangyu spoke up, I put an end to it. Yet, in Yi Feima's account, it has morphed into Sangyu pleading with me to intervene. Indeed. People will always find reasons to justify their actions. Mr. Yi, that is not the case. I truly did not anticipate that Miss Sang would plead with me.
Well,
the plea has been made. What purpose does discussing it serve now? Yi Feima remained unmoved, his gaze icy and his words sharp enough to choke anyone. I hear your acquaintances are rather formidable, Master Gu and Master Gao are both local tyrants. It is no wonder they are so ruthless and unrefined in their insults. They hurl accusations like calling someone an actor, seemingly to assert dominance in front of women. Those who understand might see it as mere bravado, but those unaware could mistakenly believe there are deep-seated grievances at play. Such words are rather harsh. The truth is far removed from their bravado. Yi Feima has merely taken one side of the story to trouble me, and it is a demonstration of bullying. Who among us is truly noble? Do you think I would forgive you? If you do not intend to seek forgiveness, why waste my breath? I let out a cold laugh. Mr. Yi, you made a valid point earlier. Those in the know understand it's all about saving face for women, while the uninformed might assume there are profound vendettas involved. Do you not feel diminished by putting a vulnerable woman in such a predicament? And yet, you still possess a sharp tongue? Yi Feima, instead of growing angry, chuckled. This is not sharpness. I am merely stating the facts. If someone were to insult Miss Sang and physically assault her, would you stand idly by? Who would dare? Yi Feima retorted with a commanding scoff. Then it is settled. My friend is utterly blameless. The fault lies with your celebrity, who is arrogant and not only insulted me first but also raised a hand against me. My friend merely acted as one should. Yi Feima paused for a moment, perplexed. What do you mean? He insulted you and even struck you? What else could it be? Do you think we have nothing else to occupy our time but to amuse ourselves with violence? Yi Feima appeared momentarily awkward, but soon regained his composure, questioning me assertively. If it is not your fault, why did you not answer my call last night? Implicitly, he suggested that I should have taken the initiative to explain myself to him. I momentarily forgot my purpose for apologizing and regarded Yi Feima with derision. Mr. Yi, you are quite amusing. How is this matter any of your concern? Why should I explain anything to you? Yi Feima fixed his cold gaze upon me. Then why are you here to explain yourself? Do you think I wish to be here? Had it not been for Mr. Jiang's insistence, I would not tolerate this indignity. I silently scorned him, my face betraying a hint of disdain. Yi Feima observed my irritated expression. This matter cannot rest solely on your account. I must conduct my own investigation. His tone, though still firm, had softened considerably. I recognized this as his attempt to create an avenue for himself. Mr. Yi, now that the matter is clarified, may I take my leave? I inquired. Leave? No one is holding you back.
Yi Feima replied digili.
I turned to depart, but after a few steps, Yi Feima's laughter echoed behind me. Mu Anran, do you dare to step out? Does Mr. Yi have further instructions? I am hungry. Accompany me for a meal. Although his words were benign, they felt unsettling when uttered from his lips. Just as I was about to decline, he added, accompany me for a meal, and I shall forgive you. I followed Yi Feima to the employee cafeteria of Yi Corporation, which was vast and bustling during mealtime, drawing many eyes upon our entrance. Fortunately, Yi Feima had a private dining area, sparing me the discomfort of being gawked at like a spectacle. A staff member presented the menu, and Yi Feima pushed it towards me, stating, choose for yourself. Upon gazing at the exquisite array of dishes listed on the menu, I swallowed hard. How indulgently Li Fei Mo lived, for this menu rivaled that of any five-star hotel. Without hesitation, I ordered several of my favorite dishes, which were promptly served. Li Fei Mo courteously urged me to dine, and I, unreservedly, seized my chopsticks and began to eat. The chef's culinary skills were exceptional, and the flavors were delightful. Noticing my hearty appetite, Li Fei Mo smiled faintly, seemingly surprised that someone of my slender physique could consume so much. While such a remark might have been playful among acquaintances, our unfamiliarity caused me to instinctively slow my pace. After just a few bites, Li Fei Mo set down his chopsticks, perhaps taken aback by my voraciousness, and continued to watch me intently, making me feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting me to lower my own chopsticks. Why have you stopped eating? He inquired, puzzled.
I am full, I replied.
You just said you could eat, yet now you want tea? Mr. Yi, are you complimenting me or mocking me? I am indeed complimenting you. It's quite commendable for a girl to eat heartily without pretense. His words were infuriating. Was this truly a compliment? It felt more like an insult. Not wishing to engage further, I stood up. Mr. Yi, are you going to eat, or shall we leave?
All right.
Li Fei Mo stood as well. As I took a couple of steps forward, I suddenly halted. Could it be? My misfortune struck. My monthly visitor had arrived at this most inopportune moment. Mortified, seeing me stand still, Li Fei Mo glanced at me curiously. Why have you stopped? I stammered, my face flushing crimson, unsure of how to articulate my predicament. I was wearing a fitted black shirt paired with white cropped trousers, and I sensed his gaze linger momentarily on my flushed cheeks, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile on his handsome face. If there were a crack in the floor, I would have gladly slipped into it. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Li Fei Mo unexpectedly approached me and, to my astonishment, draped his jacket over my shoulders. His tall stature meant the suit enveloped me perfectly, concealing my humiliation. I had anticipated mockery, yet he had chosen to assist me. This gesture undoubtedly enhanced my impression of him. As we exited the restaurant, numerous staff members observed us, their astonished gazes fixed upon me in Li Fei Mo's jacket. I paid them little mind, hastening my steps to leave with him. Once we returned to Li Fei Mo's office, I finally exhaled in relief. The earlier embarrassment had significantly faded.
Mr. Yi.
May I borrow your jacket for a while longer?
Of course, he replied.
Then I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Li Fei Mo stopped me. Mr. Yi has something to discuss. Please stay here. I will have someone fetch that for you. His unexpected offer left me momentarily speechless. What are you staring at? Did you not hear what I said? Thank you, Mr. Yi, I stuttered, touched by his kindness. Thank for what? Just remember to answer my calls in the future. Yi Feima unexpectedly demonstrated remarkable attentiveness by arranging for the purchase of sanitary napkins on my behalf. To my astonishment, he also had a matching shirt and trousers procured in the same color and style. Upon seeing the identical garments, I was taken aback, for just moments ago, I had contemplated acquiring a similar outfit myself. After all, I had departed in a black shirt and white trousers in the morning, and it would be ill-advised to change attire in the evening, as it might arouse Lu Haoming's suspicions. While I was impressed by Yi Feima's thoughtfulness, a sense of unease stirred within me. What could Yi Feima's gesture of purchasing clothing from the same brand signify? This thought compelled me to glance at him, and he was looking back at me, seemingly satisfied. Thank you very much, Yi Zong. Now, why are you just standing there? Go change. With the clothes in hand, I entered the inner chamber of Yi Feima's office, which was a lavish lounge equipped with a bed and a sofa. It appeared that Yi Feima was someone who truly savored comfort, having designed the space for his own midday respite. After securely locking the door, I began to change. Just as I removed my clothes, a melodious voice resonated from outside. Feima, wasn't that Songyu's voice? What brings you here? I inquired. I came to see you. What? Am I not welcome? Songyu's tone was flirtatious. Of course, you are welcome. Please have a seat. Yi Feima spoke to Songyu with a gentle voice. Have you eaten?
Yes.
Shall I have them bring you a glass of juice? No need, I'm not thirsty, Songyu declined. After a brief pause, she continued, Feima. I visited the hospital to check on Chung Mingyuan. The injuries on his face aren't as severe as they seemed. He just needs a few days of rest before he can return to filming. Chung Mingyuan was the actor who had been assaulted the previous evening. And upon hearing his name, my ears perked up. After a night of treatment, his wounds have healed significantly, and with a few more days of rest, he will fully recover. Oh, he needs a few more days to recuperate? Then let him continue to rest. Are you suggesting we wait for him to recover before filming? Wouldn't that be rather unfair to him? You know he is a talented and diligent actor. His interpretation of this role surpasses that of many others. It seemed that Songyu had a favorable rapport with Chung Mingyuan as she extolled his virtues. Yet, regardless of his talent and dedication, any character flaws could overshadow his abilities. Feima, have you heard some rumors? Songyu hesitated before cautiously broaching the subject. Rumors? You are aware that jealousy runs deep among people. Chung Mingyuan's rapid rise to fame is bound to provoke discontent, just as I faced my own share of unfounded rumors when I debuted. After a rare moment of silence, Songyu's voice resumed, Feima, I apologize. I was unaware of Chung Mingyuan's true nature. I merely heard that he was difficult to work with. I was completely oblivious to the matters you mentioned. Yi Feima remained silent, while Songyu continued to clarify. I collaborated with him on 2 dramas and thought he was a decent person, only to realize I misjudged him. Her words were artfully crafted, implying that her defense of Chung Mingyuan stemmed from his adept facade. You truly lack discernment. I am aware that he was at fault for what transpired last night, however. Those who assaulted him were excessively brutal. If it were me, I would have dealt him a far worse fate. Yi Feima interrupted her nonchalantly. I cannot fathom how Sangyu recounted last night as events in front of Yi Feima. With her intellect, she surely would not have left herself cornered, allowing for some degree of maneuverability. Indeed, Sangyu managed a forced smile, remarking, I saw that Miss Mu was quite frightened at that moment. Fortunately, she is a reasonable person. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. Yi Feima clearly wished to change the subject, and Sangyu, picking up on his sentiment, gracefully shifted the conversation. After exchanging a few idle remarks, she abruptly left upon receiving a phone call. Only after Sangyu departed did I emerge from my hiding place. Yi Feima squinted at me, asking, Did it take you that long to change your clothes? I had already changed, I replied, but upon hearing you had a visitor, I lingered a bit longer. I hadn't intended to eavesdrop, nor did I fear any reprimand from Yi Feima. You heard everything I said, didn't you?
Yes.
Sangyu is not a bad person. She is quite innocent, easily deceived, and fiercely loyal to her friends. Mr. Yi, Miss Sang is a clever, beautiful, and charming individual. I interjected, what kind of person Sangyu is has no bearing on me. I am not in the entertainment industry and have no intersection with her. Yi Feima nodded. I shall have the driver take you home. No need, I can take a taxi, I declined. Yesterday, he had refused to let anyone drive me. Yet today, with taxis plentiful outside his company, he insisted on sending me. It was quite unreasonable. Yi Feima disregarded my refusal and pressed a button on his office phone, instructing the driver to see Miss Mu home. Since he had given such an order, to refuse again would be to lack tact. I neatly folded my changed clothes and placed them in my bag, retrieving my wallet to extract 5,000 yuan, offering it to Yi Feima. Mr. Yi, this is for the clothes. He did not take the money, merely furrowing his brow as he gazed at me. Since he wouldn't accept it, I placed the cash on his desk, saying, Thank you, Mr. Yi. I shall take my leave.
Wait.
Yi Feima called after me, his tone somewhat brusque. Is there something else, Mr. Yi? You seem to owe me for your medical expenses, do you not? In that case, please return the medical fees as well. I was momentarily taken aback. How much is that? The total came to over 1 million. Considering our amicable relationship, let us settle on 100,000. What? 100,000? I stared at Yi Feima in disbelief. Is it not merely a leg injury? A few tens of thousands should suffice. How could it amount to 1 million? Why doesn't he just rob a bank? 1 million is quite modest, he replied. I merely made a rough calculation. The hospitalization fee is 15,000 per day, and I stayed in the hospital for 20 days, which totals 300,000. Given my salary level, it should exceed 10 million annually. As we are acquaintances, I'll give you a discount. Calculating your delay, add a monthly salary of 1 million. The compensation for my 20 days of lost work amounts to over 600,000, and for emotional distress, we could estimate at least 100,000. Additionally, I employed only the finest nursing care. As for medical expenses, I have waived those. Yi Feima spoke with such brazen confidence that I was filled with an urge to strike him. How could he audaciously present such shameless extortion so convincingly? If only I had brought sufficient funds today, I could have settled the matter at once. But since I had not, I thought perhaps I could defer the payment to another occasion. What is there to discuss with a person like him? I had genuinely intended to cover his medical expenses. But after his remarks, my willingness evaporated. I hadn't brought any money today. Perhaps next time. Gritting my teeth in anger, I stormed out of Yi Feima's office. Just as I pulled the door open, he had the audacity to remind me to bring money the next time we met. I ignored him and quickened my pace. Chapter 68. The Dilemma of Love and Desire. 36. Haoming, Meili is no longer young. It is normal to be in a relationship. My mother-in-law insisted. What does she mean by normal? Is this truly acceptable? This is disgraceful, a loss of face for me. I could hardly bear to hear my brother's words. What do you mean I am losing your face? I am an adult. I know my own actions well. Besides, you were younger than me when you started dating, weren't you? Am I to be compared to you? I am a man, while you are a girl. How can you so casually accompany a stranger to a hotel? What will others think of you? Lu Meili is even with child? I was taken aback, yet a sense of satisfaction washed over me. As I eagerly anticipated the family's reaction, I turned the key and pushed open the door. The living room was filled with people. My father-in-law and Lu Haoming sat on one side, while my mother-in-law, Hao Sijia, occupied another, leaving Lu Meili alone on the other side. Unlike the previous day, when she had taunted me, today Lu Meili sulked, her head down, lips pouting, with reddened eyes, indicating that Lu Haoming had already scolded her before my arrival. As I entered, all eyes turned toward me. I feigned ignorance and asked, "What has happened? Are you not going to inform me?" I refrained from pressing the matter further, and instead shifted my gaze toward the kitchen. Is dinner ready? Where is Sister Wu? I had been perplexed as to why Lu Haoming would conceal information from me. Had Wu Ling been home, I would have certainly learned of the news. But it appeared they had sent her away under the pretense of shopping, leaving only their family to discuss this scandal. Clearly, they did not consider me a part of their household. Fortunately, I had grown indifferent. It was better to avoid unnecessary drama. This situation was not advantageous for me, and I did not wish to engage in their charade. It was best that they kept their secrets from me, sparing me the emotional toll. I casually entered the bedroom, carrying my bag. Lu Haoming followed me in, and I tossed my bag onto the chair before heading to the bathroom to wash my face. "Darling, how was your day?" Lu Haoming inquired with concern. My facial injuries had nearly healed, and he smiled at me, saying, "Starting tomorrow, I will drive you to and from work." "That sounds wonderful," I replied, feigning delight. "Having you drive me is the best. I felt stifled with the driver these past few days." As we chatted, a knock sounded on the door, and Wu Ling's voice called from outside, "Haoming, Anran, it's time for dinner." I stepped out of the bedroom with Lu Haoming, and upon entering the dining room, I found Wu Ling arranging the dishes. With a cheerful smile, I inquired, "What delectable dishes have you prepared for tonight, Sister Wu?" She responded with a grin, "All your favorites." Glancing at the table, I was pleased to see a spread of my beloved dishes. I must admit, Wu Ling has proven to be an exceptionally capable housekeeper, having discerned my preferences in such a short span of time. Dinner was a delightful affair. Yet Lu Haoming and his family seemed rather somber, their spirits dampened by the recent troubles surrounding Lu Meili. After our meal, I intentionally lingered in the dining room, eager to see what insights Wu Ling might share. Noticing that we were alone, she lowered her voice and said, "I saw Miss Hao enter your room again today." It was evident that Hao Sijia had changed her medication once more. I understood this implicitly, yet maintained an expression of indifference, offering a casual smile. "She must have gone to the restroom," I replied nonchalantly. "But the restroom outside was empty, wasn't it?" Wu Ling countered.
Is that so?
I asked, curious if she had stumbled upon something. "Yes, Anran, I can't shake the feeling that Miss Hao seems rather secretive. Her pockets appear quite bulging. I wonder what she might be carrying. You ought to be cautious lately." Wu Ling's astuteness caused me to furrow my brow slightly. Given her keen observations, could she possibly have deduced my pregnancy? Or even recognized the malevolence in how Sijia's intentions towards me? If that were the case, this woman might prove to be quite useful. Thank you, Sister Wu. Please keep an eye on her when she enters my room. I'd like to know exactly what she is up to. Of course, Wu Ling readily agreed. I chose not to linger in the dining room any longer and took a stroll downstairs. During this time, I received a WeChat message from Suanan. Everything is ready. What time shall we commence? It was time to start preparing. Thinking of his anxious demeanor while rummaging through my bag brought a sense of satisfaction to my heart. I'm coming to find you. Remember to wait for me during our next walk. It's crucial for nurturing the bond with the little one inside you. Understood. I will wait for you next time, he replied. Afterward, I reached for the drawer, retrieved the medication, and opened the cap, only to exclaim in surprise. What is it? My dear? Lu Haoming immediately inquired. Did you open this medicine bottle? No, I didn't. If it wasn't you, then how did it open? This is the medication I purchased just yesterday, I said deliberately. It's normal for someone who is pregnant to be forgetful. I will remind you to take your medicine daily, Lu Haoming said thoughtfully. Sounds good, I agreed, taking a pill from the bottle and playfully tapping my forehead. Look at my memory. I almost forgot to get some water to take this. Seeing me emerge, Wu Ling displayed a hint of embarrassment. Yet I chose not to address it. I'm just going to grab some fruit, I mentioned. What would you like? I can wash it for you, Wu Ling offered, promptly following me into the kitchen. I'd like some cherries. She quickly retrieved them from the refrigerator and began washing them. I settled into a chair, inquiring, Where has Haoming gone? He's in Mei Li's room, she replied. What could he possibly be doing in there? I feigned ignorance, fully aware that they were likely discussing Mei Li's predicament. However, unexpectedly, Wu Ling leaned closer to me and whispered, Ran, I have heard that Mei Li is pregnant. Sister Wu. Such words should not be spoken lightly, I replied earnestly. I am not speaking recklessly. This matter is true. I've heard that Mei Li's boyfriend is a wealthy second-generation heir. Now that she is pregnant, she wishes to drop out of school and marry him immediately, and both her parents are in agreement. However, Haoming disagrees. And they are currently discussing this matter. Is this true? Why hasn't Haoming mentioned it to me? Perhaps Haoming intends to inform you only once everything is settled, Wu Ling suggested as she presented a bowl of cherries before me. I let out an "oh" and reached for a cherry, placing it into my mouth. Meanwhile, I couldn't help but feel anxious for Mei Li. She believed she had found a rich heir, thinking she could secure a prosperous future. Yet little did she realize that this heir was not as reputable as she presumed. If she were to drop out of school and have a child for him, the truth would eventually surface, and Lu Haoming's family would likely be devastated. As time ticked away, the wait became agonizing. Finally, to simulate a realistic reaction, I let out a sudden scream. At the sound of my scream, Wu Ling was the first to burst through the door. I pulled back the covers, helplessly gazing at my blood-stained pants and sheets, and frantically called out to Wu Ling, Quickly, call Haoming. My stomach hurts, my child. Wu Ling immediately turned around, raising her voice to alert, Haoming, Ran is bleeding. At the sound of Wu Ling's urgent call, Lu Haoming rushed into the bedroom like a whirlwind. Upon seeing the crimson stains on the bed and me curled up, clutching my abdomen, his face turned ashen, and he shouted hoarsely, Call an ambulance. Chapter 69, Choices of Love and Desire, 37. There's no time for an ambulance. Hurry, and carry her downstairs. We must drive to the nearest hospital. Wu Ling remained remarkably calm at that moment. Lu Haoming, equally terrified, swiftly scooped me up and dashed outside. In the living room, they encountered my mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and Hao Sijia, who were rushing over. Upon seeing me covered in blood, my mother-in-law gasped, What happened? Ran has miscarried. Lu Haoming's voice trembled with fear. Hurry up and open the door. What are you waiting for? My father-in-law also rushed out, his face etched with worry as he flung open the door. Lu Haoming carried me into the elevator, closely followed by Wu Ling and my father-in-law, while my mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and Hao Sijia inexplicably remained behind. Their hesitation seemed to stem from confusion, and Hao Sijia's lack of urgency was likely a ploy to replace the medication in my room. I would not allow her to succeed in this, so I grasped Wu Ling's hand, exclaiming, Sister Wu, my bag. Lu Haoming urgently transported me to the nearest Daxin hospital. This evening, Chen Xiao was on duty in the obstetrics and gynecology department, as previously arranged by Su Anan. Upon my arrival at the hospital, Chen Xiao hurried over, asking, What happened? You're bleeding. Quickly into the operating room. I was swiftly ushered into the operating room, the door closing behind me, leaving Lu Haoming and my father-in-law outside. Inside, Chen Xiao immediately commenced the procedure, indicating that the operation was merely a formality. After the procedure, I was pushed out of the operating room in a stupor, and Lu Haoming approached anxiously, asking, "Doctor, how is she? How could this happen?" Lu Haoming's voice was laced with anguish, revealing his deep concern over my pregnancy. Indeed. How could this happen? I recalled that she had been discharged from our care only a few days prior. I had conducted her prenatal examination then, and both the fetus and the mother were in good health. How could such a calamity occur in such a brief span? Surely it was due to her fatigue from work. I had advised her against returning to her job, urging her to rest at home, yet she disregarded my counsel. Had she heeded my words, this tragedy might have been averted. Lu Haoming, perhaps overly invested in the situation, seemed to attribute all blame to my employment. But surely, working while pregnant is not uncommon, retorted Chen Xiao. My wife is rather unique. She has experienced miscarriages before and has had difficulty maintaining a pregnancy. Besides fatigue, I cannot pinpoint any other cause for her miscarriage. You are mistaken. Your wife's miscarriage is unrelated to her exhaustion. Chen Xiao paused momentarily. But now is not the time for speculation. We should focus on getting the patient to her room for rest. Unrelated? What do you mean? Lu Haoming inquired anxiously, evidently intrigued by Chen Zhao's incomplete statement. I am merely conjecturing. However, such occurrences are rare. It seems as though your wife might have inadvertently ingested an abortifacient. This is purely hypothetical. A thorough examination will provide clarity. An abortifacient? My wife desperately desires a child. How could she possibly take such a thing? Lu Haoming was adamant in his disbelief. Chen Xiao regarded him with a meaningful glance. I did not imply she took it willingly. It could have been accidental. Or perhaps she consumed something that led to the miscarriage. There are numerous possibilities. At this, Lu Haoming's expression shifted abruptly, and he fell silent. I was uncertain what he was connecting, perhaps recalling my earlier revelation about the open bottle cap, or something else entirely. Regardless, what he remembered was inconsequential. What mattered was that I would gradually unveil the evidence before him. After Chen Xiao conveyed all that needed to be said, he instructed the nurse to escort me to my room. Lu Haoming followed, despondent, while my father-in-law sighed repeatedly, lamenting the situation. What were we to do? Though my eyes were closed, I could sense their genuine disappointment and sorrow, which struck me as odd. Lu Haoming should not be so heartbroken. His initial approach towards me had ulterior motives. His true affection lay with Hao Sijia, who was now expecting their child. Why, then, did he grieve my miscarriage so profoundly? I recalled Hao Sijia. Logically, following such a significant incident, she should have rushed to the hospital with her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Why had she not yet arrived? Was there trouble at home? I could no longer feign unconsciousness. I must awaken immediately, for only then could I take action. With this resolve, I opened my eyes, and Lu Haoming grasped my hand tightly. Darling, does it still hurt? I responded with a firm grip. Husband, our child. Is our child safe? How could this happen? I let out a cry, inconsolably weeping without regard for my dignity. Lu Haoming held me tightly, tears streaming down his face. And I sensed that he was genuinely heartbroken at this moment. My father-in-law observed Lu Haoming embracing me in tears, merely sighing repeatedly. Just as chaos enveloped us, my mother-in-law and sister-in-law arrived. Why didn't you tell us you were pregnant? What were you hiding from us? Don't you know your own body? You even went to work, toiling from dawn till dusk. And now, look, my precious grandchild is gone. My mother-in-law lamented, devoid of any words of comfort, only accusations. Indeed. If you were pregnant, you should have rested at home. My brother is more than capable of supporting you, so what was the need for such relentless effort? My sister-in-law chimed in. This mother-daughter duo always exhibited such peculiar behavior. They entered without a single inquiry and immediately began to reproach me. I could not discern whether their nature was inherently cruel or if they simply lacked understanding. Was this truly the time for blame? Upon my father-in-law's admonition, my mother-in-law and sister-in-law fell silent. I continued to weep sorrowfully, my mind wandering to why Scarlett had not come along. After being chastised, my mother-in-law and sister-in-law became more tactful and approached me, urging me not to grieve. I, feeling somewhat fatigued from crying, ceased my tears and, with tear-filled eyes, asked Lu Haoming, darling, did the doctor mention how the miscarriage occurred? Lu Haoming hesitated for a moment, ultimately refraining from sharing Chen Zhao's words with me. The doctor did not specify, he said. Dear, this may have been an unfortunate accident. I refused to accept that it was an accident. I had neither fallen nor experienced any form of trauma. I exhibited no symptoms whatsoever. Could it be that lying in bed could lead to a miscarriage?
Indeed.
This miscarriage is truly perplexing. We should consult the doctor. My mother-in-law finally uttered a sensible remark. As soon as my mother-in-law finished speaking, Chen Xiao entered with a nurse, apologetically gazing at me. Mrs. Liu, what has happened cannot be changed. Please do not be too sorrowful. Focus on your health. You are still young, and you will conceive again. I looked at Chen Xiao. Director Chen, during my previous examination, you stated that everything was perfectly normal. If that is the case, why did my child miscarry? Chen Xiao appeared troubled as she replied, Mrs. Liu, there are numerous factors that can lead to a miscarriage. At the time of your examination, your body showed no issues and the child was healthy. However, what transpired afterward remains unclear to me. What do you mean by what transpired? I took my medication diligently and noticed no abnormalities in my health. The miscarriage occurred suddenly while I was lying in bed, without any premonition. I have already discussed this with your husband. In such cases, we cannot rule out the possibility of inadvertently consuming substances or medications that could lead to a miscarriage. Inadvertently consuming something? How is that possible? I gazed at Chen Xiao in disbelief. After years of longing for pregnancy, I was overjoyed and exceedingly cautious about this child. I had meticulously researched every item I consumed online to ensure its safety, so it was utterly impossible for me to have made such a mistake. If that is the case, I cannot say for certain. Mrs. Liu, I am currently unclear about the reasons for your miscarriage. If it was caused by the inadvertent consumption of medication or food, it could potentially be identified through a blood test. However, blood tests are not infallible and are subject to time constraints. Beyond a certain period, they may yield inconclusive results. Please expedite the blood examination. I must ascertain the cause of the miscarriage. Chen Xiao summoned a nurse to draw my blood, while Lu Haoming stood silently beside me, lips pressed tightly together. My mother-in-law, however, murmured, Is this really necessary? Don't overthink it. Focus on recuperating. The doctor has assured us that you're still young, and there will be other opportunities for children. I understand. Thank you, father. I feigned a tearful expression, beginning to wipe my eyes. Stop crying. Although a miscarriage is not as taxing as confinement, it still takes a toll on your body. Be mindful of your eyes. My mother-in-law attempted to play the caring role. All right, you all may leave now. Lu Haoming waved his hand. As my sister-in-law and mother-in-law reached the doorway, my mother-in-law suddenly turned back. Ran. Sister Si Jia was also supposed to come along, but she suddenly felt unwell and decided to stay home to rest. Wu Ling is taking care of her. I wonder how she is faring. The timing of how Si Jia's abdominal discomfort was rather suspect. It was evident she intended to use this as an excuse to avoid the hospital. With no one else at home but Wu Ling, her temperament would surely ensure that she kept a close watch on her. It would not be an easy task for her to sneak into my room to switch out her medication. My mother-in-law's words were quite astute, as she simultaneously provided an excuse for Si Jia's absence while subtly reminding Lu Haoming that the child I carried was no longer with us, and that attention should be directed toward the child growing in Si Jia's womb. I remained silent, and Lu Haoming chose to disregard my mother-in-law's remarks, leaving her feeling disregarded. My sister-in-law reached out to pull her away. Mother, let us go. As she spoke, she moved to open the door, only to have it forcefully pushed open from the outside, causing my sister-in-law to cry out in shock. Chapter 70. The Choice Between Love and Desire. 38. Her scream was deafening, startling both Lu Haoming and me. Instinctively, I glanced toward the door, seeing Wu Ling standing there, somewhat flustered. Why had she arrived at this moment? Wasn't she supposed to be at home attending to Si Jia? As these thoughts raced through my mind, my mother-in-law's anxious voice rang out. Mei Li, what is wrong? Did you hurt yourself? Her concern was palpable, clearly aimed at the well-being of my sister-in-law's unborn child. Wu Ling had not anticipated such a turn of events when she pushed the door open and immediately apologized. I'm so sorry. I did not expect this to happen. What can a mere apology change? Let me bump into you and see if you would apologize in return. My sister-in-law was precisely that type of person, unforgiving when wronged. If you feel the need to vent your frustration by bumping into me, that is also acceptable, Wu Ling replied in a conciliatory tone. You think you can justify your actions with that? Am I not allowed to express my grievances? My sister-in-law misinterpreted Wu Ling's words as sarcasm and reached out to grab her.
Bailey.
My father-in-law furrowed his brow, admonishing her. What are you calling me for? Isn't she the one who provoked me? This remark earned my sister-in-law a scornful glance from my father-in-law. It was just a bump. She has already apologized. What more do you want? What good is an apology? I am in pain. If by chance I were to inadvertently harm Lu Meili, what she would undoubtedly express next is, if I hurt the child within my womb, I shall ensure you cannot escape the consequences. However, her words remained unspoken as I witnessed my mother-in-law swiftly intervene, pushing her gently, causing Lu Meili to fall silent. My mother-in-law then cast an irritable glance at Wu Ling, questioning her presence. Why have you come? Were you not instructed to stay home and care for Xijia? Miss Hao mentioned she had no pressing matters, allowing me to attend to Ranran first. The implication in my mother-in-law's words grew increasingly blatant. If you wish to leave, then depart. No one wishes to keep you here. It was Lu Haoming who spoke up to usher her away. My father-in-law, wordless, led the way out, with my mother-in-law and sister-in-law following closely behind. Observing that my sister-in-law had chosen to avoid conflict and leave voluntarily, Wu Ling exhaled in relief and approached me with concern, saying, Ranran, I am aware of everything. Do not be disheartened. Focus on nurturing your health, and all shall be well. I nodded in silence. As I pondered these events, Chen Xiao entered with a serious demeanor. Clutching a report, I interjected, Director Chen, has my blood test result come in? Chen Xiao nodded, stating, here is the report. Your blood has tested positive for components of abortifacients. Clearly, your miscarriage resulted from the ingestion of such drugs. Lu Haoming remained silent, evidently taken aback by this revelation. In a fit of desperation, I grasped his arm, shaking him, exclaiming, I longed for a child. How could I possibly consume abortifacients? Someone must have wronged me.
Yet,
I bore no enmity towards anyone who could wish me such harm. Lu Haoming's arm bore the marks of my grip, yet I was unwilling to release him. My first child had perished at the hands of that woman, Hao Xijia, with Lu Haoming being the root of this calamity. If not for his ill intentions, how could Hao Xijia have so maliciously acted against me? This was the fault of that wretched man. I pressed harder against his arm, my voice strained with anguish. My child is gone. Someone has employed abortifacients to end his life. Who would be so depraved as to wish me such misery? What grievance do they harbor against me? Why inflict this upon my innocent child? My lamentations rendered Lu Haoming's visage ashen, leaving him speechless. I sensed he had begun to suspect someone, though he lacked certainty. Wu Ling, witnessing my heart-wrenching cries, stepped forward to embrace me, urging, Ranran, you must remain calm. Tears will not alter the situation. You must gather your strength and uncover the one responsible for this. They cannot be allowed to roam free. Indeed, tears would not amend anything. If I suspected someone had wronged me, I should reflect on where the issues lay, considering whom I may have offended, and if necessary, report the matter to the authorities. Chen Xiao echoed this sentiment. I struggled to recall whom I might have offended. Only my husband and father-in-law were aware of my pregnancy. As I had not even confided in my closest friend, I sobbed softly. Since no one knows of your pregnancy, the possibility of someone plotting against you diminishes. Could it be that you mistakenly took the wrong medication? Chen Xiao suggested deliberately. I only took vitamins and folic acid. That medication was prescribed by you. How could there have been an error? The medication I prescribed is undoubtedly correct. If there were to be an error, it would not have taken until today to manifest. Chen Xiao furrowed her brow, pondering whether someone had tampered with your medication. Tampered? Who would do such a thing? I was merely speculating. I had heard of similar incidents abroad where a pregnant woman's medication was swapped, leading to miscarriage. Instantly, I ceased my tears and turned my gaze towards Lu Haoming. My dear husband, could someone have replaced my medication? The medicine I purchased 2 days ago was sealed, yet last night, when I took my dose, I discovered the bottle cap was open. I even mentioned it to you at the time. Shaking my head, I dismissed the thought. It was impossible. My family members are the closest people to me. How could they tamper with my medication? Nevertheless, I believe it would be prudent to bring your medication for examination, regardless of whether this is the cause. Wu Ling interjected at the right moment. I looked at Lu Haoming, awaiting his response. Noticing that both of us were gazing at him, he nodded, suggesting we should have the medication you consume tested. Chen Xiao reminded him of certain precautions and called him away, leaving Wu Ling and me alone in the hospital room. Wu Ling grasped my hand and said, Rannan, it must have been Hao Xijia who replaced your medication. Why do you say that? I inquired. When you were just admitted to the hospital, Auntie and Meili invited Hao Xijia to visit you, but she feigned stomach pains to remain at home. I grew suspicious of her 2 visits to your room. So, I pretended to be worried about her and didn't come to the hospital. And guess what? As soon as Auntie and the others left, she miraculously stopped feeling unwell and immediately urged me to come to the hospital to care for you. Is that all? I marveled at Wu Ling's astuteness. It was a pity she wasn't a detective. However, I felt perplexed. Why would Hao Sijia act so treacherously towards me? There seemed to be no reason. Ranan. Some things I cannot say too openly, as I lack evidence. I merely advise you not to trust others too easily and to remain vigilant in the future. I understand, Sister Wu. Please convey what you have just told me to Haoming and see what he thinks. Wu Ling appeared surprised at my request, but quickly adopted a knowing expression. Do not worry, Ranan. I will inform Haoming about this matter. Speaking with an intelligent person is indeed refreshing. After all the turmoil, I felt exhausted. Sister Wu. I'm tired and wish to rest for a while. Go ahead and sleep. I will keep watch here. Did he truly say that? I asked, somewhat incredulous. He did say so, noting that your emotions are unstable and that this matter should not be disclosed to you until he has verified the facts. Sister Wu would not deceive me. It appeared Lu Haoming was genuinely incensed. Yet, I dared not let my guard down. I needed to maintain a backup plan to prevent being caught off guard. Thus, I requested Wu Ling to fetch my phone and call Suanan. I have lost my child. I lamented, feigning despair. I am unsure what happened. The doctor mentioned it was due to taking abortion pills. I suspect someone has swapped my medication, and I need someone to retrieve the medicine I took for examination. The medications I previously consumed are in the drawer of my office. Could you please help me by picking them up? Suanan departed promptly. Shortly after her exit, Lu Haoming arrived, bearing a freshly prepared fish soup and a vial of medication. My dear, I feared you might be in need of nourishment, he said, and I have also brought the medicine for you. It is imperative we have it examined by a physician. Should it come to light that someone has tampered with your medication, endangering our child, I vow to hold them accountable. Seeing Lu Haoming's intense anger provided me with a modicum of solace. It is often said that a tiger will not harm its cubs, despite his deceptions regarding our relationship. Lu Haoming has consistently demonstrated a commendable attitude towards my pregnancy. While Hao Sijia may scheme against me, she has forgotten that the child is Lu Haoming's as well. This child holds significant importance for him as a father, and he will undoubtedly seek justice for our offspring. My heart found a slight comfort in this realization. As the moment to unveil Hao Sijia's true nature approached, darling, the vial of medication I previously had is at my office. I asked Suanan to retrieve it so we can have it tested together. Upon hearing my words, Lu Haoming nodded solemnly. You are right, my love. He poured the fish soup and brought it to my lips for me to drink. I understood that he was undoubtedly suffering internally. He would much prefer the child to have experienced a natural miscarriage rather than fall victim to Hao Sijia's malevolent actions. However, I anticipated that the truth would shatter him. No one enjoys being deceived for such an extended period, yet this is his retribution, the bitter fruit of his own sowing. I eagerly awaited the expression on Lu Haoming's face when the veil over Hao Sijia's true character was lifted. Yet, I perhaps harbored too much optimism. Though the adage about a tiger not harming its young exists, a beast is still a beast, devoid of humanity. Chapter 71. The Dilemma of Love and Desire. 39. After finishing the fish soup, Suanan's call came through. Anran, I've arrived at your office. Where did you place the medication? In the first drawer, on the left. All right, I'll ensure we take the medicine to the Drug Regulatory Agency for testing. Isn't it feasible to test it here? This is a hospital. The Drug Regulatory Agency is the authoritative institution, and their report will serve as the basis for any actions taken by law enforcement. Lu Haoming grasped my hand firmly. If the medication is indeed compromised, I will file a report immediately. We must unearth the person responsible for our child's demise. I did not place complete faith in Lu Haoming. Thus I urged Suanan to remain vigilant and avoid any missteps. Lu Haoming and Suanan headed to the Drug Regulatory Agency, while Wu Ling and I awaited news in the hospital room. Wu Ling expressed concern. Anran, you should have retained half the sample. If issues arise, we can conduct further testing. Wu Ling's attentiveness brought to light a point I had overlooked. Thank you for your reminder, Wu Jia. However, with Anran accompanying him, and given the short time frame, there should be no cause for alarm. Seeing my reassurance, Wu Ling refrained from further commentary, instead offering comfort. If it is discovered that someone has indeed tampered with the medication, that malicious individual must face severe consequences. As time sluggishly passed, I found myself increasingly anxious. By my calculations, Suanan and Lu Haoming should have already arrived at the testing center. There exists a rapid drug testing vehicle that can typically produce results within mere minutes, especially for problematic medications. Surely, we would have results soon. Just as my anxiety peaked, Suanan called, her voice tinged with something amiss. I sensed impending dread. Indeed, after a brief pause, she relayed the swift results. Both vials of medication were deemed normal, with no trace of abortifacients. How could this be? I was incredulous, and Lu Haoming shared my doubts. We resolved to conduct a second test. Even if Lu Haoming had substituted the vial at home, the one Su Wen had taken from my office must surely contain the abortifacient. I had previously ensured its authenticity. Heasigia's medication was undoubtedly the abortifacient. My mind was in turmoil. Wu Jia, who had overheard my conversation with Su Wenan, attempted to console me, saying, "Ranan, do not fret. Perhaps there is an issue with the testing vehicle. Let us wait a little longer." With no alternatives, I could only wait in anxious anticipation. After what felt like an eternity, Su Wenan called again, exclaiming, "Ranan, there is no issue with the medication. No problem at all. How could this be? My blood tests indicated otherwise. Why would the medication be deemed normal?" This was utterly nonsensical. In a fit of rage, I hurled my pillow to the floor. Leaping from my bed, ready to storm out, Wu Ling reached out to restrain me, urging, "Ranan, calm down. This is not the time for anger. You must take care of yourself. The situation has unfolded. Being upset will not help. We must find a way to cope." Just last night, everything seemed within my grasp, until the moment of submission transformed the circumstances entirely. I was certain the medication was an abortifacient. Thus, only one possibility remained. Either the medication had been swapped, or the testing personnel were compromised. The thought ignited a fury within me, and I felt an overwhelming urge to slap my own face. How could I have been so careless? Though the saying goes that even a tiger does not consume its cubs, Lu Haoming was far more ruthless than a tiger. How could I have thought he would genuinely mourn the loss of the child within me? Would he truly go to such lengths to confront his beloved and that illegitimate child over a stranger? I was convinced he was behind this. But how had he orchestrated it? Had he plotted this while I slept last night? A memory struck me. Lu Haoming had stepped out briefly while overhearing my phone call with Su Wenan. Was this the moment he had devised his plan? Lu Haoming could not possibly have performed such a feat alone. This was a significant matter. Only Heasigia had the means to execute this scheme. Suddenly, I recalled their frequent communication on WeChat and hastily accessed my email. There was a message from Lu Haoming to Heasigia, sent that morning. "Be honest with me. Did you swap the medication?" How could it be that at this critical juncture, Heasigia had yet to acknowledge the medication switch? No. How could I possibly do such a thing? I was utterly unaware of her pregnancy. Scarlett was in denial. If you hadn't switched the medication, why did you discard the pill bottle she was taking, creating such a commotion? Lu Haoming, how could you allow that woman, Scarlett, to dispose of my evidence? It is truly infuriating. Clearly, the medication Lu Haoming brought to the hospital was not from my bedroom, but had been substituted. Am I not justified in my anger? You concealed her pregnancy from me, and now this uproar about taking abortion pills. Who can endure such turmoil? You must speak the truth to me. The doctor indicated that 2 types of pills are required for efficacy, one 2 days ago, and the other last night. The pill from 2 days ago was taken directly to her workplace, and now Su Wenan is retrieving it. If anything is detected within, you understand the implications. Upon hearing Lu Haoming's words, Scarlett panicked. You cannot be deceiving me, can you? Is this something I would toy with? You need to be honest with me. Have you switched the medication? Haoming, I genuinely did not intend to. I was simply overwhelmed with anger. Finally, Scarlett admitted her wrongdoing. Lu Haoming refrained from reprimanding her, merely stating, "I am utterly disappointed in you," and then fell silent. Scarlett continued to apologize, weeping profusely, claiming she had been led astray. Lu Haoming, however, remained reticent. I surmised he was devising a strategy to handle the situation. His ability to think on his feet is commendable. Yet, how did he persuade the staff of the drug regulatory authorities to act on his behalf? Did he bribe them at the last moment? And what gave him such certainty that they would heed his commands? Speculation alone is futile. The results of the drug test allowed Scarlett to escape unscathed. The blood test could only indicate that I had ingested abortion pills, but it provided no conclusion as to the source of the substance. I have thoroughly lost the scheme, defeated in every respect. They say to strike a snake at its weak point. My miscalculation has sounded an alarm for Scarlett and Lu Haoming. These 2 women will undoubtedly exercise caution, complicating my future efforts to deal with them. Nevertheless, I refuse to concede so easily. I will not surrender until the final moment. What I must do now is to calm my emotions and await the opportunity to retaliate. As for food, observing his overly serious demeanor, I was tempted to slap him. But I restrained my tumultuous feelings, letting out a cold laugh. If the drug test yielded no issues, then the medication was indeed fine. It could potentially be the food. I need to meticulously ponder what I have consumed recently and with whom, for I must identify the true culprit behind this ordeal and avenge my child. My words were resolute, causing Lu Haoming to appear somewhat uneasy as he averted his gaze. Suanan chimed in from the side. Ran. You must exercise utmost caution in the future. Be wary of everyone. Had you been more vigilant, this incident could have been avoided. I understand, and I will be careful. Shortly after Wu Ling departed, Scarlett and her mother-in-law came to visit me. Upon entering, she grasped my hand, lamenting, "Poor Ran. I heard from Andy. How could such a thing occur? Who could possibly harbor such malevolence towards you? If only Ranan knew who plotted against her." Suanan scoffed from the side. "If I find out who harmed my grandson, I shall strangle her." The grandmother, filled with righteous indignation, sighed. Reflecting on the years of struggle without a successful pregnancy, after finally conceiving, such calamity befalls us. The Lu family truly suffers. I spent the entire night awake. Ranan, who have you angered that they would resort to such cruelty against you? Mother, please refrain from such talk. Ranan is already deeply saddened. Let us not revisit this painful subject, but rather offer her comfort. Ranan, do not despair too much. You are still young, and there will be many opportunities for pregnancy. Take good care of your health, and you will surely bear Haoming a robust child, Hao Sijiao encouraged. I gazed at her duplicitous face and her pronounced belly, sensing an air of ostentation. Upon my words, a flicker of panic crossed Hao Sijiao's face. She glanced at Lu Haoming, whose muscles twitched in response. Clearly startled by my statement, the grandmother paused, then reproached. Ranan, have you lost your senses in your anger? How can you speak such things? Auntie, Ranan only meant well. She is concerned for me. Hao Sijia managed a strained smile. One should not utter such well-meaning sentiments. They invite misfortune, the grandmother muttered. Ranan was merely offering a reminder. Lu Haoming interjected. I chose to remain silent, observing the distorted performance of this group, my inner resentment growing. A terrifying notion surged in my mind. An eye for an eye. If Hao Sijia were to suffer a miscarriage, would that not be my retribution for my child? Chapter 72. The Dilemma of Love and Desire. 40. The sudden emergence of this thought startled me. Suanan had previously suggested that if Hao Sijia were to miscarry, she would lose everything. I had vehemently opposed such an idea, yet now, witnessing their shameless display before me, I felt an unsettling compulsion. Perhaps my words were too chilling. For Hao Sijia did not linger in the ward for long, swiftly departing with Lu Haoming's family, leaving only Suanan and me behind. Before Lu Haoming, Suanan could not voice much, merely encouraging me not to be disheartened and to stay strong. I found Lu Haoming's presence in the ward unbearable, so I excused him to fetch something for me. With only Suanan and I remaining, I intended to inquire about what transpired during the tests with Lu Haoming, but was interrupted by the sudden ringing of my phone, the screen flashing the words "perverted client." Why would Yi Feima be calling me? My current mood was ill-suited for a conversation, yet I answered. As I pressed the accept button, before I could utter a word, Yi Feima's voice resonated from the other end. I heard you had a miscarriage? I was perplexed as to how Yi Feima learned of this. My hospitalization had only occurred approximately 12 hours prior, and he had no tracking device on me. How could he possibly know what had transpired? As I remained silent, Yi Feima began to chuckle from across the room. What's the matter? Are you feeling guilty? Afraid to speak to me? What could I possibly feel guilty about? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper.
Why even ask?
By the way, why does your voice sound so unpleasant? Is it not a result of overacting? That insufferable man. I seethed with indignation. Are you so idle? Not particularly. I simply heard about your miscarriage and was curious, hence the call. If that is the case, since you've already called, can we end this conversation? Why should we hang up? I haven't finished my thoughts. Let us continue our previous discussion. I have heard that someone caused your miscarriage. Is that true? Is it related to you? I retorted fiercely. That is classified information.
Classified? Is it?
Then I shall inquire with Chairman Liu and see what he has to say. He dared to threaten me with Lu Haoming. Though I knew he and Lu Haoming were at odds, Yi Feima was unpredictable. Who could tell what madness he might unleash on a whim? I struggled to suppress my urge to curse him. What do you truly want? I desire nothing but curiosity. Just speak honestly. If you had said so sooner, it would have saved us time. By the way, has the perpetrator been caught? Yi Feima pressed on relentlessly.
No, Yi.
I am not in a good mood and am quite inclined to lash out. I implore you, do not torment me further. Allow me some peace. Very well. But Remember to call me if anything arises. Surprisingly, he did not persist and simply hung up.
Who was that?
Suanan inquired as I ended the call.
Yefemo.
I replied without reservation.
Yefemo.
When did you become so familiar with him in private? Suanan was taken aback, disbelief etched on her face. Did you really go to him for help? I am not particularly close to him. We are merely acquainted through work, I clarified. It must be more than just work. You have no idea how arrogant Yefemo is. He typically ignores those who call him, let alone make the effort to call you. And considering your attitude toward him on the phone, I am astonished he remained composed. What do you mean by my attitude? His demeanor was the issue. You heard him mocking me about my miscarriage, attempting to manipulate me. Did he attempt to manipulate you? I distinctly heard him standing up for you. Enough.
Let us not dwell on that.
Tell me about the tests you underwent today. I went with Liu Haoming. I witnessed him hand the medication directly to the tester. It never passed through anyone else's hands. I was present the entire time, and I am baffled by how the results turned out as they did. Perhaps Liu Haoming had prearranged matters with the testers. Indeed, that seems the only plausible explanation. That scoundrel is utterly despicable, prioritizing that woman over blood ties. Suanan seethed. I never imagined such malice existed. Could it be that he truly loves her, that she carries his child? Otherwise, I cannot fathom why he would shield her so ardently. I do not believe that Liu Haoming harbors true love for Hao Sijia. If he did, how could he deceive her with a counterfeit bracelet? Perhaps it is due to the insatiable desires of that woman, and he resorted to such desperate measures out of fear of being discovered. Liu Haoming has already done enough for Hao Sijia. Now reflect on what he has done for you over the years. I can only manage a bitter smile, left speechless. Suanan sighed, saying, Honestly, Ranan, my heart aches for you, especially when I see that woman, Hao Sijia, standing before you with her swollen belly, feigning comfort. I almost wish to deliver a fierce kick to her abdomen, putting an end to it all. Anan, I too have contemplated this today. Witnessing Liu Haoming's extreme measures for Hao Sijia made me think that perhaps it would be better to eliminate the child within her, thus resolving everything in one stroke. Why not return the favor and let this woman suffer in silence? Suanan's enthusiasm surged at my suggestion. As long as that child is gone, Hao Sijia can forget about leveraging motherhood for her advantage. Your venomous mother-in-law will be devastated, and Liu Haoming, that scoundrel, will be equally disheartened. Their family has reveled in happiness for too long. It is time they tasted suffering. No, Anan, I cannot bring myself to condone such actions. Regardless of Hao Sijia and Liu Haoming's wickedness, that child is ultimately innocent. I cannot justify harming him. You are simply too soft-hearted. If you were not, these troubles would have been resolved long ago, Suanan complained. If you cannot bear to take action, allow me to handle it. I could hire someone to deal with that woman discreetly. Absolutely not, Anan. You cannot undertake this. We are kind-hearted individuals, and we must maintain our goodness. At the very least, we cannot allow our hands to be stained with blood. I firmly believe that evil begets evil and goodness begets goodness. It is not that retribution is not forthcoming, but rather that the time has not yet come for them to face their consequences. Sighing deeply, Suanan expressed her discontent. I understood her lament. In this world, where is the justice? If retribution truly existed, how could the wicked hold dominion? It is all mere self-deception. The hospital room fell into a brief silence, and in that moment, the door swung open to reveal Wu Ling, who announced, Ranan, I have prepared bird's nest soup for you. Skillfully, she dished out 2 servings of the delicacy, adding, Miss Su is here to keep you company and must be hungry as well, so I have brought her a portion too. Suanan smiled at Wu Ling, saying, Thank you, Sister Wu. Just call me Anan. Very well, Anan. Please try it and let me know if it suits your taste, Wu Ling replied with a beaming smile. I have heard from Ranan that your culinary skills are exceptional. It must be delicious, Suanan remarked, lifting a spoonful of the soup to her lips.
Indeed.
It is delightful, far surpassing what our housekeeper prepares. Ranan, you are truly fortunate. After finishing the bird's nest, Wu Ling tidied up and prepared to leave, inquiring about our dinner preferences for the evening. As she departed, we listened to her footsteps fade away, and Suanan and I exchanged glances. Ranan, I wonder when Wu Ling arrived. Do you think she overheard our conversation? Indeed, I too have been pondering this matter. However, judging by her demeanor, it appears she may not have overheard, though I cannot be certain. If she did hear, it could spell trouble. Did you not mention that she has an affair with Liu Haoming's father? The Liu family is quite unsavory, if she indeed has a connection with them. They would undoubtedly support her. Would they? Yet, I have observed that her treatment of House Sijia is less than cordial. It was she who informed me about House Sijia entering my room, and it was also she who disclosed Lu Meili's disgraceful affairs. I am merely speculating, primarily concerned that Wu Ling may be in cahoots with the Lu family, which is far from ideal. I forced a smile and expressed my gratitude to my husband, acknowledging his efforts. We deliberately avoided mentioning the blood test that indicated the presence of abortifacients, as if the matter had simply evaporated. However, both of us were acutely aware that this issue would not be easily dismissed. The calmness we exhibited was merely a facade. Lu Haoming's protective stance towards House Sijia made me realize that leveraging him against her would likely prove futile, necessitating a recalibration of my strategy. Just as I was adjusting my plans, an unforeseen event transpired. House Sijia encountered a mishap. Chapter 73. The Dilemma of Love and Desire. 41. Certain occurrences lie beyond our control, such as the fate of House Sijia's child. I had never envisioned a scenario where I would see him depart, yet he left without any forewarning. That evening, Lu Haoming came to the hospital to keep me company, though I was exceedingly reluctant to see that loathsome scoundrel. I suspect he did not genuinely wish to be there for me either. The weather was rather warm that day when House Sijia, heavily pregnant, arrived at the hospital with her mother-in-law. For the past 3 days, she had visited me daily. Despite her seemingly genuine inquiries about my health, I saw through her hypocritical and malicious nature. There was not a shred of remorse in her. Rather, she appeared to revel in provoking me. After all, for a mother who had just lost her child, her flaunting of her pregnancy was utterly jarring. House Sijia must have intended to drive me to the brink of madness. Yet little did she realize that I was never pregnant to begin with, and thus had not suffered a miscarriage. Her provocations held little sway over me. House Sijia arrived at the hospital around 10 in the morning with her mother-in-law, who, perhaps having received instructions from Lu Haoming, displayed an unusually amiable demeanor towards me. Upon entering, they inquired about my condition before settling onto the sofa in the ward. House Sijia expressed thirst and went to the water dispenser to pour herself a cup. They did not linger long in the room. Su Anan, upon seeing House Sijia, remarked with irritation, "You must find it quite arduous to come here every day. Flaunting that belly, do not? How kind of you." Su Anan's sardonic tone cut through the air, and while some might assume she was a friend of Ranran's, others might see her as an adversary. Waving that prominent belly in front of someone who has just lost a child. Do you truly believe that Ranran's spirits could be lifted? Su Anan never hesitated to strip House Sijia of any dignity. House Sijia looked at me with a face full of trepidation. "Ranran, please do not heed Su Anan's nonsense. I truly meant no harm. I was merely concerned for you. Ranran, don't you wish for my presence? It's not that I don't want you here, but I must consider your health. With your condition, should any misfortune arise, how would you account for it to the child's father in the afterlife? Indeed, if you were to encounter an accident or suffer a miscarriage, the blame would inevitably fall upon you. Thus, it would be prudent for you not to visit, as safety must come first." Su Anan's tone was laced with sarcasm. Hearing her words, the mother-in-law became displeased. "Why does Miss Su speak so harshly? Who would be foolish enough to get hit by a car? I was merely using it as an analogy. Even so, such a curse is rather malicious, isn't it?" The mother-in-law stood up in a huff. "If we are not welcome here, then we shall take our leave. Ranran, take care of yourself and try to gain some weight." As they departed, House Sijia even offered me one last piece of advice. Not long after, House Sijia and the mother-in-law left, while Su Anan glared at their retreating figures, seething with anger. This entire family is insufferable. I couldn't help but chuckle. "Anan, why engage with them? It's not worth your energy. It's not that serious. Simply ignore them." Shortly after House Sijia and the mother-in-law had left, Wu Ling arrived. Upon seeing her, Su Anan's expression brightened. "What delectable dish do you have today? You never repeat yourself. Sister Wu, it's a shame you're a nanny. You should be a chef at a hotel." We laughed as we began our lunch. Su Anan casually asked Sister Wu, "With cooking for Ranran and taking care of that whole family, aren't you exhausted?" "Really? So they all cook for themselves? Who prepares their meals? They rarely cook, they mostly eat out." What a revelation. Apparently, if Sister Wu didn't cook for them, they wouldn't know how to prepare a meal themselves. Truly laughable. After 3 days of interaction, Su Anan found Wu Ling to be quite amiable, as she openly expressed her dissatisfaction with Lu Haoming's family and House Sijia in her presence. Wu Ling smiled, but remained silent. After lunch, she lingered in the hospital room for a while before packing her things to leave. Su Anan and I chatted idly for a bit before I decided to take a nap. Just as I drifted into slumber, An urgent phone ring jolted me awake. Annoyed, I answered. Hello? Ran. Something terrible has happened. Lu Haoming's voice was unusually stammering. What's wrong? Be clear. It's Sijia. She suddenly has severe abdominal pain. If she's in pain, hurry her to the hospital. I interjected. I'm not a doctor. What use is it to call me? We're on our way. But she has started to bleed. The child might not survive. What? I sat up abruptly. How could this happen? Ran, we are en route to the hospital. Could you please find Director Chen and ask her to assist? Chen Xiao is a renowned specialist at Daxin, and not all patients can be seen without prior appointments. Lu Haoming was clearly hoping I could leverage connections to expedite things. Understood. I will do so immediately. Su Wenin, who had been resting on the sofa, sat up as well. What is happening? Sijia is bleeding. Lu Haoming called asking me to find Chen Xiao. Such matters are of no concern to you. A miscarriage would be for the best. And then, we must not act in such a manner. We should make every effort to seek assistance. As I spoke, I rose to head towards Chen Zhao's office. Su Wenin shot me a glance, saying, I will accompany you. It's truly remarkable that someone like you exists. While others would wish for the unfortunate child of the mistress to perish, you are busily seeking out specialists for her. It would be a disservice to your kind-heartedness not to reward you. Despite her words, she stood and joined me in leaving the ward to find Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao did not refuse our request. As soon as Hao Sijiao arrived at the hospital, she rushed to the operating room. At the entrance of the operating room, I witnessed Hao Sijia in excruciating pain, her screams echoing, alongside the anxious faces of Lu Haoming and her mother-in-law. Hao Sijia was already drenched in blood, her face pale with agony, her screams piercing the air. Chen Xiao quickly ushered her into the operating room, and the sounds of her torment continued to emanate from within. Lu Haoming, his face ashen, stared at the door of the operating room, surely engulfed in deep worry at that moment. I turned my gaze towards the mother-in-law, asking, Mother, what exactly has transpired? How could Sijia end up like this? She replied, You should have called 120 immediately. She had complained of stomach pain before, and there hadn't been any issues then. I thought it was similar this time. The screams from the operating room persisted, and as I listened to Hao Sijia's anguished cries, I felt no sense of joy. I was reminded of my own suffering from years past, filled with despair and pain. Though Hao Sijia may be cruel, in this moment, she was undeniably pitiable. As a woman, she should not endure such torment. The door to the operating room swung open, and Chen Xiao emerged with a stoic expression, stating, The patient's condition is critical. She is experiencing severe hemorrhaging. Which one of you is her family member? Doctor, there are no family members here. We are merely her friends, I replied. Her situation is urgent. We need someone to sign for the surgery. Can the child be saved? The mother-in-law asked, posing a rather foolish question. The child cannot be saved. Signing for the surgery is to save the mother. Her condition is extremely perilous. Without a signature, she is at risk of losing her life, Chen Xiao cautioned. Lu Haoming and the mother-in-law remained silent, their gazes fixed upon me, implying that I should sign. Su Wenin, unable to bear it any longer, suggested, Doesn't he have a brother? Let him come to sign. Time is of the essence. I cannot guarantee that she will survive until her brother arrives. Chen Xiao remained impassive. Haoming, perhaps you should sign, I proposed, looking at Lu Haoming. Why should Haoming sign? She has no connection to him. You are her friend, so it should be your responsibility. If anything goes awry, who will bear the consequences? The mother-in-law's malicious selfishness became evident. If I had previously thought he loved Hao Sijia, his reluctance at this moment confirmed that he had never loved anyone at all. He loved only himself. Hao Sijia awaited the signature, and since none of us were her relatives, it was clear that the signer would bear the responsibility should anything happen during the surgery. In light of Scarlett's actions towards me, I find no justification to bear this responsibility. However, I cannot stand idly by and watch a life fade away. After a moment's hesitation, I reached for the pen, preparing to sign, and upon seeing my gesture, Lu Haoming appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet at that instant Su Wenin, who had been observing silently from the sidelines, intervened, saying, Ran, you cannot sign that. Her words startled Lu Haoming, and even the elder lady turned her gaze towards Su Wenin. Why can't she sign? Su Wenin disregarded their inquiries and fixed her attention upon me. This is not a routine surgery. There is significant bleeding involved, and it poses a peril to life. You must carefully consider the consequences. I grasped Su Wenin's intent. Scarlett was not a virtuous individual, and her family would likely be equally unscrupulous. If nothing were to happen to Scarlett, matters could be navigated easily. However, Should something go awry, I would find it impossible to clear my name. Yet, the circumstances were different now. Her relatives were not present. Doesn't she have parents and a brother? We should contact her family, inform them of the situation, and record the conversation as evidence for any unforeseen circumstances. As soon as Soo-in finished speaking, Lu Haoming promptly called Scarlett's brother. Upon learning of the situation, he agreed to authorize the surgery and mentioned he would rush to the hospital immediately. Ultimately, I affixed my signature to the surgical consent form, and as soon as the signature was in place, Chen Xiao swiftly entered the operating room. Scarlett's brother arrived at the hospital in a flurry half an hour later, his expression tense as he approached Lu Haoming. "Brother Lu, how is my sister doing? How could she suddenly start bleeding? She has always been in good health. This shouldn't be happening." Noticing that Scarlett's brother directed his questions to Lu Haoming rather than to me, I exchanged a glance with Soo-in. It became evident that the relationship between Scarlett and Lu Haoming was not a secret solely known to Lu Haoming's family. Scarlett's relatives were also aware. Or else they would not have sought Lu Haoming at such a critical moment. After all, Scarlett was my friend, not Lu Haoming's. Reflecting on how I had previously aided Scarlett's father with medical matters, assisted her brother with university enrollment, and even discreetly provided him with financial support, I felt a surge of indignation. This family had long since abandoned any moral compass or sense of conscience. Their integrity had seemingly been devoured by dogs. While I was seething internally, I was taken aback when Scarlett's brother, after a few unanswered questions directed at Lu Haoming, suddenly turned to me, asking, "Sister Anran, do you know what has happened to my sister?" "I do not know. I only learned of it through Haoming," I replied. "How could you not know? My sister lives in your home and is under your care. How can you absolve yourself of responsibility now that she is in this condition?" His tone was fierce, as if I owed them something. I regarded him with astonishment. What did he mean by this? Was he questioning me? Did he really believe that Scarlett's predicament was somehow my fault? The hospital was bustling with patients and their families. His loud voice drew a crowd of onlookers. Their gazes upon me filled with suspicion, as if I were the architect of this calamity. "Anran, she doesn't mean it that way. She is just anxious." Lu Haoming quickly interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. How Sija's brother must have heard of Soo-in. Upon hearing Lu Haoming's words, he unexpectedly shouted at Soo-in. "You are the one who has conflicts with my sister, aren't you? Is it related to the trouble my sister is in?" As How Sija exclaimed, the crowd gathered around became increasingly animated, with some inquiring about what had transpired. They heard that a heavily pregnant woman had suddenly experienced severe bleeding, and identified the agitated man as the woman's brother. The onlookers speculated that his agitation was likely connected to the pregnant woman's condition. So, he is the instigator? No wonder he was so worked up. Listening to their discussions made my blood boil. How dare they speak so recklessly without knowing the facts? Just as I voiced my frustration, I caught a familiar scoff in my ears, a sound strikingly similar to that of Yi Fei-ma. Searching for the source, I saw no sign of him, only a tall figure slipping into a nearby doctor's office. Meanwhile, How Sijia, encouraged by the crowd's defense of him, grew increasingly aggressive towards Soo-in and me. "If anything happens to my sister, I will not spare you. Who allowed you to come here? You are not welcome, leave." I coldly regarded How Sija's brother, who previously seemed polite, but today revealed himself to be just as despicable as a sister. "You ask me, and I ask whom?" I am utterly exasperated. I retorted, my tone sharp. "You can wait until your sister wakes up to question her. Now, don't take it out on him. He is worried about his sister." "And Sijia, how can you speak like that? What has this got to do with Ranan? She is unwell herself." Lu Haoming interjected. There is a limit to patience, and Soo-in's temper flared beyond control. She raised her voice in a tirade. "I have never encountered such a shameless family. Your sister is dead, yet you, a man with a pregnant wife, are here living off others. How dare you question us when your sister is the one at fault? Why don't you confront her instead? Do we owe your family something? How dare you insult me?" How Sija's face turned ashen with rage. "And why shouldn't I? You are a disgrace. Even a dog knows to wag its tail in gratitude, yet you are lower than that. Are your eyes blind? Can't you see that Ranan is still in her hospital gown? Your sister brought this upon herself. What does it have to do with Ranan? Indeed. She is still in her hospital gown. How can you treat a patient this way?" Someone from the crowd chimed in. "Do you not wish to know what truly happened? Allow me to enlighten you," Soo-in declared, pointing at How Sijia as she raised her voice to the gathering crowd. "The woman undergoing surgery inside is this man's sister. She became pregnant out of wedlock before her partner died shortly after." Soo-in's words were laced with venom, and How Sijia glared at her. "Why do you speak so harshly? Harsh, am I not speaking the truth? Your sister was indeed an unwed mother, and her partner has perished, has he not? Hao Sijia cast a glance at Lu Haoming, while Suanin continued undeterred. Her sister is pregnant and has nowhere to go. My friend, seeing her plight, offered her a place to stay, providing her with ample nourishment during her pregnancy, even hiring a nanny to care for her. Such kindness is rare, even among siblings. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, it is truly exceptional. Someone interjected. Then, just a few days ago, my sister unexpectedly suffered a miscarriage and was hospitalized for 3 days. The pregnant woman, along with my friend's in-laws and the nanny, remained at home. This afternoon, my friend received a call while in her hospital bed, notifying her that the pregnant woman was bleeding. Even though she was still lying down upon hearing the news, my friend hurried over to contact Director Chen on her behalf. In that critical moment, unable to find anyone to sign the consent form, my friend unhesitatingly signed it herself, and now we find ourselves in this situation. This person came over without understanding the circumstances and began to berate my friend. Is there no sense of justice in this? How could he act this way? Young man, your actions lack compassion. One cannot behave in such a manner. And that's not all. I continued. I must tell you. When his father fell ill and required a kidney transplant, it was my friend who covered the cost, amounting to hundreds of thousands, and to this day, it remains unpaid. Furthermore, my friend has been providing him with money for his studies on a regular basis. I never anticipated he would turn out to be such a person. He likely thought his sister would not survive, hoping to extort money from my friend, especially since it was her signature on the consent form for the surgery. You speak nonsense. How could I ever wish for my sister to come to harm? Hao Sijia retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Rendered speechless by the accusations, Hao Sijia found herself the subject of whispered judgments from those around her. I remained silent and, alongside Suanin, turned to leave. As we departed, Lu Haoming quickly followed. And naturally, the mother-in-law did not linger behind either. At the entrance of the operating room, only Hao Sijia stood alone, surrounded by a group of people pointing fingers at her. Not expecting the situation to escalate in such a manner, Hao Sijia paused momentarily before calling out, Lu Go. Please don't go. I still have questions for you. Address your inquiries to your sister, Suanin replied with a cold laugh. Lu Haoming hurried a few steps to catch up with me. Anran, Sijia may not express herself well, but she certainly did not mean it that way. She was just overly concerned. After all, Sijia and you are good friends. You cannot simply walk away from this. Then you can stay here. I lack the energy to remain, I retorted before departing with Suanin. Chapter 75, The Dilemma of Love and Desire, 43. Upon returning to the hospital room, Suanin plopped down onto a chair. Today was truly cathartic. It has been many years since I last spoke to someone like that. By the way, what sort of people are they to behave so shamelessly? All right, Anran, while you may consider them to be worthless, do you think it is worth getting upset over such individuals? Anran chuckled at my words. Anran, why do you think she experienced a miscarriage when everything seemed fine? Who knows? I pray she wakes up and is all right. I am eagerly anticipating seeing her in pain. I share your sentiment. Although I do not know why Gu Sijia's child suddenly miscarried, that question has become irrelevant. What I most desire to witness is the expression on Gu Sijia's face when she regains consciousness. Upon realizing that her hard-earned efforts had transformed into a mere puddle of blood, one cannot help but wonder if she would spiral into despair. They say that good and evil ultimately receive their just deserts. I truly did not foresee the swift and thorough retribution that would befall Hao Sijia. As my thoughts wandered aimlessly, my phone rang, revealing yet another bothersome client. Yi Feima's tone was light and teasing as he inquired whether my mood was particularly good today. Why would he ask such a thing? With the threat lifted, one would assume that anyone would be elated, right? Was this a veiled reference to Hao Sijia's predicament? I sensed his insinuation and felt a surge of displeasure at his meddling in my family's affairs, coldly retorting, "How do you know about that?" "I know much more than you think. Not only am I aware that Chairman Lu's mistress has miscarried, but I'm also privy to the lengths you went to find her doctors, ultimately facing a reprimand from her brother." I inhaled sharply. How could Yi Feima possess such intricate details? Without dwelling too long on the thought, my instinct told me he must be following me. "You're not stalking me. Are you? Stalking you? You're overthinking this. I merely went to the hospital to get my bones checked. It just so happened that I saw you, disheveled and seeking a doctor. Then, when I waited for your examination, I witnessed you being scolded. It's as simple as that." Suddenly, I recalled the snicker I had heard outside the operating room. Could it be that Yi Feima was indeed there at that moment? If so, I felt utterly humiliated. I fell silent, and Yi Feima continued. Why the silence? You were quite vocal just now. Surely, being the center of attention feels exhilarating? Do you not feel as if you're performing like a monkey? How dare you insult me? Can you not handle a little criticism? I thought you were quite resilient, supporting your husband's mistress, and even caring for her family. Your actions leave me speechless. You could choose silence, you know? The thought that no one would consider me mute remained unspoken. Yet I could not contain my feelings. Do you know what I despise most in this world? It's women like you, devoid of dignity, who would lower themselves for a man. It is utterly disgraceful. Mr. Yi, have you finished your tirade? You are incapable of uttering anything of worth. I slammed the phone down with a fierce determination. Is it Yi Feima again? Su Anan observed me closely. Indeed. I have no idea how I managed to offend him to such a degree that he resorts to humiliating me, I replied, my anger palpable. Yi Feima seems to have an unusually broad reach, yet he does not strike me as someone with such idle time, Su Anan remarked, perplexed. Who knows what has gotten into him? He witnessed the entire scene outside the operating room. I feel as if my dignity has been stripped away, I muttered, cursing under my breath. Su Anan gasped in astonishment. You actually cursed? I feel like committing murder. How can I be so unfortunate? Why must I endure such indignities? Yi Feima does not strike me as one to humiliate you. He has always maintained an aloof stance. His mocking tone is quite unusual. It feels as though he has been keeping a watchful eye on you. Isn't that the truth? Every time misfortune befalls me, he seems to be lurking nearby. Reflecting on the moments of embarrassment I experienced in front of Yi Feima unsettles me. He seems to exhibit a considerable concern for you. Concern? Is there truly such a thing as genuine concern? He came at me with a barrage of reprimands, showing not an ounce of respect, despite my familiarity with him. It is utterly perplexing. Did you not wish for his assistance? Previously, I felt hopeless. However, now I sense a glimmer of hope. Su Anan's sudden interest piqued my curiosity. What hope could there possibly be? Do not indulge in fantasies. I sighed. Su Anan remains oblivious to the depths of Yi Feima's malice. If she were aware that he intended to extort my medical expenses, she would surely be infuriated to the point of hemorrhage. Alas, I must not dwell on such irrelevant matters. I should focus on my future. Now that Gao Zijia's child is gone, I cannot believe she will relinquish her efforts so easily. She will undoubtedly devise a means to rise again. I must prepare to contend not only with that despicable Lu Haoming, but also exercise caution around Gao Zijia. Over 2 hours later, Lu Haoming and Gao Zijia arrived at my hospital room. Upon entering, Gao Zijia immediately apologized. Anran, I was in the wrong. I was overly worried about my sister and spoke thoughtlessly. Please forgive me. Observing Gao Zijia's demeanor, I found it quite amusing. He must have been informed by Lu Haoming and his mother about the truth regarding Gao Zijia's predicament, prompting him to come and apologize. After all, he is still young. His cunning does not match that of Gao Zijia or Lu Haoming. He still has much to learn in the art of performance. I regarded him coldly, Mr. Gao. I cannot accept your apology. Indeed, your transformation is astonishing. Just moments ago, you appeared ready to devour us, and now, what has changed? Have you experienced a pang of conscience, or is it merely a lack of funds for hospital fees? Su Anan's words are always piercing. Anran, I am a fool. You have treated our siblings with such kindness, yet I was ungrateful enough to lash out at you. I am truly inhumane. As he spoke, he shockingly slapped his own face twice. Anran, I beg for your forgiveness. If my sister were to find out I spoke such nonsense, she would surely disown me as her brother. I implore you to resort to such self-pity. What a performance. Initially, I had intended to mock him, but considering his earnest effort, I felt compelled to play along. There is no need for such theatrics. I am friends with your sister. For her sake, I shall overlook this incident, but let this be the last time. Rest assured, I shall never behave so foolishly again. I internally scoffed, unwilling to engage with this utterly self-deprecating jester. Instead, I turned my gaze toward Lu Haoming. How is Zijia? The surgery has concluded. She has been transferred to the intensive care unit. Director Chen indicated that her condition is not ideal, and she will require 24 hours of observation in the ICU to assess her status. Alas, how could such misfortune befall us? If Zijia were to learn that her child is gone, her sorrow would be immeasurable. I exhaled a long sigh. She had sacrificed everything for this child. As a woman myself, I cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy. Why must we endure such cruel fates? Lu Haoming approached and gently patted my shoulder. My dear, do not be disheartened. Everything will eventually be all right. The despicable and shameless man spoke so lightly of the matter. Yet it is always the woman who bears the brunt of such anguish. How could one expect to heal so swiftly? I harbored my silent contempt while also finding it peculiar that Lu Haoming remained so composed. Since his arrival, I had been observing him closely. The child in Ha Sijia's womb was the fruit of their love, and his expectations for that child were profoundly high. I had anticipated at least a flicker of sorrow upon his visage. Yet I was mistaken. Lu Haoming exhibited not a trace of pain. Whether this was due to his remarkable facade or a genuine lack of grief remains uncertain. In stark contrast to his earlier outburst upon my loss, Lu Haoming displayed an unsettling normalcy in response to Ha Sijia's predicament. Witnessing his unnerving calm as he uttered words of consolation left me feeling unsettled. In merely a few days, he had lost 2 children, and yet he faced this with such fortitude. It was truly chilling. My mother-in-law had come alongside Wu Ling, and unlike Lu Haoming's stoicism, her emotions were barely concealed. Though she had been harsh at the operating room's entrance, she had indeed harbored great hopes for the child in Ha Sijia's belly. Once inside the hospital room, she collapsed onto the sofa in silence. I feigned concern. Mother, what troubles you? Are you unwell? You appear so listless. I am fine, she replied with a forced smile. Your complexion seems pallid. Perhaps a doctor should examine you? I've heard tales of mothers-in-law falling gravely ill upon their daughters-in-law's miscarriages, I remarked. Wu Ling interjected with concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming's expression shifted. He frowned at his mother and inquired, Mother, is your stomach acting up again? Not one to be oblivious, my mother-in-law nodded, acknowledging her discomfort. Lu Haoming swiftly dismissed her worries, redirecting the conversation, displaying a remarkable adeptness. Ha Sijia was transferred from the intensive care unit to a regular ward after merely 3 hours. Naturally, I was eager to witness her distress. Approaching her room, I was met with piercing cries, followed by the sounds of frenzied movement and Ha Sijia's soothing attempts. Sister, please calm down. How can I calm down? My child, my child. Ha Sijia's wails resonated with a heart-wrenching intensity, akin to a night owl's mournful call. The agony she was enduring was palpable. Exchanging glances with Su Anan, we simultaneously pushed open the door to the ward. What greeted us was a scene of utter chaos. Ha Sijia, disheveled, was thrashing on the bed, her foreline ripped from her wrist, blood oozing forth and staining the sheets crimson. Ha Sijia was desperately trying to restrain her while shouting, Nurse! Nurse! Someone please come. Lu Haoming, who had followed us, rushed forward to assist Ha Sijia in holding Ha Sijia down, and at that moment, the nurse arrived in response to the commotion. Several individuals restrained Scarlett O'Hara, who struggled futilely, emitting desperate cries. Calm her down quickly. Administer a sedative, instructed the arriving physician. I refused the sedative. I want my child. Return my child. Scarlett screamed hoarsely. The nurse injected her with a sedative, and she finally settled, her hands drooping listlessly as she ceased to resist. Seeing her calm, Scarlett and Lu Haoming released her. As Scarlett's gaze grew vacant, and she was on the brink of slumber, she suddenly caught sight of me and Su Anan standing at the doorway. Upon seeing us, a flicker of vengeful malice ignited in her otherwise vacant eyes, sending a shiver down my spine. I had never anticipated such a fearsome expression from her after our prolonged acquaintance. Not only did she glare at me with palpable animosity, but she also strained to lift her hand, yet the sedative's potency proved overwhelming, and ultimately, her hand fell, her eyes closing in surrender. Upon awakening, Scarlett was overwhelmed with emotion, knocking over everything beside her hospital bed. In her frantic struggle, the needle in her hand snapped, prompting immediate attention from the nurse, who sanitized her hand and extracted the shard embedded in her flesh. The room fell into a heavy silence as everyone quietly observed the scene, no one daring to speak. Despite the silence, I sensed the turmoil simmering within each heart. Witnessing Scarlett's state brought me a sense of vindication, while her brother undoubtedly felt a pang of anguish. As for Lu Haoming, I surmised he too must be troubled. I could not fathom the depths of her madness. But it was evident that she had reached a breaking point. Her demeanor in the ward was a stark contrast to her usual self. Indeed, I replied. But did you notice how terrifying she appeared just before she fainted? I had indeed noticed, and the memory of her visage sent chills through me. Certainly, Scarlett would not resign herself to failure after orchestrating such a scheme. She would undoubtedly devise every possible method to confront you. It is indeed a formidable challenge to contend with 2 adversaries, and I worry for you as I ponder this. I have contemplated this dilemma long ago, Anran. Do not fret, I shall exercise caution. That night, I lay on the hospital bed, lost in thought, while Lu Haoming, who kept me company, tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The following morning, Wu Ling arrived at the hospital bearing breakfast. As I was eating, Scarlett's brother called. Sister Ranan, my sister has awakened. Is that so? That is splendid news. I replied, feigning delight. If you have the time, could you come and keep my sister company? Her condition seems unusual. She stares blankly at the ceiling without uttering a word, regardless of my attempts to console her. I am quite worried. Lu Haoming, overhearing his words, openly expressed concern.
Wife.
Let us go and see her together. Very well, I agreed, rising to my feet, eager to witness the pitiable state of this woman. Upon Wu Ling's arrival, she too prepared breakfast for Scarlett and accompanied us to her hospital room. Pushing open the door to the hospital room, I immediately spotted Scarlett lying on the bed, her complexion ashen and her gaze fixed blankly on the ceiling, devoid of vitality. Wan, you're here, exclaimed Hao Zijia, promptly rising to greet us. How is Scarlett? I inquired with a concerned expression. Since awakening, she has remained in a daze, uttering not a single word, Hao Zijia replied, moving closer to Scarlett. Sister, Wan and Haoming have come to visit you. Yet, Scarlett showed no reaction, continuing to stare at the ceiling. Hao Zijia gently nudged her and repeated his words loudly, prompting her to finally shift her gaze towards us. Upon seeing me and Lu Haoming, her bewildered eyes suddenly welled with tears. Wan, she cried, and then broke down into sobs. I suppressed my inner distaste and took her hand to offer comfort. Scarlett, you must hang in there. My life is so bitter. She wailed, her cries a desperate plea for sympathy. Listening to her lament, I felt an overwhelming sense of irritation, particularly as I recalled the things she had done to me. I wanted to shout that the cycle of karma is relentless. However, this was neither the time nor place for such words, especially with another woman still at large. I restrained my disgust and patiently advised, Scarlett, what has happened cannot be changed by tears. You must focus on recovering your health. Do not dwell on anything else. Misinterpreting my concern for sympathy, Scarlett intensified her performance. Observing this, Lu Haoming stepped forward to intervene. Scarlett, please don't be sad. You need to take care of yourself. Unfortunately, his words only made her cry louder as she lamented. Why does fate treat me so cruelly? The baby was my hope. How could it take them away so mercilessly? As she lamented the loss, I felt no sympathy for her. Watching her tear-filled display was utterly repugnant. Indeed, how could fate be so cruel? Scarlett, you are so kind. Why must fate treat you this way? The power of the word kindness is substantial, yet Scarlett knew better than anyone the truth of her own nature. Her cries gradually transformed into soft sobs. After offering a few more words of encouragement, she seemed to tire, and her weeping began to subside. Noticing her silence, Wu Ling approached with food she had prepared for Scarlett. The dishes were a feast for the senses, and Scarlett, having cried and feeling hungry, quieted down to eat. Seeing her consume the food, Lu Haoming appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. After spending a short while in a room, he departed for the company. Not long after his exit, Su Anan arrived at the hospital looking for me, but unable to find me, she directly entered Scarlett's room. Upon seeing Su Anan, Hao Zijia greeted her with a smile. Sister Anan, stop right there. I am not your sister. The one eating is your sister. Don't mislabel me. Su Anan retorted, leaving Hao Zijia feeling quite embarrassed. I smiled at Su Anan. You've come. Scarlett, setting down her chopsticks, remarked. Why do you speak so harshly? I am also Ruan's friend. What is wrong with her visiting me? Did you realize that you are merely friends? Since we are friends, I must inquire about something. Our Anran has just experienced a miscarriage, and her body has yet to recover. What is your intention in summoning her here? I came to check on her, because I am concerned about Zijia. Concerned? Perhaps you should focus on your own worries instead. Have you forgotten how her brother treated you yesterday? I have already apologized, Hao Zijia quickly interjected. If I were to strike you and then apologize, would you be inclined to forgive me? Su Anan, do not overstep your bounds. Hao Zijia's face darkened. Overstepping? No one has exceeded your audacity, have they? You shamelessly linger at Ranran's home while pregnant, and when trouble arises, your brother seeks to extort Ranran. By the way, due to your actions, Ranran and the Lu family had a rather unpleasant confrontation yesterday. Are you aware of this? What transpired? Hao Zijia looked at Hao Zijia in astonishment. You still do not know what happened yesterday? Allow me to enlighten you. Yesterday, as you lay in the operating room, hemorrhaging and awaiting signatures. Ranran was in a state of utter panic, trembling so much that she could barely hold a pen. Consequently, she asked Lu Haoming to assist with the signature, only to be harshly reprimanded by Lu Haoming's mother, who questioned why a friend of Ranran's would ask her son to sign, implying that if anything went awry, it would be on their shoulders. Su Anan paused deliberately, watching as Hao Sijia's complexion paled. And then, Lu Haoming, upon hearing this, refused to sign, leaving Ranran to shakily provide her own signature. Subsequently, your brother arrived at the hospital and, in front of so many, began to berate Ranran, accusing her of causing your troubles. Now that you are awake, I must ask, did Ranran cause your predicament? Hao Sijia's face fluctuated between red and white, her entire body trembling, rendered speechless. I understood her feelings. It was not guilt towards me, but rather the shock of realizing that Lu Haoming had chosen to ignore her in such a critical moment. Such betrayal is the most heart-wrenching, and this was precisely why Su Anan sought to make a scene. The scene at the operating room door, where signatures were exchanged, was unseen by Hao Sijia's brother, leaving him oblivious to the indifference of the Lu family. As Lu Haoming is my husband, I had no obligation to share these details with Hao Sijia. Su Anan, however, was unbothered by the role of antagonist, believing that her interference would effectively reveal the truth to Hao Sijia. Ultimately, Hao Sijia, despite her momentary shock, quickly regained her composure and glared fiercely at Hao Sijia. How could you treat Ranran in such a manner? Sister, I acknowledge my mistakes. I have already apologized to Ranran. Hao Sijia explained. What good is an apology? You have utterly tarnished my reputation. Hao Sijia, enraged, began to cough. Su Anan, however, was unswayed. Enough with the pretense. Are you truly unaware of how Ranran has treated you? Once more, a dog knows to repay kindness. How much more should a human? I refuse to believe that your brother's words bear no relation to you. Ranran, I am wronged. Hao Sijia coughed as she turned her gaze towards me. What purpose does crying injustice serve now? If you truly possess such integrity and gratitude, then demonstrate it through tangible actions. Gratitude cannot merely be expressed through words. By the way, if my memory serves me correctly, you have yet to repay the money your father owed us during his surgery. Anan, please stop. I interjected, covering Su Anan's mouth with my hand. But why can't I speak? Su Anan protested, but I pushed her out of Hao Sijia's hospital room. Chapter 77, The Dilemma of Love and Desire, 45. Today is truly satisfying. This woman must be experiencing a tumultuous mix of emotions. She once believed he loved her deeply. But I am determined to show her that the contemptible man who could scheme against her is also capable of disregarding her well-being. Indeed, after discovering Lu Haoming's cold-heartedness towards her, I wonder what Hao Sijia will feel. However, Anan, your renewed ire towards Lu Haoming might provoke him, given his despicable nature. I suspect he will find ways to complicate your life. At most, he will seek out 1 or 2 more women for Guiyang. I have already fortified myself against such matters, and am indifferent. I understand, Sister Wu. Please take a moment to rest, I said kindly to Wu Ling. You've worked hard. It's not exhausting. By the way, Ranran, I must tell you something. Just after you left, Miss Gu slapped her brother in front of me and declared her intention to sever their sibling relationship. Is that so? I see now that I may have overstepped. I replied. Sister Wu, Anan was only joking with you. Please do not take it seriously. Thank you for sharing this with me. After Wu Ling departed, Su Anan scoffed, revealing a disdainful smile. I realized I could not underestimate her. Despite the pain coursing through her, she still had the energy to put on a performance for us. The more cautious she became, the more I sensed her complexity. Without the support of children, her ascent would undoubtedly be challenging. What do you think her next move will be? That will largely depend on Lu Haoming's stance. By the way, can't you see their WeChat conversations? I find it hard to believe that Lu Haoming remains passive. He must have already started a conversation with Wu Ling. I am eager to see if she will confront him regarding his failure to sign the documents. Remembering Su Anan's prompt, I quickly recalled the WeChat matter. Indeed, since the incident unfolded, Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia have yet to find a moment alone together. He must reach out to comfort her. I am curious about what Lu Haoming will say. I opened my email on my phone, and Su Anan leaned in closer. They were indeed engaged in conversation. Lu Haoming, rarely using such affectionate terms, wrote, My dear, please forgive me for not being able to care for you at this moment. How I long to hold you in my arms and offer you comfort, but with her watching, I cannot do so. You cannot fathom how much my heart aches. Seeing you in such a frail state pains me deeply. I grieve for the suffering you endure, and I worry for our child. Do not be sad. Take care of yourself and do not overthink things. I will always be your steadfast support. No, look at the time. These messages were sent early this morning, while I was still in Ha-Si-jia's room. She had no opportunity to check her phone. You are quite observant. If she were truly unwell, could she eat so heartily? Ranran, you should have Wu Ling prepare less appetizing meals. Do not let this woman benefit without reason. You have spoken foolishly once again. On one hand, you instruct me to be wary of Wu Ling, while on the other, you ask me to engage her in this manner. Is this not a contradiction? Alas, my mind falters in moments of anger. Suanin could not help but chuckle. In the ensuing dialogue, Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia exchanged words of comfort and lamentation. Yet Suanin's patience waned. How tiresome these two women could be. Once Lu Haoming and Hao Sijia had shared nearly all their consolations and grievances, Hao Sijia abruptly broached the topic of her miscarriage. Haoming, I sense something amiss regarding my miscarriage. What's strange? I have always been attuned to my body, feeling no discomfort. The child was healthy. Why then did I suddenly miscarry? The timing is utterly implausible. Perhaps it was triggered by your fall last time? The doctor who discharged me after the fall stated unequivocally that there was no issue. You know how cautious I am. If I had felt any discomfort, I would never have left the hospital. Did she leave the hospital merely to confront me? Lu Haoming and she both understood the implications, but it was not the moment for such discussions. After a brief silence, Lu Haoming remarked, "This was merely an unfortunate accident. Do not dwell on it. I truly have not overthought it. Had I experienced any discomfort prior, I would not have questioned it. The peculiarity lies in the fact that I felt nothing, only to be suddenly seized by abdominal pain and profuse bleeding, losing the child, and nearly my own life. I feel as though someone intends to harm me." Harm you? Who?
Anran.
Both Suanin and I were taken aback that Hao Sijia would suspect me. How could this woman think to cast such doubt upon me? Listen to me, my suspicions are not unfounded. I have pondered deeply, reviewing everything, and have uncovered numerous inconsistencies. What inconsistencies? This is implausible. Lu Haoming firmly dismissed her claims. If she were aware of our connection, she would not remain so composed. She would have created a scene. You know she lacks guile, is rather simple-minded, and has a volatile temperament. Lu Haoming's assessment of me was astutely accurate, but it pertained to the former Mu Anran. The current Mu Anran had already been irrevocably altered by their betrayals. Haoming, a woman's intuition is remarkably acute. Do not dismiss my concerns. Though Mu Anran appears innocent, there is a saying, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Anyone would struggle to endure our circumstances, and perhaps Mu Anran has learned to retaliate in a different manner. I believe you are overthinking this, Sijia. You are likely still reeling from the loss of your child. Lu Haoming was unconvinced by Hao Sijia's assertions. In his eyes, I had always been a fool, deserving of deception from him and Hao Sijia, incapable of discerning right from wrong. I knew you would not believe me. I will uncover the truth behind this matter. By the way, Haoming, now that I have lost my child, are you preparing to distance yourself from me? Faced with Lu Haoming's skepticism, Hao Sijia had no choice but to inquire thus.
Impossible.
I would never abandon you. Then will you divorce Mu Anran and marry me? Sijia, divorce is not a simple matter. Setting aside the division of assets, we would face insurmountable obstacles from the Mu family. If you truly wish to be with me, none of this should pose a problem. Scarlett would naturally not believe Lu Haoming's words. Haoming, I have long had a question for you. Have you truly developed feelings for Mu Anran amidst this charade? Impossible. How could I ever like her? Lu Haoming vehemently denied. Haoming, should you genuinely find yourself enamored with her, do remember to inform me. I have shared a bond of love with you, and I would not wish to witness your deceit. If you truly have feelings for Mu Anran, I shall not entangle myself further. I shall hold to my word. Scarlett was testing Lu Haoming. If she truly wished to sever ties, she would not have considered harming me. Rather, she should have taken the opportunity to leverage Lu Haoming's promises for her own benefit. Dijia, take good care of your health and refrain from overthinking. Rest assured, my affections for you remain steadfast and unchanging. Observing Lu Haoming's earnest declarations, Suanin could not help but curse. What a detestable scoundrel. Why doesn't he just vanish? I chose to disregard Lu Haoming's promises to Scarlett and instead focused on another matter. Then, do you not find the circumstances surrounding Scarlett's child's passing rather suspicious? Not particularly. She responded. Scarlett claims she is well and has no discomfort. I trust her words, for that child is the sole bond connecting her to Lu Haoming. Without that child, her prospects would be dim. So, why did she experience a sudden miscarriage? The likelihood of someone like Scarlett undergoing a miscarriage at this stage is rather slim. Indeed, by all accounts, she should not have suffered such a miscarriage. Is it possible that someone is scheming against her as she has against you? Suwon shook her head. How could that be? She possesses neither wealth nor power. And there is little to gain from plotting against her, unless Lu Haoming has another woman on the side? I simply find this situation perplexing. Scarlett's miscarriage is exceedingly strange. Do not dwell on it. You have not harmed her, and your conscience is clear, Suwon replied, wishing to avoid further entanglement. By the way, having just reviewed our earlier conversation, I suddenly conceived a method to deal with two women. What method? Scarlett did not question Lu Haoming regarding the signing of the documents during our chat. Do you not find that curious? Suwon's reminder sparked a realization within me. Indeed. Why did Scarlett refrain from confronting Lu Haoming? Is it disbelief in our words, or does she harbor ulterior motives? Despite Suwon's carefree demeanor, her words struck a chord. I recalled the Cartier bracelet. If Scarlett were to discover that the bracelet Lu Haoming gifted her was counterfeit, she would undoubtedly begin to harbor suspicions toward him. I believed I had unearthed a means to sow doubt between Scarlett and Lu Haoming, yet I soon realized that matters were not as straightforward as I had hoped. 3 days later, I was discharged from the hospital. Upon my release, I did not rest at home, but, under the pretense of being busy with work, directly proceeded to the office. My mother-in-law had no objections to my return to work, while Lu Haoming feigned concern, attempting to persuade me otherwise. When he saw my determination to go to the company, he offered to drive me, but I declined, opting to drive myself. Faced with her barrage of questions, I could only smile wryly. I was not missing in action, merely recovering from my hospitalization. Miscarriage.
What?
Miscarriage? Su Qing's mouth formed a large O shape as she inquired. Anran, when did you become pregnant? Why have I heard nothing about it? Convinced, Su Qing offered me a few words of comfort before departing. After she left, I found myself ensconced in deep contemplation within the confines of my office. In the grand scheme of this miscarriage incident, I was undeniably the loser. Had it not been for Gao Zijia's sudden miscarriage, I would have been utterly powerless. This event has further illuminated a crucial truth. Lu Haoming, this scoundrel,
Is not easily dealt with.
Addressing Lu Haoming is not merely a matter of seeking allies. It requires a comprehensive understanding of his entire being. Having spent years married to him, I foolishly devoted myself to loving him, bearing the weight of our shared burdens, yet I remained oblivious to his other facets. In particular, I was entirely unaware of Lu Haoming's financial status. I had no inkling of how much he had earned over the years, or the extent of his wealth. Thus far, I only knew that he owned 3 companies in Jiangcheng, all of which were flourishing. However, given the WeChat messages he had previously sent to Gao Zijia, it was evident that he had businesses elsewhere as well. Lu Haoming is exceedingly cunning. I do not trust that he would fully disclose everything to Gao Zijia, as he may very well have taken precautions. I must ascertain the full details of Lu Haoming's companies and their financial standings, lest this sordid affair escalate and the rogue scramble to conceal his assets. Clearly, such investigations necessitate the expertise of a private detective. I called Suwon in, requesting her to enlist the same private investigator from last time to look into Lu Haoming's corporate affairs. Suwon agreed and hung up. I promptly made my way to Mr. Jiang's office. Upon my arrival, Mr. Jiang greeted me with a warm smile and ran. How is your health? If you're unwell, take a few days to rest. While work is important, your health is paramount. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I am currently fine. That's good to hear. I called you here to discuss a design project. Mr. Jiang handed me a document. This is the client's tender proposal. Please take a look. As I glanced at it, my heart sank upon seeing the name Yi. Could this client be connected to Yifema? Just as that thought crossed my mind, Mr. Jiang continued. This is the tender proposal for a hotel just built by the Yi family. The hotel is too large for our company to handle entirely, so we will only participate in the bidding for a few floors. Your capabilities are well recognized, and I hope you can swiftly devise a proposal to ensure our company secures the tender. I will do my utmost, I replied, though internally, I felt apprehensive. Yi Feima's sharp tongue is not something an ordinary person can endure. He is fully aware of my recent false miscarriage, and I dread how he might humiliate me upon our next encounter. Oblivious to my inner turmoil, Mr. Jiang continued, Anran, this tender will be overseen directly by Mr.
Yi.
As you know, Mr. Yi has a background in design and possesses remarkable talent in that field. His expectations for design are undoubtedly distinct from those of the average individual. Although this is a public tender, Our company's relationship with Mr. Yi is somewhat unique. Once your design draft is complete, you may wish to consult with Mr. Yi to gather his insights. Mr. Jiang, what makes our company's relationship with Mr. Yi unique? I was unaware of this. I feigned ignorance. Ahem. President Jiang coughed twice and said, Anran, you are not an outsider, so I will share a little secret with you. Our company may soon collaborate with President Yi, who will have full authority over the project. Therefore, at this bidding conference, he will extend some preferential treatment towards us.
Oh.
I see, I replied, feigning ignorance. Since President Yi is preparing to partner with our company, does that mean we only need to go through the motions for this bidding? Not at all, he replied. Although we will be collaborating with President Yi in the future, that does not mean you can be lax about this bidding. You must showcase your abilities and impress him. I nodded and exited President Zhang's office. Upon returning to my own office, I meticulously reviewed the materials provided by him. Our company was competing for the design of the presidential suite and lobby of a hotel, having previously participated in the design of several five-star hotels. I had no qualms about the design aspect. However, as President Jiang mentioned, Yi Feima might have his own unique insights into design, so it would be prudent to seek his guidance. Seeking guidance in a less flattering sense could be construed as somewhat of a backdoor approach. I had always scorned such behavior, but this time I found myself without objections. The reason being my desire to engage with Yi Feima further and explore potential collaboration opportunities. I promptly called Yi Feima. After a few rings, his cold voice came through, asking, "What is it?" Given his brusque tone, I decided to be forthright. President Yi, I would like to exchange thoughts regarding the hotel renovation. The renovation details were already included in the bidding documents, weren't they? Can you not comprehend the bid? Yi Feima seemed quite impatient. In my years as a designer, it was the first time I had been spoken to in such a manner. To ask for assistance meant enduring some discomfort. I restrained my temper. I have reviewed the bidding documents, but there are a few points I find unclear and would like to consult you about. If everyone sought my guidance like you, I would surely be overwhelmed, he retorted. By the way, are you hoping to gain design insights from me? If so, allow me to inform Miss Mu that this bidding is conducted under fair and impartial conditions, without any favoritism. If Miss Mu believes I might provide her with any hints, I advise her to abandon such hopes. Yi Feima's words were truly hurtful, implying that I was seeking a backdoor favor. I felt the urge to retaliate with harsh words, yet I knew this was not the time for emotional outbursts. President Jiang had subtly indicated that you would soon be a significant figure in the industry, even if it were not for my own sake. I had to swallow my pride from this perspective. Suppressing my indignation, I said, I apologize, President Yi. It was inconsiderate of me to call you. However, I genuinely did not intend to seek any unfair advantage. I will prove my capabilities through this design. I won't take up more of your time, I said before hanging up. Yi Feima did not respond but simply hung up the phone. As I heard the dial tone, I struck my fist against the desk in frustration. How dare you, Yi? I exclaimed. If it were merely about design, would I need to seek your help? After venting, I realized I had once again let my emotions get the best of me. I rubbed my temples, trying to calm myself. Stay composed. I must remain calm. After a considerable period of rubbing my temples, the pain finally subsided. I leaned back in my chair, contemplating the upcoming bidding. This time, I must present a flawless design that would astonish Yi Feima. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I promptly began to gather information to prepare for the design. This flurry of activity persisted until noon. Why should I care if you come or not? I murmured, not lifting my gaze. Observing my indifference, Su Qing was unfazed. At that moment, President Jiang was engaged in a phone conversation. I caught snippets of their dialogue before being shooed away. You deserve it. Who told you to eavesdrop on the boss's call? Am I the type to eavesdrop? It was merely an accidental overhearing. By the way, I did catch President Jiang mentioning your name during the call. I remained silent, continuing my work. Noticing my complete lack of concern, Su Qing found the situation dull. Anran, can you not act like a normal person? Do I appear abnormal? Absolutely. Everyone else experiences a spectrum of emotions, while you remain unfazed, solely focused on work and your family. I really don't understand what joy you derive from such a life. Su Qing's words struck a chord, provoking reflection. Have I truly lived these past 5 years consumed only by work and family? Once, I reveled in life, brimming with confidence like any young girl, surrounded by countless friends. Yet after marrying Lu Haoming, I found myself with merely 2 friends, Su Anan and Hao Sijia. My existence had dwindled to a monotonous cycle between work and home, losing my sense of self and becoming merely an appendage to Lu Haoming. I had never detested the notion of a woman focusing solely on her family and career post-marriage, but now it seemed the greatest irony. I sighed heavily, halting my tasks. Su Qing noticed my despondence. What's the matter? Nothing, I feigned a smile. You seem off lately. Have you encountered some trouble? No, I'm fine. Don't deceive me. I'm perceptive. Surely something is troubling you. Su Qing persisted and ran. We share the best relationship in the company. If something is wrong, don't hesitate to share. I can help you make decisions. What could possibly be wrong? Su Qing, somewhat obstinate, continued her relentless questioning until my phone rang. I answered, and Gunan's voice came through. Ran, I'm downstairs at your office. Hurry down. What has happened? His serious tone sent a shiver of unease through me. It's important. Please take a leave and come down immediately. I'll explain later. Although I was uncertain about the nature of Gunan's urgency, his grave tone indicated it was not trivial. I agreed and hung up, preparing to call President Jiang for leave when the office phone rang. I answered, and President Jiang's voice came through. Anran, please come to my office. President Jiang, I apologize, but I have an urgent matter and need to step out. What urgent matter? He inquired. Upon receiving the news, I swiftly gathered my belongings and departed, with Su Qing trailing closely behind me. The call I had just received was from Gu Dashao, was it not? Indeed. Should anything arise, do remember to reach out to me, Su Qing urged. I took the elevator downstairs and immediately spotted Gunan's vehicle. Upon seeing me emerge, Gunan exited the car and opened the door. As I entered, I inquired, what exactly transpired? My father has been hospitalized due to a sudden cerebral hemorrhage.
What?
I gazed at Gunan in disbelief, unable to fathom the gravity of his words. I received the news and came to find you without delay. We must head to the hospital at once, Gunan stated, extending his hand to assist me with my seatbelt. Regaining my composure, I grasped his hand tightly and asked, Gunan, my father will be all right, won't he? He reassured me, do not worry, your father will be fine. Suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes startled me, and I turned to see Fama sitting in his car, his expression grim and fixed upon us. I had no time to ponder Yi Fama's displeasure. I released Gunan's hand and hurriedly fastened my seatbelt, urging him to drive quickly. Gunan complied and started the engine. As we passed Yi Fama's vehicle, I caught a glimpse of him casting a cold, frosty glance in our direction. I did not dwell on his demeanor. My mind was consumed by the troubling news of my father's condition. 5 years prior, my father had been in excellent health, with no indication of illness. Yet now he was hospitalized due to a cerebral hemorrhage. A wave of sorrow washed over me, and I struggled to hold back tears that betrayed my composure. Gunan, has my father been unwell for a long time? Had I truly been so negligent as to overlook my parents' daily lives? I was unaware of my father's illness, and it was no wonder he felt heartbroken. How pitiful it was that I had neglected my own father's health while expressing concern for Lu Haoming, that scoundrel's father. With a daughter like me, my father must be utterly heartbroken. Contemplating my actions towards my parents over the years, tears fell unbidden, a delayed expression of remorse. Gunan, please do not worry. Everything will be all right, he said, offering me tissues while attempting to console me. Gunan, I am truly an unfilial daughter. How did I arrive at this juncture? I am filled with regret. Do you think my parents would forgive someone as disobedient as I? You are their child. Regardless of how egregious your missteps may be, in their eyes, you will always be their child, and I believe they will forgive you. Upon arriving at the hospital, Gunan and I hurriedly made our way inside. Gunan located my father's attending physician, who informed us that my father's condition had improved and that he was currently resting in his ward. As long as he takes his medication on time and avoids undue stress, he should recover well. Exiting the doctor's office, we proceeded to my father's hospital room. I hesitated to enter, fearing that my emotional turmoil might upset him, so I allowed Gunan to enter the room first. After a brief moment in the hospital room, my mother emerged, and upon seeing me, tears streamed down her cheeks. I rushed forward, enveloping her in an embrace, my voice trembling as I cried out, Mom, you unfilial child, why have you come only now? Do you have any idea how worried I am about Dad? How could you be so heartless? For 5 long years, you have not visited us. What is your heart made of? How can you be so cruel? My mother vigorously patted my shoulder. I'm sorry, I pleaded. Mom, I realize my mistakes. I truly understand now. I was overcome with emotion. After we wept together for a while, my mother's agitation gradually subsided. Ran, your father's condition has only just stabilized. It would be best if you do not see him yet, to avoid triggering a relapse. I understand, Mom. I will wait here.
I'll go to see Dad as soon as I can.
Hearing this, a smile graced my mother's face. You've grown so much more sensible than before. Her words caused my tears to flow anew. Mom, it's all my fault. Rest assured, I will be a good daughter from now on. And I won't trouble you, and Dad again. My mother grasped my hand. It's impossible not to worry. Your father, and I simply hope you can be a little more understanding and less stubborn. By the way, you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight since the last time I saw you. Have you encountered any troubles? No. What troubles could I have? I replied. Is that person treating you well? My mother was, of course, referring to Lu Haoming.
Quite well.
I truly did not wish to bring up that insufferable man at such a moment, yet my mother remained oblivious to my sentiments. What about his family? She inquired. They're also quite nice. I had been pampered since childhood and had never experienced hardship. I imagined it must be quite challenging to coexist with such a family. I have heard your mother-in-law is quite the shrew, Anran. I know you must have had a difficult time over the years. Mom, I'm not struggling. My mother-in-law has always treated me well, I said, reluctantly praising Lu Haoming's mother to ease my mother's worries. How could it not be difficult? It's not just the everyday frictions. The most significant issue is your inability to conceive. I've heard his parents have a strong desire for heirs. You must have suffered greatly due to this. My mother, being a woman of experience, saw through my facade immediately. I forced a smile. Initially, they were not very pleased. But gradually, they accepted me. If they can truly accept you, they are decent people. But Anran, the inability to bear children is a serious drawback. It poses challenges whether in a wealthy family or an ordinary one. I genuinely worry for you. That man seems to be doing well in recent years. When men acquire wealth, they often stray. You have no idea how much your father and I have been concerned for you. As my mother spoke, my heart grew heavier. 5 years ago, I had recklessly severed ties with my family for the sake of love, only to find neither the marriage nor the solace I sought, leaving my parents to worry about me for 5 long years. I could not allow them to suffer further anxiety on my account. Until the uncertainties between Lu Haoming and me settled, I would never reveal a hint of our struggles to my parents. Mother, please do not worry. Their family has been quite kind to me. Look, this jewelry was purchased for me by Lu Haoming. To reassure my mother that I am truly happy, I showed her the jewelry Lu Haoming had bought, a Cartier piece, which must have cost him quite a fortune. However, my mother displayed no interest in the adornments, saying, Ranan, marriage is not measured by jewelry or wealth. Her words struck a chord within me, making me wonder if she knew something. Surely not. If she were aware of Lu Haoming's infidelity, she would not be so calm. Thus, I resorted to deception once more, asserting, I just want to let you know that I am doing well. There is no need for you to worry. As long as you are well, I can rest easy. Ranan, I share this with you not to sow discord between you and their family, but because the world is fraught with malice. One must not be too naive. It is vital to be aware of certain realities, lest regret come too late. My mother's explanation made my heart ache, as I could only imagine the shadows my past rebelliousness cast upon my family. Even my dearest mother feared I might misinterpret her words of concern. I studied the tumult within me and replied, Mother, I understand everything you have said. Rest assured, I have grown. I am no longer the naive girl I once was. I am fully aware of my own circumstances. That is good. That is good. No parent wishes ill for their child. Perhaps we did not handle matters appropriately back then. Ranan, parents will never intentionally harm their children. As long as you are happy, both your father and I can find solace. Mother, wasn't he father always in good health? How could he suddenly fall ill? Your father's health is not as robust as you might believe. He has poured his heart and soul into the company since his youth, and his health has long been compromised. He bore the burden alone, not wanting to worry you or me. After you married Lu Haoming, his concerns multiplied. Worrying for you while managing the company has taken a toll on him these past 5 years. It is all my fault. I am the one to blame. I lamented. Enough of that. You need not feel guilt. As long as you are well, your father will be happy for you. I know, but Mother, I was so rebellious back then. Have I wounded my parents' hearts beyond repair? Will Father ever forgive me? While my mother and I spoke, a sharp voice suddenly broke the moment. Ranan? I looked up to see my aunt, her eyes wide in disbelief. Is it truly you, Ranan? When did you arrive? My aunt's voice, already loud, grew even louder in her astonishment, prompting my mother to intervene. Aunt, please lower your voice. Your brother is still unaware that Ranan is here. Sister-in-law, I did not mean to be so loud. My aunt paused. glancing at the closed hospital door before lowering her voice. Sister-in-law, will my brother be able to hear me? Before my mother could respond, the hospital door opened from within, revealing Gu-nan. Ranan, your father wishes for you to come in. Indeed, my aunt's loud voice had attracted my father's attention. I knew I could not avoid facing him forever, though I felt a pang of concern about how he might react in his current state. I understand, mother. Rest assured. I shall not utter a word. Allow me to accompany you inside. My mother, still uneasy, followed closely behind as we entered the hospital room. Upon our arrival, Gu-nan attentively closed the door. Inside, my father lay half-reclined on the bed, his face drawn and weary. Upon seeing me enter, his expression darkened. Father, I called out, but he remained silent, merely gazing at me. My mother stepped forward. Old Moo, Anran has hurried here upon hearing of your hospitalization. Please do not be angry. Do converse with her kindly. How could I dare to speak to her kindly? In other families, children are nurtured with affection, while in mine, I have been raised as a foe. Years of devotion seem to pale in comparison to the bond of an outsider. The thought of severing ties so easily is truly disheartening. My mother glanced at me, gently urging my father. Old Moo, Anran was once thoughtless, but she now recognizes her mistakes. She has come to see you, so please refrain from speaking ill of her. My mother, believing I still possessed that fiery temperament, worried that my father's words might provoke me. Little did she know that hearing my father's sentiments stirred a whirlwind of emotions within me. It is no wonder that one cannot purchase regret in this world. Had I known that my steadfastness would culminate in such a farcical outcome, I would never have dared defy my parents. Reflecting on the past filled my heart with unbearable sorrow. My father was not at fault. It was my own stubbornness that led to this outcome. Observing the gray strands in my father's hair and the gauntness of his face, I could no longer contain myself. I sank to my knees beside his hospital bed. Father, I was wrong. I recognize my mistakes. Please forgive me. I promise to heed your words from now on. Seeing me kneeling and weeping at his bedside, both my mother and father were taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a display of repentance from me. My mother was the first to recover, reaching out to assist me. Anran, what are you doing?
Get up.
Your father spoke in anger. He never said he wouldn't forgive you. My father's eyes glistened with tears. Unfilial child, have you come to visit me or to provoke me? Is it that I must not forgive you for you to rise? Who taught you this? Hearing my father speak thus, tears streamed down his face. How could my heart bear such a weight? For 5 years, I had not known a single night of restful sleep. Regardless of her faults, she is still my daughter. I only lament my own stubbornness. Why could I not communicate with her properly? 5 years of separation felt like living as strangers. Who can truly fathom my anguish? As the sounds of weeping echoed in the room, Gu-nan and my aunt entered, witnessing my kneeling form. Gu-nan stepped forward to support me, uncle. Anran has already recognized her mistakes. Please allow her to rise. My aunt also urged, brother, let Anran get up. This posture is unbecoming.
Aunt.
This is not about my father. It is I who must apologize, I wept, attempting to explain. My father remained silent, tears falling freely. Seeing him unresponsive, Gu-nan grew anxious. Uncle, Anran has just spent a week in the hospital and was only discharged yesterday. Her health has not yet recovered. You cannot allow her to remain kneeling.
What?
Anran has just come out of the hospital? My mother exclaimed, her concern palpable. Why did you not mention this sooner? Get up. My father extended his hand to pull me up, while my mother and Gu-nan supported me from either side, lifting me from the floor. No wonder I remarked on how much thinner I had become compared to last time. It turns out I had been hospitalized. But for what reason? Merely a slight cold. I never anticipated that Gu-nan would divulge my hospitalization. It left me feeling quite embarrassed. Was it necessary to be hospitalized for a mere cold? My mother doubted it. It was truly just a small ailment. Why did I go back to work immediately upon discharge? Why not rest at home for a few days? Look at how thin you are. My mother has begun to shed tears again. Fearing my mother might suspect Lu Haoming was unkind to me, I hastily clarified, Mom.
I'm perfectly fine.
Haoming wanted me to rest at home for a few days, but I insisted on returning to work. Just as I was speaking, Lu Haoming's call came through. I had initially harbored a strong aversion to answering calls from that scoundrel. Yet considering his propensity for pretense, and in an effort to reassure my parents, I answered the call in their presence. Lu Haoming's voice was remarkably gentle. Darling, how are you feeling? Are you experiencing any discomfort? No, I'm perfectly fine. You really should take a few days off. I'm genuinely worried about you returning to work like this. Lu Haoming's insincere words, heard by my parents, led them to believe he was exceedingly kind to me. And their expressions visibly softened. There's no need to worry. I'm in good health. I've asked Sister Wu to prepare nourishing soup for you tonight. Would you prefer blackfish soup, pigeon soup, or ginseng chicken soup? Oh, I forgot you dislike chicken soup. Shall we opt for ginseng and pork ribs instead? What do you think? Whatever. Then how about one bowl of each? It was clear that this was not merely for my benefit. I am not a pig capable of consuming such quantities. Evidently, he intended to prepare a portion for House Sijia as well. I suppressed my distaste, saying, "You decide. I have matters to attend to. I must hang up now." After ending the call, I noticed my parents and aunt gazing at me. My aunt looked at me with a hint of envy. Has he always treated you this well? It's no small feat to be so good to you. She glanced at my father as she spoke. He remained silent, evidently still harboring reservations about Lu Haoming. I had not come today to seek my parents' forgiveness for that scoundrel. I swiftly redirected the conversation to inquire about my father's health. This marked the first time our family had conversed together in 5 years. My aunt, understanding the situation, took her leave, as did Gu Nan, leaving only my parents and me in the hospital room. Our exchange of questions and answers made time fly by swiftly. Our family's maid, Aunt Foam, arrived at the hospital with meals. She had been assisting my family since my birth, akin to a close relative. Upon seeing me, Aunt Foam was visibly excited, setting down her thermos to embrace me. Ran, I've missed you so much. Aunt Foam, I've missed you too. I blurted out foolishly. You're not well. You don't need to accompany me here. You have me, the nurses, and yourself. My mother worried about my health.
Mom, I'm fine.
After being away from you for so long, I want to spend the evening with you. Ultimately, after my parents insisted, I did not stay to keep watch over them. On my way home, I pondered silently within myself, resolving that I must never divulge my father's hospitalization to Lu Haoming. Given Lu Haoming's cunning and scheming nature, should he learn of my father's condition, he would undoubtedly concoct some means to feign filial piety during my visits, and I would never allow this loathsome scoundrel to tarnish the honor of my parents in any way. As I traveled, an unsettling thought crossed my mind. Had Lu Haoming returned to the hospital to visit House Sijia? Yet, upon further reflection, this seemed implausible. If Lu Haoming were indeed at the hospital, he would not have uttered the words that prompted Sister Wu to prepare a meal. Could it be that House Sijia had been discharged? However, had she not only recently suffered a miscarriage? It seemed far too soon for her to leave the hospital. Her body was still in a fragile state. Lost in thought, the car had already arrived at my building. I parked in the garage, grabbed my bag, and entered the elevator. Upon opening the door to my home, I was met with laughter emanating from the living room. Instantly, I spotted House Sijia seated on the sofa, flanked by my mother-in-law and sister-in-law, all three engaged in cheerful conversation. Such impolite inquiries from Lu Meili had been commonplace in the past. Yet today I found myself inexplicably displeased. I acknowledged that the sight of House Sijia comfortably chatting with my mother-in-law and sister-in-law was a source of irritation for me. When I chose to ignore her, Lu Meili, undeterred by any sense of embarrassment, stood to block my path. Sister-in-law, what were you doing at the hospital today? I glanced at her, perplexed as to how Lu Meili had learned of my visit. Before I could respond, my mother-in-law interjected, "What hospital? Your sister-in-law is at work. How could she possibly be at the hospital? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes? I saw her with a man." Hastily getting out of the car and rushing to the hospital. "With a man?" my mother-in-law exclaimed, her gaze toward me shifting dramatically. "You must be mistaken." "How could I be mistaken? That man was clearly holding your sister-in-law's hand. I saw it distinctly." Lu Meili, as if seizing upon a weakness, pressed me aggressively. "Sister-in-law, who is that man?" Lu Meili's voice rang loudly, drawing the attention of Lu Haoming from the kitchen. "Meili, why are you shouting? Brother?" I saw sister-in-law holding hands with a man at the hospital. I was just waiting for her explanation. I cast a disdainful glance at Lu Meili. "Are you interrogating me now? How can it be an interrogation? You, a married woman, holding hands with another man, shouldn't I be allowed to question that?" Lu Meili retorted defiantly. This was the first time I had spoken to Lu Meili with such overt disdain, and she recoiled in shock. "Brother, look at sister-in-law's attitude."
Indeed.
"What kind of attitude is this? Is Meili not even permitted to ask questions?" My mother-in-law chimed in. "Are you trying to drive us away? Is there no sense of justice left?" My mother-in-law cried out. "The notion of justice is not determined by volume or unreasonable outbursts, but is dictated by reason and the law. Since we are going to make a scene, let us do so thoroughly. There is no need for you to guard against me like a thief. I am no sinner and owe you nothing. Moreover, remember this crucial point. I am married to Lu Haoming, not to you. Do not claim that my merely holding a man's hand is any of your concern. You are but an outsider, lacking any qualification to address me in such a tone. Upon uttering these words, everyone fell silent. Lu Haoming, momentarily taken aback, reached out to me, asking, "Dear, are you feeling unwell today? If you were in my position, would you feel any better?" What a mess this has become, with incessant interruptions that only serve to frustrate me. Do you think of Anran as an easy target? I retorted fiercely and pushed open the door. Striding into the room, the living room fell into a brief silence until Lu Mei's indignant voice broke through. "Brother, she really was holding hands with a man at the hospital today. Why don't you question her?" Her protests dwindled, evidently halted by someone. I smirked as I entered the bathroom to wash my hands. Upon emerging, I found Lu Haoming waiting for me in the bedroom.
Dear,
I apologize on behalf of Mei for what just transpired. What a shameless man, apologizing without even clarifying the situation. I sat down, maintaining a stern expression. Why are you apologizing? Shouldn't you be interrogating me about why I was holding hands with a man? Dear, Mei speaks without thinking. She knows not what she says. I know you are not that kind of person. At least he was somewhat sensible. Had it been a less discerning man, would he not have rushed to confront me after hearing her words? I feigned indignation. After so many years of marriage, do you not know me?
dear,
Please do not be angry. You are not in a condition to be upset. Let's go out for a meal, shall we? Looking at Lu Haoming, I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. My earlier display of anger was intentional. I had not planned to inform him about my father's hospitalization, but Lu Mei inadvertently exposed it. Given that, there was no need for further concealment. Thus, I had feigned anger merely to vent my frustrations and to observe Lu Haoming's reaction upon hearing that I had held another man's hand. His response exceeded my expectations, as he seemed torn between curiosity and maintaining his composure. Do you not wish to know why I was at the hospital holding hands with another man?
dear,
Let us not dwell on this topic. You are still hungry. Let us eat first and discuss it afterward. His disbelief remained apparent. Eventually, I decided to disclose the truth. I went to the hospital today to see my father. What happened to him? He suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and was hospitalized. It was Nan who informed me, and I rushed straight to the hospital with him. As for what your sister mentioned regarding holding hands, I was completely preoccupied at that moment and had no awareness of whether or not I actually held Nan's hand. Dear, you have been wronged. I understand your feelings at that time. You must have been very anxious. You should have called to let me know. How could I? What if my father saw you, and it worsened his condition? The words rendered Lu Haoming speechless. After a brief silence, he inquired with genuine concern, "How is Dad's condition now?" "It remains relatively stable," I replied. "Did he seem angry upon seeing you?" "How could he not be angry, Mom?" I knelt on the floor for quite some time. I intentionally touched my knees. Noticing the dirty marks on my knees, Lu Haoming displayed a look of sympathy.
dear,
"Does your knee still hurt?" "Yes, but thankfully Dad did not send me away." That's good. Upon hearing my words, Lu Haoming visibly relaxed. As long as Dad was willing to see you, it indicated he was on the path to forgiveness. I said this half in jest. Lu Haoming took my words to heart. "Dear, there is still time ahead of us. We will continue to strive, and Dad will surely forgive us." As Lu Haoming and I exited the room, we found my mother-in-law and sister-in-law sitting in the living room with sullen expressions. I offered no warmth in return and simply greeted Heasijia before proceeding to the dining room to instruct Wu Ling to set the table. In this household, I had always been dutiful, with my thoughts first directed towards them, relegating myself to the last place. My act of dining without preamble infuriated my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Yet, what could they do?
scold me? Strike me?
My earlier reaction had clearly conveyed that this was my home, and if they were displeased, they could leave. Since they dared not confront me openly due to their ulterior motives, they could only endure their frustration in silence. Heasijia watched the scene with an awkward demeanor, caught between entering the dining room and remaining outside. Just then, Lu Haoming called out to his father, who entered with a peculiar gait. Noticing that no one acknowledged them, my mother-in-law and sister-in-law mustered their courage to join us in the dining room. While they consumed their meal with little enjoyment, I relished my food, finishing a bowl of rice and 2 generous bowls of soup. Observing the dejected expressions of my mother-in-law and sister-in-law, I suddenly gained insight. The grievances I had harbored over the past 5 years had largely been self-inflicted. Had I been a bit more assertive from the beginning, Rather than excessively accommodating and patient, would my mother-in-law and sister-in-law have dared to tread upon me? Indeed, people become accustomed to certain behaviors. My current predicament was significantly shaped by my own choices. After dinner, I requested Wu Ling to teach me the art of soup making, as I planned to prepare some for my father to enjoy. Although an aunt was tending to him, I wished to personally craft a soup for him. I believed my father would be delighted to savor a soup made by my own hands. With available ingredients at home, Wu Ling patiently instructed me on the essentials, which I memorized, determined to rise early the next morning to begin my soup preparation. Is it true? Heisijia moving out was somewhat expected, but I did not foresee it happening so swiftly. Moreover, I heard Mei mention that the wealthy heir of her child has accepted the situation and is persuading his family to accept it. Aunt Lu is quite pleased and is planning the dowry for Mei's marriage. I nonchalantly hummed in response to Mei's situation, believing that if she refrained from self-destructive actions, she would not face dire consequences. Aspiring to marry a wealthy heir? Perhaps in her next life. Rest assured, you need not worry about the soup tomorrow. I will wake you early, Wu Ling reassured me. Thank you, Sister Wu. I stood and, through the glass of the dining room, spotted Heisijia sitting alone in the living room, her gaze fixed intently on the dining area. What was she doing? Monitoring me and Wu Ling? As I dried my hands and exited the restaurant, I noticed Scarlett calling out to me, Anran, I need to speak with you. I approached and took a seat, my expression one of sincere apology. Scarlett, I regret neglecting you today due to my foul mood. By the way, why didn't you stay in the hospital for a few more days? Is leaving so early detrimental to your health? It's nothing to worry about. My body can endure it. Scarlett replied with a forced smile. The reason for my early discharge is work. I haven't been employed for months, and that's not sustainable. Is it not helming? Did you find a job online with a high salary? I thought you were doing well there. Why not continue? I was genuinely astonished by Scarlett's departure from Lu Haoming's company. I had expected her to cling to him more desperately. It seemed implausible that she would willingly leave, and I sensed something amiss. I have troubled you for too long, Anran. My major is design, and Haoming's company does not focus on that. I felt lost there. By chance, I sent out my resume and landed this new job, which offers a decent salary. Scarlett, if it's about the money, I can ask Haoming for a raise, I said with concern. It's not about the money. My family's situation has improved significantly over the years. They no longer require my financial support and can save money on their own. I genuinely enjoy this new job. By the way, I'll start working tomorrow. So soon? You should rest a few more days. Your health is paramount. I've thought it over. This opportunity is rare and aligns with my aspirations. So, I do prefer to report sooner rather than later. Lying in bed, I felt a deep-seated suspicion regarding Scarlett's actions today. Had she conferred with Lu Haoming earlier? I opened my email, hoping to find something on WeChat, yet it was empty. Clearly, these two had either met for an in-depth discussion or communicated via phone during the day. What could they have discussed that prompted Scarlett to make such a choice? I needed to uncover the truth. That night, I found myself once again unable to sleep. By the early hours, I had yet to drift off, my agitation growing as I listened to Lu Haoming's steady breathing. I quietly got up, intending to have a glass of water outside. To avoid disturbing Lu Haoming, I tiptoed toward the door, only to be startled by a shadowy figure emerging from Wu Ling's room. Was that my father-in-law? Had he clandestinely visited Wu Ling at night? This shocking scene took me aback. It seemed that like father, like son, Lu Haoming had strayed into Scarlett's room. And now his father brazenly entered Wu Ling's. What sort of family was this? When did my father-in-law and Wu Ling begin their affair? Surely my mother-in-law was unaware. Yet, I found it peculiar that my mother-in-law did not know about my father-in-law's absence from the room. Typically, older individuals are light sleepers. She should have been aware of any commotion. Was it possible that he had drugged her into slumber? It must be so, otherwise. My mother-in-law could not possibly be oblivious to such matters. This revelation has rendered me increasingly restless, as the family's coldness and cruelty send shivers through my heart. Judging by the malice with which my father-in-law treats my mother-in-law, it is reasonable to assume that Lu Haoming possesses a similar, if not greater, degree of viciousness, perhaps even surpassing his predecessor. In a battle akin to that of venomous serpents, I must henceforth exercise utmost caution. This night, I found myself in a state of sleeplessness. Thus, I rose early and made my way to the kitchen before Wu Ling could summon me. Upon entering, I prepared the ingredients, and soon Wu Ling joined me, her expression one of surprise. Anran, why are you up so early? She inquired. Dismissing my early rising, she began to guide me tenderly in the art of soup making, her voice soft and soothing. I could not help but recall the scene I witnessed the previous night. Why would Wu Ling engage in such a relationship with my father-in-law? To my eyes, she is not lacking in beauty, possesses a family, and has children of her own. Why, then, would she choose to be with a man of unremarkable appearance? Had she not considered the repercussions of such a scandal? Her family would likely disintegrate. She would face public scorn, and her career would be severely hampered, for the connection between a caregiver and her employer is hardly viewed favorably in our society. It would be challenging for her to find future employment. Wu Ling appears refined and is certainly not a foolish woman. What could possibly drive her to take such risks? Is it merely for financial gain? Thus far, that is the only plausible explanation, and I found myself curious about the sum my father-in-law might provide her in this affair. 3 hours later, I emerged from my home, carrying the soup I had prepared. Upon seeing me, Lu Haoming, who was breakfasting, hastily set down his chopsticks and stood up. "Wife, shall I accompany you to the hospital?" he asked. "No need. I can manage alone," I replied firmly. "I won't go to the ward, but I will accompany you to the hospital entrance." "There's no need. You have a multitude of matters awaiting you at the company," I insisted. Lu Haoming has long sought my parents' approval, and while I once hoped they might someday accept him, now, armed with the truth, I could never bring this loathsome man before them. No matter how pressing his work may be, it pales in comparison to my father's illness. Hearing him refer to my father as Dad revolts me. Indeed, Anran, your in-law's illness is a serious matter. It would be unbecoming for Haoming, as a son-in-law, not to visit the hospital. Allow him to accompany you. Even if your in-laws do not wish to see him, it would bring him some solace to be present, my sister-in-law suggested, supporting his case and referencing last night's events. Noticing my mother-in-law preparing to persuade me further, I grew exasperated. "Fine, you may accompany me. We shall meet at the hospital entrance." "Are you not taking my car?" Lu Haoming asked, surprised. "I shall not. I need to go to the hospital again at noon to see my father. It is impractical not to drive myself. I can pick you up from your company," he offered. "That would be far too bothersome. I recall you mentioning that your company is currently overwhelmed with work." Upon hearing my response, Lu Haoming fell silent. The uniformity of expressions from Lu Haoming's family is indeed a rare occurrence. It appears that my father's willingness to see me yesterday has invigorated their spirits. I must admit, this individual initially played his cards quite astutely. Had my parents not been so obstinate and accepted him, his capabilities would undoubtedly have allowed him to thrive within my father's company. He possesses an extraordinary talent for disguise. In a matter of years, the Mu family's enterprise might have truly changed hands. Contemplating these potential scenarios sends shivers down my spine. As the vehicle halted at the hospital entrance, Lu Haoming arrived as well. Observing me, he approached and said, "Anran, may I accompany you?" I enter the ward, just a glance at Dad from the doorway. His audacity is quite remarkable. First, he merely wished to reach the hospital, and now he desires to stand at the threshold of the ward. Is he planning to follow me inside shortly? I cast him a cold glance and asked, "Lu Haoming, what exactly are you trying to achieve?" Taken aback by my directness, Lu Haoming stammered, "Wife, I merely wish to see Dad. There is no ulterior motive." I reminded him, my father cannot endure any stress at this time. "I made myself clear last night. Do you intend to exacerbate his condition?" "I truly mean no harm. My dear, I swear," he implored. "I understand your desire to see him, but after 5 years of restraint, what is one more moment? Once Dad's health improves, he may welcome you then." Lu Haoming, realizing my stance, refrained from pressing further. "I will wait for you outside," he conceded. Upon entering the ward, I found my parents engaged in conversation, while the nurse was pouring soup into a bowl. When she noticed me, she smiled and said, "Anran, have you brought some soup too?" I replied, "Indeed. I made it myself." "Really? You can cook soup now?" the nurse asked incredulously, and my parents wore expressions of surprise as well. "Of course it's true. Please hold off on pouring the soup you brought. Let me serve my concoction to Dad." "Very well," she acquiesced, pausing her task as I poured the soup into a bowl and presented it to my father. He took a sip from my hand and furrowed his brow. My mother, anxious, inquired, "Is it not to your liking?" "It's not that it's unpalatable. Rather, it is exquisitely delightful." My father seized the bowl from my grasp, disregarding the spoon, and consumed it in several hearty gulps, exclaiming, "Is there more? Please bring me another bowl." I obliged, refilling his bowl, but the nurse seemed displeased, muttering, "Director Mu is biased. My soup is limited to 1 bowl, yet his daughter S merits him too. Is this not an affront to me? Do not be envious." Ranran has grown up and is preparing soup for her father for the first time. In my view, it is not merely the soup's flavor but the sentiment behind it that truly matters. You are partially correct. My consumption of 2 bowls is not solely due to it being Ranran's creation, but because this soup is genuinely exceptional. Is it really? My mother questioned. Skepticism etched on her face. If you doubt it, why not taste it? I suggested. After a small sip, her expression transformed with astonishment. Ranran, did you truly make this? Indeed. This skill, surely it cannot be honed without years of practice? My mother's face reflected both surprise and concern. Do you prepare soup every day? Not exactly. This particular soup was crafted under the guidance of our housekeeper, who is an expert in the art of soup making. So it was like this. I had thought that Ranran had honed her culinary skills to such a degree after years of daily cooking. I was so engrossed that I did not notice anyone entering until I heard a slight cough. When I looked up, I saw General Jiang standing across from my desk. General Jiang, when did you arrive? Please take a seat. I hurriedly rose to greet him. He settled onto the sofa and asked, Anran, do you have any other matters to attend to today? His words clearly indicated his dissatisfaction with my absence yesterday. I quickly smiled and explained, General Jiang, I sincerely apologize for yesterday. My father suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and was hospitalized. I rushed to the hospital to see him. Upon hearing this, General Jiang's expression softened. So it was your father who fell ill. I thought you were not that kind of person. There was a hint of wit in his words, prompting me to ask, did someone say something to you, General Jiang? Not exactly gossip, he replied. Yesterday, Mr. Yi visited the company, and I had mentioned you would be receiving him. When you had to switch designers at the last minute, Mr. Yi was quite displeased and lost his temper. Yi Feima was indeed amusing. He had yet to formally acquire a company and was already throwing tantrums. If he were to take over, it would surely be difficult. I felt comfortable enough with General Jiang to voice my grievances directly. Mr. Yi is rather peculiar. After all, we are all designers. What difference does it make who receives him? General Jiang chuckled at my remark. You can't really blame Mr. Yi for being upset. The interactions with the Yi family are typically designated for you. It's no wonder he was displeased with the sudden change. There was a palpable caution in General Jiang's tone regarding Yi Feima. I venture to ask, General Jiang, if yesterday's situation caused you trouble. Perhaps I should explain it to Mr. Yi? That won't be necessary. General Jiang handed me a document he was holding. Take a look at this first. I glanced at the title and noticed it was the bidding proposal from Yi Feima's company, which puzzled me. General Jiang, didn't you already provide me with this proposal? Why is there another? This is the latest version. Yes has just sent it over. All matters are to be based on this. I remained silent and carefully reviewed the contents of the proposal. My frustration nearly boiled over as I realized this document was entirely different from the one I had received yesterday. The design requirements for the presidential suite had shifted from a primarily modern Chinese style to a fusion of Eastern and Western elements. This Yi Feima was truly peculiar. Did he not understand that such a change would create significant complications for the bidding companies? Recalling his cold, piercing gaze from the previous day, I felt a pang of unease. It seemed the alterations in the bidding content were aimed specifically at our company's proposal for the presidential suite and lobby design. Was this a deliberate modification made by Yi Feima to target me? General Jiang, unaware of my thoughts, proceeded to discuss another matter. Anran. In addition to the changes in the design content for the bid, Yes has issued a notice requiring all bidding companies to attend a meeting at Yes headquarters this afternoon. You should accompany me. Of course. I nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more words, General Jiang took his leave. After lunch, I accompanied Mr. Jiang to the Yi Corporation. The polite staff at the reception led us toward the elevator. While waiting for it, a familiar voice emanated from the reception area. Hello. I would like to see Mr. Jiang. Wasn't that Scarlett's voice? I glanced toward the entrance, and, indeed, there stood Scarlett, clad in a suit, accompanied by a gentleman at the reception. What could bring Scarlett here? Reflecting on her mention of an interview at a design firm last night, could it be that her new company is also participating in the bidding? This notion took me by surprise. I had anticipated various conflicts with Scarlett. Yet I had never imagined we would become rivals in a professional setting. When the elevator arrived, the receptionist guided us to a meeting room on the 17th floor. 2 cups of tea were presented to us, and the receptionist politely informed us, Mr. Jiang, designer Mu, please hold on. I will notify you when the meeting begins shortly. After she departed, Mr. Jiang took a sip of his tea, exclaiming, this is exquisite tea guanyin. Anran, do give it a try. It tastes delightful. I smiled and lifted my cup to take a sip, but upon catching a whiff, I immediately set it down. Mr. Jiang looked at me in confusion. Why aren't you drinking? Mr. Jiang, this tea smells peculiar, unlike any Tiguanian I've encountered, I replied.
Impossible.
After years of tea appreciation, I can identify any type at the mere scent, Mr. Jiang countered. Yet I insisted, this cup is genuinely not Tiguanian. The aroma is quite unpleasant. What does it smell like? Mr. Jiang questioned, raising the cup from the table to take a whiff himself. He promptly recoiled. What sort of tea is this? Why does it smell so off-putting? Strange. Why is your tea so different from mine? He mused. A company as prominent as E-Corporation should not treat guests so disparately. Is someone intentionally trying to unsettle me? Yet, I have never offended anyone here. After waiting for over 10 minutes in the meeting room, the same receptionist who had ushered us in returned. Mr. Jiang, designer Mu, please follow me. Mr. Jiang and I rose and followed her into the bidding conference room. The room was already filled with numerous attendees, many of whom bore familiar faces. All the notable decoration design firms were present. As I settled into my seat and scanned the surroundings, I did not see Scarlett or the gentleman she was with. Had I misjudged? Was Scarlett not here for the bidding? As I pondered this, Yi Feima entered alongside his assistant. Today, he wore a black suit, a purple shirt, and a white tie. In previous encounters, he had been dressed casually, making this formal attire a first for me. It is often said that handsome men with fine physiques look particularly dashing in suits, and Yi Feima was no exception. I found it difficult to articulate his appearance in a suit. I simply knew that while all the other men in the conference room were dressed similarly, Yi Feima's entrance rendered them instantly overshadowed. The room was filled with numerous female designers, all of whom, despite their professional poise, could not help but fixate their gazes upon Yi Feima, reluctant to look away. Yi Feima had likely become accustomed to being observed. His expression remained unchanged as he settled into the main seat. Afterward, his assistant announced the commencement of the meeting. The discourse that ensued was predominantly delivered by his assistant, focusing on various matters pertaining to the bidding process. Leaning indifferently against his chair, Yi Feima exhibited an air of detachment. Once the meeting concluded, attendees began to exit in small groups. I accompanied General Manager Jiang toward the door, but he halted just before we reached it. Curiously, I inquired, General Manager Jiang, why have we stopped? Shouldn't we greet Mr. Yi before leaving? Is that truly necessary? I murmured under my breath. The elevator halted at the floor of Yi Feima's office, and as General Manager Jiang and I stepped out, we made our way toward his office. Upon reaching the entrance, after stating our purpose, Jiang was permitted entry by the secretary, while I was halted by Yi Feima's aide. Designer Mu, please wait here for a moment. What does this mean? Am I being denied an audience with Yi Feima? I apologize, but Designer Mu is not on the list of individuals Mr. Yi is meeting today. What sort of game is this? A strange sensation stirred within me. I smiled faintly at General Manager Jiang. Please go ahead and meet with Mr. Yi. I will wait for you here. With no other option, Jiang entered Yi Feima's office alone. The secretaries in the outer office paid me no mind, engrossed in their own tasks. Being so thoroughly ignored by dozens of people was an unpleasant experience. I had never before been treated in such a manner. A tinge of indignation welled within me, for it was evident that Yi Feima's actions were intended to undermine me. How amusing. This man is exceedingly petty. As I ruminated on this, I suddenly heard a soft voice behind me. Isn't this Miss Mu? What brings you here? Sang Yu smiled at a secretary named Yang. Why didn't you inform Mr. Yi that Miss Mu has arrived? I am not here to see Mr. Yi, I quickly clarified. General Manager Jiang is inside discussing business with him. I am merely waiting for him. I see. But why not invite Miss Mu to the reception room? This seems rather rude, she remarked. The other secretaries remained silent, and from their awkward expressions, I finally understood why I was being treated differently today. Surely, this was the handiwork of Yi Feima. Oblivious to the underlying reasons, Sang Yu warmly grasped my hand, leading me to the nearby reception room. Having stood for so long, my legs were beginning to ache, so I acquiesced to accompany her. Sang Yu personally poured me a cup of coffee and sat beside me. I truly apologize for what happened at the club last time. I was quite startled myself. Her mention of the incident made me feel somewhat uncomfortable, so I merely smiled politely. Miss Sang, you are too kind. I must also express my regrets. My friend's behavior that day must have been quite alarming for you. Not at all, she replied with a cheerful smile. By the way, since we're of similar age, let us drop the formalities of Miss. It sounds rather awkward. You can call me a you, and I shall call you Ran, if that is agreeable. Of course. Ran, you truly are a remarkably low-key person. What? I found myself momentarily taken aback. I have heard from Feima, and it is rather difficult to believe that you have entered into matrimony. You certainly do not appear to be someone who has been wed. I am unsure of what Yi Fei-ma conveyed to her, and to be frank, my impression of Sang-yu is not particularly favorable. I have no desire to cultivate a deep friendship with her, so I merely smiled and remarked, Sang-yu, you are quite beautiful, and your films are exceptionally captivating. It was merely a polite statement, yet Sang-yu responded with enthusiasm, Really? You genuinely enjoy watching my films? Indeed. You are among the most talented and beautiful stars of our time. It brings me great joy to receive such praise from Anran. This Sunday, I have a film premiere. Would you be able to attend and show your support? Suddenly, I felt overwhelmed, faced with Sang-yu's eager gaze, and could only acquiesce. I shall definitely be there. Anran, you share a good relationship with young Master Gu. Could you possibly invite him as well? I understood the reason behind Sang-yu's fervent demeanor. She was clearly interested in Gu Nan. Feeling somewhat impatient, I resolved to respond with feigned compliance. I will inquire about his availability. It was unclear if Sang-yu discerned my insincerity, as she continued to cheerfully discuss matters within the fashion industry. The conversation was interrupted only when President Jiang emerged from Yi Fei-ma's office. I politely expressed my intention to take my leave, but to my surprise, Sang-yu clasped my arm, exclaiming, I shall escort you. As we traversed the lobby, she clung tightly to my arm, drawing astonished glances from those on the first floor. I felt utterly uncomfortable when suddenly I heard, Ran. Halting my steps, I turned to see Hao Sijia rising from the sofa in the lobby. The man seated beside her suggested they had been waiting for some time, clearly indicating that the person she wished to meet had not appeared. I suppressed a cold smirk, masking my surprise with a facade of astonishment. Sijia, what brings you here? I have a few matters to attend to, Hao Sijia replied, her gaze flickering with jealousy as she observed Sang-yu and me linked arm in arm. This is my dear friend, Hao Sijia, I promptly introduced. Hello. The seemingly haughty Sang-yu unexpectedly extended her hand to Hao Sijia. Taken aback, Hao Sijia quickly reciprocated. With a bright smile, Sang-yu remarked, Miss Hao, your pendant is exquisite. Where did you procure it? It is a family heirloom, Hao Sijia replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her smile. A family heirloom? Might I take a look? It struck me as peculiar that Sang-yu would make such a request of someone she had met only once. Oddly, her demeanor did not suggest she was the type to easily befriend anyone, and given Hao Sijia's ordinary background, I could not comprehend why she regarded her with such distinction. On the way back, I gazed silently out of the car window. President Jiang assumed I was upset about being blocked at the door by Yi Fei-ma's secretary and attempted to console me. Anran, today, indeed, Mr. Yi's schedule is quite full. As I exited, the owner of a design company entered right after. President Jiang, I am indifferent to this matter. That is good to hear, he replied with a smile. You seem quite familiar with Sang-yu? Not at all. We are merely acquaintances. After returning to the company, I placed a call to Nyonyo's homeroom teacher to inquire about her well-being. The teacher reassured me that Nyonyo was performing admirably and getting along splendidly with her classmates, which put my mind at ease. I couldn't help but feel perplexed about Lu Haoming, who had secretly visited Nyonyo without even greeting me. Regretfully, I ended the call without resolution. After work, I headed straight to the hospital. En route, I received a call from Lu Haoming. Wife, have you finished work? He inquired. Yes, I replied tersely. Are you going to see Dad now? He asked again. Yes, I responded succinctly. That's good. I'll be waiting for you at the hospital entrance, he added. His overly solicitous demeanor raised my suspicions. Upon arriving at the hospital parking lot, I parked my car and Lu Haoming promptly appeared, carrying an assortment of nutritional supplements. I frowned and asked, why did you buy so many things? These are all beneficial for cardiovascular health. I thought Dad might need them, he explained. But this is excessive. I protested. Not at all. Compared to the sacrifices Dad has made for you, this is nothing, he insisted. Was this a display of loyalty? I scoffed inwardly at the notion that such trivial gifts would earn him my father's favor. No way, this is for Dad, I insisted. Lu Haoming remained steadfast. Wife. Let me carry them upstairs for you. I sensed his intention to accompany me to the ward. Darling, I understand your good intentions, but given my father's condition, let's wait until he recovers to discuss your visit, shall we? I know. I just want to help you carry them upstairs, he replied. Like a persistent dog, he clung to me, and though I was annoyed, I couldn't push him away, so I allowed him to carry the supplements as we ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the ward, Lu Haoming wisely set down the items and took his leave, saying, Wife, I'll be waiting for you in the parking lot. My parents were taken aback to see me arrive with so many items. What are all these for? My mother asked. I wasn't too sure what you liked, so I bought a variety, I replied. How did you manage to carry all this? She remarked, glancing behind me. To my surprise, my mother entered the room, having seen Lu Haoming downstairs, where he greeted her. It was clear he intended for my parents to know of his visit. I felt a surge of resentment but quickly shifted the topic, asking, Dad, how are you feeling today? You needn't worry about me. I used to love sleeping in, but now with work and early morning soup making, your father is quite distressed, my mother interjected. This is nothing. I barely slept for 2 days while working on a design draft, I retorted, only to see my parents' expressions darken. My mother looked at me with concern. Have you been enduring such hardship all these years? No, it hasn't been that tough. The design drafts aren't frequent. I just wanted to convey that I've grown accustomed to it, I explained. The more I clarified, the less she seemed to believe me. Ran, you've suffered so much over the years. Your father and I have only you as our daughter. With your father's health declining and the company needing management, once your father recovers, I believe you should learn how to run the company under his guidance. Mother, I harbor no interest in managing the company. Moreover, my father's health is not as dire as you suggest. If necessary, he could always enlist a professional manager to oversee the business while he retreats into the background. My dear, the company will inevitably belong to you. How can you neglect to learn the ropes? In time, you would merely be relying on the professional manager's counsel. And should they harbor ill intentions, you might find yourself bereft of everything. Generally speaking, a professional manager would not act so unethically. However, you are correct. The company will ultimately be yours, and it is imperative that you educate yourself. At this juncture, my father, who had remained silent, interjected. Let's not dwell on this matter now, Auntie. Could you assist me in opening this for my father to try? I reached for a can of nutritional supplements purchased by Lu Haoming to divert the conversation. As I exited the hospital room, the words exchanged between my parents lingered in my mind. The company would eventually be mine. Perhaps Lu Haoming's restraint towards me was motivated by the knowledge that my father's company would ultimately belong to me. His calculated emotional manipulation is an endeavor aimed at this very notion. He should brace himself, for I shall ensure that his efforts amount to naught. Upon reaching the parking lot, I was taken aback to see that Lu Haoming had not departed. An inexplicable anger surged within me. Why are you still here? I demanded. Did he not wish to meet my father? I would prevent that from happening, making it abundantly clear that my father held him in disdain and that he should cease his underhanded antics. I merely bumped into Andy. So, I thought I'd extend a greeting, Lu Haoming hastily clarified. Witnessing his apologetic demeanor only intensified my distaste. In the past, I must have been blind to his true nature, mistaking his tolerance for kindness and believing my father to be overly sympathetic towards him.
Now.
He was resorting to the same tactics, but alas, I was no longer the naive Anran who would pity him or indulge his grandiose dreams. The next time we meet, I shall feign ignorance. With that, I opened the car door, entered, and started the engine. After dinner, Gao Sijia unexpectedly inquired, Ran, did you go to the Yi family today for the bidding? Indeed, and you? We also intended to participate in the bidding, but we learned of it too late and missed the opportunity. The bidding for the Yi family wasn't publicized? I asked. Our company has been operating in Haisher and only recently established a branch in Jiangcheng. Everything is still in the initial stages. What a pity, I remarked, feigning a sigh. With your capabilities, securing a bid for such a substantial opportunity would surely not pose a challenge. Indeed, perhaps we shall find another chance, Gao Sijia sighed as well. Her final words piqued my curiosity. Was there a lead she had uncovered? As I pondered this, Lu Haoming, seated beside me, received a text notification on his phone. He quickly glanced at it and rose to enter the study. Though he concealed it swiftly, I discerned a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. I composed myself and sat down at my computer, nonchalantly opening it. Lu Haoming, seeking conversation, asked, Are you busy with work? Yes, I have a design to complete. Then please carry on. I shall step outside for some fresh air, he replied as he stood up. His behavior was exceedingly peculiar. Something must have transpired recently. But what could it possibly be? I did not linger on the matter any longer, but instead immerse myself in my work.
When I am engaged in my tasks,
I tend to become utterly absorbed, oblivious to the happenings around me, until I heard a knock at the door, prompting me to lift my gaze from the computer screen. Wu Ling entered, carrying a bowl of bird's nest soup. Ran, I have made this for you. Do give it a taste. Thank you, Sister Wu. I accepted the bowl and glanced at the time, realizing it was already 10 o'clock. Time flies when one is engrossed in work. 3 hours had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Wu Ling placed the soup before me, urging, Eat it while it's warm, and make sure to rest afterward.
Don't wear yourself out.
To be honest, Wu Ling is quite a remarkable person, attentive and skilled at caring for others. If it weren't for my entanglement with my father-in-law, I would have liked her even more. The term mistress evokes a certain disdain. I never found mistresses particularly loathsome until I learned of the affair between Hao Xijia and Lu Haoming. I empathized deeply, harboring a strong aversion to mistresses. Were it not for my contempt for my mother-in-law, I would have dismissed Wu Ling regardless of her commendable qualities. Human nature is peculiar. The enemy of my enemy becomes my friend. I tolerate Wu Ling solely because I seek vengeance, and that is the extent of it. As I sat at the edge of the bed, I suddenly noticed Lu Haoming's phone resting on the nightstand. The question I had previously dismissed resurfaced in my mind. Seizing the opportunity while he was in the shower, I swiftly picked up his phone and entered Nuno's birthday. The phone unlocked almost immediately, and I hurriedly accessed the inbox, discovering a text message that took me by surprise. Prepare 1 million immediately, otherwise, evidence of your affair will be sent to your wife's email. It was an extortion message. Someone had knowledge of Lu Haoming's affair with Hao Xijia and was using it to blackmail him. No wonder Lu Haoming seemed so anxious and flustered. He likely never imagined he would encounter such a predicament while engaging in an affair with Hao Xijia. Extortion often begets further extortion. And considering Lu Haoming's current state of mind and the endless troubles that would ensue, I felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. That night, my sleep was restless. As Lu Haoming tossed and turned beside me, clearly unable to find peace. Chapter 85. The Dilemma of Love and Desire. 53. The following morning, I visited my father at the hospital before heading to the office. On the way, I called Suanin to inform her of the extortion incident involving Lu Haoming. Suanin was taken aback, questioning who could be behind this blackmail. I, too, was eager to uncover their identity. Do you think Lu Haoming will choose to report this to the police? I mused. I doubt it. If the police were to show up at his home, the situation would be exposed, and he still hopes to inherit my father's estate. He could never bear to escalate matters. I scoffed. However, if he capitulates, this person will undoubtedly continue the extortion indefinitely, for human greed is insatiable. Very well, let us proceed to your office. President Jiang accompanied me to my office, where he expressed his satisfaction with the design renderings I had created. The renovation concept was splendid, a perfect fusion of Eastern and Western aesthetics. I was confident that President Yi would be equally pleased. By the way, you might want to share these designs with President Yi. Mr. Jiang, this is merely a concept. The authentic design will only emerge after an on-site inspection. Moreover, we are in a bidding process, approaching Mr. Yi in this manner would be akin to seeking an unfair advantage. The memory of Mr. Ye's sardonic tone sends a shiver down my spine. In truth, our company is not genuinely participating in the bidding, we are merely going through the motions. Mr. Yi and I had already reached a consensus on this matter long ago. He mentioned yesterday that you should present your designs to him for review, and since you have just completed them today, I thought it prudent to inquire if he has any feedback. Should he have none, it would signify his approval. If he does, you may revise accordingly. As for the on-site inspection, that can be discussed later. Reluctantly, I acquiesced to this arrangement. After Mr. Jiang departed, I called Mr. Yi, greeted by his customary icy demeanor. What is it? Mr. Yi, I have completed the renovation renderings and would like you to take a look. You finished them? Quite swift, aren't you? Mr. Ye's tone betrayed no discernible emotion. Could you please provide me with your email address? Unsure of his intent, I ventured further. Ms. Mu, as your company's chief designer, your capabilities are commendable. However, I have one query. On what basis did you create these renderings? Based on the bidding contract? He let out a derisive laugh.
How amusing.
As the chief designer, you would produce renderings based solely on a bidding contract? If your identity weren't at stake, I would genuinely question your qualifications for this position. His words dripped with disdain, prompting a surge of indignation within me. Surely, Mr. Yi could assess my competence after reviewing the designs? Such unfounded accusations seemed utterly perplexing. Unfounded? I must inquire, Ms. Mu, as a designer, is it acceptable to generate designs without conducting an on-site investigation? Is this your attitude towards clients in your work? I was taken aback. Was it true that all your previous designs were approached with such negligence? No, this was requested by Mr. Jiang for your review. Stunned into silence by Mr. Ye's interrogation, I recalled Mr. Jiang stating that it was Mr. Yi who wished to see it. What could this mean? I found myself utterly baffled as to whether Mr. Jiang had misinterpreted Mr. Ye's intentions, or if Mr. Yi was simply targeting me. Is it not clear to you that Mr. Jiang is not involved in the design process? You still dare to argue your point? Your work ethic is deeply concerning. Mr.
예, 의심제를 apologize.
This is not the final rendering, it is merely a preliminary concept. I merely seek your opinion, and I intend to conduct an on-site inspection after hearing your feedback. My face flushed as I finally managed to express myself fully. Oh, I see. Bring the designs to my office. I happen to have some free time now, and we can go examine the site together. Mr. Ye's abrupt change in demeanor caught me off guard. Before I could fully process his words, he hung up. I listened to the dial tone for a considerable moment before finally placing the phone down. The receptionist, noticing my arrival, did not impede my entry. After greeting me with a warm smile, she kindly called the secretary's office and summoned the elevator for me. The staff in the secretary's office treated me with courtesy, promptly greeting me, announcing my arrival, and swiftly escorting me into the president's office. Mr. Yi was engaged in a phone call. Upon seeing me, he merely nodded before resuming his conversation. His secretary invited me to take a seat and graciously brought me a cup of coffee. In light of past experiences, I refrained from drinking, merely expressing my gratitude before quietly placing my hands on my knees to wait for Yi Fei-ma. He soon concluded his phone call, and, noticing my proper demeanor, he smiled. Why aren't you having coffee? Is it unpalatable? Should I have them bring you another cup? I dared not offend the individuals outside. After all, I had numerous collaborations ahead with Yi Fei-ma. If I displeased them, it would undoubtedly lead to future complications. Thus, I gingerly lifted the coffee cup, inhaling its aroma, which bore no unpleasant scent, allowing me to take a sip with ease. Yi Fei-ma, beaming, inquired, "How is the taste?" "Quite agreeable, I trust?" "Indeed. It's better than last time," I replied. He continued, "Last time during the bidding, there was a mishap. The company had recently hired a new employee who, in a rather careless manner, mixed coffee with tea leaves. I only learned of it after receiving complaints. By the way, you had tea that day, right? Was it quite dreadful? What sort of employee would stoop so low, targeting me specifically?" Observing his earnest expression, I could only smile in silence. Sensing my reticence, Yi Fei-ma found it dull and reached out, asking, "What is the matter?" "Just a moment." I retrieved my laptop, opening the design drafts to present before him. He glanced at my renderings and remarked, "This design seems rather ordinary." Indeed, I forced a smile, knowing that regardless of how poorly he critiqued it, I could not afford to become upset. "What modifications does Mr. Yi suggest?" "Here, here, and here," he pointed at several locations on the screen. His nonchalant demeanor irked me. Yet I patiently inquired, "What alterations would you deem more favorable? Aren't you the designer?" Yi Fei-ma looked at me with a half-smile. "I'm merely offering suggestions. The final changes are yours to decide." His words left me momentarily speechless, and I suppressed my annoyance. "When shall we conduct a site visit, Mr. Yi?"
No rules.
"We'll go after lunch," he replied, unhurried, glancing at his watch.
There is still time.
"You can make adjustments to the renderings here for me to review." "Here?" I stared at him in disbelief. "Indeed," he gestured to his seat. "You can make the changes here. Once you're done, I'll take a look." Instantly, I felt immense pressure. The thought of him observing me closely was rather daunting. Fortunately, Yi Fei-ma had no intention of lingering, and after indicating for me to sit down, he stepped outside. With his absence, the atmosphere lightened considerably. I focused on the renderings for a while, making the adjustments he had pointed out concerning layout and color. I was unsure if it was a psychological effect, but the modified design indeed appeared far more appealing than before.
Just as I was contemplating this,
I suddenly felt a warmth near my ear. Turning my head, my lips inadvertently brushed against his cheek. The unexpected contact sent a jolt through my body, akin to an electric shock. I instinctively tilted my head away, but his hand swiftly captured my face, rendering me unable to avert my gaze from the depths of Yi Fei-ma's eyes. My heart raced furiously. What was happening? What was wrong with me? The overwhelming panic and helplessness left me no time to contemplate anything else. I simply stared at him in a daze. I am unsure how long I remained in that state when Yi Fei-ma's hand gently brushed against my face, causing me to shudder and momentarily regain my composure. I abruptly pushed him away and stood up. Yi Fei-ma stumbled back slightly, but quickly regained his balance. The captivating light in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an air of calmness. It was as though everything that had just transpired was utterly mundane. I couldn't help but marvel at his composure. It seemed evident that Yi Fei-ma was quite accustomed to charming women. Just as this thought crossed my mind, he suddenly revealed a scrap of paper on his finger, stating, "You have something on your face. I was merely helping." His nonchalant words served as an explanation for my earlier indiscretion, yet I couldn't fathom how I had gotten paper on my face. Now is not the time for such considerations, and I stammered an explanation. "I apologize for what happened. It was unintentional." Yi Feima touched his face and smiled knowingly at me, saying, "I do not hold it against you." His words sounded oddly awkward, as if I had attempted to assault him. As we stood in this uncomfortable silence, the sound of high heels echoed from outside, and soon the door swung open to reveal Sangyu. Upon seeing me, she appeared somewhat surprised. "Anran, you are here too?" Sangyu glanced at my computer on Yi Feima's desk, and upon seeing the design images, she smiled brightly at me. "Perfect timing, I was just looking for you. When did you two become so familiar?" Yi Feima inquired, puzzled. "This is a secret between me and Anran." Sangyu winked at him, to which Yi Feima responded with a doting smile. One was a youthful and stunning movie star, while the other was a wealthy and accomplished bachelor. They indeed made a striking pair. However, I suddenly recalled what Su Anan had mentioned before, that Sangyu had a relationship with Yi Feima's elder brother. If that were true, Yi Feima should not be so openly friendly with Sangyu. Amidst my chaotic thoughts, Sangyu playfully said to Yi Feima, "I'm hungry. You haven't had lunch yet. Have you? Shall we go together?" Of course, Yi Feima readily agreed. "Shall we eat out or at the restaurant?" Sangyu inquired again. "Let us dine at the restaurant. I have something to attend to later," I replied. "All right, the food at the restaurant is quite good. Anran, let's go." Thus, I found myself inexplicably linked arm in arm with Sangyu as we headed to the Yi family's restaurant with Yi Feima. As before, our entrance into the restaurant stirred quite a commotion. The gazes of the dining staff were fixated on the three of us. Sangyu, being a public figure, was unfazed by the attention, and although Yi Feima was not a celebrity, he had grown accustomed to such encounters. Only I felt genuinely uncomfortable in the spotlight. We were seated in Yi Feima's exclusive dining area, and after the waiter presented the menu, Sangyu turned to me with a smile. "Anran, do you see anything you like?" Having dined here previously, I selected two of my favorite dishes and passed the menu back to Sangyu. She, however, did not offer it to Yi Feima, choosing instead to order several dishes for herself before setting the menu aside. From her demeanor, it was abundantly clear that her affection for Yi Feima was unmistakable. The dishes were served promptly, and Sangyu invited me to dine, which I did without hesitation, eagerly picking up my chopsticks. It was truly enviable that Anran could indulge in spicy food without suffering from acne, her skin remaining so radiant. Sangyu observed me with an expression of envy. "My skin is hardly commendable. It is you who possesses such a flawless complexion, fair and rosy, delicate and smooth, glistening with vitality." I fabricated compliments. Yi Feima cast a fleeting glance in my direction, prompting me to sheepishly silence myself. Sangyu seemed oblivious to Yi Feima's scrutinizing gaze. She must have frequently received such praises, feeling no embarrassment, but rather relishing the attention. Many had remarked upon her beautiful skin, inquiring about her skincare secrets. But in truth, there were no secrets. She was simply blessed by nature. Yi Feima cleared his throat, suggesting we eat before the food grew cold. Sangyu acknowledged him and proactively served him a portion of vegetables, which he accepted with calm grace. Then, to my astonishment, I witnessed Sangyu meticulously deboning fish and placing it on Yi Feima's plate, even peeling shrimp for him. Her actions seemed entirely natural, as did his acceptance of her attentions. It was utterly implausible to think they shared no intimate connection. However, I was left puzzled. Throughout the meal, it was Sangyu who tended to Yi Feima, serving him dishes, replenishing his soup, and offering him napkins, demonstrating an attention to detail that left me feeling increasingly disinterested in the food before me. I had long since set down my chopsticks. "I've seen your husband. He is quite dashing, a perfect match for you," Sangyu remarked, inexplicably steering the conversation towards Lu Haoming. "You are far too modest. Truth be told, men like your husband are exceedingly rare these days, handsome, talented, and I hear he is very family-oriented, treating you exceptionally well. I truly envy you." Her words compelled me to cast a glance at Yi Feima, who happened to be looking back at me. In his gaze, I discerned a hint of mockery, which irked me, though I endeavored to suppress my irritation. Sangyu, however, remained oblivious to my discomfort, continuing her incessant praise of Lu Haoming. Yi Feima furrowed his brow and gently admonished her. "One should refrain from speaking while eating. By the time you finish your thoughts, the food will be cold." His statement effectively silenced Sangyu, and I privately exhaled a sigh of relief.
No, i răspund immediately.
"Have you spoken to Gu Xiao?" "I have already informed the company SPR team. Gu Xiao will certainly attend." "I appreciate your assistance with this matter." I had not intended to mention this to Gu Nan, merely offering a casual response, yet Sangyu's assumption left me internally lamenting. It seemed I had no choice but to call Gu Nan, hoping he would not decline. Upon returning to the president's office, Sangyu departed shortly after. And once she had left, Yi Feima and I made our way to the hotel, with Ah Guang driving. We sat in the back seat, the vehicle speeding along in silence. After half an hour, we arrived at a towering building. Ah Guang opened the door for Yi Feima, and I followed suit, stepping out of the car. After Yi Feima alighted from the vehicle, he led the way towards the entrance of the building. Ah Guang attempted to follow, but was halted by Yi Feima's command for him to wait there, assuring him that they would ascend and return shortly. "Second young master, please exercise caution," Ah Guang cautioned. Handing me 2 bottles of water, he retrieved from the car. I placed the water into the bag I carried and followed Yi Feima into the building. The edifice appeared to have been completed not long ago, with construction debris littering the corridors. Yi Feima guided me directly to the elevator. I found it somewhat peculiar. I had anticipated a crowd to greet his distinguished presence, yet it was merely the 2 of us. However, this absence of a throng made me feel less awkward. Once inside the elevator, Yi Feima glanced at me and said, "Hand me your bag."
Why?
I instinctively retorted. My bag contained a laptop, a camera, and the water Ah Guang had just given me. "It's nothing."
Just give it to me.
"What else with the needless chatter?" he replied, reaching over to take the bag from my shoulders and slinging it onto his own. I realized he intended to assist me, though I thought the bag was light enough not to warrant such concern. The elevator ascended, halting on the 28th floor. Yi Feima stepped out first, and I followed closely behind. This entire floor comprised presidential suites. As he spoke, he entered one of the rooms, and I trailed in, meticulously observing the internal layout. After Yi Feima had surveyed all the rooms in the suite, we exited together. He suddenly posed the question, "What do you think about constructing a sky garden in the hotel?" "Sounds great," I replied casually. "If you were to design the sky garden, how would you approach it?" "You're right, I do have such plans." Yi Feima's gaze softened as he continued, "Did you notice the building adjacent to the hotel when we arrived? I intend to connect them all, creating a unique sky garden. Are all the surrounding buildings yours?" I gasped, startled, realizing my reaction was rather unseemly. I lowered my head in embarrassment. "Is the area sufficient?" "Yes, certainly ample. I fear I may not manage it alone." I felt a pang of insecurity. Had it been any other company, I would have readily agreed without hesitation, but in Yi Feima's presence, I felt inexplicably timid. "Do not worry, I will assist you," he assured, lightly patting my shoulder. His affectionate gesture caused my cheeks to flush, while Yi Feima regarded me with an air of calmness. His composure made me internally chastise myself. Why was I feeling so flustered? I should treat him as a regular client. Regaining my composure, I accompanied Yi Feima back to the elevator. Ah Guang, who had been waiting anxiously downstairs, opened the car door the moment he saw us emerge together. But then his gaze shifted towards me, his expression oddly scrutinizing. I paused, bewildered. What was troubling Ah Guang? Why was he looking at me in such a manner? As if harboring some discontent? I had never interacted with him, so I could not fathom why he might hold any animosity towards me. I opened the car door and took my seat, as Yi Feima removed the bag he was carrying and handed it to me. At that moment, Ah Guang also entered the vehicle and cast a glance at me through the rearview mirror. Suddenly, as if awakening from a stupor, I realized that Ah Guang was reproaching me for making the young master of their family carry the bag. How amusing! What right does he have to display such disdain towards me? Did I compel Yi Feima to bear the burden? It was he who insisted on taking it.
Was it not?
I am certainly capable of carrying it myself. Ah Guang promptly halted the car, and I turned my gaze towards Yi Feima, who was pointing at the dessert shop across the street, showcasing mousse cake and mango sago. Ah Guang paused for a moment, glanced at me again, then exited the vehicle and made his way towards the dessert shop. I stared at him in bewilderment, influenced by him and Sangyu during lunch. I had eaten very little, so I was already quite hungry. But how did he know I was famished and in need of sustenance? And how was he aware of my fondness for mousse cake and mango sago? Why not eat? Yi Feima commanded, observing me intently. I stammered a single word, unsure of what to say, and under his scrutiny, I took a spoonful of sago. Unable to restrain myself from asking, I inquired, "Would you like some?" Only after asking did I realize how foolish I sounded. There was merely 1 cup of sago, and I had already taken a bite. Did he intend to eat from what I had already tasted? Just as this thought crossed my mind, Yi Feima suddenly reached out and took the spoon from my hand, tasting a mouthful of sago. Quite delightful," he remarked, feeling an immense pressure. I picked up the spoon he had used and began to eat the sago in small bites. A single cup was not overly substantial, yet it took me quite some time to finish it. When I lifted my gaze to Yi Feima, I found him looking out the window, a slight smile gracing his lips, clearly in good spirits. In contrast, Guang's expression soured further. He had never held any affection for me, and today, under Yi Feima's orders, he had bought me sago and was now waiting here. No wonder he was upset. Were it not for Yi Feima's presence, I suspect he would have berated me.